My name is Lin Yuha. I woke up to the sound of a rooster crowing. As I opened my eyes, I saw that I was lying on a soft bed. This place didn't look like the eerie underworld I had imagined. It reminded me of my brother's house. Just then, the door creaked open, and a woman walked in with a bowl of dark, steaming medicine. She hesitated before handing it to me. I thought she looked a lot like my sister-in-law. I assumed I had died and was now in the underworld, ready to drink the so-called Mengpa soup to forget my past life. I reached for the bowl without hesitation. Since my former husband, Xie Shuhui, had already married someone else, there was nothing left for me in this world. But before I could take a sip, the woman pressed my hand down and warned me. Drinking this would cause me to lose my baby. That's when it hit me. I wasn't dead. This wasn't the underworld. I had traveled back in time, returning to the moment right after I divorced Xie Shuhui. My heart pounded as I realized I still had a chance to change things. I ran outside, determined to find Xie Shuhui and take back my decision. But my brother stopped me, reminding me that I had already divorced him and was engaged to another man. Worse, today was Xie Shuhui's wedding day. At first, I was stunned. But then, my regret overwhelmed me. I had been foolish to leave Xie Shuhui just because he failed his exams. I had listened to bad advice and rushed into another engagement with a man I barely knew. Now, I learned that my new fiancé was a hypocrite who had a secret family. I refused to give up. My only hope was the child in my belly, Xie Shuhui's child. Maybe if I told him, I could stop the wedding. I ran as fast as I could, reaching the main road before the wedding procession passed. Then I saw him, Xie Shuhui, dressed in red, heading toward his new bride. And I knew I had to act fast. When I saw Xie Shuhui, my heart warmed and joy filled my eyes. After so many years, I could finally stand before him, no longer a wandering spirit watching from afar. I stared at him, unable to look away. But my sudden appearance disrupted everything. The wedding procession stopped, and silence filled the air. Then I remembered he was marrying Li Yunluo. He liked her. His cold, distant gaze confirmed it. When I asked if he truly wanted to marry her, he firmly said yes. My heart ached. So it was true. He had waited all these years for Li Yunluo. Once she was free, he immediately took her as his bride. I had so much to say, but my voice failed me. The people around us, the same ones who once welcomed me when I married him, now looked at me with disdain. A woman pushed me aside, telling me not to ruin the wedding. Others mocked me, calling me shameless. My brother Lin Yuping defended me, but Xie Shuhui ignored us and walked away. That's when I called out, telling him I wasn't here to stop the wedding. I just needed to ask if he still wanted our child. He froze. Everyone started arguing, saying I was lying. But my brother challenged them to bring a doctor. An elder, Uncle Ji, stepped forward and confirmed I was indeed 3 months pregnant. Xie Shuhui was silent for a long time before finally announcing that he would not marry Li Yunluo. He left, and I followed him back home. When his mother saw me, she was furious and told me to leave. But when my brother revealed I was carrying Xie Shuhui's child, she fell into stunned silence. Once the guests were gone, Xie Shuhui coldly told me that after I gave birth, I had to leave. He didn't want me back. His words hit me hard, but I quickly realized something. After birth, I had to nurse the baby. That meant I could stay at least a year or 2. Trying to hold on to what little I had left, I softly called him husband. But he cut me off sharply. We were no longer husband and wife. Even so, I smiled. He was still the father of my child, and I would not give up so easily. After Xie Shuhui left, my mother-in-law, Madame Cui, also returned to her room. She had always been weak. My niece, Yin Jie, didn't like me either. She mumbled something under her breath before running off to Madame Cui's room. My brother, Lin Yuping, reminded me that staying here meant breaking off my engagement with the Min family. I already knew that. I asked him to help return the betrothal gifts. He sighed but agreed before leaving for his business. The house only had 3 rooms. Madame Chui stayed in the main one, Xie Shuhuai in the east, so I had to settle in the west room. It was usually used for storage, but it seemed Madame Chui had cleaned it up, probably for guests from the Li family. I went to the kitchen and found ingredients left for the wedding feast. I carefully preserved the meat, salted it for later use, and planned how to make the food last. Life wasn't easy here. Even though Xie Shuhuai received a small stipend as a scholar, most of the money was spent on his mother's medicine, his studies, and his niece. There wasn't much left. When I checked the chicken coop, I saw that all the chickens were gone. A black dog, Mo, wagged its tail excitedly at me. It seemed like the only one happy to see me. As I cooked, I noticed Yunjie peeking in. She ran off to tell Madame Chui, who didn't believe I was making dinner. She came to check and was surprised to see me working. But she quickly reminded me that I wouldn't be able to take Xie Shuhuai away from Li Yunluo. I smiled and told her I was only here for my child. Hearing that, she softened a little. When she tasted the food, she seemed impressed, though she told me not to cook too much in the future. That evening, Xie Shuhuai returned from apologizing to the Li family. He ignored me completely. At dinner, he refused to eat the food I made. When I placed his favorite tofu in his bowl, he angrily threw it out. The atmosphere was heavy, except for Yunjie, who happily asked for more food. Suddenly, there were footsteps outside.
Montag bakt für Sally.
2 tall men entered the courtyard, kicking aside farming tools. One of them spoke coldly. They were here to collect a debt. The 2 men who came to collect the debt were from the neighboring village, working for Lu Chonggui, a moneylender. I had learned about Xie Shuhuai's wedding plans from Lu Chonggui himself. Since leaving Xie Shuhuai, I had barely kept in touch with his family. Lu Chonggui likely lent him money because he expected him to marry a wealthy woman. But now that the wedding was called off, the debt collectors came quickly. They demanded 5 taels of silver, even though only 3 had been borrowed. My mother-in-law, Madame Chui, was distressed, arguing that they had agreed on a longer repayment period. But the men just laughed, saying that waiting longer would only make the debt worse. The loud threats scared Yunjie, who hid and cried. Then Xie Shuhuai stepped out, his cold gaze piercing. He refused to pay before the deadline, but the men mocked him for being a penniless scholar. Before things got worse, I stepped in. I reminded them they were nothing more than Lu Chonggui's hired thugs and threw them a pouch of silver. They hesitated but eventually handed over the debt receipt and left. I felt satisfied seeing them retreat, but when I turned around, I met Xie Shuhuai's deep, questioning gaze. He seemed surprised. I had never helped before, never cared about their troubles. I avoided his eyes. This silver came from selling the medicine I had planned to use for my pregnancy. I had once been careless with money, but now I had to think ahead. Madame Chui, still upset, blamed me for the trouble. She coldly declared that the money I spent should be considered repayment for the years I lived with them. I had nothing to say to that. The next morning, while we were eating, Li Yunluo arrived. She was graceful and elegant, unlike me, who is always seen as too bold and beautiful for my own good. She brought exquisite dishes that filled the room with mouth-watering aromas. Even I couldn't help but glance at the food. Everyone praised her, and I could see her confidence. She was trying to win Xie Shuhuai's favor, and he accepted her gifts without hesitation. I was irritated but stayed quiet. Then something strange happened. As Li Yunluo smiled smugly, I heard a voice. Her voice, but her lips hadn't moved. She was thinking about her secret powers, about how she had something called space and could get anything she wanted. I froze. Had I just heard her thoughts? She left soon after, and I followed her. I wasn't going to let her get away so easily. I stopped her on a quiet path and looked her in the eyes. Then I said, I have a favor to ask. I stopped Li Yunluo and asked if she could give me the recipes for the dishes she brought earlier. Her maid, Dong Yu, immediately mocked me, saying I was shameless to make such a request. Li Yunluo politely refused and turned to leave. But I spoke again, casually mentioning a dream I had, where a woman claimed to be from the future, possessing great skills and even a magical space. I asked if such a person could exist. My words made Li Yunluo freeze. Her face turned pale. She quickly dismissed her maid before turning back to me with sharp eyes, denying everything. But I knew she was lying. I smiled and lightly grabbed her wrist, pretending to check her pulse. I hinted that I had learned some spiritual knowledge from my great-aunt, a well-known shaman.
She panicked.
I pressed on but didn't push too hard. In the end, she reluctantly gave me the recipes, though she denied knowing anything about my dream. With the recipes in hand, I didn't waste any time. Instead of cooking for Xieshuhui, I took them straight to the largest restaurant in the county. The owner loved the new dishes and bought the rights for 15 taels of silver. I saved most of the money, knowing I would need it later. After that, I went to the market and bought ingredients Xieshuhui actually liked: fresh fish and tofu. Unlike the rich, oily dishes Li Yunluo brought, I knew his tastes well. On my way home, I stopped at my brother's shop and gathered my remaining belongings, including clothes and jewelry. Most of it was for my dowry, but I set aside a jade hairpin I once bought for Xieshuhui. The rest, I handed to my sister-in-law, asking her to sell them. She was stunned by my sudden change in attitude. In the past, I had treated her poorly. Now, I apologized, using the excuse that our late mother scolded me in a dream. Tears filled her eyes, but as we spoke, I learned something shocking. My father had brought home a concubine for my brother. I was furious. In my past life, this woman ruined my brother's family. I had been so focused on fixing my mistakes with Xieshuhui that I nearly forgot what happened to my own family. Determined to stop history from repeating itself, I told my sister-in-law to warn my brother and promised that she would have a son next year. Then I rushed off, setting a meeting with my brother at our mother's grave that evening. Back home, I prepared the fish and tofu for dinner. My niece, Yunjie, excitedly ran to tell Xieshuhui about the meal. He paused for a moment, but then returned to chopping firewood without a word. After dinner, I lay down for a short rest, but ended up sleeping until evening. My niece woke me up just in time for my meeting. As I stepped into the courtyard, I saw Xieshuhui returning from fetching water. I told him I was going to see my brother, but he remained cold, simply saying that my affairs had nothing to do with him. I clenched my fists, swallowing my frustration. I would fix everything, whether he believed in me or not. Lin Yuha rushed to Fang's grave. Her brother had been waiting for a long time. Lin Yuha saw him stroking Fang's tombstone with a sad face. After hearing the footsteps, Lin Yuping slowly raised his head. "Little sister, you are here?" Lin Yuha did not beat around the bush with him. "Brother, I heard that you're going to find a sister-in-law for me again?" Lin Yuping blushed and said nothing. "Then you ask our mother first. If she agrees, I have no objection." Lin Yuping stood up and his face sank. "Mom has been dead for more than a year. How can she agree? Isn't this the suggestion you made in the past?" "Brother, my sister was ignorant in the past, so she talked nonsense. Do you know how our mother died?" Lin Yuping really couldn't figure out what was wrong with his sister, who was so moody. In a bad tone, he said in a rough voice, "She died of illness." "Yes, she died of illness, but the disease came after Aunt Chu came. And her medicine was almost all made by Aunt Chu." Thinking of Fang's death, Lin Yuha sobbed softly as she spoke. Later, when mother didn't let Aunt Chu take care of her, father said she was confused because of illness. "Brother, how is our mother's health? You know it." Lin Yuping suddenly raised his eyes and looked at his sister, his eyes flashing with surprise, anger, and confusion. "Dad, I have mentioned it in front of you many times, asking you to transfer the other shop to Yuxiang. Seeing that you don't agree, Aunt Chu is arranging to take a concubine for you. That woman happens to be Aunt Chu's cousin. Why is this? Don't you understand?" Lin Yuping's eyes were misty, with anger in his eyes. "You only see that the woman is young and good-looking. Does my sister-in-law look bad? She follows you helplessly, and you are all in her heart and eyes. Have you ever thought about her feelings when you treat her like this? You hated Daddy taking a concubine in the past, but now you have become him." Every word hit Lin Yuping's heart. No matter how big his heart was, he understood the reason. With a face full of shame, He knelt down in front of Fong's grave and cried bitterly. Lin Yuha choked and said, "Brother, we must avenge this, otherwise we will have no face to come to our mother's grave again." Lin Yuha returned home with a lonely look. Before it got dark, Chui was sewing summer clothes for Yun Jie in the yard. Xie Shuhuai was already rolling buckwheat noodles in the kitchen. Seeing his figure, Lin Yuha's uncomfortable mood suddenly improved a lot. She stood blankly at the door of the kitchen, looking at Xie Shuhuai, until she met Xie Shuhuai's eyes. Lin Yuha wiped the tears from her eyes and said softly, "Husband, I'm back. Should we make noodle soup tonight?" Xie Shuhuai ignored her and continued to be busy with his own things. Yun Jie jumped out of the stove. "Yes, uncle has made the mincemeat topping with a lot of meat." Lin Yuha took the fire tongs from Yun Jie. "Yuner, be good. Your aunt will light the fire. You go and play." In the past, Lin Yuha just didn't like Xie Shuhuai being silent like a wooden stake. She felt that he was not as sweet-talking as other husbands. After experiencing her past life, she realized that Xie Shuhuai was good to a person with actions, not just empty talk. It's a pity that she realized it too late, and his heart was no longer with her. In the kitchen, only the crackling sound of firewood burning in the stove could be heard. Lin Yuha spoke subconsciously. "Husband, I only realized today that my mother didn't die of illness. She was killed by someone. I only hate that I realized it too late, and the same goes for you." When she said the last part, she covered her face with her hands and sobbed. Her shoulders trembled slightly. Xie Shuhuai's expression froze, and he stopped what he was doing, with a hint of irony on his face. That night, Li Yunluo was sitting in front of her dressing table in Yuerong Garden of the Li Mansion. The maid Linga helped her take off her hairpin, let her hair down, and combed her hair. Donghua lifted the curtain and walked in, and said to Linga, "You go out first, young lady, I'll serve you." "Young lady, I've asked around, and Lin Yuha's grandmother's sister is indeed a famous witch in the area, and many nobles in the county have looked for her." Li Yunluo's expression was gloomy. She was awakened unconsciously when she thought that Lin Yuha had this ability. Donghua saw that she didn't speak for a long time and asked cautiously, "Then, young lady, will we go to the Xie family tomorrow?" "No, we'll go on Dragon Boat Festival. Let's keep Xie Shuhuai in the cold for a while. Men all fall for the tactic of playing hard to get. If you act like a licker every day, he will only get tired of you." Donghua was stunned. "Miss, what kind of dog is a licker?" Li Yunluo smiled. "Lin Yuha's kind." The next day, Wu brought her 2 children and 2 hens to Xie's house. Looking at her expression, Lin Yuha knew that she had pointed out her brother. Wu greeted Chui first and brought food to Yun Jie. Chui was kind and asked Wu to stay here for lunch. She had no opinion on Lin Yuha's brother and sister-in-law and even appreciated Fong's past friendship. She couldn't be really heartless to Lin Yuha. At this time, Xie Shuhuai usually studied in his room. Wu didn't bother him. The 3 children were having fun in the yard. Lin Yuha pulled her sister-in-law into the west room. Wu cried with joy. "My husband went back to the old house last night and politely rejected Aunt Shu. He also said that he would never think about taking a concubine in the future and would live a good life with me. Little sister-in-law wants to thank you this time." Lin Yuha grabbed Wu's hands. Her face moved. "Sister-in-law, I should be the one to thank. If you hadn't stopped me from drinking the abortion pill that day, there would be no meaning in my living for the rest of my life." Wu couldn't help but smile when she heard that she was so young but spoke in an old tone. Thinking of the reason she came, she took out a purse. "Little sister, these 500 coins are the money for you to buy clothes and jewelry. If you are short of money, you must tell me." Then Wu's expression dimmed. "Although we are not well off, we can still help you." Lin Yuha heard from Lin Yuping that he still had half of his warehouse of old grain that could not be sold. Lin Yuping wanted to save money, so he sold the remaining grain of several grain merchants who moved to the capital. Last year, the farmers had a good harvest, and Wencheng Street added 2 more grain shops. Lin Yuping's business was getting quieter and quieter. If he couldn't sell it this year, all the money he earned in the past few years would be wasted. For a while, Lin Yuha had no better ideas. I don't know how this matter was handled in the previous life. At that time, the Min family wanted to marry someone in a hurry. During this period of time, she was busy with Aunt Chu, preparing for her wedding with Min Jiyuan. A few days before the wedding, she discovered Min Jiyuan's real purpose of marrying her. Lin Yuha wanted to break off the engagement, but Min Jiyuan was afraid that she would make a scene and ruin his reputation, so he wanted to tarnish her innocence. Lin Yuha was unwilling to give in, and when she struggled to break free, her words angered Min Jiyuan, and he smothered her to death with a pillow. Seeing her body hastily buried by the Min family, she shouted loudly at the mass grave, but no one answered her. She was so scared that she hurried back to Xieshuhuai and stayed there for many years. Little sister, I'm leaving, and I have to go back to cook for your brother." Lin Yuha lost herself in her memories, and it was Wu who woke her up. After sending her sister-in-law away, Lin Yuha gave all the clothes and jewelry she bought and the 2 taels of silver she had on her to Cui. Looking at the purse, Cui was quite surprised. "Mother, I sold the clothes and jewelry that my husband bought for me in the past, and you can give him the silver. Tell him to stop copying books. I'm afraid he can't bear it." Seeing Xie Shuhui had lost a lot of weight this time, she still felt distressed. Cui looked at the silver in her hand at a loss, as if she was dreaming. Seeing Lin Yuha carrying a basket out of the house, she asked, "Where are you going?" Lin Yuha took the firewood rake and said, "Mom, I see that the pine needles and leaves for kindling the fire in the kitchen are gone. I'll go pick some up. I'll take Yuna with me. You don't have to worry." Yuna had wanted to go to the mountain to pick wild fruits for a long time, and she agreed without thinking. Momo followed the 2 people, one big and one small. The door of Xie Shuhuai's room was half closed, and he heard the conversation between Lin Yuha and Cui clearly. So when Cui sent the purse to his room, he was not surprised. "Mother, return the silver to her. I have silver on me." Seeing that her son was unwilling to accept it, Cui was a little annoyed. "What you have is yours. If she wants to return it, just take it. There are many other places to use the silver. It's because you spoiled her in the past that she developed a lazy and gluttonous character. Anyway, she won't stay in our house for a long time. Just consider it as our expenses during this period of time. When you marry Yunluo in the future, you must learn a lesson. No matter how much you like her, you can't spoil her. You have to let her pay her share of the expenses." Cui stuffed the purse into Xie Shuhuai's hand and turned around to leave. Before she left the room, she heard Xie Shuhuai put the purse heavily on the desk and said unhappily, "Mother, don't mention the past again. I don't want this silver.
Take it."
This was the first time Xie Shuhuai contradicted Cui. She was stunned. Seeing that Xie Shuhuai insisted on not taking it, she had to kick it on herself. The mountains and forests of Hongye village just separated the neighboring village Qingshui Bay. The villagers all came here to chop firewood. It was not far from Xie Shuhuai's house, just around 2 bends. Most people in Hongye village excluded the Xie family. Every time Cui or Xie Shuhuai went to the mountain to chop firewood, they would be ridiculed by the villagers. The mother and son did not want to argue with others, so they stopped going to the mountain over time. Most of the firewood in their family was bought. But if Lin Yuha went to collect firewood, no one dared to say anything to her in person. At most they would complain behind her back. The wind had just blown last night, and Lin Yuha quickly collected a basket of pine needles. She also picked a lot of wild fruits for Yunjie, and the 2 went home happily. When she was resting on a stone step, a man came towards them. He was wearing a cotton gown, had a handsome appearance, and held a book in his hand. Yunjie rushed over happily. "Uncle Zhu." Zhu Jinwen saw Yunjie and touched her head with a gentle expression. "Yuna, where have you been?" "My aunt and I went out to collect firewood." When Zhu Jinwen saw Lin Yuha, his expression changed and became a little gloomy. Zhu Jinwen and Xie Shuhuai have been classmates and friends for many years, and they often come to Xie's house. Of course, he knows what happened between Lin Yuha and Xie Shuhuai. Lin Yuha politely tried to keep him. "Why are you in such a hurry, mister?
Zhu?
Why don't you come to my house for lunch? It won't be too late to leave then." I still have to go back to the academy to attend classes.
Goodbye.
Lin Yuha saw that what he was holding in his hand was the doctrine of the mean from the 4 books, and her doubts grew even more serious. After C.S. Shuhuai failed the imperial examination, she pawned the 4 books he had taken for the imperial examination in a rage. Last time Li Yunluo sent books to her, she thought those books were for the imperial examination, so she bought new books for C.S. Shuhuai. Wait a minute, Mr. Zhu, is this book yours? Zhu Jinwen was already annoyed with her, and when she heard her asking questions, she said impatiently, "Of course it's mine. Didn't you Shuhuai's 4 books? Madam Lin, why bother asking so much?" There were so many people who didn't like Lin Yuha, so she didn't care about this outsider. Hearing him talking about the academy, Lin Yuha ignored Zhu Jinwen's annoyance and continued to ask, "Is there a teacher named Chun in your Ruxiang Academy?" He was a Jinshi and served in the court for many years. Zhu Jinwen looked surprised. Judging from the other party's expression, she was right. After getting the answer she wanted, Lin Yuha stopped bothering him. "I won't bother Mr. Zhu anymore. Take care." Zhu Jinwen looked at Lin Yuha in confusion and hurried away. C.S. Shuhuai's failure in the exam had nothing to do with his talent, but with his life experience. Someone deliberately didn't let him pass the exam. They just wanted him to pass the exam. These people were the ones who framed his father. They were powerful and C.S. Shuhuai could not defeat them at all. But the turning point later was this Master Chun. Lin Yuha returned home absent-mindedly and put away the firewood. Chui's lunch was also cooked. She had no appetite today, so she went back to the West Room first. She didn't know how to tell C.S. Shuhuai about this, so that he would not doubt herself. It could also allow C.S. Shuhuai to take fewer detours and not go to the capital to take risks. After C.S. Shuhuai knew the truth in his previous life, he took risks and went through many twists and turns before he found Master Chen's father-in-law, the prince's tutor Meng Xiangrong. Lord Meng was an honest official, and he tried his best to ensure C.S. Shuhuai's safety in the palace examination in the joint examination 3 years later. But he also had a condition, that is, C.S. Shuhuai must enter Ruxiang Academy and let his son-in-law Chen Jinzhan observe and test C.S. Shuhuai's talents and conduct. Is he the virtuous person he needs? C.S. Shuhuai's enemies, knowing that C.S. Shuhuai had found Meng Xiangrong as a backer, were afraid that their past crimes would be exposed. They arranged a large number of assassins on C.S. Shuhuai's way back to Xi'an. If C.S. Shuhuai hadn't had some martial arts skills, he would have died long ago. C.S. Shuhuai was seriously injured and had to return home to recuperate for half a year before he could walk. Lin Yuha's soul was with him, watching him suffer from illness every day, and could only cry silently beside him. Just as Lin Yuha was thinking about the past life, the door was suddenly pushed open, and Yunjie walked in with a fried cake in her hand. "Grandmother asked me to bring it to you. And you didn't want to eat it, but your little brother still wants to eat it. And are you feeling uncomfortable after walking too much today? Yuna will give you a massage." Lin Yuha took the fried cake, feeling a little warm in her heart. Yuna be good. Aunt is just a little sleepy.
Just take a rest.
Tomorrow is the Dragon Boat Festival. Aunt will go to the county town to buy some things later. Do you want to go, Yuner? Yunjie was very excited and jumped down from the bed. Of course I want to go. Aunt, can you buy me the clay figurines that Sister Xing plays with? Lin Yuha wiped the stains from the corners of her mouth with a handkerchief. Yes, but your grandmother must agree. Then I can take Yuner there. Chui was still a little worried about Lin Yuha, and did not dare to let her take Yunjie to the county town. Yunjie cried for a long time, and only stopped crying after Lin Yuha repeatedly assured her that she would buy her candied haws and clay figurines. After arriving in the county town, Lin Yuha first went to the bank to withdraw silver, and then went to the shop to redeem C.S. Shuhuai's 4 books. Fortunately, the local area was not long, and no one bought them. On the way, she always heard that many people mentioned that the clothes in Li's ready-made clothing shop were worthwhile. Lin Yuha was a little puzzled because the clothes in the ready-made clothing shop were not something that ordinary people could afford. Looking around again, even the women in the village were talking about it. She just listened to the excitement and didn't take it seriously. Seeing that it was getting late, she quickened her pace to the market to buy glutinous rice and dates. There were also candied haws and clay figurines that Yunjie wanted. Although there were jars of meat and bacon at home, she wanted to make more this year to give to others, so she bought another piece of meat. There is on the ridge behind the Zongya house. It was a little late when she went back. Before she entered the yard, she saw Yunjie and Mo waiting for her behind the house. When she got closer, she saw Xie Shuhui leaning over to water the seedlings in the vegetable garden behind Yunjie. Xie Shuhui was concentrating on the work at hand and did not look up at Lin Yuha. Although she knew that he was not waiting for her here, the moment she saw him, Lin Yuha was still happy in her heart, and the corners of her mouth could not help but rise, and she came to his side. "Husband, tomorrow is the Dragon Boat Festival. Can I make more rice dumplings and send some to your friends?" Every year before, it was Xie Shuhui's friends who sent them rice dumplings. This year, she sold a lot of glutinous rice, so she didn't have to worry about not having enough to eat. Xie Shuhui didn't even raise his eyes and said reluctantly, "Don't worry about this." Lin Yuha was not annoyed and took out a book from the backpack and put it in front of Xie Shuhui. "Yes, I don't care about this." "That book, do you still want it, husband?" Xie Shuhui put down the water scoop, moved his eyes over, and glanced at the handwriting on it. His eyes swept to Lin Yuha again. His eyes were deep and dark, revealing a hint of coldness. Lin Yuha guessed that it must have reminded him of the past, and she looked away guiltily, not daring to look at him, afraid to see the disappointment in his eyes. She stuffed the book into his hands and left with Yunjie. Yunjie saw that Lin Yuha ignored her for a long time and was only busy talking to her uncle. She pouted with dissatisfaction. "Aunt, did you forget to buy something for me?" "I was only busy buying things for my uncle." Lin Yuha touched her 2 buns and didn't forget. "I'll give it to you when I get back." Yunjie jumped over her happily and trotted back home. As soon as she got home, she couldn't wait to find the candied haws and clay figurines, and happily showed them off to her grandmother. Chui's health has improved a lot, and she is cleaning the yard. Seeing how carefully she cleaned up, Lin Yuha guessed that Li Yunluo should come tomorrow. She couldn't stop her, and she didn't have time to be sad. She took the basket to cut the leaves for the zongzi. Yunjie chased after her, eating a candied haws in her mouth and shouting, "Aunt, the hen that Aunt Wu brought over has laid 2 eggs. Yuno ate the candied haws, so she won't fight with you for eggs in the morning." Lin Yuha sighed secretly, feeling even more guilty, and doesn't like eggs anymore, so I'll give all the eggs to Yuner from now on. The next day, Lin Yuha got up at dawn. Today is the Dragon Boat Festival, and she is going to her brother and sister-in-law's house in the afternoon. She changed into a light blue coarse cloth short shirt and a long skirt of the same color. The hem of the skirt was a little worn. It was made by her mother before she got married. She looked even fresher and more beautiful. The baby in her belly was only more than 3 months old, so she didn't look pregnant, and her figure was still exquisite. She casually tied a bun and wore a jade hairpin bought by Xie Shuhui on her head. After coming out of the west room, she happened to see Xie Shuhui chopping firewood in the yard. The two looked at each other. Lin Yuha's eyebrows curved and she smiled slightly. "Husband, there is enough firewood. No need to chop anymore." Xie Shuhui was slightly startled, glanced at the hairpin on her head, and returned to his indifference, and did not respond to her. Lin Yuha had long been accustomed to it, and walked straight into the kitchen, where Chui had already lit the fire. Thinking of her getting up in the middle of the night to soak rice, he was still worried about the baby in her belly. "It's still early, go and rest for a while. I'll make breakfast." "Mom, I slept well." Lin Yuha tied her skirt and moved the small jar of seasoning on the chopping board. After making room, she began to cut meat. After breakfast, Chui also started to prepare other dishes. She planned to stew the chicken marinated by Lin Yuha last time and cut the marinated fish into small pieces and fry them in oil. She also went to the vegetable garden to pick some fruits. Yunjie also joined the ranks of making zongzi, but her movements were unfamiliar, so Lin Yuha patiently taught her. In previous years, Xie Shuhui pulled Lin Yuha to make zongzi together. This year, however, it was the opposite. He didn't even want to enter the kitchen. When the first pot was cooked, several good friends of Xie Shuhui came to the kitchen to greet them. They greeted Chui one by one. But no one paid attention to Lin Yuha. Several people's voices were somewhat excited, and Lin Yuha could hear them clearly in the kitchen. Among them, Zhu Jinwen's voice was the loudest. "Xu Huai, you are so lucky. You didn't expect that Miss Li is a business genius." She raised the price of summer shirts, and those who sell silk gave cotton cloth as a gift. Sellers of cotton cloth give, or kudzu. Another one of them took over the conversation in a low voice. "Not only will this not make a loss, but you can also make a lot of money. You can make money from the common people and dignitaries in Xiong County. There is a queue in front of the Li family shop, while other clothing stores have no one interested. This trick is really great." Several people praised Li Yunluo to the sky, and even the taciturn Xie Shuhuai couldn't help but speak. Yunluo is indeed smart. No matter how others praised her, Lin Yuha's heart was not moved at all. But Xie Shuhuai seldom praised others, and to be recognized by him, Li Yunluo must have an important position in his heart. Lin Yuha had been prepared for a long time, but she had been favored by Xie Shuhuai in the past. Seeing that he now had someone else in his heart, Lin Yuha would not feel good. The movements of her hands also slowed down. After the second pot was cooked, Li Yunluo finally came late. Chui also prepared several other dishes, just waiting for Li Yunluo. When she came, everyone couldn't sit still and was very excited, as if they had seen the Jade Emperor and could prolong their lives. Only Lin Yuha didn't move. The weather was good today, and Xie Shuhuai moved the dining table from the kitchen to the yard. Li Yunluo wore a scarlet skirt today, and the whole person was a lot brighter. She sat at the table and introduced the flavors of the rice dumplings she brought today. "Everyone enjoy. There are meat rice dumplings, apricot rice dumplings, cold fruit rice dumplings, and various nut rice dumplings. There are salty and sweet flavors." Hearing this, everyone was stunned by the strange taste they had never tasted before, and they couldn't wait to open it and taste it. Chui even took out the good wine that she usually didn't want to drink to entertain everyone. Li Yunluo seemed to have regarded herself as the hostess. When Lin Yuha appeared again, she was a joke in front of everyone. Everyone ate the rice dumplings brought by Li Yunluo. She was busy all afternoon, but the rice dumplings she made were thrown aside with disgust. The topics of the people at the table all revolved around Li Yunluo's business. Xie Shuhuai listened silently, with a rare softness on his face. Jier sat next to him, eating enthusiastically, not paying any attention to the adults' conversation. She was just a little surprised that there was no string to tie the zongzi in front of her uncle. Xie Shuhuai was afraid that Yun Jier would get too full, so after seeing her eat 2 in a row, he asked her to leave the table. The excitement outside had nothing to do with Lin Yuha, and she had her lunch. She picked some meat and vegetarian zongzi and prepared to go to her brother's house. Lin Yuha was ignored by everyone, and Chui Shi felt a little sorry for her, so she hurriedly asked her to bring more. After Yun Jier was full, she entered the house and saw Lin Yuha putting zongzi into the backpack and asked, "Aunt, where are you going?" "Aunt, go give some zongzi to Sister Xing and the others. If you don't like the zongzi made by Aunt, give more to Sister Xing and the others." Yun Jier was a little unhappy and said angrily, "You have to leave some for me and my uncle. The zongzi made by Aunt Yunluo is really delicious. I ate a lot, but my uncle didn't eat any." Lin Yuha paused, a little puzzled. Xie Shuhuai wanted to eat rice dumplings. He liked Li Yunluo so much, and the girl sent them specially for him. How could Xie Shuhuai not eat them? After eating and drinking, several of Xie Shuhuai's friends left one after another. Chui took out rice dumplings to see them off. Li Yunluo lingered for a long time and took the initiative to enter Xie Shuhuai's room. "Brother Shuhuai, the food I cooked is not to your taste. Yunluo sees that you eat very little." Xie Shuhuai did not let her into the house. The two just stood at the door and talked. "The food you cook is delicious and very appetizing. It's getting late. Yunluo, you better go home early to avoid worrying your family." Seeing that Xie Shuhuai did not try to keep her too much, Li Yunluo had no reason to stay a little longer. "Then, you must tell me what you are missing. There is no need to be so formal with our relationship now. Studying is important, but health is also important." Xie Shuhuai smiled faintly. "Thank you for your concern. I have everything. He seldom smiled, as if the warm winter sun could soothe people's hearts. Seeing Li Yunluo's face blushing, he shyly avoided her gaze. Lin Yuha was helping Cui clean up the table in the yard, and saw the situation of the two people clearly. Li Yunluo's eyes accidentally collided with Lin Yuha. The contempt and complacency in her eyes were well hidden. Lin Yuha has always been sensitive, and she quickly caught it. Walk away calmly. Inwardly, you have had enough glory today, and you should let Li Yunluo know. She, Lin Yuha, is not someone who can be stepped on by anyone. She has the kindness she should have, but she will not agree to be played for a fool. After saying goodbye to Cui and Xie Shuhui, Li Yunluo left with Dongyue. In her hand, she held the rice dumplings given by Cui. As soon as she reached the intersection, she asked Dongyue to throw them to the children playing on the roadside. Lin Yuha, who was walking behind, could see everything clearly. She quickened her pace and stopped in front of Li Yunluo's carriage. Miss Li, I also want to go to the county town. Can you give me a ride? Li Yunluo's face darkened. She agreed reluctantly. The carriage was very luxurious. As soon as she got in, Dongyue took an old mat and spread it under Lin Yuha's feet. Lin Yuha saw clearly what the master and servant were thinking. They were disgusted with her for dirtying the carriage. She didn't want to endure it anymore and spoke with a smile. Miss Dongyue, your daughter is precious. Next time you go to Xie Shuhui's house, you should start laying the mat as soon as you get off the carriage. In the future, when they get married, I'm afraid you won't be able to do other tasks. It's enough to lay the mat all day. The master and servant were choked and stunned.
You.
Dongyue was embarrassed and retorted immediately. What nonsense are you talking about? When our girl gets married in the future, she will let the son-in-law live here. Dongyue. Li Yunluo was afraid that her girl would say something she shouldn't, so she interrupted. Don't be upset, Sister Lin. Dongyue is still young. Lin Yuha changed to the most comfortable position and leaned against the wall of the car. I'm not upset. I came here today not only to take a ride, but also to discuss a business deal for Miss Li. Li Yunluo was alert, and her expression turned cold. Dongyue also glared at her. Sister Lin wants to discuss business with me, but our family neither sells eggs nor rice and flour, which makes Yunluo embarrassed. The sarcasm was so obvious that Dongyue burst out laughing immediately. Lin Yuha was not angry, but took the opportunity to say, it will be sold immediately. Miss Li, your shop's business has been so prosperous recently, I will add another order for you. Buy a bag of grain and get a linen or dress for free. The grain will be from my brother's shop. Of course, I won't let you work in vain. I will tell you what Xie Shuhui likes as a condition for exchange. Dongyue was about to scold her, but Li Yunluo stopped her with her eyes. She smiled and said, Sister Lin is really interesting. If I don't agree. Lin Yuha came over and said calmly, I will go to your father or your eldest brother. If they hear interesting things about you, they will not refuse. Li Yunluo is a concubine's daughter in the family. She has earned a lot of money for the Li family recently. Her status in the Li family has improved a lot. Her marriage can always be decided by herself. If her secret is known, the people of Dajin believe in gods and demons the most, and they will definitely regard her as a demon woman. Her abnormality was seen by everyone in the family. No one knew why. If Lin Yuha told the Li father and son as a witch, even if they didn't believe it, they would have a grudge in their hearts and would not use her again. Li Yunluo didn't dare to take the risk, so she gritted her teeth and endured it. Okay, deal. Lin Yuha smiled innocently. That's right. We are all family. Let's make money together. The master and servant were shocked by Li Yuha's shamelessness again. Dongyue rolled her eyes and wanted to kick Lin Yuha off the carriage. She said in a bad tone, Then, Madam Lin should tell us about Mr. Xie's taste. Xie Shuhui likes light tastes, and you always make greasy dishes. It tastes good, but the oil in the dish may make him lose his appetite. Do forget, you and him grew up together. Li Yunluo's face turned pale, her hands clenched, and she was a little annoyed that she thought too simply. She looked down on farmers in her heart. Every time she went to Xie Shuhui's house, She felt uncomfortable and thought they all loved to eat greasy fat. The memory of the original owner was incomplete, so she didn't know it at all. This undoubtedly revealed the truth in front of Xie Shuhuai. She didn't want to show it in front of Lin Yuha, so she said, "Thank you for reminding me. Yunluo forgot a lot of things after her illness." Lin Yuha smiled harmlessly. "Oh, so that's it, the illness is good." The old rice in Lin Yuping's family just couldn't be sold. If the crisis of their family was not resolved, not only would they lose the savings they had earned in the past, but they would also owe a large debt. The Li family was so lucky. Why didn't she lend it? Lin Yuha knew more or less about Lin Yuping's business. Sell it to Li Yunluo at Lin Yuping's usual price. Li Yunluo didn't think much about it. 3,000 or 4,000 bags of grain would not be sold according to the current business of the Li family. But when she received the grain and saw it, she was dumbfounded on the spot, only to find out that it was old grain. She was scolded by her father. Lin Yuping was very excited. This time, he made a lot of money. He praised Lin Yuha for his solution. He took out 20 taels of silver to share with Lin Yuha. Wu also agreed. Seeing Lin Yuha hesitated, she stuffed it into her hand. "Brother, sister-in-law, I can't take this silver. You have many places to use silver in your business. I don't lack money now, and I can't always rely on you. I have to find a way to make money myself." After this period of time, she also figured it out. If Xie Shuhuai didn't forgive herself and insisted on marrying Li Yunluo, she should at least find a way to support herself and her children. After learning the lesson, she would not think about relying on others. Wu and Lin Yuping were both shocked. It was only a few days, and Lin Yuha seemed to have changed in their eyes. At this time, Lin Yutang walked in with Aunt Chu. The atmosphere suddenly became cold. In order to save lamp oil, Cui was busy with needlework during the day. She was sewing a short shirt that was almost finished. Seeing that she had new clothes to wear, Yun Jie ran around the yard happily. It was getting dark, and Lin Yuha hadn't come back yet. Xie Shuhuai came out of his east room and went to the kitchen to prepare tonight's meal. Hearing the movement in the kitchen, Cui turned around and said, "Huai'er, Yun'er's clothes are ready. Yuha's baby should also have 2 sets of close-fitting clothes. She should be born in February next year. The cotton cloth we have is used up. It's too expensive and not worthwhile to buy more, so we'll use Rami cloth." Most of the cloth used for making clothes in Xie Shuhuai's family was issued by the government. He lit the fire in the stove and didn't respond. Cui thought he didn't hear her, so she decided to do what she wanted. Unexpectedly, after a while, Xie Shuhuai's cold voice came from the house. "Mom. So with cotton cloth. I'll buy it in 2 days." In the evening, Xie Shuhuai heated up the chicken soup and rice dumplings that he had not finished at noon. At this time, the family was sitting at the table to eat. After eating 2 rice dumplings in a row, Yun Jie wanted more. Cui Shi hurriedly stopped her. "Yuna, be good. Don't be greedy anymore. You can't digest glutinous rice." Yun Jie put down the nut rice dumpling in her hand, looking a little reluctant. Seeing that Xie Shuhuai was eating the vegetarian rice dumpling made by Lin Yuha, she said happily, "Uncle is the best. He knows that I like to eat the rice dumplings made by Aunt Yunluo, so he left them for me to eat tomorrow." Cui Shi was a little uneasy. She put down the chopsticks in her hand and looked at Xie Shuhuai, who was concentrating on eating on the side. "Huai'er, why don't you go to the intersection to see her? She said she would be back tonight. It's already this late. I'm not worried about her safety, but I'm worried about the baby in her belly." Xie Shuhuai was standing in the light, his expression unclear, and he said slowly, "Whether she returns home has nothing to do with me, and Mother doesn't need to worry about it. It's not that Lin Yuha didn't want to go back to the Xie family, but that she couldn't leave." Lin Yutang and Aunt Chu suddenly came to the door, and no matter how much Lin Yuping, the son, had to cook a meal. Today is the Dragon Boat Festival again. Wu felt sorry for Lin Yuha's pregnancy and didn't want her to go to the kitchen to help. She stayed in the main hall and listened to her father and Lin Yuping talking about her uncle's family's business growing and moving to Guangling County. The envy in her tone was beyond words. Lin Yuping rarely said anything, but only asked occasionally. Aunt Chu didn't plan to help Wu, and sat in the main hall eating melon seeds. After Fong died, she was promoted to the main wife. Lin Yutang was completely submissive to her. She made all the decisions at home, and he didn't want to pretend anymore. She glanced at Lin Yuha from time to time, and seeing that she was dressed more and more shabby, she felt so happy about her misfortune. Then she thought about how her brother and sister had canceled the Min family's marriage without her permission, and she didn't get any benefit, so she was very angry. Chu originally planned to marry her own niece to the Min family, but after knowing the real purpose of Min Jiyuan's marriage, she turned around and pushed Lin Yuha into that fire pit. Hearing Lin Yotang's endless gossip, Chu glanced at her husband with a reproachful look. Lin Yutang then changed the subject back. Pinger, seeing that you have sold the old grain, your father is relieved. Even if your sister's marriage with the Min family is settled, why don't you discuss it with me and cancel it if you say so? She is ignorant. Are you also ignorant? Lin Yuping was in a good mood today and didn't want to argue with him, so she replied lightly, Dad, we have separated a long time ago, so you don't have to worry about He's affairs. Seeing that he ignored him like this, Lin Yutang's voice suddenly became louder. What are you talking about? I am your father. Lin Yuping's mouth corners curved slightly, revealing a sarcastic smile. He is our father, but also our stepfather. You evil creature. How dare you talk to me like that? Aunt Chu looked at the father and son who were refusing to give in to each other and pretended to stand up to persuade them. Dad, you are so angry. Speak properly. But Lin Yuha looked at them coldly. Unlike in the past, when her father got angry, she would shrink aside in fear. Aunt Chu took the opportunity to coax her with soft words, which was why she fell into Aunt Chu's trap so easily. Seeing that his son was not buying it, Lin Yutang took out his anger on Lin Yuhao again. And you didn't want to marry into the Min family, but you had to run back to Xie Shuai's house, and you were so arrogant that you didn't want to leave. You have made me lose face. Hurry up and beat thee in your belly and marry into the Min family. I didn't agree with you marrying Xie Shuai in the past. It was your mother who insisted. Lin Yuha couldn't listen anymore and fought back. What about my mother? Without my mother, you can become the head of the village. Without my mother, you can have no worries about food and clothing. Without my mother, you are still an old servant running errands for others now. Lin Yuha's mother, Fong, was from a merchant family, and Lin Yutang was just a clerk in the Fong family. Later, after Lin Yuha's grandfather passed away, the Fong family's business gradually declined. No one found a good marriage for Fong, so she married Lin Yutang with a large dowry. Lin Yutang was ruthlessly torn off the fig leaf by his own daughter, and he was furious. Shut up, you evil girl. He slapped Lin Yuha and was about to hit her, but Lin Yuping grabbed his arm. With cold eyes, he said sternly, I will never let you hit He again. What she said is true. The noise in the main hall scared Xingjia and Yunjia, and they hurried into the kitchen to find Wu. Wu heard the noise and came out of the kitchen. Seeing that his two children did not take him seriously, Lin Yutang was furious and got angry at Wu at the door. Your daughter-in-law is useless. She has been married to Pinger for many years, but she can't give birth to a boy. Your aunt is kind enough to find a concubine for Pinger, but you are stopping her. What qualifications do you have to stop her? Wu's eyes immediately turned red when someone spoke to her about her true feelings. She wanted to leave, but was pulled in by Lin Yuping. He said with a firm look, She is my wife. Of course she has the right to stop me. I don't want a concubine. From now on, you have no right to interfere in our family, and My shop was left to me by my mother. If my father still wants to keep a little bit of face, he should stop interfering in my family's affairs. You evil son, you. Lin Yutang fell back heavily in the armchair in anger and couldn't speak for a long time. Chu was very angry. She didn't expect that the brother and sister suddenly changed their tempers, and her plan was in vain again. But she still had to pretend on the surface. Pinger, your father just has a bad temper. He is also doing this for your good. Today, we will go back first. After the two left, the brother and sister were also in a heavy mood. They were both grateful that their mother made two wisest choices. One was to let the two grain and oil shops belong to Lin Yuping, and the other was to let Lin Yuping divide the family. Lin Yutang completely changed his mind after marrying Aunt Chu and gave all the money he earned outside to Chu. Fong's dowry had to support a large family, and Fong had almost filled it up due to the high expenses. When Lin Yuhe married Xie Shuhui, Fong had less than 80 taels of private property left. She was already ill at that time, and first bought a piece of land for Lin Yuhe in Hongya village, which was the vegetable field behind Xie Shuhui's house, and then prepared 50 taels of silver for Lin Yuhe. It almost emptied her family's assets. Later, Lin Yuping was in charge of Fong's medicine money when she was sick. The next day, Lin Yuhe returned to the Xie family. Only Yun Jie and Cui were at home. Cui had been worried all night last night. Seeing Lin Yuhe coming back, she was still angry. She couldn't help but complain, in the future, if you don't come back, send someone to tell you that you are pregnant and you have to think about the baby in your belly. Lin Yuhe felt warm in her heart. I know, mother. Seeing the glutinous rice that was not used up in making zongzi yesterday drying in the yard, Lin Yuhe suddenly had an idea. Mom, this glutinous rice will not taste good if it is dried. Let me make rice cakes. Yunjie, who was playing with clay figurines in the yard, heard about rice cakes and cheered, great. Grandma likes rice cakes the most. Cui smiled a little embarrassedly. Lin Yuhe's mother Fong loved to make rice cakes. She was skillful and made them delicious. She would send them to them every time she made them. After Fong left, she hadn't eaten them for a long time. Cui was not good at making these kinds of crafts and was afraid of wasting rice. She would not try them easily. At this time, Cui's eyes softened a lot when she looked at Lin Yuhe. You are thoughtful. You go and boil water to wash the rice first, and I will grind it. Considering the child in her belly, Cui did not dare to let her do these heavy work. Cui had just dried the glutinous rice, so she did not need to soak it for a long time. She put it on the stone mill and ground it into rice paste. Then add icing sugar and yeast to ferment for an hour, and then it can be steamed over high heat. The two worked until noon and finally steamed the first pot. Lin Yuhe cut 2 pieces and let Yunjie and Cui taste them first. She then steamed the second pot. Yunjie had been eating zongzi these 2 days, and after eating this soft and slightly sweet rice cake, she kept saying that it was delicious. Cui also showed a satisfied smile. Seeing that she had ground a little too much this time, she said regretfully, Yuhe, our family only needs 1 pot. Grind too much. In such a hot day, it will go bad if we can't finish it. Lin Yuhe seemed to have a plan in advance. Mom, I will take the unfinished ones to the market to sell. Yesterday, I passed by the market and saw that those made of millet were sold for 3 cents. Ours is made of glutinous rice and is white and can be sold for 5 cents apiece. I'll go after steaming these 2 pots. Cui was stunned, thinking she had heard wrongly. Before, she asked Lin Yuhe to sell the unfinished eggs at home, and she felt ashamed. This time, she took the initiative to sell rice cakes. Cui was relieved. Turning around, she saw Xie Shuhui, who had returned to the yard at some point. His eyes were sweeping towards the kitchen. He had obviously heard what Lin Yuhe had just said. Why are you back? Come and try the rice cakes we made. Manager Li of Yueranjiwen in the Li mansion walked into Li Yunluo's room angrily. As soon as he entered the room, he drove out several maids in the room. Wen and Li Yunluo, who were embroidering, were frightened. I heard from your brother that you drove away the matchmaker of the Zhou family again today. The Zhou family is also a wealthy family in Xuyang, and their business has even reached the capital. Mr. Zhou has a good reputation and just passed the imperial examination this year. There are many families in Xuyang who want to marry their daughters to the Zhou family, but Mr. Zhou doesn't like them. Recently, Li Yunluo's reputation in Xuyang is very loud. The Zhou family took the initiative to propose marriage, and they didn't even want the legitimate daughter of the Li family. They specifically wanted to marry Li Yunluo, a concubine's daughter. The Li family is considered to be marrying up, so how can Mr. Li not be angry? Seeing her master so angry, Li Yunluo's concubine was a little scared and was about to explain for her daughter. Master Li immediately scolded, I didn't ask you, let her speak. Because of her daughter, Wen had earned a lot of money for the Li family during this period of time, and she was also honored in the mansion. Today, after being scolded by Master Li, she shrank back into her shell and dared not say anything. Li Yunluo hurriedly put down the embroidery frame in her hand, poured cold tea for her father, and brought it to him with a gentle attitude. Dad, why did the young master of the Zhou family choose me? Isn't it because he saw that my daughter has some business ability? If my daughter marries, she will have to make plans for his Zhou family. They also have a ready-made clothing shop. Then we will become enemies with our Li family. If my daughter marries, should she help her husband's family or her own family? Old Li's expression also froze. What Li Yunluo said hit the nail on the head. He had forgotten this point. The anger in his heart was immediately dissipated. But he was still very resentful of Li Yunluo's obsession with Xie Shuhuai. I think Xie Shuhuai has bewitched you. On your wedding day last time, Xie Shuhuai brought shame to our Li family. When he came to apologize, he wanted to cancel the engagement. I didn't even think he was poor, but he didn't know how to appreciate it, and you still didn't want to. I don't think he cares about you at all. Seeing that Li's father's tone was not as harsh as before, Li Yunluo took the opportunity to massage his legs and shoulders to please him.
Dad, calm down.
Brother Shuhuai doesn't want to drag me down, and he doesn't want me to be laughed at by others. He also wants to take advantage of this period of time for me to think about it carefully. If I had married like that day, it would be hard to say whether I was a wife or a concubine. I'm afraid that Dad would not be able to swallow this breath. He is very disgusted with Lin now. If it weren't for the child in his belly, he wouldn't keep Lin in the Xie family. Master Li was not easy to fool and continued to ask, "What's good about Xie Shuhuai? He is just a decent appearance. Now he is a child, and you are still obsessed with him. Dad, you promised your daughter that you would not stop your daughter's marriage if she helped you and your brother do the Li family's business." She didn't want to talk about this topic anymore, so she changed the subject quickly. Dad, last time I asked them to embroider different snacks and fruits on their skirts. My brother said that the batch of summer clothes sold very well. But it can't be limited to one pattern. Look, I have painted a lot of jewelry and small animals. I want my mother to try to see if it's good to embroider. Li Yunluo checked the space and found a lot of different patterns for her to use. As for the embroidery patterns on the clothes of Dajin, these new elements she added were indeed advanced and novel, which could attract the eyes of female guests. That woman didn't like jewelry, snacks, or small animals. She accurately grasped their preferences. Once they were sold, they received rave reviews and sold out in 1 or 2 days. Speaking of the recent business, Master Li was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Dad blamed you wrongly, my Yunluo is smart. Dad will not stop your marriage in the future. Just help your eldest brother well. After lunch, Lin Yuha packed the rice cakes and prepared to sell them at the market. Chui insisted on sending her to the intersection. Only Xie Shuhuai and Yun Jie were in the house. Yun Jie came to Xie Shuhuai's room with her hair loose and a clay figurine in her hand. Uncle, smell it. Is Yuner fragrant today? Lin Yuha saw Yun Jie always scratching her head. He washed her body and hair. Xie Shuhuai closed the book in his hand, smiled softly. It smells good. Yun Jie laughed and ran out of the house quickly. After a while, she brought back a brand new piece of fragrant soap, as if she had found a treasure. Before, in order to save money, Chui used soap beans. Yun Jie had only heard about it from others. She was very happy to have one after all this time. Uncle, look, it smells like osmanthus. My aunt bought it for Yuner. She said that Yuner has grown up and I will be the only one to use this soap in the future. I also bought it for my grandmother and uncle and put it in my grandmother's room. Xie Shuhuai's tightly pursed thin lips loosened slightly, his eyes were slightly restrained, and his expression was complicated and difficult to discern. Yun Jie is a chatterbox. Even when facing her taciturn uncle, she will never be stingy when she encounters happy things. Every time I hold Aunt Yunluo's hand, she refuses and even wipes it on her sleeve. She must not like the smell of Yuner. Yuner smells good, so Aunt Yunluo should like me and let me hold her hand. Xie Shuhuai's expression froze, and he didn't speak for a long time. Seeing her uncle distracted, Yun Jie asked, "Uncle, am I right? Xie Shuhui reached out and stroked Yunjie's hair that was messed up by the wind, and denied. No, Yun'er is overthinking. Aunt Yunluo likes Yuna. That's why she sends Yun'er delicious food. No one doesn't like Yun'er. Yunjie's eyes were clear, and she looked very much like Xie Shuhui's sister. At first glance, she looked a bit like Chui. She said crisply, "That's great. It scared me. I thought Aunt Yunluo didn't like Yun'er." Hearing Chui's footsteps coming back, Yunjie trotted out again. Xie Shuhui also followed out of the house, holding a piece of plain soft cotton cloth in his hand. "Mom, I bought the cotton cloth." Chui knew that he was talking about the cloth for sewing clothes for the baby in Lin Yue's belly, and said with a smile, "You, child, went to the county town early today just to buy cloth. When did you become so impatient? My grandson is less than 4 months old in your belly. It's too early. I have to make you a pair of cloth shoes first. The shoes on your feet are almost worn out." Xie Shuhui had long been accustomed to Chui's nagging. Suddenly, he took out a purse from his sleeve and handed it to Chui. Chui was unwilling to take it. "Mother, you don't have to. You can keep the money for yourself." Xie Shuhui's calm eyes suddenly showed an imperceptible solemnity. When he looked up at Chui, he regained his usual calmness. "Mother, I will go to the capital in 2 days. Don't let anyone mention it." Chui's expression tightened, and her heart was in her throat. "Okay. What are you going to the capital for?" Xie Shuhui was unwilling to explain more and brushed it off lightly. "To visit a teacher I had before. If you encounter something you can't solve, you can go to Chongqing Bookstore to find Manager Liang, or go to Yunxiang Academy to find Jinwen." Chui felt uneasy in her heart and grabbed Xie Shuhui's sleeve. "Huier, are you hiding something from your mother? I've never heard you mention that you have a teacher in the capital." Xie Shuhui's eyes were gentle, and he comforted her. "Mother, don't worry. I'm just going there to ask for advice on the imperial examination. The rice cakes made by Lin Yuha at the county market look good, taste good, and are freshly made." Not long after she arrived at the market, the rice cakes were sold out. 30 pieces, a total of 150 coins. It was her first time to sell things, and it was so smooth and she was in a good mood. Sweeping away her previous fatigue, she walked quickly. Seeing that it was getting early, she wanted to go see her brother and sister-in-law. However, the intersection of the market was blocked by donkey carts. She had to stop and wait, listening to the chatter of people on the roadside. Only the Ning Marquis family can have such a pomp. "I heard that all the merchants and officials in Xiang County have been invited. It won't be long. The old lady's birthday is on the 10th day of May. Isn't it 3 days later? It's time to do some shopping." Everyone was talking, and Lin Yuho realized that it was the people from the Marquis' mansion who came out to buy things for the old lady's birthday. The Ning Marquis' mansion is also a well-known wealthy family in Xiang County. The original surname of Ning Ho was Wei. He was a big tea merchant with business all over Dajin. Later, he became an imperial merchant. The eldest daughter of the Wei family was favored by the emperor and was made a concubine. Her family was also granted a title because of the honor and was able to be included in the Ho mansion. Such a noble family would not treat their old mother's 70th birthday lightly. Everyone was talking excitedly, but Lin Yuha remembered things from her previous life. The Ho mansion also invited a troupe of actors because there were too many guests and the stage at home could not accommodate them. The old lady was kind and wanted to invite ordinary people to watch the show, so the stage was moved to the abandoned training ground in the South City. She remembered that there were 2 consecutive days of singing, and it could be said that there were crowds of people. At that time, she and Aunt Chu went there alone. The show was good, and everyone was sunburned and had stars in their eyes. When they returned home, they were so thirsty that they drank a large cup of cold tea. After this incident, she was killed by Min Jiyuan a few days later. While lamenting the fate of her previous life, Lin Yuha also had a plan to make money in her mind. So now no one knows that the old lady will move the stage to the parade ground in the South City. She excitedly took a detour from the small path to her brother's shop and prepared for a long time. It was almost dark when she returned to Xie's house. She gave Chui 100 coins of the silver she earned from selling rice cakes today and only kept 50 coins for herself. If she wants to sell snacks in the future, she will need Chui's support. Chui was happy to see that she had changed so much. She was just too tired after running around for so long, so she went to bed early. The next morning, Lin Yuha was like a chicken blood injection. After breakfast, she took Yun Jie to the mountains to pick honeysuckle. In May, the mountains are full of honeysuckle. Chui thought she was going to sell the honeysuckle to the pharmacy, so she helped her dry the picked honeysuckle in the bamboo dustpan in the yard. For 2 consecutive days, Yun Jie followed Lin Yuha to run in the mountains to watch her sunburned face. Lin Yuha cut a lot of cattails and prepared to go home to weave a straw hat for her. After hearing this, Yun Jie was very excited and more motivated. After returning home, Lin Yuha measured the size of Yun Jie's head and took out the cattails to weave for her. This skill was learned by Lin Yuha from the servants in her family when she was a child. She can not only weave straw hats, but also other patterns. Half an hour later, the straw hat was woven, and a silly puppy was woven on the top of the head. Yun Jie liked it very much. She put it on her head and ran to Chui and Xie Shuhui to show off. When Xie Shuhui saw the dog on the straw hat, his face sank and he threw the carrying pole heavily to the ground. Yun Jie and Lin Yuha were so scared that they were stunned. You did all this to compete with others, right? Lin Yuha felt a sudden pain in her heart. She didn't understand what Xie Shuhui meant. She felt uncomfortable and her eyes were slightly red. Yun Jie didn't dare to speak and went into the kitchen. I don't care what your purpose is, anyway. I advise you not to waste your time. Lin Yuha was very sad and wanted to explain, but she couldn't say a word. Tears welled up in her eyes and flowed down her cheeks. After a long time, she found her voice again. I just made a straw hat for Yunner, and you said I was competing. Didn't I also make one for you on the year of our wedding, and I specially matched it with your zodiac sign? You threw it away, because the straw hat broke last year. What can I do? I know I was wrong in the past. I just want to be good to you and my family. Before, you remembered everything I did for you. Now that you have someone else in your heart, it's different. Lin Yuha was very sad. She returned to her room and closed the door heavily. Xie Shuhui stood in front of the water tank, motionless with a complicated expression. Chui knew her son's not in his heart, but she didn't know how to persuade him. Yun Jie rarely saw Xie Shuhui get so angry. She shrank behind Chui in fear, holding the straw hat tightly in her hand. Chui thought that Lin Yuha would quarrel with her son like in the past, and would either go back to her parents' home directly or lie in bed. Unexpectedly, she came out of the west room a moment later. She continued to pick honeysuckle in the mountains with a basket. She picked for 3 days in a row. On the 10th day of May, before dawn, Azu, a servant of Lin Yuping's family, used a bullock cart to pick Lin Yuha to go to the county town. Lin Yuha and Wu were busy in the kitchen until 3 p.m., and after a quick lunch, they asked their waiter Azu to take the 2 sisters-in-law to the abandoned training ground in the South City by ox cart. When they arrived, they could no longer see the stage. Soon after the news of the Marquis's mansion spread, almost the entire city was mobilized, and people were everywhere on the trees and walls. Wu was shocked. Little sister, you really have a good idea. Lin Yuha laughed. Sister-in-law, just wait for the money today. After the waiter helped them move the 3 large buckets of herbal tea, the 2 sisters-in-law set up a tea stall in the empty space next to them. At first, not many people bought it, but in less than half an hour, the business picked up. The 2 sisters-in-law used bamboo bowls to serve herbal tea, and the waiter sold straw hats next to them. When she went to Lin Yuping's house that day to tell her plan, the couple was dumbfounded, and seeing that Lin Yuha was so persistent, they couldn't persuade her, so they agreed to cooperate. They bought straw hats from several streets, almost more than 200 hats, and bought each hat for 5 cents and sold it for 10 cents. A bamboo bowl of herbal tea cost 5 cents, and the honeysuckle was picked by Lin Yuha herself on the mountain. The water was pumped from the well in Wu's backyard. Apart from the 2 cents cost of the bamboo bowl, they made 3 cents. Everyone came to join in the fun and relax. The old lady of the Marquis's mansion invited them to watch the opera, and usually they were stingy with 2 or 3 cents. Today, no one complained about the high price, and they even gave them a bamboo bowl. The 3 big wooden barrels were sold out quickly, and the waiter went back to move them. Lin Yuping stayed at home, watching the shop in front and taking care of the 2 children and going to the kitchen to make herbal tea. This cycle repeated itself. The waiter went back to move 3 times. It was not until the evening at twilight that the old lady led the guests back to eat. There was nothing they could do about the stage, and they had to continue singing in the evening. Lin Yuping closed the shop early in the evening and came here with 2 children and torches to help. The business at night was not as good as that during the day, but 3 buckets were sold. The next day, the straw hats were sold out. It lasted until the evening before they finished working. This time, Wu refused to accept Lin Yuha's money. Even the money for rewarding the clerks was paid by her brother. She was exhausted when she returned to Xie's house. After counting the silver, she made a net profit of 3 taels of silver, excluding the cost. She gave 1 tael to Cui and kept the other 2 taels for herself. It feels good to be able to earn money independently, which can make her forget all her worries. She can also regain confidence. Cui was puzzled in her heart. What kind of business can make so much money in 2 days? But she was too tired to say more. She didn't ask in detail. Yun Jie brought the meal to her room after it was ready in the evening. The next day, she slept until after breakfast before getting up. Since that day, she was severely scolded by Xie Shuhui for making straw hats for Yun Jie. Lin Yuha no longer took the initiative to talk to Xie Shuhui. After dinner, Lin Yuha went to the back of the house to pick up some yellow cabbage leaves to feed the chickens. Cui was drying bedding in the yard. Yuha, go and take the bedding from Shuhui's room out to dry. Lin Yuha knew that Xie Shuhui didn't want her to enter his room. She didn't want to make herself unhappy and get scolded again. She just stood in front of the wooden window and said, "Mother said, let you take the bedding out to dry." She heard rustling sounds outside the house, and after a while, Xie Shuhui took the bedding out and dried it on the fence. Although she felt wronged, she still had some greed in her eyes when she saw Xie Shuhui coming out of the house. Her 2 eyes followed him unconsciously. She was too engrossed in watching him and was caught by Xie Shuhui, and she withdrew her gaze sadly. She went into her room. Lin Yuha was too busy these 2 days. After all, she was pregnant and obviously felt that her body was a little overwhelmed. I plan to take a good rest in the next 2 days and dare not overwork. Except for helping Cui cook and lighting the fire in the stove, I didn't do anything else. The weather is warmer, and Cui's health has improved a lot. Unlike in winter, she almost never left the bed. Yun Jie couldn't sit still. Seeing that Lin Yuha didn't go to the mountain, she took Momo to the back of the house to climb trees and pick fruits to eat. When Lin Yuha was half asleep, she heard Yun Jie crying behind the house. Cui trotted out of the yard. Lin Yuha followed closely behind, and at the corner of the yard, she heard Cui quarreling with others. Lin Yuha quickly rushed to the back of the house and saw Su Posey pushing Cui. Momo bared his teeth and kept yelling at Su Posey. Lin Yuha shouted, "Stop it." Yun Jie saw Lin Yuha coming, as if she saw a savior. She cried sadly, "Aunt, Sister Tao stole my apricots, and when I refused to give them to her, she hit me. Her grandmother also pushed my grandmother." Mrs. Su saw that it was Lin Yuha, who looked fearless. It's just a fight between children. How can it be taken seriously? Tower, let us go. This family is very shameless. Don't blackmail us. Cui watched the 2 grandparents leave and did not intend to pursue the matter. However, Lin Yuha stretched out her hands and stopped them. "You are not allowed to leave." Mrs. Su said impatiently, "What do you want to do?" Lin Yuha pulled Sister Yun over and asked, "Yuner, where did she hit you just now?" Sister Yun wiped her cheek, and the 2 pale pink marks on it were very obvious. It has come to this, and Mrs. Su not only did not let her granddaughter apologize, but also did not care about it in public and looked arrogant. Seeing this, Lin Yuha was furious and encouraged, "Yuner, fight back." Sister Yun was used to tolerance and shook her head in fear. Lin Yuha coaxed her, "If you don't want to fight back, your aunt won't force you." But you have to know that after this, you will only be bullied by Sister Tao. Today, she dared to hit you at the doorstep, not to mention other places. Chui suddenly realized that Lin Yuha was also talking to her. In Hongye village, no matter how cautious her family was, they would not take his Xie family seriously. The granddaughter she brought up out of cowardice was also timid and would only be bullied. Chui felt guilty and finally spoke. Yun'er, Tawa hit your face so hard that it's swollen. Listen to your aunt and give it back. Mrs. Su protected her granddaughter behind her and said sarcastically, Miss Lin, why do you, an outsider, care about other people's business? Xie Shuhuai doesn't want you anymore, so why are you still trying so hard? Whether Xie Shuhuai wants me or not is his business. What does it have to do with you? Do you want to marry him too? Then I'm afraid you will have to wait in line behind your daughter. As far as I know, your daughter stuffed a handkerchief into Xie Shuhuai's pocket 3 months ago.
You.
Mrs. Su was so angry that her fingers trembled. She was a little guilty and didn't dare to quarrel with Lin Yuha. Mrs. Su's daughter was discussing marriage with the youngest son of the village chief. She was afraid of the gossips of the villagers, so her arrogance was much lower. Seeing that these two people were not easy to deal with today, Mrs. Su protected Tao Jie in her arms. Tao Jie was also a little scared and not as arrogant as before. Encouraged by Lin Yuha's eyes, Chui pulled Su Posey over, and Yun Jie finally mustered up the courage to fight back. Tao Jie burst into tears. Su Posey saw that she couldn't beat Lin Yuha and the others, so she had to take Tao Jie away first. Chui was worried, Yuha, that Su Posey will probably bring her family to make trouble. Mom, she doesn't dare. The three turned around and saw Xie Shuhuai appear in front of them. Xie Shuhuai raised his hand and rubbed the red marks on Yunjie's face, with a look of heartache in his eyes. Then a chill spread from the bottom of his eyes, and he said in a firm tone, Uncle doesn't blame you. Yunjie fought well. Lin Yuha was a little surprised. She thought Xie Shuhuai would blame her for being nosy, but he supported her. She felt a little happy in her heart, and finally she agreed with her. After dinner in the evening, Lin Yuha saw Chui making pancakes in the kitchen. Judging from the batter in the basin, she was afraid that she would only make 1 or 2 pancakes. Lin Yuha was wondering no one was going far away. Going far away. Her mind was startled, and her heart was pounding. She remembered that tomorrow was May 13th, the day Xie Shuhuai was going to the capital. She trembled all over. In her previous life, Xie Shuhuai almost died on the way. According to Xie Shuhuai's disgust for her, Lin Yuha knew that she could not stop him at all. She was afraid that no one would believe her reason and they would think she was crazy. Chui always listened to Xie Shuhuai's arrangements on major matters and would not listen to her nonsensical reasons. Lin Yuha was in the west room and heard Chui finish baking the pancakes and close the door of the kitchen. She still couldn't think of a way to stop Xie Shuhuai. She fell asleep unknowingly, and the image of Xie Shuhuai covered in blood appeared in her mind again. No matter how she shouted, he didn't move. She was very scared. The suffocation in the dream woke her up painfully, and she immediately sat up from the bed. She was so scared that she was soaked, changed into a single set of clothes, and didn't dare to lie down and continue to sleep. The scene in the dream was actually the situation that Xie Shuhuai really encountered in his previous life. At that time, she was just a wandering soul following Xie Shuhuai and couldn't help him at all. She could only watch Xie Shuhuai finally lose his strength and fall to the ground seriously injured. At that moment, she was extremely desperate. In this life, Xie Shuhuai was going to Beijing to take risks again. How could she not be afraid? While she was uneasy, she heard the sound of the door opening in the east room opposite. Xie Shuhuai had prepared the baggage last night, and he did not wake up Chui. At midnight, the moon was high in the sky. He closed his door and left, and Momo came up to him, wagging his tail happily. Xie Shuhuai reached out and patted Momo's head, then strode out of the yard in the bright moonlight. When he reached the vegetable patch behind the house, he paused, his eyes dim, and he said in a low voice, "Don't follow me anymore, go back." Lin Yuha took a few steps to Xie Shuhuai. With tears in her eyes, "Xie Shuhuai, you're going to the capital, right?" Xie Shuhui showed a hint of surprise on his cold face, but soon returned to his indifference, and without explaining, he pushed Lin Yuhe away and left. Lin Yuhe was unwilling to give up and chased after him. You can't go. You'll be in danger if you go this time. There are other prescriptions that can solve the problem. Go find Master Chen from Yunxiang Academy. He is the son-in-law of Master Meng. Do you believe me? Xie Shuhui suddenly turned around, grabbed her wrist, and said coldly, How do you know all this?
Who are you?
What are you going to do? Lin Yuhe didn't hide either. She raised her hand to wipe the tears from her face and tried to stay calm. I dreamed about it. I married you at the age of 14, and we slept together at the age of 15. On the wedding night, I bit your nose because I was scared. That night, Xie Shuhui looked stern and growled, Enough. Do you want to confirm again? Suddenly, the sky darkened, and the bright moonlight just now disappeared without a shadow. Only a vague light could be seen. Xie Shuhui didn't want to continue to entangle with her, so he let go of Lin Yuhe and strode away. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuhe hugged Xie Shuhui's waist from behind and choked up. I just had a dream. It was a bad dream. Don't go. Just consider it as my plea to you. I know you hate me, but for the sake of our child, don't go. Her soft and warm touch made Xie Shuhui tremble slightly and look stunned. But soon, Xie Shuhui reacted and forced her hands apart. Lin Yuhe hugged again. After repeating several times, Xie Shuhui finally lost his patience. He wanted to press her acupuncture points, but Lin Yuhe saw through it, so she dodged immediately. Xie Shuhui took the opportunity to leave. He used Qinggong and jumped up and down a few times. His figure could no longer be seen on the path. Lin Yuhe was extremely flustered. She cried and jogged, and the road was dark again. She was not careful and tripped over a stone on the road. Her forehead hit the big tree next to her heavily. She covered her stomach and climbed up despite the pain and continued to chase. Without looking at her feet, she fell down again, and the moment she landed on the ground, she was lifted up into the air and landed in Xie Shuhui's arms. She grabbed Xie Shuhui's clothes tightly. Husband, don't go. This tossing also exhausted Lin Yuhe's strength. Seeing Xie Shuhui coming back, she was finally relieved. She was too sleepy and nervous, and fainted when she relaxed. At this moment, heavy rain suddenly came, accompanied by rumbling thunder. Xie Shuhui carried Lin Yuhe and went home quickly. Cui was also awakened by the thunder. She got up and went to Xie Shuhui's room, but there was no figure. The moment before, she was still worried about such a heavy rain, wondering if her son had arrived at the dock in the county town. The next moment, her son came out of the rain holding Lin Yuhe. The clothes of the two were soaked. Cui's face turned pale, and she exclaimed, Huai, what happened? Xie Shuhui had no time to explain and carried Lin Yuhe into the room. Cui lit the oil lamp and followed in. She called out to Lin Yuhe on the bed several times, but she didn't respond. She felt a little depressed and quickly took off her dress from the bed frame. Huai, go out. I'll change her clothes first. As soon as Xie Shuhui left the room, he heard Cui's voice. Oh my God. He turned back and saw that there was a trace of blood between Lin Yuhe's legs. Cui hurriedly pulled down her skirt, and before she could say anything, Xie Shuhui didn't even change his wet clothes and hurried out of the yard. Cui said anxiously, Huai, where are you going? Xie Shuhui didn't respond, and his figure quickly disappeared in the heavy rain. He left and didn't come back for a long time. Cui was still in shock and boiled hot water to wash Lin Yuhe's body. At dawn, Xie Shuhui invited Dr. Ji back. After carefully examining the pulse, he said, The baby in Madame Lin's belly is fine. Fortunately, she is in good health. When his eyes moved to the wound on Lin Yuhe's forehead that was about to break the skin, he warned again, Remember not to bump it again in the future. Let her be extremely careful. Not every time can be so lucky. Don't overwork her. Let her stay at home and take good care of herself during this period. When Lin Yuhe woke up, it was already noon. Yun Jie was guarding her bedside, with a distressed look on her face. Aunt, you're awake. Does your forehead hurt? Yuna will it for you. Lin Yuha was still a little confused for a moment. She slowly got up and saw the heavy rain outside through the half-open door. Then she came to her senses. Chui came in with food and put it on the table beside the bed. Her face was a little gloomy, and she said unhappily, "Don't go anywhere in the past half-month. Take good care of her at home. It's only been a short while since you've been at peace." Huair makes a fuss when she goes on a long trip, and she doesn't even care about the baby in her belly. Hearing about the child, Lin Yuha subconsciously touched her belly to see that the child was still there. She breathed a sigh of relief and continued to ask, "Mother, where is my husband?" Speaking of her son, Chui was worried again. He was caught in the heavy rain last night and caught a cold. He is still running a fever now. He didn't get better after taking the medicine just now. Lin Yuha's heart was beating fast. Fortunately, Xie Shuhuai didn't insist on going to the capital. Hearing Xie Shuhuai's cough from time to time, she was a little worried standing in front of the wooden window. She wanted to go into the house to take a look, but when she thought of Xie Shuhuai's murderous eyes, she backed off. The rain didn't stop until midnight. The next day, the weather got a little better. Xie Shuhuai's fever symptoms still did not improve. Chui woke him up and asked him to drink medicine. He didn't even eat a bite of the food that was brought in. Lin Yuha felt a little uneasy. When she was combing Yun Jie's hair in the room, she heard her sister-in-law's voice outside the room. Wu was carrying a heavy basket of things. Chui hurriedly welcomed her into the room. "Mingxiu girl, you are here. I feel guilty for bringing so many things every time. Aunt, we are all family. There is no need to be so polite. My little sister still needs your care." Yesterday was Xing Jie's birthday and Lin Yuha didn't come. Lin Yuping kept muttering to himself for a long time. Wu saw it, and of course he was happy when she mentioned sending some snacks to Lin Yuha. She brought over half a chicken that had not been stewed, half a knife of meat that had not been cooked, and the meat patties that had been wrapped. As soon as she entered the west room, Wu saw the wound on Lin Yuha's forehead, and then she realized something was wrong. Wu asked about it, but Lin Yuha didn't want to ask more. It was Yun Jie who said that Lin Yuha had fallen yesterday. Wu couldn't help but feel scared, and repeatedly asked her to be careful in the future. Then, Wu used a sweet-scented osmanthus candy to send Yun Jie away. She moved closer to Lin Yuha and whispered, "Little sister, the young master of the Min family came to our shop the day before yesterday and said he wanted to see you, but your brother refused. It seems that he won't give up. You should stay at home for the next 2 days. If you are seen by someone, you can't explain it." Lin Yuha asked in confusion, "My brother has returned the betrothal gifts to the Min family. What else does he want?" Wu was also confused about this matter. "We don't know what his purpose is. Anyway, we should stay away from him. Your brother asked me to come to see you today to tell you this." Wu was busy to begin with. After finishing her business, she left in a hurry. Lin Yuha had another worry in her heart. Before, although she and Min Jiyuan were engaged, they didn't meet many times, and every time they met, they were accompanied by Aunt Chu. The two didn't have much contact in private, and she was not afraid because she was open-minded. But she had to guard against the other party's insidious tricks. Her sister-in-law was right. If you can avoid it, it will also be good for you. Not long after Wu left, Lin Yuha heard Momo's cry. Judging from Momo's voice, it must be someone that the Xie family didn't welcome. Then, Lin Yuha heard Chui's somewhat unhappy voice outside the house. "The village chief is here. What's the matter?" In Hongya village, not only did the villagers deliberately make things difficult for the Xie family, but the village chief also made trouble for the Xie family on a daily basis. The village wants to renovate the ancestral hall, and every household needs to pay money. The ancestral hall is in good condition. What is there to renovate? Lin Yuha guessed that his family was going to marry a daughter-in-law and needed money, so she found such an excuse. Chui's face also darkened. "How much silver do we have to pay?" "Other families pay 500 coins, and your family is an outsider, so you have to pay 1 or 2 taels of silver. If that family doesn't pay, their water supply will be cut off. I'll come to collect it in 2 days, so think of ways to prepare it these days." After saying this, the village chief left. There is only one big well in the village, and 20 to 30 families in Hongye village draw water from it. The ancient well has been there for more than 100 years, and the water is good. There is no shortage of water even in drought years. Chui was resentful and angry. Other things can be ignored, but getting water is a big deal. Every time the village chief's family does something, they have to plunder it.
Especially for their family.
Chui had a sad face. She had long been accustomed to Xie Shuhuai making decisions on major matters. Lin Yuha heard the village chief's words clearly in the house. She walked to Chui and comforted her. Mom, don't worry, I have the money. But it's not like this. I will find a way to make him shut up. Chui didn't believe it. They were both weak women. What could she do? Yuha, why don't you go and talk to your father? The village chief is afraid of your father. Lin Yuha smiled bitterly. Mom, my father has changed a long time ago. He has the same disgusting face as the village chief. I insisted on giving birth to the baby in my belly, and I had a complete falling out with him. Chui no longer had any hope. Compared with the baby in Lin Yuha's belly, this matter was nothing. For lunch, Chui cooked white rice porridge, ate the meat pie brought by Wu, and picked up some pickled vegetables. Yun Jie sat at the table and ate obediently. Chui held the porridge and vegetables in her hands, and her hands were not empty. Let Lin Yuha send the soup medicine to Xie Shuhuai's room. Lin Yuha was stunned for a long time without moving. When she returned to Xie's house, she always remembered Xie Shuhuai's warning and never entered his east room. It was not until Chui reminded her again that she followed him into the house with the medicine bowl. Xie Shuhuai's fever had not subsided yet, and he was so feverish that he fell asleep again after drinking the medicine. He did not eat a single bite of porridge. Lin Yuha stood aside, nervous and worried. She was nervous that Xie Shuhuai would kick her out, and worried that his fever would not subside. Mother, why don't we use fourth uncle as ox cart to send my husband to the county town tomorrow? How can he bear it if he drags on like this? Chui sighed. Tonight is the last dose of medicine. If he doesn't get better tomorrow, take him there. Dr. G's medical skills are good. Don't worry, Shuhuai has a good foundation and he will be fine. She said this, not only to comfort Lin Yuha, but also to comfort herself. After Chui left with the medicine bowl, Lin Yuha did not leave. Looking at Xie Shuhuai, whose face was flushed and brows were slightly wrinkled, lying on the bed, Lin Yuha still felt a little distressed. She wrung out the soaked towel in the wooden basin and gently wiped Xie Shuhuai's cheeks and palms. Then she opened his collar and wiped his body. Xie Shuhuai's body was burning hot, and he was greedy for the sudden coolness. He grabbed the towel and didn't let go. Lin Yuha's heart was soft, and she let him pull. She changed another towel and continued to wipe him. Her movements were skillful and natural, without a trace of restraint. Even though Xie Shuhuai was as indifferent to her as a stranger. But her feelings for Xie Shuhuai still remained in the past, and should be stronger than before. All the good memories of the previous life seemed to be related to Xie Shuhuai, and the only warmth in those loneliness was also brought to her by Xie Shuhuai. After wiping her body, she stopped her movements. She began to look at everything in the room. The things in the room remained unchanged. Opposite the bed was Xie Shuhuai's desk, which was placed by the window. On one side is a long table and a wardrobe. It seems to have changed again, becoming more deserted. In the past, she often picked some wild flowers from the mountains, put them in pottery vases, and placed them on Xie Shuhuai's desk. Even if Xie Shuhuai didn't like these flowers and plants, he would not throw them away, because Lin Yuha liked them. Sometimes he would pick some of them himself. Now, let alone flowers, even the vases are gone. A wave of sleepiness came over her, and Lin Yuha fell asleep while holding Xie Shuhuai's hand tightly. Suddenly, her hand was shaken away. Her sleepy eyes met Xie Shuhuai's cold eyes. She became much more awake instantly. Xie Shuhuai looked sick and said coldly, "Get out." Lin Yuha raised her eyes suddenly, and her lips trembled slightly. She was sad and couldn't say a word. Crystal tears in her eyes rolled down one by one. Xie Shuhuai turned a blind eye and repeated in a heavier tone, "Get out." Lin Yuha suddenly stood up and choked up. You hate me so much that you won't even let me into your room. You just think I'm unclean, right? But apart from you, I've never been intimate with that man. Hearing the quarrel, Chui came out of her room. Seeing Lin Yuha walking out of Xie Shuhuai's east room with tears streaming down her face. Worried about the baby in her belly, she couldn't help but scold her son. Huai'er, what are you doing? Have you forgotten what Dr. Ji told you? She is pregnant with your child and has been worried about your health these 2 days. She went into the east room to take care of you. Xie Shuhuai's eyes were dazed. He closed his eyes for a moment to suppress the complicated emotions in his eyes and lay back on the bed. He still held the cold handkerchief in his hand, and the faint fragrance of Lin Yuha was still in the room, which came to him. Chui saw that his clothes were open and thought he was hot. Huai'er, you have a fever, and your clothes are damp. Mother will go and boil some hot water for you, take a bath, and change into light clothes. Xie Shuhuai turned his back to Chui and replied, Mother, I don't want to take a bath or change clothes. You go out first. The next day, Xie Shuhuai's fever not only subsided, but he also stopped coughing, but his face was a little pale. Although Lin Yuha was angry, she didn't miss a meal or do anything she was supposed to do. She just didn't get close to Xie Shuhuai or talk to him. Not long after breakfast, Li Yunluo brought Dongyue to the Xie family again. Dongyue was carrying 2 bundles in her hands. Chui warmly welcomed them into the house, and Dongyue opened the bundle, which contained summer clothes for the whole family. Yunjie jumped up with joy. Aunt Yunluo, you are so nice. Smelling the fragrance on Li Yunluo's body, Yunjie said carefully, Aunt Yunluo, Yuner took a bath with scented soap. Can I hold your hand? Li Yunluo's expression froze, and she glanced at Xie Shuhuai at the door and immediately bent down, hugged Yunjie in her arms, and said softly, Yuna smells so good and not only wants to hold your hand, but also hug you. Yunjie was very happy and laughed. Xie Shuhuai's mouth corners slightly raised, and his face showed tenderness. Li Yunluo let go of Yunjie, took out a sachet from her arms, and said shyly, Brother Shuhuai, this is embroidered by Yunluo herself. I forgot to give it to you on the Dragon Boat Festival. This scene happened to be seen by Lin Yuha, who came out of the west room. Her eyes dimmed, and she turned back and closed the door gently, isolating herself in this corner. Li Yunluo was full of affection. Xie Shuhuai had a tender look on his face. Mutual affection refers to 2 people. She saw with her own eyes that her ex-husband admired another woman. It would be a lie to say that it didn't hurt. Bitter tears rolled down her cheeks. After a moment, she suddenly smiled and talked to herself to cheer herself up. Lin Yuha, don't be sad. Isn't there still half a year? Even if Xie Shuhuai finally marries Li Yunluo, you have tried your best. Just consider it as paying off your past debt to Xie Shuhuai. After wiping away her tears, she regained her spirits, took out a piece of cotton cloth from the box, and began to cut clothes for the baby in her belly. This cotton cloth was prepared by her mother when she got married. She said that this cloth was soft and breathable, just right for making clothes for the child. She was not good at sewing clothes, so she cut them according to the clothes that Xing Jie wore when she was just born, which was much simpler. She focused on the task at hand and didn't know how long it had been, and the sounds outside the house gradually disappeared. The door was suddenly pushed open, and Yunjie trotted in happily. She was wearing new clothes. After walking around the room, she asked, Aunt, does my new skirt look good? Lin Yuha raised her eyes, stopped what she was doing, and replied, It looks good. Yuner is good-looking and looks good in anything. Yuner sat down on the bed happily, tilted her head, and said seriously, Then, Aunt, take me with you next time you go to Sister Xinger's house. I'll wear this new dress, okay? Lin Yuha gently rubbed her chubby cheeks and smiled. Okay, as long as your grandmother agrees, I will take you not only to Sister Xinger's house. Aunt will also take you to the temple fair next month. Then Aunt will make a bun for you and put 2 silk flowers on you, and then our Yuner will be a little fairy. Yuner laughed non-stop. Xie Shuhuai, who was standing under the eaves, heard the cheerful voices of the 2 people in the house and turned into the east room. After Xie Shuhuai recovered, He took the opportunity to go to Chongqing bookstore in the county town while finishing copying the book. When manager Liang saw that the person was Xie Shuhuai, his cold attitude changed immediately. He invited Xie Shuhuai to the private room on the second floor and asked someone to serve tea. Shuhuai, why do you have the leisure to sit down today? In the past, you just took the book and left. Xie Shuhuai did not bother to be polite with him and said directly, what is the background of Master Chen from Yunxiang Academy? Manager Liang's real name is Liang Yozhen, the young master of the Shuyang royal merchant Liang family. This person has a strange personality and is unwilling to take over the family business, let alone pass the imperial examination to become an official. Usually there are not many friends around him. If there are people with interests and hobbies, that is another matter. Although this person has no ambition for fame, he knows everything about the court of the Jin dynasty, the market, and the rivers and lakes. He does not want to make close friends with others. What he likes to do most is to read a lot of books and inquire about news from everywhere. Liang's father was very doting on his youngest son, almost fulfilling his every request. Calling him shopkeeper actually makes him look old. He is the same age as Xie Shuhuai, 19 this year. He drowned when he was 15 and was saved by Xie Shuhuai. After that, the two became familiar with each other. Hearing Xie Shuhuai mentioning serious matters, Liang Yozhen put away his playful mood and said solemnly, this person has a background. He is the son-in-law of the prince's tutor, Meng Shangrong. After hearing what Lin Yu has said, Xie Shuhuai froze in place. His pupils, as calm as ink, shrank noticeably. Liang Yozhen didn't notice Xie Shuhuai's change and said to himself, he passed the imperial examination in the 20th year of Zhaoda and was once a Longzhong of the Ministry of Works. Perhaps he couldn't stand the intrigues in the court. After his wife passed away, the eldest daughter of Lord Meng, she resigned from her official position and took her youngest son back to her hometown, Guangling County. I'm afraid that Lord Taifu will be very disappointed. He is in need of people, but his son-in-law resigned from his official position. Liang Yozhen admired Lord Meng, who he called him. This man was an honest official and was willing to speak for poor students. He was also a clear stream in the court. If he hadn't tried his best to protect the prince and participated in the party power struggle. In Liang Yozhen's eyes, he was also a perfect official. Later, the principal of Yunxiang Academy asked Qin Jinzhan many times before he was willing to teach at the academy, specifically teaching the students who failed the exam. In the past 2 years, Yunxiang Academy has had a lot more students who passed the exam, and this is inseparable from his contribution. Xie Shuhuai had heard the following information from Zhu Jinwen. Liang Yozhen suddenly changed the subject and asked, why, do you want to enter Yunxiang Academy?
Yes.
Liang Yozhen was surprised and said, you didn't have this plan in the past. Now I have it. Xie Shuhuai did not hide it. The tuition at Yunxiang Academy is not low. I will prepare money for you. When you are free, just leave me a painting. Liang Yozhen knew that Xie Shuhuai was not rich, but he seldom asked him for help. He thought to himself that Xie Shu finally asked him this time, which was a relief for him. Unexpectedly, Xie Shuhuai said, thank you. Not for now. In the evening, Chun Jinzhan came out of the academy. Before he got into the carriage, he saw a tall and handsome young man walking towards him. Although he was wearing a coarse cloth gown, his outstanding temperament could not hide his scholarly air. His eyes were cold and contained a calmness that was not in line with his age. Young people who can have this kind of bearing are generally born into high-ranking noble families or are the sons of aristocratic families with strong family backgrounds. It was rare for him to see this in a commoner's son today, and he couldn't help feeling a little surprised. Chun Jinzhan did not ignore the visitor and leave as he usually did because he did not want to deal with strangers. He stood there subconsciously. The other party also stopped 4 or 5 steps away from him, bowed and said, I, Xie Shuhuai, a poor student, greet you, sir. I dare to recommend myself here and hope that you can give me a chance to enter the academy. Chun Jinzhan looked at him with scrutiny and asked, enter the academy? If the dean agrees, just pay the tuition. No need to come to me. Xie Shuhuai stood up and saluted again. Thank you for the reminder, sir. If Lord Meng tells me to, I will come to you if I have anything. I wonder if you are willing to give me this opportunity, sir. Chun Jingjian narrowed his eyes slightly, and his usually gentle expression suddenly turned cold. He looked at this young man carefully again. He had been in officialdom for many years, but this was the first time he had seen someone recommend him without being humble or arrogant. Such people are either extremely talented or have outstanding abilities. On the contrary, it is just a way to attract attention. Xie Shuhuai looked at Chen Jingjian with a frank gaze. After a moment, Chen Jingjian asked, "How far have you come in the imperial examination?" Xie Shuhuai calmly replied, "To answer your question, Master, I failed the examination in March this year." Chen Jingjian raised the corners of his mouth slightly, with a hint of sneer in his eyes. "All the students I taught are those who failed the exam. There is nothing special about you. I am afraid that I will disappoint you." After he finished speaking, he raised his foot to leave, feeling a little disappointed. "Sir, please stay. The reason why I failed the exam is different from others." Xie Shuhuai did not move and said in a firm tone, "The reason why I failed the exam is not due to my own reasons, but external factors." Chun Jingjian turned around abruptly, his expression complicated, and there was a moment of struggle in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he said, "Get in the carriage and follow me." The carriage stopped at a quiet and elegant courtyard not far from the academy. Xie Shuhuai followed closely behind Chen Jingjian and entered the yard. What surprised him was that it was not as luxurious as he had imagined, but rather simple in every way. There are not many servants in the courtyard. Xie Shuhuai guessed that this must not be his usual residence. Chen Jingjian took Xie Shuhuai directly into the study. After asking Xie Shuhuai to take a seat, Chen Jingjian went straight to the point. "I want to test you. The topic Chen has proposed is, discuss in detail the key points of building a country and maintaining peace. It's just a test on the 4 books, the meaning of the classics and history, and you just need to finish it before 11 p. them tonight." He started writing quickly as he spoke, and a moment later, the topic appeared on the paper. The attendant beside him handed the question to Xie Shuhuai. Xie Shuhuai stood up, took it with both hands, bowed. "Thank you, sir." Chun Jingjian had important matters to attend to at the academy, and instructed the attendant beside him. "You stay today and prepare writing materials for Mr. Xie." "Yes, sir." That night, when Chun Jingjian returned to the villa after finishing his work at his own residence, it was already 10:15. It was still 2 quarters to the hour of high that he had mentioned. He was afraid of disturbing Xie Shuhuai, so he didn't go directly into the study. "I wanted to wait in the guest room first." As soon as he entered the yard, the personal guard came up to him. "Master, Mr. Xie finished answering the test paper at 2:15 p.m. He is waiting in the study right now." Chun Jingjian had a look of surprise but also some joy and quickly went to the study. Xie Shuhuai stood up to greet him and presented his large answer sheet, which was several feet long. Chun Jingjian was attracted by Xie Shuhuai's neat, symmetrical and round regular script at first sight. His writing is elegant and vigorous, and every reveals his solid calligraphy skills. A closer look reveals that his theories on state governance are unique, logically rigorous, and well-reasoned. The article has an exquisite structure, delicate emotions, and brilliant literary talent. Chun Jingjian's eyes were gleaming with excitement. After watching it once, he already had the answer in his mind. Watching it again, just for appreciation. After putting down the book, Chun Jingjian said decisively, "Come to Yinxiang Academy tomorrow, and I will help you with the tuition issue." Xie Shuhuai looked solemn and calm. "Thank you, sir. I'll take my leave." Chun Jingjian was very satisfied to see him keeping his composure. "Okay." After Xie Shuhuai left, the personal guard asked, "Master, do you believe that the Grand Tutor knows Mr. Xie?" Chun Jingjian held the teacup and chuckled. "This is not important. What's important is that my father-in-law is in need of such a person. I can't share his worries, but I have done my part to find a suitable candidate for him. Go and check this person's background." "Yes." It was late at night when he returned home. Neither Cui nor Lin Yuhe slept. How could people not be worried when Xie Shuhuai went out without saying a word for the entire day? Seeing that the people returned safely, Chui scolded. Where did you go? You didn't let anyone bring back any news. Do you know how worried we are? Lin Yuha said nothing and stood beside Chui. When Xie Shuhui raised his eyes, he met her worried gaze. The two looked at each other and then looked away. Chui kept nagging. Didn't you say you were only going to the bookstore to hand in the books? Why did you come back so late? Yuha and I just waited at the intersection for a long time with torches. Facing Chui's complaints, Xie Shuhui just replied lightly, Mother, starting tomorrow, the child will be able to study at Yunxiang Academy. Chui was stunned where she was. Lin Yuha couldn't even believe that he was willing to go to Yunxiang Academy. Zhu Jinwen had come to persuade him several times in the past and even promised to help pay the tuition first. Xie Shuhui remained indifferent and looked unmoved. Could it be that he really believed what he said? Xie Shuhui entered the kitchen and picked up the warm food from the pot. Chui hesitated and said, Huire, you went out for a day today to borrow tuition. How much silver did you borrow? Xie Shuhui put the food on the table, turned and looked at Chui. Mother, I didn't borrow any money. I don't need tuition. This time, not to mention Chui, even Lin Yuha was stunned. There are such good things. As long as she didn't have to borrow money, Chui would be happy. Without asking any more questions, he just gave a few instructions and went back to his room. Lin Yuha was reluctant to leave. When she heard Chui close the door, she asked, You won't take risks in the capital again, right? Xie Shuhui paused while picking up the dishes and said coldly, My affairs have nothing to do with you. You don't need to ask. Lin Yuha was unwilling to be always treated coldly by him and retorted, I know that your affairs have nothing to do with me. But your safety is related to the baby in my belly. I am asking for my child. Whether you answer or not is your business. Anyway, I asked. The next day, after Xie Shuhui got up, he went to the kitchen and saw that it was not Chui who was busy, but Lin Yuha. Seeing that he was still wearing the same coarse cloth gown as before, he was puzzled. Li Yunluo had given him so many new clothes. Why didn't he wear them? Xie Shuhui was a little surprised and asked, Where is Mother? Mother said that she is not feeling well. Xie Shuhui has always been filial. He asked Chui at her door and went back to the kitchen for breakfast only after knowing that she was fine. Lin Yuha cooked millet porridge and made fried cakes. These fried cakes were brought by Wu and were kept cold with well water. Xie Shuhui drank the porridge, ate a fried cake, and got up to leave. But Lin Yuha stopped him. We will bring you lunch. Since you are going to the academy, calm down and study hard. Then, without waiting for Xie Shuhui to refuse, she went back to the west room. When Chui and Yun Jie got up, the breakfast was already on the chopping board. Chui was relieved, but also worried about Lin Yuha's health. Yuha, I'll be fine after taking the medicine today. In the future, I'll get up and make Shuhui's breakfast. You take a good rest.
Mom, I've fine.
Dr. G said that as long as I don't get bumped, I'll be fine. Later, when you stop coughing, help me pick some apricots. Yunner and I will pick some wild fruits. I want to make fruit juice. When I deliver food to my husband, I'll carry it outside the academy to buy some. There are still many bamboo bowls left from the last time I sold herbal tea, so there's no need to worry about not having utensils to serve. With the money I earn, I can buy more meat to nourish my husband. Chui smiled from ear to ear, but she felt something was wrong. Will the people in the academy chase us away? Lin Yuha was not worried. We'll know if they chase us away after we try. If the academy can't sell, I'll go to the market. Yun Jie jumped for joy when she heard that she could go to the mountains to pick wild fruits again. She loved running to the mountains the most, and she was bored these days. Yun Jie finished the oil cake in 2 bites, picked up the basket, and left. Lin Yuha remembered that Xie Shuhui was still wearing old clothes in the morning and asked curiously, Mother, didn't Miss Li send you new clothes for summer? Why is my husband still wearing the old long gown? Thinking of this, Chui was furious. Huire didn't take any of them and only kept Yunner's new dress. I don't know what he thinks. Anyway, we will be a family in the future. Seeing that Lin Yuha was still there, Chui stopped talking. Several people divided the work and cooperated. Lin Yuha and Yun Jie picked a basket full of sweet and delicious wild fruits. Chui also knocked down most of the apricots behind the house. The method of making fruit juice is simple. Wash these wild fruits, mash them, and filter out the fruit residue with white cloth. Just boil it with water. While Lin Yuha was preparing the ingredients, Chui started cooking. She cut bacon and fried a large bowl of cucumber and cooked shepherd's purse soup. Put Xie Shuhuai's meal into the pottery bowl. After washing the pot and stove, Lin Yuha could make fruit juice. When she opened the box to take the bamboo bowl, she accidentally brought up some glutinous rice powder. There was not much glutinous rice powder, and if she wanted to eat glutinous rice, she had to grind them again. She pinched the small glutinous rice and put them in the fruit juice. Finally, she added some icing sugar. The fruit residue could not be wasted, so Lin Yuha poured it into the golden nest. A few days ago, she sold 2 more hens. Now there are 4 people in the family, and they all have eggs to eat. After lunch, the 3 of them let the fruit juice cool down a lot before putting it into the wooden barrel and covering it with a wooden lid. Yun Jie drank 2 bowls in one breath. Chui didn't dare to let Lin Yuha carry the heavy things and delivered them to the entrance of the academy. Yunxiang Academy is not far from Hongya village, and the time of 1 stick of incense is up. People kept coming in and out of the side door of the academy. Chui put down the wooden barrel, and Lin Yuha set up a stall selling fruit juice at the side door. At first, she was worried that no one would buy it or that she would be driven away. Unexpectedly, before Chui came out to deliver the meal, a group of children from the Tongshan class gathered around. Seeing that it looked good and could quench their thirst, they handed over copper coins to buy it. After a while, many older people smelled the smell and came and surrounded Lin Yuha's wooden barrel and kept shouting for a bowl. When Chui came out, Lin Yuha had sold more than half a barrel of fresh fruit juice. Lin Yuha didn't want people to recognize Chui, so he asked her to go back first. Chui hesitated for a moment and kept Yun Jie. Li's shop. Business was as prosperous as ever, and all the embroiderers praised Li Yunluo for her cleverness and dexterity. However, Li Yunluo looked worried and not in high spirits. She left after saying a few words. Donghua didn't dare to say anything in the carriage. Since their girl had a serious illness, she has become much smarter and knows everything. But her temperament has also changed a lot. In the eyes of others, she is gentle and kind. Only she and the maids in Yoranjiwa know that the girl is not easy to serve nowadays, and she is very easy to get angry. Li Yunluo was unhappy only because Xie Shuhuai repeatedly refused the things she sent. Her overflowing self-confidence suffered a great. She didn't speak until the coachman asked Li Yunluo where she was going. Back to the Li mansion. Donghua remembered again the jade crown she ordered for Xie Shuhuai and Yulo. Proper reminder, Miss, the servant of Yulo sent a message yesterday saying that the jade crown is ready. Li Yunluo said angrily, "What can I do if I take it? Xie Shuhuai doesn't want it, so put it aside for now. The master has spoken, and as a servant, I should cooperate. I can't say nonsense yet." Donghua racked her brains to think of ways to relieve Li Yunluo's worries. "Miss, I think you don't need to send things, but you should walk around in front of him more often. This way you can slowly win Mr. Xie's heart. Miss, everything is good. I'm afraid there is no man in Xuyang County who doesn't like you. Scholars like to save face. If you send things frequently, he will be unwilling to accept them." Li Yunluo felt that there was some truth in it. Every time she went there, she either sent delicious food or things to use. And she sent a token like a purse in front of so many people. At that time, she just wanted to anger Lin Yuha, and she didn't want Xie Shuhuai to refuse to accept it, but she was upset. Li Yunluo's gloomy face improved a lot, and her mood suddenly brightened. "Your suggestion is good. You will be rewarded when you go back." Yu was very excited. "I am Miss Xie." Seeing Li Yunluo happy, Yu continued, "Except for her outstanding face, Lin Yuha is better than you in everything. Mr. Xie will definitely be a man of great achievements in the future." "How could he like Lin Yuha?" Li Yunluo asked casually. "Do you know why the two got married in the first place?" "I heard that it was because Lin's mother had done a favor to Mr. Xie's family that she agreed to this marriage." In terms of appearance, Li Yunluo was still a little unwilling. Everyone said that she looked dignified and generous, and was born to be the wife of an official. In fact, she knew that a woman as beautiful and graceful as Lin Yuha was more popular with men. But if it was about the person Xie Shuhui liked in his heart, she felt that she was more sure. Because she was better than Lin Yuha in every aspect. Lin Yuha sold out a whole bucket in less than an hour. The students of the academy asked her to come back tomorrow. Everyone was still enjoying the drink. When leaving, Lin Yuha even left 2 bowls for the doorman at the side door. The two were a little surprised. "Young lady, you are so thoughtful." Lin Yuha smiled and said, "I can sell out all my fruit juice today. Thanks to you too." Lin Yuha understood the ways of the world, and the two had a few more words to say. Even the headmaster won't stop you from selling snacks here. Some families are in financial difficulty, and being able to enter the academy has already emptied their family savings. If they can't afford the academy's meals, they can only eat steamed buns. Your products are not expensive, and they can also eat hot food. How great. Another shorter man also echoed. In the past, others also sold them behind their backs, but either they were not delicious or the price was too high, so no one bought them. Lin Yuha finally understood at this time. No wonder a few people suggested that she sell some hot snacks that could fill her stomach. So her mind suddenly flashed, and she immediately came up with an idea. This was all thanks to the 2 doormen who told Lin Yuha. She turned around and took out some small change from her purse and stuffed it into their hands when no one was around. "Please accept this as a small token of my appreciation. If I don't know anything in the future, please give me some advice." The 2 happily agreed. Okay. Leaving the academy, Yun Jie saw that she was not walking the same way as before. "Aunt, this is not the way home." Lin Yuha touched her little head. "Aunt knows. Aunt is taking Yuner to the county town." Yun Jie jumped up excitedly and blamed Lin Yuha for not telling her in advance. "If I had known we were going to the county town, I would have worn the new skirt that Aunt Yunluo gave me." Going down the fork in the academy, they arrived at the main road of Hongya village, and the 2 got on the ox cart to the county town. Yun Jie rarely went out, and she looked around curiously. Lin Yuha calculated that the fruit juice sold for about 20 coins today. Apart from the money given to the 2 doormen, there was still 10 coins. It was not enough to buy the ingredients, so she went to the bank to get another 50 coins. After buying the ingredients at the market, she asked the clerk to help carry them to the ox cart. 4th uncle was waiting for customers by the ox cart. Taking advantage of this break, Lin Yuha took Yun Jie to walk around the street. She also bought 2 rose-red silk flowers for Yun Jie. It matched the red she was wearing today. The child was not greedy. With these 2 silk flowers, Yun Jie no longer wanted anything. Even the candied haws that she loved the most in the past were not fragrant. She kept talking all the way, seeing Yun Jie happy. Lin Yuha also laughed foolishly. The 2 passed by a shoe store. When Lin Yuha thought of the old shoes on Xie Shuhui's feet that were about to be broken, she stopped. If she bought them for Xie Shuhui, he would definitely not wear them. After taking a look at Yun Jie, she also had an idea in her mind. "Yuner, Annie is testing you. What kind of shoes does your uncle wear?" Yun Jie pouted and snorted. "Auntie is so stupid. She doesn't even know this. Let Yuner choose." Yun Jie took a pair of black men's cloth shoes. After Lin Yuha took it, she stretched out her thumb and index finger to measure it, and it was a little small. After she married Xie Shuhui, she made 2 pairs of shoes for him, and she used these to measure the size every time. "Yuner, your uncle doesn't like to wear shoes that poke his toes. You can change it." The shopkeeper heard what Lin Yuha meant and took a pair of slightly larger shoes for Yun Jie. Lin Yuha measured it again, and it was just right. At this time, she took out her purse and said with a smile, "Oh, Yuner is so smart, now that they have been chosen." These shoes were bought by Yuner, and the silver should be paid by Yunu. Yuner took the purse and counted out 20 coins to the shopkeeper with a smile. After returning, it was already late. Lin Yuha was a little tired, so she went back to the west room to rest. Not long after, Xie Shuhui also came back from the academy. As soon as he entered his room, Yuner took out the cloth shoes she bought today. "Uncle, Yuner bought them for you. Try them on quickly. Xie Shuhuai knew at a glance that they were his size, and he could wear them without trying them on. Of course, he didn't believe that Yun'er could buy him such a suitable pair of shoes. It couldn't be his mother. Chui has been sewing shoes for him these 2 days, and yesterday she said that she hadn't sewn even one pair. Children are stubborn, and seeing that Xie Shuhuai didn't move for a long time, they pouted and were unhappy. Uncle, you don't like it? To confirm, Xie Shuhuai pulled Yun Jier to his side and asked, who did Yun'er go to the market with today?
Aunt.
Subconsciously, Xie Shuhuai looked through the half-open wooden window and glanced at the west room opposite. He sat back at his desk and didn't mention the shoes again. Yun Jier didn't agree and brought the shoes to Xie Shuhuai again. Uncle, if you don't wear them, Yun'er will be angry. Xie Shuhuai took the shoes and explained patiently, Uncle, wear them after washing your feet later. Yun Jier walked out of Xie Shuhuai's east room happily after getting a satisfactory answer. In the evening, Chui made noodle soup again, and the whole family loved it. Lin Yuhe rested for a night, and her spirits were much better. The next day, she and Chui were busy again. It was almost noon before everything was done. Today is 2 large wooden barrels. Lin Yuhe didn't dare to carry them, and Chui couldn't carry them alone. She had thought about it long ago. She asked her 4th uncle who drove the ox cart to help carry the rice to the intersection, and then used the ox cart to pull it to the entrance of the academy. She would just pay him the fare when the time came. Today, all the customers were regulars, and Lin Yuhe's things were not yet laid out. The students lined up consciously. Chui entered the academy and brought food to Xie Shuhuai. Lin Yuhe could not handle it alone. Those who wanted to buy fruit juice would use bamboo bowls to make it themselves and put the copper coins in front of Lin Yuhe's small board. Lin Yuhe was busy wrapping glutinous rice with banana leaves. What she thought of yesterday was to sell glutinous rice. Glutinous rice was dyed with mulberry fruits, and the bright colors increased people's appetite. The glutinous rice was wrapped in cut banana leaves, and pickles and Suishang's fried dough sticks were added inside. Each portion was sold for 5 cents. She sold it at a reasonable price, and the portions were large. The wooden barrel containing glutinous rice was empty before the fruit juice was sold out. When the last person left, she specifically told her to come tomorrow. The doorman and Lin Yuhe also became familiar with each other and said with a smile, "You are too honest. With such a large quantity, I am afraid that others will sell it for 10 coins each." Lin Yuhe smiled. "It's okay. I will make less money, so I will make less money. As long as they can eat enough." After selling 2 buckets and returning, the village chief was already sitting in the corridor of his house. Lin Yuhe and Chui knew very well what he came for. The village chief saw the 2 people coming back and asked directly, "Is the silver ready?" Chui did not answer. Lin Yuhe replied, "It is ready." The village chief did not expect that he would be so straightforward, and when he was stunned, Lin Yuhe had taken out half a dozen coins from the house. The village chief's face immediately changed when he saw it, and he said angrily, "I asked for 1 or 2 taels of silver, but you only gave me 500 won." Lin Yuhe replied calmly, "Village chief, you said it yourself. Others all gave 500 won, so it's not wrong for us to collect 500 won. Besides, there are no tablets of Xie's ancestors enshrined in the village ancestral hall. It's reasonable to say that we don't give a penny. We just don't want to embarrass you, so we barely collect so much." The village chief knew that he was in the wrong and couldn't argue with her, so he became overbearing. "No need to say more. If you don't pay 1 or 2 taels of silver, your family can't go to the ancient well to fetch water. You, a woman, can't make the decision." Where did Xie Shuhuai go? Lin Yuhe was not afraid. She sat on another bench under the eaves and continued to argue, "My husband went to the academy. He is not at home. I can make the decision on this matter. When you asked for money, you only said that you wanted to renovate the ancestral hall, and now you are talking about the ancient well. There are inscriptions on the ancient well which show that it was built more than 100 years ago. At that time, your ancestors had not yet come to Hongya village. The ancient well is not privately owned by your family. You have no right to interfere." The village chief was furious. Seeing that Lin Yuhe was unmoved, he threatened, "Now that your father doesn't care about you, I wonder who can make the decision for you. The village chief doesn't need to worry about that, but you can't decide who gets our water. If you don't believe me, let's go to the Xiong County office and ask. My husband is a Jiren and is also considered half an official. He has been oppressed by you all these years. Let me see how the county magistrate will judge. Former county magistrate was a foolish and incompetent man. It was said that a young and upright county magistrate had come. The village chief did not dare to take the risk. His beard trembled with anger. You ignorant woman, I won't argue with you. He took the 500 coins and left in disappointment. Chui was very unhappy to hear this in the kitchen. In the afternoon, Lin Yuhe rested at home and slept until the evening before waking up. He gave half of the 120 coins he earned today to Chui. Chui refused to take it. Yuhe, you paid for it. You also made the fruit juice and glutinous rice. How can I ask you for money when you're pregnant? Mother, my husband has gone to the academy now, and he probably has no time to copy books. The family still needs to spend money. Only when you have enough money can my husband study in the academy with peace of mind. Without you and Yunner, I can't do it well alone. Everyone has contributed. The explanation was very reasonable. Chui was happy and was willing to accept it.
Yuhe, you have really changed.
While Chui turned around to put the copper coins, Lin Yuhe strode out of the main house. She was going to the vegetable garden behind the house to pull some yellow cabbage leaves to feed the chickens. When she arrived at the vegetable garden, she heard a burst of intermittent crying from the fork in the road before she put down the basket in her hand. Lin Yuhe was a little puzzled. Most of the people who worked should go home at this time, unless someone like her was working near home, who would come here to cry. The closest to Xie Shuhuai's home were the few families at the main road intersection. Thinking of this, I felt a little scared. Suddenly, there was another round of rude abuse, interrupting the crying just now. You dead girl. Why don't you use the menstrual bag I gave you? Aren't you ashamed? Your pants are all wet. You still have the nerve to cry here. Mom, I don't want to use the menstrual bag made of wood ash. It makes me itchy. I want one made of cloth. You're not so lucky. Hurry up and put it in my place. Fortunately, there is no one on this road. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if someone saw it. Mom, I beg you. I haven't bought new clothes for several years. I also made a lot of money by collecting herbs in the past. You didn't even give me a menstrual bag made of cotton cloth. The underwear you made for your brother was all made of cotton cloth. How can you be so partial? The woman was silent and didn't say anything. After a while, she heard her say, You are a girl. How can you compare with your brother? See how long you can cry. I'll go back first. After the words fell, the footsteps of leaving also sounded. After the woman's mother left, she cried even more sadly. Lin Yuhe felt very uncomfortable. She had her first when she was 14, the year she married Xie Shuhuai, and the menstrual bag was made for her by Chui. Xie Shuhuai bought the cotton cloth. While she felt a little warm in her heart, she also felt sad for the little girl. The girl thought there was no one else around, and she cried more and more sadly. Lin Yuhe climbed up the stone steps and followed the sound. On a resting step, she saw a little girl in patched clothes, carrying a bundle of firewood. She walked slowly towards her home, her pants stained red by her. Lin Yuhe didn't have time to think about it and hurriedly called her. Girl in front, wait a minute. A sudden voice startled the little girl. When she turned around, Lin Yuhe saw clearly that it was Daya from the carpenter's family in the village. Daya saw someone behind her and hurriedly covered her wet pants with embarrassment. Don't be afraid. We are all women. Wait for me here. I have 2 menstrual belts, which are made but not used. They are padded with cotton cloth. I can't use them now that I'm pregnant. Daya couldn't believe that there was such a good thing. And the one who gave her the menstrual bag was Mrs. Lin, who was despised by everyone in the village. They all said that she was lazy and hated the poor and loved the rich. Lin Yuhe came down the stone steps and happened to meet Xie Shuhuai, who came back from the academy. Neither of them spoke, but walked home one after the other. These 2 days, you have been selling snacks at the gate of the academy. Xie Shuhuai in front asked this question out of the blue. Lin Yuha thought that Xie Shuhuai was going to scold her again and make her lose face. She was angry and replied, "Don't worry about my business. Anyway, you said that we are not husband and wife now. It won't embarrass you." After speaking, she pushed Xie Shuhuai aside, walked past him directly, and went home to get things. Lin Yuha didn't dare to run fast. By the time she delivered the menstrual bag to the fork in the road, it was already dark. Daya took the menstrual bag from her and thought she was dreaming. "Sister Yuha, did you really give it to me? I'll give it to you. Go back quickly."
Yes.
Daya was of course happy. She walked back much faster. The next day, Lin Yuha asked her fourth uncle to deliver the fruit juice and glutinous rice to the gate of the academy early. She didn't back down because of Xie Shuhuai's attitude yesterday. Although she wanted to make up for the harm she had done to Xie Shuhuai in the past, she also had principles. There is nothing shameful about not stealing or robbing and earning money with your own hands. When Lin Yuha arrived, she found that there were a few more vendors at the gate of the academy. They were still from Hongya village, and they also sold glutinous rice. Lin Yuha was discouraged and thought that her business might not be so good in the future. Unexpectedly, when the side door of the academy opened, people all rushed to Lin Yuha. Some people went to ask at the nearby shops, asking the price and then the appearance. They returned to Lin Yuha. Just when the glutinous rice was almost sold out, a carriage stopped in front of Lin Yuha's stall. As the curtain was lifted, Li Yunluo's graceful figure appeared in front of Lin Yuha. She was wearing a xiangfei-colored skirt, like an elf that had fallen into the mortal world. It was incompatible with the atmosphere of fireworks here. It instantly attracted everyone's attention. Lin Yuha looked at herself again. She was wearing a blue coarse cloth half-sleeve and a dark red long skirt that was washed white. It was really not a little bit worse. But she was no longer the vain Lin Yuha of the past. She didn't care at all. When Lin Yuha raised her eyes, she met the contempt that flashed in Li Yunluo's eyes. She also heard her inner thoughts. It's so, no wonder Brother Shuhuai didn't want to look at her more. Lin Yuha smiled frankly and poured out a small spoonful of fruit juice. It just happened to splash on the hem of Li Yunluo's skirt.
Li Yunluo frowned in disgust.
Lin Yuha smiled innocently. "I'm really sorry after all. Please forgive me, Miss Li." Li Yunluo was once again scared and stood there stupidly. Her inner thoughts were once again accurately caught by Lin Yuha. Chui was busy collecting money from several people, and when she turned around, she saw Li Yunluo, and she immediately put down the long spoon. "Yunluo, you're here. Aunt, why are you selling these here?" Li Yunluo subconsciously said with disgust, and Chui was at a loss when she heard it. Fortunately, Li Yunluo reacted quickly and explained, "Aunt, I'm afraid you'll get hot. I don't mean anything else. Can you take me to see Brother Shuhuai? I heard that he came to the academy." Chui was of course happy to do so. Yunjie had just gone in to deliver food to Xie Shuhuai, and she hadn't come out yet, so she was a little worried. She led Li Yunluo to the side door. Before entering the house, Xie Shuhuai suddenly appeared at the side door with Yunjie. Seeing Li Yunluo, Yunjie immediately trotted over. "Aunt Yunluo, did you know that my uncle came to the academy?" Li Yunluo rubbed Yunjie's round head. "Yes, Aunt Yunluo knows everything your uncle does. It's called telepathy." It was obviously her fourth uncle who told her when she met him on the road while driving an ox cart. But she insisted on saying it so ambiguously and so loudly. It was hard for Lin Yuha not to hear it, and her heart skipped a beat. He also believed that Xie Shuhuai was able to enter Yunxiang Academy because he listened to Li Yunluo's advice. She thought to herself, no wonder the teacher didn't want any tuition anymore. It turned out that Li Yunluo paid for it for her. Before, she was secretly delighted, thinking that Xie Shuhuai entered Yunxiang Academy because of her advice. These days, she has been working harder to make money. It turned out to be because of Li Yunluo. I felt sad, and my eyes turned red subconsciously. He had no intention of listening to their conversation anymore, and just focused on wrapping the glutinous rice. While Li Yunluo was teasing Yunjie, Xie Shuhuai looked at Lin Yuha under the big tree through the crowd coming in and out. Her belly had bulged slightly without her noticing, but she was wrapping the glutinous rice skillfully. One after another, some are tireless. A complex and confused look unconsciously appeared in Xie Shuhuai's cold eyes, and he couldn't look away for a long time. Li Yunluo saw Xie Shuhuai staring at Lin Yuha and thought that he was annoyed by her, so she deliberately added fuel to the fire and said, "Brother Shuhuai, everyone coming in and out is watching. I'm afraid Sister Lin's selling lunch here is not good for you." Xie Shuhuai's eyes did not show any ripples, and he said in a light tone, "What's wrong with that? It's her ability that gives her the opportunity to earn money." Cui and Yunjie had been hiding this from Xie Shuhuai, but he had actually known about it for a long time. Li Yunluo's mind worked quickly enough to understand Xie Shuhuai's intention to protect her. She felt unhappy but also a little surprised. Brother Shuhuai is right. Sister Lin and Anne are indeed capable. Yunluo came here today to tell you another thing. Tonight, the great scholars of Xuyang are having a poetry gathering at the Sihai Tea House. My eldest brother has an invitation, and he said he would take us there. UV made more acquaintances, and they will take the initiative to send you invitations when there are such poetry gatherings in the future. You don't have to go too early. I'll pick you up after school at the academy. Li Yunluo's eldest brother, Li Yunshin, is also a poetry lover, and after failing twice, he had no intention of taking the exam again. Just go into business with Father Li. After the Xie family fell into poverty, he often secretly helped Xie Shuhuai. It was not until Xie Shuhuai's family moved to Hongya village that the two of them saw each other less frequently. In Li Yunshin's heart, he was very satisfied with Xie Shuhuai, his brother-in-law. It was Li Yunshin who organized this poetry gathering and intended to take Xie Shuhuai out to see some new things and introduce some friends to him. Without any hesitation, Xie Shuhuai replied decisively, "Thank you for your concern, Sister Yunluo. I have never liked these noisy places." Li Yunluo was puzzled. Generally, knowledgeable people would not refuse such a gathering. Being able to regularly attend such poetry gatherings not only helps you build up your network, but also allows you to make friends with like-minded people and exchange knowledge with each other. Many poor students, suffering from the lack of visiting cards, lingered outside the tea house for a long time and had to leave unwillingly. Li Yunluo patiently explained, "Those going this time are all famous literati and scholars from Xuyang. It will only be beneficial for Brother Shuhuai to go. I'm afraid all the prestigious teachers in your academy will be among the invited guests." Facing Li Yunluo's relentless pursuit, Xie Shuhuai would not say anything, as he was always taciturn. He just said, "I'm going to the study to review my lessons.
Bye."
This was also the first time that Li Yunluo witnessed Xie Shuhuai's indifference and felt aggrieved. Cui was afraid that she would be angry, so she tried to smooth things over by saying, "Yunluo, don't blame him. He is just like that. He likes quietness and seldom goes to such occasions." A sense of powerlessness came over Li Yunluo, and she felt that her understanding of Xie Shuhuai was far from enough. She originally thought that as long as she came forward, Xie Shuhuai would definitely not refuse. Unexpectedly, Xie Shuhuai refused without leaving any room for negotiation. After exchanging a few polite words with Cui, Li Yunluo got on the carriage and left the academy. When the carriage was about to enter the county town, Donghua lifted the gauze curtain and stuck her head out, just in time to see Lin Yuha on the ox cart behind the carriage. "Miss, Madam Lin is behind." Thinking of today's troubles, Li Yunluo was worried that no one would help her solve her doubts, so she told the coachman to stop the carriage. Let Donghua stop the ox cart. Lin Yuha didn't want to delay the others on the ox cart, so he paid silver to his fourth uncle. She was clumsy and took a long time to move cautiously. Donghua and Li Yunluo watched coldly from the side. It was an old woman from Hongya village who couldn't bear to see her get off the ox cart. "Sister Lin, please take my carriage, and I will take you there." Lin Yuha stroked her black hair that was messed up by the wind and said with a smile, "No need. Miss Donghua is too lazy to spread out the mat. If you have anything to say, Miss Li, just say it." She went to the market to buy glutinous rice, but was stopped by Li Yunluo here. "I just want to see what Li Yunluo is going to do." "Sister Lin, it's really hard to sell lunch in the academy in such a hot day. Now you are pregnant and still have to work hard to make a living, and no one cares about you. Lin Yuha was in no mood to listen to her mockery today, nor did she plan to cooperate with her in acting. He said sarcastically, "Who said no one cares about me? Miss Li appears in front of me again and again. Isn't it because she cares about me? I'm in Hongya Village. You go to Hongya Village. I'm selling snacks at the gate of the academy. You follow me to the gate of the academy. When it comes to running around and working hard, I can't catch up with Miss Li." Li Yunluo was so angry that her face turned pale. She was feeling depressed and wanted to vent her anger on Lin Yuha, but she got the first one to suffer. "It seems that Miss Li only wants to chat with me. I am busy today, so I'll take my leave first." Seeing that she was about to leave, Li Yunluo asked reluctantly, "Brother Shuhuai, does he not like lively occasions?" Lin Yuha twitched the corner of her mouth, did not answer, and continued to walk forward. Li Yunluo continued, "Why, I helped Sister Lin sell stale rice last time. I was taken advantage of once, but your kindness is not worth a word from Sister Lin." Lin Yuha ignored her and quickened her pace. Li Yunluo was so angry that she shouted, "We are in need of embroiderers in our embroidery shop. Sister Lin, would you like to go?" The conditions offered were indeed tempting. Lin Yuha guessed that Li Yunluo must have run into a snag with Xie Shuhuai today. She turned around slowly and said with a smile, "Thank you, Miss Li, for showing me a way to make money. But I am too weak to work hard now. Thank you, Miss Li, for your kindness." She sold glutinous rice and fruit juice with the help of Cui. She only had to work for half a day at most and could rest after returning home. But working as an embroiderer in an embroidery studio requires constant work of eyes and hands all day long, which is simply unbearable. The wages might not even be as much as what she earns from selling glutinous rice. "Ms. Li is going to marry Xie Shuhuai in the future, so you can't keep trying to get information out of me. You know he hates me, and I don't know her as well as you do. Besides, he told me in person that he loves you, so what are you worried about?" These words were like a reassurance to Li Yunluo, and she felt much better in an instant. Lin Yuha, however, felt bitter. She had done so much these days, but still couldn't get a single good word from Xie Shuhuai. Gradually, I began to feel like giving up. I even thought about taking the child away from the Xie family. After all, no mother would be willing to give birth to her child and then give it to another woman to raise. Because of the delay on the road, it was dark when Lin Yuha returned after selling the ingredients. The servant Azu took Lin Yuha to the intersection in a bullock cart. Before she could get off the car, she saw Xie Shuhuai at the fork in the road. He stood there with an upright posture, his eyes sweeping towards her. Lin Yuha got off the carriage and walked slowly towards Xie Shuhuai. She asked, "Who are you waiting for here?" She knew that Xie Shuhuai was not waiting for her here. He had been late more than once or twice, and when had he ever appeared before?
Jinwen.
Xie Shuhuai retracted his gaze from a distance and looked down at her cheek. A thin layer of sweat appeared on her face. She wiped it with her sleeve and walked directly past Xie Shuhuai. As soon as she took a step, she felt a lightness behind her. When she turned around, she saw that Xie Shuhuai had taken off her backpack. Lin Yuha couldn't help but feel dazed, remembering that when she was carrying heavy things in the past, Xie Shuhuai would walk behind her like this. Even though he was carrying heavy things, he didn't want to press her. Lin Yuha felt a warm feeling in her heart, and she became greedy again. Even though she knew that he had Li Yunluo in his heart, she still wanted to stay with Xie Shuhuai. Seeing that she was reluctant to leave, Xie Shuhuai said coldly, "Go back first." Lin Yuha took a few steps closer to him and said softly, "Husband, I'm afraid of snakes. I want to go with you." Xie Shuhuai looked indifferent and did not reply to her. After waiting for a while, no one came. The two slowly went home. Lin Yuha walked in front, and Xie Shuhuai followed behind. Lin Yuha talked more on the way. "Husband, the baby moved in my belly, and he kicked me. I just don't know if he is a boy or a girl. The clothes I cut for him are all for girls. Husband, do you like girls?
Or boys?"
Lin Yuha wanted to ask this question a long time ago. When the two of them were together, there was rarely a harmonious atmosphere. Taking advantage of the opportunity for them to be alone today, she asked it casually. Xie Shuhuai's body suddenly stiffened, and his step stopped. His eyes moved down to the side of Lin Yuha's lower abdomen. The coldness in his eyes also changed subtly, and he was absent-minded for a moment. Until Lin Yuha realized that he had not caught up, she turned around and looked back.
He.
Xie Shuhuai took another step and followed her slowly. Lin Yuha did not ask any more questions, because she knew that it was useless to ask him about things he did not want to talk about. When they were about to enter the yard, Momo heard the footsteps and ran out to greet them. In the evening, after taking a bath, Xie Shuhuai walked into the kitchen and said to Cui, who was cleaning the stove, "Mom, you should take a rest for the next 2 days. Let her take good care of herself at home." Cui suddenly felt uneasy when she heard her son say this, and hurriedly reminded, "Why are you are?" Xie Shuhuai interrupted immediately, "Mom, you think too much. I'm just worried about the baby in her belly." Cui secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, I'll talk to her tomorrow." Suddenly, Cui remembered the matter of the well again. "Why, did the village chief stop you from fetching water today?" Xie Shuhuai was puzzled and looked at Cui again with a puzzled face. Cui then told Xie Shuhuai the whole story and Lin Yuha's words to fight back against the village chief. Xie Shuhuai's eyes did not move, but a layer of coldness flashed in his eyes. "Mother, if this happens next time, you must wait until the child comes back to deal with it. You 2 women should stay at home. Don't be stubborn." Cui took off her apron and sighed. Mother thought so too. But Yuha said that if there are too many of these things, you can't study in peace in the academy. I will also give me half of the money earned from selling snacks, just because I don't want to distract you. Hwyer, I know you hate her for abandoning you in the past, but she has really changed a lot. Don't yell at her anymore. Wait until she gives birth to a child, and then find someone else to marry. If you marry Yunluo, I will have nothing to worry about. Cui was looking forward to the days ahead, with a faint smile on her face. Xie Shuhuai returned to his east room and sat in front of the desk without moving. He didn't turn the book on the desk for a long time. He kept thinking about Cui's words. His eyes were heavy, deep, and complicated. The next day, Cui suggested that he rest at home for a few days, and Lin Yuha agreed. These days, she really couldn't stand it. And the vendors next door had been jealous for a long time. Lin Yuha didn't want to be hated by others because of this matter, which would lay the seeds of trouble. After breakfast, Lin Yuha didn't have to prepare ingredients, so she was free. She didn't like to stay in the room all the time, so she planned to take Yun'er to walk around behind the house. Pick some wildflowers and put them in the house, and the air in the house will be more fragrant. In front of the mud-walled courtyard is an open field, but it is not Xie Shuhuai's family, but the property of a large landlord in the county. Xie Shuyuan planted trees at the boundary, and then surrounded the front of the house with a fence. It also separated those trivial disputes. The path meanders from behind the house to the main entrance of Hongya village. The large vegetable garden behind the house was bought by Fong for Lin Yuha. Yun Jier also likes these flowers and plants, but her short legs can't reach the ones that grow taller. Lin Yuha hooked them down with a tree hook for her to pick to encourage her enthusiasm. There are many people on the mountain, some digging herbs, some collecting firewood, and some cutting grass to feed the cows. As soon as you enter the mountain, you can always hear voices. The dense trees block the view, and you can't see who is who unless you are in front of the other person. After picking 2 large bunches of wildflowers and tying them up, Lin Yuha also picked up some firewood and tied them up and carried them home. Before he took a few steps, there was a sound behind him, and he saw a person coming out of the woods. Yuan Jier was so scared that she almost screamed. Lin Yuha saw who it was and covered Yun Jier's mouth. It was the eldest daughter of the carpenter's family, and the girl who Lin Yuha gave the menstrual belt to last time. She made a gesture to keep quiet, then put down the basket. She pulled out a few fish from the bottom of the basket, and she picked out the 2 most plump ones and handed them to Lin Yuha. Lin Yuha didn't want to take them, so she stuffed them into the wood that Lin Yuha had bundled. Without waiting for Lin Yuha to speak, she carried the bamboo basket and left. Lin Yuha didn't dare to shout loudly, for fear that her mother would find out and she would be beaten again when she got home. The carpenter and the village chief were cousins, and the girl was from the village chief's family. He helped her before just because he felt sorry for her and didn't want to have much contact with her in private. Seeing that her shoes were all wet, Lin Yuha guessed that she must have caught them in the river at the foot of the mountain. When she got home, Chui was already making lunch. Seeing the fish that Lin Yuha brought back, she asked curiously, "Where did you get the fish from?" Yun Jie smiled mysteriously. "My aunt bought them." Lin Yuha put one in a bucket and prepared the other for lunch. The fish was big, and it would not taste good if steamed. After cleaning the fish, she cut it into small even pieces and marinated it with salt to make it more flavorful. Chui originally wanted to fry bacon, but when she saw the fish, she hung it up again. Farmers lived frugally like this. She fried a large plate of green beans with vegetable oil. Lin Yuha began to make her braised fish cubes. First, fry the fish cubes until they were slightly yellow, then add water and pour seasonings on them. The fish was fresh, and Lin Yuha had put all the seasonings in place, so it tasted very fragrant. Chui and Yun Jie both ate 2 more bowls of millet rice with the soup. The 3 of them finished their meal. Lin Yuha took Yuan Jie to deliver food to Xie Shuhui. When they arrived at the academy, the pottery bowl was still hot. Lin Yuha asked Yun Jie to take it in. Many children recognized Lin Yuha and asked her why she was not selling snacks today. Lin Yuha had to lie that she was delayed by something. The students were still unwilling to give up and told Lin Yuha to come earlier tomorrow. This surprised her a little. She had thought that if she didn't come, the other vendors in Hongya village would have better business. Unexpectedly, the students were still thinking about her glutinous rice. Yun Jie came out early today and chatted with the 2 doormen for a while. Lin Yuha took Yun Jie out of the academy. They walked through a small road and were about to reach the main road intersection of Hongya village. Suddenly, a carriage stopped in front of them. When the curtain was lifted, a young man in gorgeous clothes came out of the carriage. Lin Yuha's face turned pale. This young man was none other than Min Jiyuan, who made Lin Yuha feel sick. He walked a few steps to Lin Yuha. He shook his folding fan elegantly and smiled gently. "Yuha, you have to give a reason if you want to cancel the engagement." Lin Yuha pulled Yun Jie to her side, covered her ears, and only left a side view for Min Jiyuan. She said coldly, "Mr. Min, please respect yourself. You can't call me by my maiden name." After hearing this, Min Jiyuan laughed and said, "Respect yourself? What do you mean by respect yourself? Miss Lin, you are engaged to Min while you are pregnant with your ex-husband's child. That's called respecting yourself." Lin Yuha didn't want to say more to him, so she interrupted him. "These have nothing to do with Mr. Min. The betrothal gift has been returned, and Mr. Min has no loss." After she finished speaking, she pulled Yun Jie and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, Min Jiyuan stretched out his arm and blocked their way. Lin Yuha was furious and said in a stern voice, "Get out of here. Miss Lin, why are you so angry? I just want to have a good talk with you." At first, Min Jiyuan just wanted to find a woman with a little status to be his legal wife. He was still a little afraid of the girl from a merchant family, fearing that she would treat his mistress badly in the future. He didn't like the daughter of a farmer. Later, when he heard that Lin Yuha's father was the head of the village and her mother was also from a merchant family, he agreed. After all, Lin Yuha's appearance was better than his mistress. The man didn't like beautiful women. For example, at this moment, even if she was wearing a coarse cloth dress, it was difficult to hide her delicate appearance. Her fair and tender face was still faintly pink, and her figure was exquisite, but her slightly bulging belly was a bit disappointing. Min Jiyuan had not met Lin Yuha many times, and he had never even touched her little hand. He was a little unwilling to give up this marriage. Facing Min Jiyuan's fiery gaze, Lin Yuha felt so sick that she almost vomited. She picked up Yun'er and left. Min Jiyuan tried to stop her again. "Madam Lin, why don't you listen to my opinion? If you are willing to abort the baby in your belly, I will. Bah, who cares? If you stop me again, I'll call for help." Min Jiyuan was a little surprised. After just half a month of not seeing each other, Lin Yuha's attitude towards him was so bad. He also lost his patience and threatened. Since ancient times, parents have made the decision on marriage. "Since Madam Lin won't cooperate, I can only take you to Lin Lijing's house. Let him make the decision." 2 servants gathered around, and without giving Lin Yuha a chance to resist, They grabbed Lin Yuha's wrist and pulled her into the car. Lin Yuha was terrified and shouted at the intersection, "Help!
Help!
Yun Jie was terrified and cried out loudly, "Aunt, aunt." Lin Yuha was afraid of scaring the child, so she coaxed, "Don't be afraid, Yun'er and is fine." Min Jiyuan took Lin Yuha to Lin Yotang's house, and the baby in her belly could not be saved at all. The servant dragged Lin Yuha to the carriage. A gust of wind blew, and the two servants wailed and let go of Lin Yuha. They were so painful that they clenched the back of their hands and bent their bodies. Min Jiyuan's face was gloomy. At this time, a man got off from another carriage. He was wearing a straight black suit and looked tough. His eyes were cold and sharp, and he had a sword on his waist. At just one glance, Min Jiyuan guessed that his people were attacked by this person. He didn't know the other party's background, so he didn't dare to get angry rashly and asked politely, "May I ask who you are, sir?" "Who I am? You don't need to know. Why don't you let that woman go quickly?" Bullying unarmed women and children is really despicable. Judging from the man's posture, his martial arts skills are not low. Min Jiyuan did not dare to confront him head-on, so he had to take his people away first. As soon as he left, Lin Yuha couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She knelt down and saluted the man. "Thank you, Master Chen." Although others didn't know him, Lin Yuha naturally recognized this person. In her previous life, her wandering soul followed Xie Shuhuai closely every day, and the man who saved her just now was Master Chen's guard, named Fuan. Fuan glanced at Lin Yuha with a trance-like expression, and then he was stunned. Chun Jinzhan in the carriage was also shocked. Finally, he spoke, "This lady has recognized the wrong person." Without waiting for Lin Yuha to ask, the carriage drove away. Lin Yuha and Yun Jie also walked home. When they turned around, they inadvertently saw the servant of the Li family at the intersection. Lin Yuha remembered that the man sent something to Xie Shuhuai last time. On the way back, Yun Jie had not yet recovered from the shock just now. Lin Yuha comforted her and coaxed her to keep the matter of today's secret. Children can't help being scared, but they also forget quickly. After Xie Shuhuai and the academy had lunch, Chen Jinzhan called him to the study. Fuan had already found out Xie Shuhuai's life experience. After knowing Xie Shuhuai's details, Chen Jinzhan was less guarded against him. It is said that he was not afraid of the help from the Li family. Moved by this, he was also a bit proud, and he admired him more and more. After communicating with his father-in-law 2 days ago, he learned that his father-in-law didn't know Xie Shuhuai at all. Xie Shuhuai was able to find him here, and he knew about his relationship with the Grand Tutor. He should also have some understanding of the developments in the court. He knew that Lord Meng was in need of people, and Xie Shuhuai needed someone to rely on, otherwise his imperial examination would be over. The other party didn't want him to take the exam again and enter the court. It just so happened that Xie Shuhuai's enemy was their opponent. Thinking of the difficult things his father-in-law had encountered recently, Chun Jinzhan came up with a plan and also wanted to hear Xie Shuhuai's opinion and take the opportunity to see his ability. "Shuhuai, I suddenly heard a confusing thing in the market today, and I want to hear your opinion." Xie Shuhuai was respectful and raised his hand and said, "Sir, please speak." Chun Jinzhan looked gentle, walked out from behind the desk, strolled in the room, and told the story. An old man has some family property in his family. According to the ancestral precepts, the head of the family should be his eldest son. But later, after the old man's wife died, he took a concubine, and he doted on the concubine's youngest son. He even had the idea of replacing the head of the family, but he just couldn't find a reasonable excuse. But according to his mind, the head of the family will sooner or later be replaced by his youngest son. The eldest son is walking on thin ice at home. How can he save himself? Xie Shuhuai heard that Chun Jinzhan wanted to use the people's family affairs to chat about the dispute between the crown prince and the sixth prince in the court. He pondered for a moment and replied, in reply to the teacher, "Since this young man can become the head of the family, his vision must be beyond the reach of ordinary people." What the student knows, he must have thought of it long ago. As an outsider with no conflict of interest, The student suggests that the eldest son must find ways to keep his younger brother away from his father and the family's private property. If he can't change his father's mind, he can change his father's approach. As long as his younger brother is out of reach, he can't shake his power as the head of the family. Chun Jinjian smiled and nodded slightly, agreeing with Xie Shuhuai's statement. He wanted to hear what Xie Shuhuai had to say, so he threw out a direct dilemma. What if this little brother relies on the favor and doesn't want to leave? Xie Shuhuai's eyes darkened. He looked up at Chun Jinjian and replied generously. There should be more than 2 sons in the family. The eldest son can let other brothers and sisters follow the example of the youngest son and return home. After a long time, the old man's headache will not be business and family affairs, but he should be busy solving the right and wrong of his children every day. Chun Jinjian laughed and said, Wonderful, wonderful. He was talking about the 6th prince staying in the palace and delaying to return to his fiefdom on the grounds of filial piety to his mother. In the past 2 years, the emperor's health has been getting worse and worse. He scolded the 6th prince for not knowing the rules, but actually acquiesced to his son's behavior. Under the pretext of father and son chatting, he often called the 6th prince to his bedroom and taught him to handle some government affairs. The ministers who supported the prince in the court wrote to the emperor many times to ask him to invite the 6th prince back to his fiefdom. The emperor suppressed the memorials and ignored them. Meng Xiangrong and the prince's staff also thought of many ways for the prince, and even found a princess for the 6th prince. None of them could change the emperor's approach. Xie Shuhuai's suggestion instantly enlightened Chun Jinjian. Give him a taste of his own medicine. After coming out of the study, Xie Shuhuai crossed the stone path and went to the study hall. At this time, the doorman called him, Xie Langjun. Someone is looking for you at the door. Xie Shuhuai thought it was someone at home, but when he went to the side door, he saw that it was a servant from the Li mansion who came to give him a copybook. Lin Yuhe returned home, but her heart was still restless. She stroked her belly. If she met Min Jiyuan again, she would not be as lucky as today. Then, who could help her protect the baby in her belly? The first thing that came to her mind was to sue Xie Shuhuai. After all, he also had a share in this child. But Xie Shuhuai hated her so much that Lin Yuhe backed out again. After thinking about it for a long time, she couldn't think of a better way. He fell asleep unconsciously, as he felt sleepy. He was woken up by Chui's voice, Yuha, someone from your brother's family is here to pick you up and ask you to go back. Hearing this, Lin Yuhe did not dare to delay. She knew that her brother was looking for her for something. When she arrived at the backyard, it was not Wu or her brother who came out to greet her. It was Aunt Chu's niece, the woman who was going to be her brother's concubine. Her name was Chioer, and she was very sweet. When she saw Lin Yuhe, she called her sister. She pulled Lin Yuhe into the house. Lin Yuhe's heart tightened for no reason, and he subconsciously pushed her away and asked, Where are my sister-in-law and my brother? Brother Yuping and sister Mingxiu are in their bedroom. Lin Yuhe walked through the main hall and saw Wu lying on the bed as soon as she entered the room. Lin Yuping was taking care of Wu drinking medicine on the side. The 2 children also surrounded their parents. Seeing Lin Yu coming in, they hurriedly ran towards her. Aunt is here. Wu's eyes were slightly red. Lin Yuhe didn't know the reason and thought that his brother had fallen into a beauty trap and wanted to take that woman as a concubine. She asked him bluntly, Brother, is sister-in-law sick because of you? You promised not to take a concubine. Why did you change your mind? Lin Yuping was immediately confused, but Wu burst into tears and took the initiative to explain, Little sister, you misunderstood your husband. She came to our house on her own initiative, and your brother will not take her in. As for me, I was not sick because of my husband, but... Wu was a little embarrassed and didn't say anything more, her face slightly red. Lin Yuping also had a silly smile on his face and took Wu's hand and held it tightly. Seeing that Lin Yuhe was confused, Xing Jier said happily, Aunt, my mother is pregnant. Lin Yuping immediately took over the conversation. The doctor said that your sister-in-law showed signs of miscarriage and told her to rest for the first 2 months. Lin Yuhe's heart was in suspense again. So you called Chioa home. Sister-in-law, why are you so confused? You can't keep her with anyone. Let her go, and let Aza's mother take care of you for the next 2 months. Aza's family lives in Kingshuiwen, and they are also acquaintances who know each other well. Wu didn't say anything, but glanced at Lin Yuping. Lin Yuping readily agreed, and smiled embarrassedly. Little sister, do you think I kept Chioa? Is end it?
No.
Today, I overheard something from her that was related to the cause of Mother's death. Aunt Chu knew a medicine vendor in Wuqiao village. Mother has been dead for a year, and the medicine residue is nowhere to be found. If we find this person, we may be able to get some useful information through coercion and inducement. Since the brother and sister began to suspect Chu, they have been secretly looking for evidence. However, it has been a year since Chu's death, and no useful information has been found. Today, an unintentional remark from Aunt Chu's niece gave Lin Yuping hope again. There was no better way for the time being, so Lin Yuha acquiesced to her brother's opinion. It is true that he wanted to get more useful information from Chioer. There is more than one way, and leaving her in Lin Yuping's house is the most risky. After a long time, I am afraid that if the news is not asked out, Chioer will really become Lin Yuping's concubine, which will not be worth the loss. That is to invite a wolf into the house. Her mother fell into Aunt Chu's trap. We need to think carefully about the matter of asking questions. Chioer can't be left here, anyway. Brother, don't be confused anymore. The meals for the family must be handed over to people you can trust. Mom's death hasn't made you grow up. After hearing Lin Yuha's mention, Lin Yuping was scared, and then he realized the seriousness of the matter.
My younger sister is right.
From now on, I will handle the meals and tea at home. Leave the clothes and house cleaning to Aunt Azu. Seeing her brother's firm attitude, Lin Yuha felt relieved to return to Hongya village. When leaving, Lin Yuping packed a lot of white flour for Lin Yuha. Lin Yuha couldn't refuse, so she had to carry it back and prepare to make dumplings. This was the reason why she didn't come to her brother's grain shop to buy glutinous rice. Not only did he not take her money, he also gave her this and that. I'm afraid the money she earned in a whole day is not enough for her to come here. Afterwards, Lin Yuha also took Chioa, the hidden danger, away. On the way, Lin Yuha used a few handfuls of roasted melon seeds to get along with Chioa and became good sisters. In order not to be exposed, Lin Yuha did not rush to ask, but talked about some trivial family matters. From the conversation, Lin Yuha also realized that this girl was not as simple as she seemed. She just deliberately approached her brother, and she had planned it long ago. Fortunately, she took precautions in time. At present, Chioa lives in Lin Yuha's old house. Fearing that she would cause trouble and destroy the relationship between her brother and sister-in-law, Lin Yuha decided to find something for her to do so that he could gain her favor, and it would be much easier to get her to talk. In the evening, Lin Yuha took out the white flour and prepared to make dumplings. It had been almost half a year since they had eaten dumplings, and Chui and Yunjie were very happy. Chui kneaded the dough, and Lin Yuha was responsible for chopping the bacon and green bean filling. The dumplings were only half-wrapped. Xie Shuhuai came back. Lin Yuha shouted as usual, "You're back." Yunjie hurried out of the kitchen. "Uncle, we having dumplings tonight." Unexpectedly, Xie Shuhuai ignored Yunjie and went straight into the kitchen. He looked at Lin Yuha with cold eyes. "When you go out in the future, you are not allowed to take Yuna with you. Who you are going to see has nothing to do with us. Don't lead the child astray." Facing Xie Shuhuai's scolding, Lin Yuha was still a little at a loss, feeling wronged. Tears welled up in her eyes unconsciously. After she figured out what was going on, she was no longer angry. It must be the servant of Li Yunluo's family who complained to Xie Shuhuai. Xie Shuhuai didn't trust her in the first place, so she had nothing to be angry about. Looking at the white and plump dumplings on the chopping board, they were the result of her hard work. She couldn't ruin her mood for eating dumplings tonight just for Xie Shuhuai. She continued her hand movements and replied calmly, "Okay, I got it. Let your mother bring you lunch from now on." Chui was even more puzzled. She didn't know the reason. Seeing her son making a fuss, she whispered, "What are you angry about again, kid? Who can she go to see? She makes lunch for you during the day and buys noodles to make dumplings at night." She didn't dress up. She still wore the same dress as yesterday. The implication was that the woman would be as shabby as Lin Yuha when she went out to see people. Seeing Xie Shuhuai so angry, Yun Jie shrank behind Cui, poked her head out, and stared at her uncle timidly. In the evening, Xie Shuhuai didn't eat either. Being collectively ignored by the three of them, they ate with relish. "Aunt, the dumplings are so delicious. I want to eat 2 bowls. There will be no more tomorrow. Little fool, you will be full. We have white flour at home. If you like it, Aunt will make more." Cui smiled and said, "How can we eat dumplings every day? In the past, we only ate it once during the Chinese New Year. This white flour is precious." Lin Yuha finished first. Her appetite has increased dramatically in the past 2 days. She is a little full from eating dumplings today. Look at her covering the other bowl with the lid. Yun Jie said dissatisfiedly, "Aunt, Uncle yelled at you today, and you still left food for him." Lin Yuha took off her apron. "I didn't leave it for him." "Then, who did you leave it for?" Lin Yuha's face froze, and she said resentfully, "Left it for the dog." Yun Jie laughed and said, "Aunt, you are lying. Grandma will not let Momo eat dumplings." Cui interrupted. "Okay, Yuner is full. Go feed Momo." Xie Shuhuai sat behind the desk, and the voices in the kitchen reached his ears without missing a word. The next day, it was Cui and Yun Jie who delivered food to the academy. Cui waited outside the side door, and Yun Jie found Xie Shuhuai in the study room with ease. At this time, only Xie Shuhuai and Chen Jinzhan were left in the study room. Chen Jinzhan went out for something in the afternoon, so he asked Xie Shuhuai to take charge of the lessons of Class Jiazi and Class Ichou. Among the students he taught, there were not only those who failed the imperial examination, but also those who failed the provincial examination. They were the Jiazi class and the Ichou class. It was not difficult for Xie Shuhuai to arrange homework for them or answer their questions. Yun Jie was very smart. Seeing that the two were talking, she did not go in to disturb them, but waited beside them. Chen Jinzhan glanced at Yun Jie from the corner of his eye, and his eyes fixed. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "Shuhuai, is that child your daughter?" Xie Shuhuai's expression was gentle. "Master, she is my student's niece." "In that case, I'd like to remind you. Protect your niece. Yesterday, this girl and a woman met bad guys on the road. The woman was pregnant and couldn't break free. She was dragged and pushed onto the carriage by 2 men. If the woman hadn't been shouting for help, I would have heard it when I passed by, and I'm afraid the bad guys would have succeeded." In an instant, Xie Shuhuai froze in place. His face turned pale, and a wave of emotion appeared in his deep eyes. After Chen Jinzhan left, Yun Jie saw Xie Shuhuai standing there in a daze and shouted, "Uncle." After shouting several times, Xie Shuhuai walked to Yun Jie. He took the pottery bowl, slowly squatted down, took Yun Jie's hand, and asked in a gentle voice, "Yuner, can you tell your uncle what happened between you and your aunt on the road yesterday?" Yun Jie remembered Lin Yuha's instructions and shook her head. Xie Shuhuai coaxed patiently, "If you don't tell me, your uncle won't force you. If your uncle guesses right, just nod your head. You and your aunt met bad guys on the road yesterday, right?" Yun Jie blinked her watery eyes and nodded. After Yueranju and Li Yunluo came back from Guangling County, the servant who delivered the calligraphy hurriedly told her what happened yesterday. Originally, she wanted to ask for a reward, but Li Yunluo changed her face immediately after hearing it. She scolded the servant and punished him to kneel in the yard for 2 hours. She went to Guangling County yesterday to check the business status of the Li family's newly opened shop. She also specially selected a set of precious Duan inkstones for Xie Shuhuai and planned to send them to him in 2 days. That day, Lin Yuha said that Xie Shuhuai personally admitted that he liked her, Li Yunluo. Li Yunluo was so happy for a long time, but she didn't expect that this stupid servant would do such a stupid thing. The sun at noon is always scorching. After a while, the servant's face was sunburned and beads of sweat kept rolling down his forehead. After lunch, Li Yunluo passed by the servant and couldn't help but continue to blame him. "You took the initiative to tell Mr. Xie about this. What will he think of me? He has always been deep-minded. He will definitely think that I am the same as that woman who loves to gossip." Dong Yue felt sorry for the servant and mustered up the courage to plead for him. Miss, Xiao knows he is wrong, so please forgive him. He is also devoted to his master. This servant named Xiao looked only 13 or 14 years old. In Li Yunluo's era, he was still a junior high school student. He had worked in Yuanjuan for many years, and he was a little smart but didn't know how to measure. Li Yunluo said calmly, "Get up, I know you want to protect me, but you can't tell Mr. Xia in person. Wouldn't it be better to borrow someone else's hand for such a thing?" Xiao shook his body, bowed his head, and admitted his mistake. "I know I was wrong." Li Yunluo saw his sincere attitude and waved to him. Back in the wing room, Dong Yue mentioned another thing. "Miss, will you go to the birthday party of the wife of the governor in 10 days? I think the second master of the governor's family looks at you in a wrong way." In Dong Yue's mind, since their girl likes Xie Shuhui, she should avoid other men's advances. Li Yunluo took off a narrow-sleeved jacket outside and lay on the beauty couch with a lazy look. "Of course I will go. Such an opportunity is really rare. How can I miss it?" Li Yunluo is not the original owner, who only cares about one person and isolates all men. She won't. In modern times, even after she and her brother-in-law have confirmed their relationship in private, she still has several boyfriends around her. Of course, ordinary mortals are not in her eyes. The son of the prefect had heard of her reputation in Xi'an. He was impressed by Li Yunluo's novel business mind. After the Li family opened a store in Guangling County, Li Yunluo launched a modern version of lip balm, and the business was very good. Every day when it was put on the shelf, it was sold out, and many noble ladies couldn't buy it at all. Li Yunluo also gave the wife of the prefect in advance many snacks that were only available in her space. The wife of the prefect praised her again and again. For this reason, the wife of the prefect specially sent her an invitation on her birthday. It was the first time for the Li family to send invitations to merchants from powerful officials. After a few days of rest, Lin Yuha began to get busy again. She didn't want to sell glutinous rice anymore. There were too many vendors selling glutinous rice in front of the academy. She invested a lot of money. She planned to sell another kind of food with a slightly lower cost. Lin Yuha hadn't set up a stall in front of the academy for several days. Today, she appeared. The students who came out to buy food all gathered in front of Lin Yuha's wooden barrel. Looking at the emerald green things, they couldn't help but become curious. Some children had eaten it at home, so they shouted, "It's tofu jelly. My grandmother made it, and it wasn't delicious." Lin Yuha didn't get angry when she heard people say that tofu jelly was not delicious. She smiled and said, "You will know if it tastes good or not." She was honest in selling things, and the snacks she made in the past tasted good, so everyone trusted her. They all reached out to pick it up with bamboo chopsticks to taste it. After tasting it, the children kept saying that it was delicious. When they heard that it was only 3 cents per portion, they all shouted for a portion. Compared with the glutinous rice sold by others for 15 cents per portion. For poor students, it is undoubtedly the best choice. After tasting it, everyone thought it tasted good. If they were not full, they would spread out the banana leaves and buy more. In less than half an hour, a large bucket of tofu jelly was empty. This tofu jelly, also known as the fairy tofu, was made by Lin Yuha once. In the past years of drought, there was famine. Farmers felt it was a luxury to have a meal. Now that everyone is living a much better life, no one eats this thing. That day, Lin Yuha was at home with nothing to do, and she searched for this in her mind. According to the recipe her mother taught, the taste was really hard to swallow. The main reason was that food was scarce in the past, and this tofu jelly could only be added with a little salt. She tried it several times at home, until after adding vegetable oil and dogwood powder, the taste suddenly improved. Seeing that the children loved it, Chui was secretly happy. It was worth their hard work. After closing the stall, Chui took Yun Jier home first. Lin Yuha was going to the market to buy seasonings. This tofu jelly can be bought continuously for a while. She had to buy more dogwood powder and vegetable oil. Lin Yuha was a little scared along the way, afraid of meeting Minji Yuan again. In fact, Lin Yuha had another important matter to do in the county today, taking Chiaoer to work. Arriving at the backyard of the shop, she heard the voices of Mrs. Wu and Az's mother. Lin Yuha strode in and took off the straw hat on her head. Mrs. Wu looked much better, and she was working non-stop to make clothes for the baby in her belly. Seeing Lin Yuha coming, Az's mother consciously left the house. The two children fell asleep beside Mrs. Wu. Mrs. Wu put down the clothes in her hands and directly told Lin Yuha a piece of news that petrified her on the spot. "Little sister, do you know that Min Jiyuan had an accident? I heard from your brother that his carriage was startled yesterday and he fell out of the carriage, covered in blood." Lin Yuha opened her mouth slightly and didn't come back to her senses for a long time. Then, a burst of ecstasy surged in her heart. She was finally safe. Because of this news, Lin Yuha was in a much better mood. After drinking some cold tea, she told the purpose of this trip, "Sister-in-law, you don't have to worry about Chioa coming to take advantage of my brother." Mrs. Wu was delighted. "Why?" Lin Yuha smiled playfully. "When Azu comes back in the evening, let him tell you. I'm leaving." She was in a hurry, which made Mrs. Wu stunned. Azu took Chioa out of the old house according to Lin Yuha's instructions. When Chioa heard that Lin Yuha had found a job for her, she smiled so much that her eyes almost narrowed into slits. When Azu's ox cart stopped at the gate of Li's house, Chioa and Azu were both confused. When they arrived at Li's house, after Lin Yuha reported her name, Donghua came out not long after. She said in a hard tone, "Our Lady said that there is no shortage of people in the embroidery building now. But for the sake of Madame Lin, arrange this girl to clean the outer courtyard." Chioa finally understood and said respectfully with excitement, "Sister, Chioa will listen to your arrangements." "I wonder how much the monthly salary is?" Donghua replied impatiently, 2 taels of silver per month. Chioa nodded excitedly, and after saying goodbye to Lin Yuha, she and Donghua entered the Li mansion. A few days ago, Li Yunluo came to visit Chui at home. Lin Yuha took this opportunity to mention it to Li Yunluo. Because of Lin Yuha, Li Yunluo gave her a reassurance, and her hostility towards Lin Yuha was obviously much less, and she agreed without hesitation. After solving this problem, Lin Yuha felt much more relaxed. After buying the things, Azu sent her back to Hongya village directly. When she returned home, it was not yet dark, and Chui was sewing shoes in the yard. It was Xie Shuhuai who was busy in the kitchen. He was busy kneading dough on the chopping board. In the wooden basin, bacon and wild onions had been chopped. From the prepared ingredients, it was clear that he was going to make dumplings. Lin Yuha thought she was dazzled and stood at the door of the kitchen for a long time. It was not until she met Xie Shuhuai's cold eyes that she believed it was true. These days, Lin Yuha was holding her breath and had been unwilling to talk to Xie Shuhuai. She put down the backpack and took out the seasonings to pour them into the pottery jar. But her arms were too short to reach the pottery jar. Xie Shuhuai couldn't bear it and reached out to take the pottery jar to her. Lin Yuha was angry, as if she was deliberately arguing with him. She pushed the pottery jar back to its original position with a long spoon in a fit of anger, and then used the long spoon to hook the pottery jar in front of her. She silently vented her dissatisfaction. Yun Jie was burning a fire in the stove. When she heard the noise, she poked her head out and saw Lin Yuha coming back. She put down the fire tongs, trotted over, and saw a melon under the backpack. She laughed happily. "Uncle, my aunt bought a cantaloupe." Then she took it to the yard to show off. "Grandmother, we have cantaloupe to eat." Chui felt a little sorry for the money and scolded, "You little greedy cat, you nag in front of your aunt every day, and she is really willing to spend it. Soak the melon in the water tank and eat it tonight to enjoy the cool air." Yes. Lin Yuha liked the taste of wild onions and ate a few more to feel full. In the evening, the moonlight was still bright, and Chui moved a small stool to the yard to enjoy the cool air. Yun Jie finally ate the cantaloupe she had been thinking about. Lin Yuha dared not be greedy anymore and walked leisurely in the yard to digest the food. Listening to Chui's talk about the village chief's family marrying a daughter-in-law tomorrow. At this moment, the baby in her belly moved again and started kicking Lin Yuha. "Yuner, come quickly, look, your sister is kicking your aunt again." Yun Jie took the cantaloupe and leaned close to Lin Yuha's lower abdomen to listen. Chui was also very happy. After a long period of silence, Yunjie also lost her patience. Aunt, you are pregnant with a brother, not a sister. I don't like my sister. You want to steal my skirt to wear. Xie Shuhui happened to hear what they were talking about after taking a bath, and stood at the door for a long time without returning to the house. When Chui changed the subject and mentioned that the village chief's family would marry a daughter-in-law tomorrow, Xie Shuhui sat back at the desk and began to review his lessons, holding a sheep's hair brush and writing. He used a very old stone inkstone for grinding. Next to it was the Duan inkstone that Li Yunluo bought for him, which he put aside intact. When Lin Yuha saw that there was only one piece of cantaloupe left, she said, "Good luck. Can you leave this piece for your uncle?" Yun Jie was a little protective of her food. Even her grandmother couldn't do it and pouted. "Aren't you angry with your uncle? Why do you care about what he does?" Xie Shuhui in the house stopped what he was doing and looked at Lin Yuha through the open wooden window. Lin Yuha smiled softly and said, "Silly boy, I don't care about him. I'm just afraid that you will be full and have trouble sleeping tonight. Grandmother can't eat anything too cold. You can send it to your uncle. And I'll buy it for you next time." Yun Jie reluctantly agreed. Xie Shuhui's deep eyes moved slightly, and he buried his head in his desk and continued to work. The next day, after Lin Yuha and Chui had breakfast at home, they took Yuner to the mountain to pick the magic leaves. When they got to the mountain and took a look, they were stunned. The leaves on the trees were all looted, leaving only a few yellow leaves. The vendors in Hongya village saw that she made money from selling the magic tofu yesterday, so they came up with such a vicious recipe. Chui was so angry that she cursed. What are they thinking? Lin Yuha's good mood fell to the bottom in an instant. Today, the village chief's family is celebrating a wedding. All the villagers, except his family and Dr. Ji's master and his apprentice, will go to help. The vendors in Hongya village have no time to sell snacks at the entrance of the academy. They can't do business, and they don't want Lin Yuha to sell this tofu jelly. Yuha, go back. The glutinous rice hasn't been soaked yet.
Take a day off today.
Lin Yuha knew what these people meant, but she was a stubborn donkey and refused to let those people get what they wanted. "Mom, I'll sell tofu jelly today. It's still early. Let's go to Qingshui Bay." The villagers in Qingshui Bay are much richer than Hongya village. Most farmers have their own land. They are close to the river. After finishing their farm work in the fields, they go to the river to catch fish and shrimp to sell. No one cares about this leaf at all, claiming that even cows don't eat it. Village chief Lu Qingshan is a grateful person. When his family was in trouble in the past, Lin Yuha's mother Fong helped him a lot. Not only the village chief, but many households in Qingshui Bay have received favors from Jiang. After Lin Yuha explained her purpose, Lu Qingshan readily agreed. He also refused the silver Lin Yuha gave. In less than an hour, Lin Yuha and Chui had picked 2 full baskets, enough to make 2 pots of tofu jelly. After lunch, Aunt Chu was making shoe soles at the entrance of the village. Soon, the news that Lin Yuha and her mother-in-law went to Qingshui Bay to pick fairy leaves reached her ears. She wondered in her heart that although the Xie family was not rich, they were not short of food. Putting aside other things, Lin Yuping doted on her sister so much that she would definitely not let her suffer such hardships. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law must have picked fairy leaves for other purposes. She immediately went to Hongya village to inquire and learned from others that Lin Yuha was selling snacks at the gate of the academy. After returning, she told Lu Qingshan's old woman not to allow Lin Yuha to come to Qingshui Bay to pick leaves. Lu Qingshan's wife was still a little afraid of Chu, so she told her husband the news when she got home. Lu Qingshan not only refused to listen, but also scolded his wife and Chu. "This Kingshuiwen is not surnamed Chu. She doesn't have that ability, and I am not Lin Yuding. I'm not afraid of her. In the future, no matter what Yuha does in the mountains, even if it's chopping firewood, I won't stop her." As for Lin Yuha, as they guessed, she was the only one buying tofu jelly at the entrance of the academy today. Of course, she sold it quickly. Before the sound of drums for the second half of the class in the academy was heard, she had sold all the goods and closed the stall. When she went back, Lin Yuha walked very slowly, and even Yun Jie couldn't catch up with her. Chui saw her abnormality. Yuha, what's wrong with you? Mom, I'm fine, just a little headache, just go back and lie down. Chui was still worried. After all, the last time she saw blood, she still had lingering fears. After returning home, regardless of Lin Yuha's objection, he saw Yun Jier sleeping on the bed, took a piece of bacon, and went out. Ruxiang Academy. Chun Jinjian was teaching the students of class Icho, but Fuan rushed in at this time, and he didn't care about etiquette. Master, something bad has happened to the young master. Chun Jinjian was shaking, and he left the study without even putting down the book in his hand. Fuan was so anxious that sweat broke out on his face. Master, Uncle Yen reported that the young master accidentally ate poisonous fungi and is vomiting and having diarrhea. The doctor in the clinic prescribed medicine, but it still didn't work. The young master's condition has become more serious, and even his mouth has turned black and blue. Chun Jinjian couldn't react for a long time and was panicked. Let's go to Guangling County to find Dr. Xiao. You drive the car. Master, Guangling County is too far away. Chun Jinjian whispered. That's better than looking for doctors in every house in Xiang County. The master and servant didn't dare to stay, and trotted to the door at a brisk pace. Xie Shuhuai has always had excellent hearing. He sat by the window and heard the two people's voices clearly. He quickly left the study and followed, calling Chun Jinjian, who hadn't left the door yet. Wait a minute, master. I know someone who can definitely save your son. Chun Jinjian knew that he was not a rash person and believed his words without any hesitation. The carriage drove to the intersection of Hongya village, and Fuan carefully carried the little boy out of the carriage. Judging from his stature, the child should be 5 or 6 years old, about the same age as Yun Jier. Xie Shuhuai led the way in front, and Fuan followed Xie Shuhuai holding the child. Both of them had kung fu and were fast. Chun Jinjian and the housekeeper Yan Shu couldn't catch up with them at all. Xie Shuhuai brought the man to Dr. Ji's house and learned from his little apprentice that Dr. Ji had gone to his house. Xie Shuhuai's eyes suddenly surged with worry, and he picked up the big medicine box that Dr. Ji often used. He took the little boy from Fuan and hurried to his house along the path. At this time, Fuan was shocked to find that Xie Shuhuai's kung fu was not inferior to his. After Dr. Ji took Lin Yuha's pulse, he told the two that the baby in her belly was fine, and she herself had a fever. He told Chui to boil some herbal tea to relieve the heat. When Chui heard that Dr. Ji had not yet had lunch, she made him a bowl of soup noodles after making herbal tea. When Xie Shuhuai rushed home with the little boy in his arms, Dr. Ji had not yet finished his bowl of soup noodles. Xie Shuhuai first glanced at the west room, and there was no movement. Then he saw his mother chatting with Dr. Ji about family matters, and then he took the little boy in his hands to Dr. Ji. Uncle Ji, this young man has eaten poisonous fungi by mistake. Please save him. Chui and Dr. Ji were both shocked to see Xie Shuhuai bringing back a strange child. Especially Dr. Ji. He saw that the child's lips were already black. Knowing that he could not delay any longer, he pulled the child's wrist and was about to take his pulse. When he raised his eyes, he saw Fuan in the yard. His face suddenly changed, and he said in a cold voice, I don't treat officials' families. Take him away. Xie Shuhuai knew that the old man had a strange temper and that his treatment depended entirely on his mood, so he hurriedly explained, Ji Bo, he is not a son of an official, but the son of my master. Please, Ji Bo, don't delay. Dr. Ji stood up with a huff, and his tone became much heavier. Don't try to fool me. I have been traveling all over the country for many years and have seen all kinds of people. It can be seen that this guard was a soldier in the past. If he is not a member of an official family with a distinguished status, how can a mere merchant invite him? Fuan saw that this man was not easy to get along with, and was about to take his young master with him. But Dr. Ji saw through his background at a glance, and guessed that the old man in front of him should have some real skills. He bowed and raised his hand. Doctor, if you don't like me, I will leave here. The young master knows nothing, so please treat my young master. At this critical moment in the tense atmosphere, Chun Jinjian and the housekeeper came panting. Dr. Ji was more certain of Qin Jinzhan's identity when he saw his clothes and his elegant and aloof aura. His anger suddenly rose to the top of his head, and he didn't waste time talking to them, carrying the medicine box, and was about to leave. Xie Shuhui hurriedly stretched out his hand to stop him. Uncle Ji, Shuhui brought them here specially today. Just think of it as helping Shuhui. Dr. Ji was reluctant to deal with many people in the village. He admired Xie Shuhui's unique character and his unwillingness to curry favor with others. Xie Shuhui also respected him very much, unlike the villagers who were often rude to him. The two had a tacit understanding of mutual respect. Normally, whenever Xie Shuhui had trouble, he would tell Dr. Ji, and Dr. Ji would not stand aside. But today, he did not even care about Xie Shuhui's face. It seemed that his disgust for officials had reached its peak. Chun Jinzhan saw the doctor's temper and said respectfully, "Please, old man, save my son. Just ask for anything." Dr. Ji walked faster when he heard the familiar tone. When everyone was at a loss, Lin Yuha, who came out of the west room, said, "Dr. Ji, please walk slowly. It's just that you have a bad memory, so don't take the wrong road." Everyone was very angry, but Lin Yuha could still stand by and watch and make sarcastic remarks. Especially Xie Shuhui. The mockery in his eyes flashed by, as if to say, "Your true face is finally revealed." Dr. Ji was furious and turned around to scold. "Madam Lin, you are drunk and talking nonsense. I have a very good memory." Lin Yuha smiled slightly, walked from the eaves to the yard, knelt down and saluted Qin Jinzhan. Continuing to reply to Dr. Ji's words, "2 days ago you rescued a little girl in the market. Her father was an official in the Yamen. Dr. Ji, you forgot. The official uniform was clearly worn on your body. They only gave you a pot of wine, and you didn't even want the consultation fee. I see this gentleman is very polite and has said all the good and bad things, but you don't want to see the young master." Dr. Ji's face was a little embarrassed, and he said angrily, "That person is a small official. How can he be compared with them?" "I don't know if I can be compared. I only know that you treat military officers but not civil officials. Aren't you bullying the weak and fearing the strong? You set the rules of the underworld yourself, and you broke them yourself. What else can we say?" If Grandma Chun knew. Dr. Ji's old face turned red, and he scolded, Okay, stop it quickly. I'll take a look." Lin Yuha heard about Master Ji's temper from Chun Pu. The more you go along with him, the more twisted he becomes. Just say something he doesn't like to hear, and maybe he can change his mind. Dr. Ji left Hongya village when he was young, claiming that he wanted to go out and make a living. He ignored his parents' opposition and his childhood sweetheart Chun Po's retention. He insisted on staying away for many years without returning, waiting for things to go wrong outside and returning home. His parents were no longer at home, and his childhood sweetheart had become his grandmother. He was also tired of the intrigues outside and stayed in the main house left by his parents. He lived by his skills and took care of the little apprentice he picked up from outside. Chun Po's husband had passed away for many years, and Dr. Ji wanted to marry Chun Po again. Chun Po resented Dr. Ji and was unwilling to agree. Dr. Ji did not give up either. When he was plowing the land at Chun Po's house, or when Chun Po went up the mountain to cut grass alone, he would always go up and talk to her. Lin Yuha met her several times in the mountains. Chun Po has a good temper and has also had contacts with Chui. She was at the wedding of Xie Shuhui and Li Yunluo last time. She took the initiative to help their family, which led to the follow-up that Dr. Ji was willing to carry the dowry. Although Dr. Ji has a bad temper, his medical skills are still great. He only gave the young master a pill and a piece of herbal medicine. After a while, the young man vomited everything and his lips returned to normal color. He opened his eyes and called out weakly, "Father." Chun Jinzhan had tears in his eyes and held his son tightly in his arms. After comforting his son, he raised his hand to thank Dr. Ji. Dr. Ji ignored him and didn't tell him the prescription. He took out a few medicines in a difficult way. He asked Qin Jinzhan's people to go to the pharmacy and buy a set of boiled water according to these medicines. When he left, he couldn't help but glare at Lin Yuha. Lin Yuha smiled and said, "Uncle Ji, I will cook spring bamboo shoots and stew bacon in 2 days, and send some to you then. At this time, Dr. G's dark face finally showed a little smile. The young master was safe and sound, and Qin Jinzhan was very grateful to Xie Shuhuai's family, especially Lin Yuhe. When Qin Jinzhan looked at Lin Yuhe, he was distracted for a moment, as if he was looking at another person through Lin Yuhe. It was not until Xie Shuhuai coughed lightly, walked in front of him, and blocked Qin Jinzhan's sight. He came back to his senses. Who is this Lady Shuhuai? Qin Jinzhan only asked Fuan to investigate Xie Shuhuai's life experience and did not know about his emotional affairs. He only knew that Xie Shuhuai had a fiancé from a merchant family and did not know that there was such a person as Lin Yuhe. Xie Shuhuai and Chui were in a dilemma and did not know how to answer. Lin Yuhe was afraid that Xie Shuhuai would be embarrassed, so she took the initiative to say, I am his relative, and I am staying at his house temporarily. Fuan saw that his master had not recognized the woman yet, so he hurriedly reminded her in a low voice, Master, it was you who helped this lady scare away the bad guys many days ago. The young master was still very weak, and Qin Jinzhan had to go buy medicine for his son, so he didn't dare to stay any longer. After giving some instructions, he asked Xie Shuhuai to go back to the academy to arrange the students' homework first. Then he left in a hurry. Seeing that Xie Shuhuai was dawdling, Chui urged him, Your teacher has given instructions, so go back to the academy quickly. Mother, Jibo just came to the house. What's the matter? Chui smiled and said, Yuha has a fever. It's nothing serious. Xie Shuhuai saw that she looked tired, and his eyes moved to her lower abdomen. Are you okay? Lin Yuhe felt a little uncomfortable that the mother and son were unwilling to explain her identity. At this time, she found that Xie Shuhuai's concern for her was only for the child in her belly. She replied with a bitter tone, I'm just a relative of your family. You don't have to care about me. Xie Shuhuai's eyes dimmed, and he replied in a cold voice, Why do you have to feel wronged? Who can you blame for your current situation? Lin Yuhe's eyes suddenly misted, and she retorted, I'm not wronged. I'm just telling the truth. In front of your husband, I said it was your ex-wife. What will he think of you? If I say that I am the mother of your child, will you agree? After all, in your heart, the only one who is worthy of being the mother of your child is Li Yunluo. It would be a lie to say that she didn't care. She really couldn't blame anyone else for all this. She was just sad that Xie Shuhuai had wiped out her position so quickly. It seemed as if the kindness he had shown her in the past was just a dream. After she got engaged to Min Jiyuan, they met privately once or twice. She always stayed away from him and didn't want to have too much physical contact with him, because in her heart, there was always a place for Xie Shuhuai. At the same time, after Li Yunluo enjoyed a period of glory, she also brought considerable trouble to the Li family. Li Yunluo often sold out of lip balm, and several people started to develop rashes on their faces and mouths after using it. Many distinguished guests came to the Li family shop and asked for an explanation. In Guangling County, the newly opened shops were also in the same situation. Customers blocked the door and could not do business at all. Even the 2 perfume and powder shops that were open were closed. Fortunately, the second son of the prefect of Guangling County mediated, and the matter was suppressed. Only some silver was compensated, and no one went to the shop to make trouble. In Xuyang County, the lip balm and powder had just been on the shelves for less than 10 days when this happened. Things are not so easy to solve. Even the business of the ready-made clothing shop was affected. Li Yunxin and Master Li tried all kinds of ways to reconcile, but to no avail. Master Li saw that the situation was getting more and more difficult, and he blindly took his anger out on Li Yunluo. Fortunately, Li Yunxin was still sober and helped Li Yunluo out, knowing that it was a business rival who was interfering. Li Yunluo finally realized that since she came here, she had been acting too high profile and didn't know how to restrain herself, which led to the bad consequences caused by the jealousy of her peers. Moreover, the situation was getting worse and worse, and some people went to the government office to complain. There was no murder and no major losses were caused. The county magistrate did not accept the case and asked them to go to the Chamber of Commerce. Li Yunluo was smart in business, and once she encountered these troubles, she was helpless. "Brother, what should we do next?" After running around for a few days, Li Yunluo was also exhausted. "I went to the Chamber of Commerce, and Qin Huaishou didn't want to take care of this matter. Master Li has been in the business world for many years and has understood the doorway," he said with certainty. "I'm afraid Qin Huaishou has colluded with those people. It's all my fault for being too careless." Xie Shuhuai from Hongye village returned home at twilight. Chui called him to the room and whispered, "Huaier, do you know that Yunluo's family has an accident? You came back early today. Go to Li's house to take a look." She and Lin Yuhe went to the county market to buy food today. As soon as she entered the market, she heard people talking about this. At first, she didn't believe it, so she took a bullock cart to go to Li's house to see it in person. There were many people blocking the door. Xie Shuhuai said calmly, "Mother, I can't solve this problem even if I go." Chui advised, "At least go to the mansion to see the people in the Li mansion. Let's not talk about your relationship with Yunluo. Just say that Yunluo has helped us a lot in the past. We shouldn't be so indifferent." Xie Shuhuai was still unmoved. He changed the subject and replied, "Mother, I'm going to fetch water." Chui pulled Xie Shuhuai's sleeve, and her tone softened a little. "Huaier, just think that you are helping your mother this time. Your marriage is still going on, so we are not being rude." Xie Shuhuai has always been reluctant to disobey Chui, and finally couldn't give in. Nodding and agreeing, he stood up and walked towards the door. At this time Chui called him again. "Huaier, change your clothes before going." This time Xie Shuhuai didn't respond to Chui and strode out of the yard. When he arrived at the side door of the Li family, the doorman opened the door when he saw that it was the future son-in-law. He welcomed him to the main hall. When Master Li heard that it was him, he was a little impatient, but he didn't want to chase him away. Li Yunluo still welcomed him and warmly, "Shuhuai is here. Please take a seat." Xie Shuhuai had long been accustomed to Master Li's attitude towards him and didn't care much. He raised his hand and saluted and asked, "Uncle, Brother Yunluo, I have also heard about the Li mansion's affairs. Have you thought of a solution now?" Master Li was at a loss, and he got angry when he heard Xie Shuhuai's calm tone. "It's easy to say, but what can we do? Even the Chamber of Commerce doesn't want to take care of this matter." Li Yunluo also sighed deeply. "To be honest with Shuhuai, the person who did something behind our backs escaped, and there is no evidence to prove his guilt. Li Yunluo is a humble person. He is the only person in the Li mansion, except Li Yunluo, who treats Xie Shuhuai with courtesy." In Xie Shuhuai's deep eyes, a barely perceptible light flashed quickly, and then he returned to his calm appearance. He firmly took over Li Yunluo's words. "They don't want to rectify their reputation, but to close all your Li family shops." Master Li put down the teacup heavily. "What are you talking about? Are you here to watch the fun? Do you still have the mood to make sarcastic remarks?" "Dad, calm down first and let Shuhuai finish his words." Xie Shuhuai didn't bother to care about Master Li's anger when he was caught in the act, and didn't even give him a sidelong glance. He directly said to Li Yunluo, "Since the Chamber of Commerce doesn't care, why don't you drag them all into the water, Brother Yunluo?" Li Yunluo got up from his chair with a huff, hope rekindled in his eyes, and excitedly said, "How to drag? Please teach me, Shuhuai." A few days later, Qin Xingtou of Xiyang Chamber of Commerce was so angry that he couldn't sit still. After a while, someone came to report that many people had stomach problems from Zhou's pastries. Later, they said that the spices of the Wen family made people faint. I don't know how many groups of people came in one after another. Either this family's business had problems, or that family shop had trouble. Compared to these, no one mentioned the matter of Li's rouge anymore. Finally, when Qin Xingshou saw the person coming, his forehead throbbed and he threw the tea lid directly at the person. Unexpectedly, the other party was quite skilled and caught it. At this time, Qin Xingshou saw clearly that it was the constable from the Yamen who came. "Qin Xingshou, I am here to inform you by the order of the county magistrate. I will give you 1 day to sort out the affairs of the merchants in Xiyang County. Otherwise, he will personally come forward to solve the matter, and then the selection of the head of the line will not be up to you." Qin Xingshou apologized repeatedly and claimed that he would complete the tasks assigned by the county magistrate. 2 days later, all the shops of the Li family reopened, and no one came to make trouble again. Business resumed its former prosperity. Li Yunluo also kept a low profile because of this matter. Decided to put business aside for a while. That night, after seeing Xie Shuhuai's ability, she fell in love with him even more. She came to Hongye village every day, cooked for Xie Shuhuai with Chui, and delivered meals to the academy for Xie Shuhuai. This time, Master Li also changed his view of Xie Shuhuai and let his daughter do what she wanted. Li Yunluo completely regarded herself as Xie Shuhuai's family. She ignored the fact that there was another Lin Yuhe in the family. Chui was a little embarrassed to see that Li Yunluo came so frequently. Although Lin Yuhe felt sad, she could not change the situation. She calmed down and continued to do her snack business every day. She replaced tofu jelly with cold noodles, which was similar to tofu jelly, but the ingredients were replaced with millet flour, cut into very thin strips. Originally, when she was making these snacks without distraction, she was in a good mood. But when she saw Li Yunluo and Xie Shuhuai being affectionate in front of her, her mood would still be greatly affected, which also made her discouraged. Only when it was late at night, she would shed tears silently and hide this sadness in her heart alone. She felt that her hope of reconciling with Xie Shuhuai was becoming increasingly slim, and she even thought about giving up. She had experienced a lifetime and was no longer as confused as before. She had the confidence to raise her own child. Just as she was making a secret decision, she heard Li Yunluo's voice again. Lin Yuhe, I wonder how long you can hold on. If you keep going like this, you'll be gone in less than a month. Xie Shuhuai is mine, and you are not worthy of snatching him from me. These words completely angered Lin Yuhe and aroused her inner desire to win. She regained her spirits and said to herself that this time it had nothing to do with Xie Shuhuai. She stayed in the Xie family only to get in the way of Li Yunluo, to block her heart. Let her have a taste of the frustration of not being able to stand her, but not being able to drive her away. But she couldn't let Li Yunluo become her trouble. The first thing she had to do was not to see Li Yunluo hanging around in front of her all day. A light bulb went off in her head, and she had an idea. On this day, Chui and Li Yunluo were in the kitchen, cooking and chatting about Xie Shuhuai's childhood. Suddenly, Lin Yuhe screamed outside the house. Chui put down the frying pan in her hand and went to the door to see Lin Yuhe lying on the ground with her hands on her stomach. Dong Yue in front of her was shocked. Chui's face was pale, and she ran to Lin Yuhe. Her voice was trembling a little, and her eyes were fixed on her stomach. She helped Li Yuhe up. Yuhe, what's wrong with you? Mother, Miss Dong Yue accidentally bumped into me. Dong Yue shook her head repeatedly at Chui and Li Yunluo, arguing, Miss, I didn't. Even though Li Yunluo knew that Dong Yue would not be so stupid, she could only scold Dong Yue at this time. She apologized to Lin Yuhe. Chui looked at Dong Yue angrily. Miss Dong Yue, she is so old, and she is behind you. Did you really not see it? No matter what, she is pregnant with the flesh and blood of my Xie family. Thinking of Dong Yue's usual dislike for Lin Yuhe, Chui didn't believe that Dong Yue was unintentional. After this period of time, Chui also saw that Lin Yuhe had really changed. She treated Xie Shuhuai and them sincerely. Chui didn't doubt Lin Yuhe at all. When she looked at Li Yunluo, there was a hint of hesitation in her eyes. Chui really regarded the child in Lin Yuhe's belly as important, because this was her first grandson. When Lin Yuhe foolishly said that she wanted to abort the child, she fainted and was sick for many days. Later, when she knew that the child in Lin Yuhe's belly was still there, she was so happy. Chui didn't listen to Dong Yue's explanation and pulled Li Yunluo into her main house. Yunluo, you are a good girl. Just for your aunt's sake, go back first and don't come to our house often in the future. You don't have to send Shuhuai's food. The doctor said that Yuhe can't be too sad. It will affect the baby in her belly. She already had bleeding last time. She won't stay in our house for long. After she gives birth to the baby, Shuhuai, and I will let her go. When the time comes, your aunt will give you a grand wedding. Besides, there was no grand wedding. Li Yunluo, an unmarried girl, came to the Xie family too often. People in the village were already gossiping about Xie Shuhuai. Chui took advantage of Lin Yuha's opportunity to say it in a tactful way. No matter how much Li Yunluo hated Lin Yuha in her heart, she still had to consider Chui's face and agreed generously. They left Hongye village immediately. In the carriage, Li Yunluo's face became ferocious because of anger. Dongyue huddled in the corner and didn't dare to say a word. After a long time, she raised her eyes to Dongyue and instructed, "Doesn't Lin Yuha have a relative in our house? Find a way to let her take a message to Lin Yuha. Just say that Xie Shuhui has come to the house and proposed to my father. I wonder how long Lin Yuha can endure it." Dongyue opened her mouth slightly. "Miss, this is not good for your reputation. Reputation is something that only you care about." Dongyue did not dare to refute, and thought of the birthday banquet of the wife of the prefect the day after tomorrow, and said weakly, "Miss, the day after tomorrow is the birthday of the wife of the prefect, and we should leave tomorrow. What gift are you going to prepare for the wife of the prefect? It takes a whole day to travel from Guangling County to Xuyang County." When Li Yunluo heard Dongyue mention this matter, and then she regained her lost mood. Before, she wanted to find a novel gift in the space to give to the wife of the governor to attract people's attention. But after the Rouge incident, she also learned a lesson. She dared not move modern things here so recklessly. "Go back and ask my eldest brother." At dusk, Xie Shuhui came back from the academy. Lin Yuha was feeding chickens by the chicken coop, and she did not go up. Lin Yuha was afraid that Xie Shuhui would be reluctant to drive Li Yunluo away today, so she had to borrow Chui. She slid down the wall by herself, and it did not hurt the baby in her belly. Chui was busy sewing Xie Shuhui's other shoe in the room and heard his footsteps coming back. She called him in. The mother and son were talking in a low voice in the room. As for what they were talking about, Lin Yuha knew it was related to Li Yunluo without guessing. She walked far away, not wanting to listen to the mother and son's conversation. Xie Shuhui made the dinner in the evening. Lin Yuha saw that his face was normal. When eating, he asked Yuner to call him. The four of them sat together, and the three adults didn't speak, eating in silence. Seeing Lin Yuha's belly bulge, Yuner's eyes lit up. "Aunt, your little brother kicked you again." Chui put down her chopsticks and said, "I'm afraid it's a boy, very naughty. Summer clothes are thin, and Lin Yuha is now 5 months pregnant. Sitting there can be seen at a glance." Yuner was in a playful mood, holding the bowl to Lin Yuha's belly. "Little brother, we re-eating. Do you want to eat? Tonight's meal is not made by your grandmother, but by your father." At this time, Lin Yuha's belly bulged again. It seemed to be responding to Yuner. Lin Yuha and Chui were in a good mood. Yun Jier exclaimed, "Aunt, my little brother heard what I said." Chui laughed and said, "My grandson has a really good hearing, just like his father." Xie Shuhui looked at Lin Yuha's belly with an indifferent look. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, and a faint smile appeared on his face. After eating, Lin Yuha digested the food in the yard and returned to the house. She couldn't sleep for a while, so she took out 2 purses of copper coins to count. These were all earned from selling snacks, and she gave half to Chui. After counting, there were more than 1 or 2 taels of silver, including the half given to Chui, which was about 2 taels of silver. Excluding the capital of 300 coins, that is to say, they made a net profit of 1,700 coins in the past month or 2. Lin Yuha was already very satisfied. Compared with the vanity in the past, she was much more down to earth at this time. Subconsciously, she touched her belly, and her expression couldn't help but dim. She could only sell snacks for 2 months at most. Her body and the child in her belly were a little overwhelmed. And during the more than 1 year of breastfeeding, I had no time to earn money. I sighed to myself if there was a way to earn money that could take care of both. That day, the sun was very hot, and Lin Yuha was afraid of getting a heat, so she gave up the idea of selling snacks. Chui was of course happy to do so, as she had advised her a few days ago. Lin Yuha remembered the promise she made to Dr. Ji many days ago and discussed with Chui, "Mom, how about we make bacon and stewed spring bamboo shoots today? Then send a bowl to Dr. Ji as well." Xie Shuhui also liked to eat bamboo shoots, so Chui readily agreed. Lin Yuha took out the dried spring bamboo shoots from the cupboard and soaked them in hot water. Chui took the bacon from the wooden stake. Seeing that there was not much bacon left on the wooden stake, Chui felt a little distressed. Last time, she gave Dr. Ji too much on impulse. Lin Yuha seemed to see through her thoughts and expressed her own ideas. Mom, I want to go to the market and buy a slightly larger piglet to raise. It's only July now. We can make bacon by the end of the year, and then we can buy less meat next year. This is more cost-effective than buying meat directly. Chui was a little hesitant, but she was thinking that by this time next year, Lin Yuha would have left her home. With Li Yunluo marrying in, their family would not have to worry about meat. She refused casually. Lin Yuha didn't know what she was thinking and thought she was afraid of trouble, so she didn't mention it again. The spring bamboo shoots in the kitchen hadn't been stewed, yet when she heard Momo's cry, Lin Yuha came out of the kitchen and saw that it was the guard Fuan who came, and he brought the same young master from last time. Chui came out from the kitchen and saw that it was a distinguished guest, so she hurriedly welcomed him to the main hall and asked him to sit down. Fuan politely stated his purpose. Madam, I have come here today to trouble your family to take us to the home of Dr. Ji. My young master has eaten very little in the past 2 days, and our master wants the doctor to see him. Chui understood that the guard was afraid that Dr. Ji would lose his temper and would not want to diagnose his young master. When their family members went to see Dr. Ji, he would always show some leniency. You don't have to be polite, Guard Fu. We farmers cannot afford to call you madam. Just call me aunt. For these trivial matters, just give the order, Guard Fu. We're going to Dr. Ji's house too. Wait a moment. I will take you there. Chui went into the kitchen to continue stewing the soup, and Lin Yuha took out the best set of white porcelain tea sets in the house. After washing and drying, pour cold tea for both of them. Chun Jinjan's son looked around curiously. He had never seen such a house before. But after Lin Yuha entered the room, his eyes followed her. He took the tea that Lin Yuha poured for him and drank it slowly. It was too late for Fuan to stop it. He just stood there in shock. Their master taught the two young masters, since they were young, that they should not drink tea from outside casually. Although this young man is aloof and quiet, he is very smart. In the past, I never drank other people's tea when I was outside. Today he drank it without any hesitation. Lin Yuha knew the rules of these wealthy families and also saw Fuan's worries. In order to dispel his concerns, she smiled and said, Guard Fu put summer heat relief tea leaves in this tea. Our whole family will drink this. After that, she poured a cup for Yunjie, who took it and drank it in one gulp. Fuan also realized his impoliteness just now. He smiled awkwardly, picked up the teacup, and took 2 sips. When Yunjie saw a child of her age, she wanted to play with him. Unfortunately, this young man is well-dressed, smells good, and doesn't like to talk to people. She didn't dare to take the initiative to talk and hid behind Lin Yuha again. After the young master finished drinking the tea gracefully, his clear and lively eyes were still staring at Lin Yuha. Afterwards, he took the initiative to grab Lin Yuha's sleeve and called her Mom. Several people on the spot were so shocked that they were speechless. Fuan was holding the teacup and was petrified. At home, their youngest son only talked to his father and ignored the eldest son who had returned from the capital, not to mention those of them who were slaves. Lin Yuha was also stunned. Yunjie was the first to react. She said dissatisfiedly, Shame on you. She is my younger brother's mother, not your mother. Lin Yuha saw that the young master's cheeks suddenly turned red with shame. He lowered his head, looking like he had done something wrong. But his hand did not loosen, still holding on to himself tightly. Lin Yuha smiled softly. It's okay if you want to hold my hand, just hold my hand. If you want to call me aunt, that's fine, but you can't call me mother. Tears welled up in the young master's eyes, and he said stubbornly, You are my mother, exactly the same as the scroll in my father's study. Fuan hurriedly pulled his young master over and explained, Master, you've recognized the wrong person. Don't call me that next time. Unexpectedly, the young master ignored him and pushed him away. He moved closer to Lin Yuha and held her tightly. Just at this time, Chui in the kitchen had also finished cleaning up with a basket in her hand. Let's go, Guard Fu. However, The young master held on to Lin Yuha tightly and refused to let go. No matter how Fuan persuaded him, it was useless. Lin Yuha's heart softened, so she had to take Chui's basket and lead the two of them to see Dr. Ji. With the spring bamboo shoots stewed with bacon, Dr. Ji didn't bother them anymore. He prescribed medicine for the child and also prepared pills that he made himself. After leaving Dr. Ji's house, they came to a fork in the road. It was time to say goodbye, but the young master was still reluctant to leave. He whispered to Lin Yuha, "Can you accompany me back to the mansion? My house has many rooms, there is room for you to live." Fuan was helpless. Lin Yuha didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "My dear little darling, I can't go back to your house. Because the baby in my belly won't agree. He can't get used to living in your wing room. Go back and take a closer look at the scroll."
I'm pregnant.
"You've got the wrong person." Lin Yuha had some ways to coax the child. After hearing what Lin Yuha said, the young master was willing to go with Fuan. As soon as Xie Shuhuai came back in the evening, Yun Jie told him about the incident in which Chen Jinzhan's son kept clinging to Lin Yuha and calling her his mother. "Uncle, don't let him come to our house next time. He just wants to steal my little brother's mother. He also said that my aunt looks like his mother, and he wants to take my aunt back." After hearing this, Xie Shuhuai couldn't help but think of the last time Chen Jinzhan saw Lin Yuha's distraction. His expression suddenly turned cold, and he looked at Lin Yuha with scrutiny. That night, in the study of a house, Chen Jinzhan received a letter from his father-in-law, who expressed his great satisfaction with Xie Shuhuai, whom Chen Jinzhan had recommended. It is said that the prince was actually willing to accept his suggestion. After some clever manipulation, the emperor finally let the sixth prince return to his fiefdom. He also praised Xie Shuhuai in his words, and asked Chen Jinzhan to keep this person well. Chen Jinzhan not only passed Xie Shuhuai's suggestions to his father-in-law, but also presented him with Xie Shuhuai's last test paper. At first, Chen Jinzhan was indeed moved when he heard Xie Shuhuai's suggestion. But whether the prince is willing to use it depends on him. After all, in order to put the strategy into practice, more planning is needed. Moreover, without the emperor's permission, princes and princesses were not allowed to enter the palace. The prince took advantage of the opportunity as the queen's birthday was approaching. He asked his father for permission to recall his younger brothers and sisters who were closer to the capital a few days in advance. He said that he wanted to work with them to organize an unforgettable birthday party for the queen. At first, the emperor did not realize the prince's intention, but seeing his filial piety, he agreed generously. He had always doted on his queen, and most of the princes and princesses brought their families with them and paid their respects to him every morning and evening. Especially the group of grandchildren of the current emperor, they are so numerous, big and small. Some of them even peed their pants in his bedroom when they paid their respects. Some were naughty and playful, stripping away all the rare and precious plants in his royal garden. And his group of imperial daughters-in-law, the sisters-in-law, showed off, compared with each other, and quarreled. No one is willing to give in to anyone else. These trivial matters would always reach the ears of the current emperor from time to time. He cannot punish anyone. I feel upset when I hear reports from people every day. After a few days, he gritted his teeth and drove away his most beloved sixth prince. As soon as the sixth prince left, several other princes and princesses also left. After reading the letter, Chen Jinzhan smiled slightly and stood up and walked to the candlestick. When the two pieces of letter were brought close to the candle flame, they turned into ashes in an instant. Seeing that he had finished his business, Fuan mentioned to Chen Jinzhan what happened in Hongya village today. Time flies so fast, and before I knew it, it's the Qiqiao festival. Before, no matter how busy Xie Shuhuai was, he would always take Lin Yuha to the county town for a day of fun. Go to the temple to pray, buy her a sachet, and release lanterns on the overpass. This year, Xie Shuhuai didn't even want to talk to her. She didn't expect it, so she had prepared the things to sell that day long ago. This time it's not a snack. After lunch, Lin Yuha said goodbye to Chui and went out with his backpack. After noon, the streets and alleys of the county town became lively. Men can also freely date their sweethearts on this day. Lin Yuha is selling blessing sachets today. The sachets were not embroidered by her, but she bought a lot of them at a low price a month ago. Just wait for this day to sell it. The mosquito-repellent herbs in the sachet were picked by her and Yunjier from the mountains whenever they had free time. When she saw the men and girls, she would come up to them and say a few appropriate words of blessing. Who wouldn't like that? The men buy them for the girls, and the girls give them to the men as gifts. After a few rounds of trading, the 2 sachets were sold easily. If you meet someone alone or traveling with someone, say some auspicious words, because today is the Qiqiao festival. Most of them will not refuse. Before dark, Lin Yuha had sold 200 of them. Looking at the bustling streets, Lin Yuha was deeply moved and unknowingly followed the crowd to a monkey show. She was squeezed in the crowd. The monkey was very smart and did all kinds of actions that made people laugh. When Lin Yuha covered her mouth and laughed secretly, she turned around inadvertently and saw a familiar figure. After seeing the 2 people clearly, she felt great pain in her heart. It turned out that Xie Shuhuai and Li Yunluo were having a secret meeting here. Lin Yuha's good mood suddenly fell to the bottom, and she had no intention of watching the monkey show. She immediately left the crowd and went to her brother's shop. Back in the backyard, she ate a bowl of noodle soup made by Lin Yuping and fell asleep. Xie Shuhuai was still a little surprised to see Li Yunluo suddenly appear in front of him. Yunluo, why are you here? Li Yunluo saw that there was no one around him, but he was looking around as if looking for someone. She was unhappy and said in a resentful tone, Brother Shuhuai, I finally found you. Today is the Qiqiao festival. Can you take me to light lanterns and buy qiagua? Li Yunluo dressed up and went to the academy to pick up Xie Shuhuai today, wanting to celebrate the Qiqiao festival with him privately. This request was not excessive, and the 2 were still engaged. Xie Shuhuai was not good at pleasing girls, so she took the initiative. But she heard from the doorman that Xie Shuhuai had gone to the county town from the academy early today. Li Yunluo thought that Xie Shuhuai went to the county town to do some work. Knowing that they usually do things in the South City, she and Donghua searched for a long time before they found Xie Shuhuai at a place where they watched monkey shows. Unexpectedly, he was looking for someone here. Her heart immediately tightened. Who could Xie Shuhuai find today? I'm afraid I'll disappoint Sister Yunluo. I'm waiting for someone here. Li Yunluo's heart sank slightly, and she asked, Who are you waiting for? An old friend. Hearing that it was not Lin Yuha, Li Yunluo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But she still didn't want to give up and insisted, Since it's your old friend, it doesn't matter if I wait with you. Then we can go to light lanterns together. Li Yunluo's move was to retreat and force away the friend mentioned by Xie Shuhuai. At this time, it was already dark, and the vendors had lit torches. Xie Shuhuai had already become a little impatient. When he looked at the crowd watching the monkey show again, his expression changed. His eyes quickly swept across the faces. Then Xie Shuhuai disappeared from Li Yunluo's sight, without saying a word. This was the first time that Li Yunluo encountered Xie Shuhuai treating her like this, and she was so angry that she stamped her feet on the spot. All her good interests were ruined by Xie Shuhuai. It was late at night when Xie Shuhuai returned home. Chui and Yunjier had gone to bed. He glanced at the west room, which was pitch black and there was no movement. Xie Shuhuai turned and went into the kitchen, opened the lid, and only his food was left in the pot. Xie Shuhuai's tense expression slowly relaxed. The next day, Lin Yuha was awakened by her brother's cough. When she got up and saw, it turned out that her brother was only busy adding firewood to the stove, but forgot to pour water into the pot, and the pot was full of smoke. Last night, Lin Yuha said absent-mindedly, Your noodle soup made by brother is delicious. This encouraged Lin Yuping. Since he started cooking, the 2 children have been complaining that it is unpalatable. Even Wu, who is always easy to talk to, couldn't stand it. It was either too salty or they forgot to put salt in it. Every day was a different noodle soup. The 2 children and Wu complained about it. Az's mother offered to help, but Lin Yuping refused. He was now a little paranoid. Xing Jie ran to Lin Yuha early in the morning to complain. Aunt, we don't have enough to eat every day. Several people in their family had indeed lost a lot of weight. Lin Yuha felt distressed and amused. Brother, there are so many bacon bones hanging on the wooden stakes in your house. Why don't you take them down and make soup for the children and A's wife? Xing Jie said first. Daddy only knows how to make noodle soup and boiled eggs. He boiled all the eggs in the house, even the eggs my mother kept for hatching chicks. Lin Yuha laughed dumbly. Lin Yuping rubbed his eldest daughter's head and giggled awkwardly. Lin Yuha asked her brother to butcher the bones, and Xing Jie helped Lin Yuha light the fire. She wanted to make a delicious meal for the family. More than an hour later, the meal was just served on the table. The uninvited guest Xiaoer came over. She looked at the family and saw that no one welcomed her, so she immediately explained, I have something to do with Sister Yuha. Lin Yuha did not hesitate and took Xiao away from her brother's house. The two came to the riverside at the entrance of the alley. Xiaoer has been in the Li mansion for almost a month, and her appearance has become much rounder than before. What do you want to talk to me about? Xiaoer said with a smile. I got my salary today. In order to thank my sister for introducing me, Xiaoer wants to take Sister Yuha out for a good meal. Lin Yuha didn't know what she was up to and didn't dare to agree rashly. Xiaoer, your words are enough. Forget about having a good meal. You still have to go back and give your salary to your family. Seeing that Lin Yuha was about to leave, Xiaoer pulled her sleeve, leaned close to her ear and whispered, Sister Yuha, don't stay in the Xie family. Xie Shuhui has made up his mind to marry Li Yunluo. He has gone to the Li mansion to propose marriage again. Lin Yuha's face turned pale, and waves of fine pain spread throughout her body. But she was still somewhat sober and asked back, Xiaoer, who did you hear that from? Didn't Xie Shuhui have an engagement with Li Yunluo for a long time? Why did he propose marriage again? Xiaoer heard Lin Yuha's suspicion and continued, I didn't hear anyone say it. I saw it myself. When the Li family shop was in trouble, Xie Shuhui personally came to the door to give advice to the master and the eldest son, which solved the Li family's predicament. The master's attitude towards him has also changed a lot. Xie Shuhui took this opportunity to propose marriage to our master again. There are many people who want to marry our second girl. He must be afraid that someone else will grab her first. Xiaoer said it in a very convincing way, and Lin Yuha also remembered. During the days when Li Jia Yanji was in trouble, she happened to go to the market with Cui. When Cui heard about it, she was very uneasy. She didn't even want to talk along the way. In the blink of an eye, she remembered that Xie Shuhui did not go home that night. On the second day, she asked Cui where Xie Shuhui had gone last night, but Cui also hesitated and did not answer. Then she thought about it. She saw Xie Shuhui and Li Yunluo having a secret meeting last night. Even if she did not believe Xiaoer, Lin Yuha had nothing to say in front of the facts. Her heart was broken, and she barely squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. Then she found an excuse and said goodbye to Xiaoer. She didn't know how she got back to her brother's house. She thought that everything would turn around after the child was born, but she didn't expect the ending to come so quickly. According to the current situation, she didn't need to stay in Xie's house. Lin Yuping found something strange, and seeing Lin Yuha came back with tears on her face and heavy heart, he said anxiously, Hee, but Xiaoer said something bad to you. I'll go and deal with her. Lin Yuha hurriedly pulled her brother and looked at the worried faces of the people in the room. Her mood calmed down a little. She secretly thought that even if Xie Shuhui was gone, she still had her brother and sister-in-law and the family and the child in her belly, which was enough. She forced herself to be strong. Brother, I'm fine. Xiaoer didn't say anything. Then she picked up the food and ate it in big mouthfuls. She couldn't control the sadness in her heart, and tears flowed down her cheeks. In her heart, Xie Shuhui has always been very important. So important that she couldn't let go and let him be with another woman. Aunt, don't cry. Yuna will give you the meat. This sentence instantly made Lin Yuha completely unable to hold back, and she burst into tears. She vented all the long-term gains and losses, regrets, and the pain of losing Xie Shuhui. Everyone in the room felt uncomfortable and cried with her. After venting her emotions, she was exhausted and lay down in the house to sleep. This sleep lasted until the evening. The only thing that can't be changed is acceptance, and she has tried. If you do something wrong, you have to bear the consequences, and her result is to lose Xie Shuhuai. No one will wait for someone who makes a mistake. Since Xie Shuhuai likes Li Yunluo, it is not wrong to choose Li Yunluo. She is the one who should withdraw. Lin Yuha said to her brother and sister-in-law, I'll go back to Xie's house to get my own things. Lin Yuping also noticed that his sister was abnormal, and it was related to Xie Shuhuai. At this juncture, he didn't ask much. He didn't want to make her sad. He insisted on accompanying Lin Yuha back to Hongya village. The brother and sister went home together. Cui thought something happened to Lin Yuha. Seeing that Lin Yuha looked haggard, she worriedly said, Yuha, you came back at this time, what happened? Lin Yuha hadn't replied yet. Xie Shuhuai also walked out of his room. She was a little surprised that he came back so early today. Yun Jie also moved to Lin Yuha's side. Aunt, why didn't you come back last night? Lin Yuha touched Yun Jie's soft cheek and said lovingly, Aunt was too tired last night, so she stayed at Sister Shinger's house. Aunt, I'm going to stay at Sister Shinger's house for a while. You just listen to your grandmother at home. I'll bring you candied haws when I come back. Yun Jie said reluctantly, I don't want to eat candied haws. I want my aunt to stay at home with me. It seems that Lin Yuha doesn't seem to be teasing Yun Jie. Cui asked anxiously, Yuha, you're pregnant. Why did you go to your brother and sister-in-law's house and bother them? Lin Yuping found an excuse. Aunt, Mingxiu is 2 months pregnant and can't get out of bed. Asked Yuha to go back and cook for us. We can do the rest of the work ourselves. Cui would of course not agree. She cooked all the meals for Lin Yuha in their house. No matter how dissatisfied she was, her tone was still calm. Pinger, Yuha is so pregnant we are worried. You should find someone else. Yuha was busy all day yesterday. Let her go back to her room and have a good rest. Cui said while looking at Xie Shuhuai. She wanted him to express his opinion. But Xie Shuhuai's eyes followed Lin Yuha. She saw that she had never looked at him straight since she came back. She looked at her face with a hint of sadness, and her eyes were red, which showed that she had been crying for a long time. She was stunned for a moment. She didn't pay attention to her mother's eye hints at all. Lin Yuha also had a little more expectation in her heart. But after waiting for a long time, Xie Shuhuai didn't speak. Disappointed, he ignored Cui's obstruction and went into the west room to pack up his things. Cui didn't know the reason, so she followed into the west room to persuade him. At this moment, Momo shouted to the back of the house, woof, woof, and then heard a burst of anxious footsteps. A few moments later, several government officials came to the yard. The one walking in front was Ah Zhu, who was leading the way. He looked terrified, and before he could explain why, the constable directly stated his purpose. Who is Lin Yuping? Come with me to the government office. Min Jiyuan accused you of premeditated murder and tampering with his carriage. Everyone was stunned, and Lin Yuping was completely dumbfounded. After hearing the noise, Lin Yuha hurried out of the west room. She defended her boss. Sir, you must have made a mistake. My brother had no grudge against Min Jiyuan, so why would he murder him? It is said that the two families had resentment over the broken engagement. Lin Yuping was not at home on the day when the eldest son of the Min family got into trouble. Ah Zhu also bravely defended his boss. Sir, on the day when the eldest son of the Min family got into trouble, our boss was buying grain from the granary of Mr. Zhao's house. The constable did not hear their chatter, so he drew the official knife from his waist and sternly rebuked, Don't stop us. We will collect the evidence ourselves. Give the suspect justice. He ordered several officers, take the prisoner Lin Yuping away. Before Lin Yuping could react, he was taken away. Lin Yuha ran after him in fear, crying loudly, Brother, brother. Cui did not dare to argue with the officials and supported Lin Yuha and comforted her. Yuha, your brother will be fine. Go back to the room and rest first. No, I want to save my elder brother. He must be wronged. Xie Shuhuai, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. How are you going to save him? Do you have evidence? Or witnesses? Can you save him with just your one-sided statement? Lin Yuha was stunned by the question. Yes, she had nothing. How to save? Xie Shuhuai walked slowly to Lin Yuha's side, looked into her tearful eyes again, and said firmly, "You go back and appease Brother Yuping's family first, and leave this matter to me." Hearing that he was willing to help her, Lin Yuha's eyes lit up and she asked blankly, "Do you believe that my brother is innocent?" Xie Shuhui replied softly, "Yes." After speaking, he did not explain any more. He turned and looked at Azu. "Take me to the place where your boss gets grain." Azu understood what he meant and nodded repeatedly. The two walked out of the yard quickly. Good news doesn't go out, but bad news spreads 1,000 miles. Not long after, the news that Lin Yuping murdered Min Jiyuan spread in the village and near his shop. Wu and the two children cried at home until their eyes were swollen. The moment they saw Lin Yuha coming, their emotions slowly calmed down. Lin Yuha had completely calmed down from the panic and helplessness just now. Pulling the two children to his side, he said softly, "Don't be afraid. Your father will be fine. Your uncle has gone to find evidence. He will definitely keep your father safe." Long-term dependence has given Lin Yuha a strong sense of trust in Xie Shuhui, and he can almost do anything he promises. Speaking of Xie Shuhui and Azu, the two rushed to the granary of Mr. Zhao's family. After explaining their intentions to the steward directly refused and drove the two of them out of the granary. Xie Shuhui thought that the steward was afraid of being implicated and did not want to offend others. He was thinking of waiting for him to finish his work and then find this person in private to give him some benefits. Zhu looked worried. "Son-in-law, I think our boss is in big trouble."
Why?
That day, it was indeed not this man who delivered the goods to us, but Manager Xiao. Every time the boss and I come here, it is Manager Xiao who pays the wages and keeps the accounts. I don't even know this man. Even Zhu felt something was unusual, let alone Xie Shuhui. His calm eyes shrank slightly, and a sharp cold light surged in his eyes. After thinking for a moment, he said to Zhu, "You go back first. I will take care of this matter." Before he even took a step, he thought of something and added, "Go back and tell them not to worry, your boss is fine." Zhu thought he had heard it wrong and didn't believe what Xie Shuhui said. If he didn't know that he was a taciturn person, he would have thought he was bragging. The sun set in the west, and the sky gradually darkened. After leaving his shop, Master Min didn't get on the carriage, but strolled absent-mindedly in the gloomy street. Recently, he was worried all day because of the accident of his eldest son. Fortunately, he still has a promising illegitimate son who just passed the imperial examination this year and is a good student. Thinking of this, he relaxed a little. This shop is also close to the Min mansion, and it is only a few steps away. He just took it as a way to relax. Unconsciously, he walked a little far and came to a remote alley. He was angry and scolded the old servant beside him. When he was about to leave the alley with curses, a black shadow blocked their way, without knowing when. The man was wearing a bamboo hat and a long gown, and his face could not be seen at all.
Who are you?
How dare you block my way? The junior is not trying to block my way, but I have a few words to tell you. Brother Jiyuan's case was brought to the government office, and in the end both sides suffered losses, but it was your Min family, senior. Master Min immediately denied and scolded. Who on earth are you, and how dare you talk nonsense? Seeing the state my son is in now, I will never let the murder go even if I risk my life. The man in the bamboo hat smiled lightly, and his laughter was very light, but it still reached Master Min's ears very clearly. If you really want the murderer to be brought to justice, you wouldn't hide the witness. Master Min was furious and asked loudly, "Who on earth are you?" The man in black replied, "Brother Zhiyu's friend." The word friend at the end was emphasized. After hearing that the visitor was his son's friend, Mr. Min did not let down his guard. "Since you are my son's friend, please reveal your identity." Faced with the doubt, the man in black spoke calmly, without a trace of anger. "The identity of this junior is not important. What is important is that your Min family used the wrong method this time. The current county magistrate prefers political achievements to money, and he will not turn a blind eye. You have pinned this flawed charge on Lin Yuping. His motive for harming others is too far-fetched. If the county magistrate follows the clues and investigates, Lin Yuping will be found not guilty. Your Min family has flouted the laws of Dajin and lied about the case. For these two crimes, a caning is inevitable. Is this caning for you or for Brother Daiyuan? If these seniors are unwilling to care, then don't you care about the future of the second young master of the mansion? Seniors, you know what you want. That's all I have to say. Master Min was frightened and staggered. If it weren't for the servants beside him, he would have fallen down immediately. He pretended to be calm. Why should I believe you? The man in black paused. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. It's not a loss for me. When Master Min came to his senses from the shock, the man's figure had disappeared. If it weren't for the fact that every word just now hit the nail on the head, Master Min would have thought it was a dream. They put the blame on Lin Yuping just to force the Lin family to facilitate the marriage of Lin Yuha and his son. Min Jiyuan wanted to destroy it even if he couldn't get it and wanted Lin Yuha to go to with him. After Min Jiyuan was seriously injured, he became a complete paraplegic. His temperament changed drastically, and he no longer doted on his mistress. He beat and scolded the servants around him every day. Master Min had spoiled his eldest son since he was a child, making Min Jiyuan develop the habit of getting everything he wanted. Min Jiyuan didn't have much affection for Lin Yuha. It was just that this was the first time he was rejected, and he couldn't accept it. There was a big difference in his attitude before and after. He felt that if he gave in, Lin Yuha should marry him obediently. Even if he was a paraplegic, he would marry her. Master Min was afraid that he would be unable to get over it and commit suicide, so he gave in to him. Min Jiyuan's wishful thinking was that as long as he beat the drum to report the case, the government would accept the case. Lin Yuping was taken away by the officials, and Lin Yuha was afraid that Wei would come to him to beg him to protect Lin Yuping, and then he could make Lin Yuha surrender. Master Min's mind was hot, and he didn't think about these. What the man said made some sense. By then, not only would the reputation of his Min family be ruined, but the future of his youngest son would also be implicated. Master Min instantly became alert and told the old servant beside him, "Let's go to the government office and withdraw the case. We won't sue anymore." The old servant hesitated and said, "Master, the eldest young master. We can't let him do what he wants. Sooner or later, our Min family will be finished." When Lin Yuping returned home late at night, several people couldn't believe their eyes. After the family calmed down, Lin Yuha wanted to ask the reason, but Lin Yuping couldn't explain it. She only knew that the Min family withdrew the case. Seeing that her brother was safe, Lin Yuha was of course happy. But when she thought of Xie Shuhuai's unknown method to save his brother, she was still secretly worried. Because Lin Yuping was taken away by the officials, the business of the shop was also greatly affected. Lin Yuping wanted to shout at the top of his voice that he was wronged, but he couldn't save face. After half a day, no one came to the door. Lin Yuha was anxious and asked Lin Yuping to take out the account book of the family's credited grain. Then he called Ah Zhu to drive the ox cart and took her to visit each family to ask for gifts. In the second half of the day, the situation improved. From time to time, people came to Lin Yuping's shop to buy grain and oil. This time, they no longer bought on credit, but paid silver on the spot. The shopkeeper's wife of another rice and grain shop next door was still instigating. Unexpectedly, the other party scolded her in person. "In the past, when we had no rice to eat, we went to shopkeeper Lin's shop to buy on credit again and again. We kept buying on credit until the end of the year, and then settled the bill. It was the one with a rotten heart who said shopkeeper Lin was not a good person. If he is not a good person, who is a good person? In Wenqing Street, besides him, who else would buy on credit for us poor people and old women?" Among the people watching the excitement, there were also some who had bought grain on credit at Lin's grain shop in the past. They still owed Lin Yuping silver for grain. They were embarrassed after hearing this. They stopped making a fuss and left quietly. Some people's consciences were awakened, and they not only came to the shop to buy grain, but also paid off their previous debts. On the third day, Lin Yuping's shop returned to its former state. After breakfast, Aunt Shu brought her son to Lin Yuping's house. They said they came to see Lin Yuping, but in fact they came to see Lin Yuping's joke. Lin Yuha invited her to the main hall. Wu couldn't get up, and Lin Yuping had to do business. Only Lin Yuha was free to receive her. It's good that Brother Ping came out. Your father was so worried that he couldn't sleep all night. Hearing this, Lin Yuhe wanted to laugh. If he was really worried about his brother, he should have shown up on the day of the incident. There wouldn't be no trace of him until now. Lin Yuhe didn't want to take up her words, so Aunt Chu performed a one-man show. Later, seeing that it was really boring, Chu began to complain to Lin Yuhe again. You have to come back more often to see your father. He has been in poor health recently and always likes to drink. Lin Yuhe smiled and said, Aunt, you and Xiang are the people that Dad loves the most. It's good to have you by his side. We will only make things difficult for him if we go back. Aunt Chu said softly, holding Lin Yuhe's hand. Your father is a good man, but he has a bad temper. Aunt, a good man has a clear conscience. Just like my brother, even if he was sent to the government office, he could be released that night. Lin Yuhe held Aunt Chu's hands back. Her eyes no longer had the clarity of the past, and there was some ambiguity in her eyes. The rest are just pretending to be good people, don't you think, Aunt? Chu choked and looked away guiltily. Suddenly, the cry of Sister Shengyun came from the courtyard. Lin Yuhe and Chu walked out of the main hall quickly. Xing Jie snatched a little wooden man from Xiang Ge's hand. She shouted, Go away. You always my sister's things when you come. Lin Yuxiang was 7 years old and was spoiled by Lin Yudang and Chu. As soon as he came to Lin Yuping's house, he snatched the things and food of his 2 nieces. Xiang Ge would never give up. He pushed Xing Jie down and tried to the wooden man from her hand. Xiang Ge was white and fat, and the 2 sisters were no match for him. Lin Yuhe wanted to stop him, but Chu pulled her and said with a smile, The children are just playing around. Perhaps influenced by the adults recently, Xing Jie got up from the ground and kicked Xiang Ge. This time, Chu finally stopped saying that it was just a joke and scolded Xing Jie with a distressed look on her face. You little girl, you dare to hit even your uncle. Xing Jie retorted. He can hit me, why can't I hit him? You and grandfather always say that we are little girls, and grandma, you also grew up as a little girl. Lin Yuhe raised the corner of her mouth slightly, secretly saying that she scolded well. No one here spoiled them anymore, and the mother and son left in a rage. After they left, Lin Yuhe pulled Xing Jie into her arms and praised, Good job, Xing. You should protect your sister and brother like this in the future. Xing Jie smiled shyly, and when she heard her aunt talking about a younger brother, she said in a daze, Aunt, I don't have a younger brother. Lin Yuhe tapped her little nose and whispered, I will have one soon. Around the hour of you, Lin Yuhe came to the fork in the road of Yunxiang Academy with a hesitant mood. Wait for Xie Shuhui to finish school. Since she had made up her mind to leave Xie Shuhui, she could not drag her feet. Coming here today was also to tell Xie Shuhui her decision. In her hand, she was holding the grilled fish she had just made. Xie Shuhui was thankful that he had helped her brother this time. After waiting for a long time, she saw Xie Shuhui and his classmates coming out of the academy. Xie Shuhui saw Lin Yuhe waiting for him under the big tree at a glance. She was wearing a blue Ramy shirt and an apricot-long skirt. After not seeing her for a few days, her belly had grown a little bigger. She was sitting on a stone with a basket next to her. She looked lonely and lowered her head. Xie Shuhui moved to her side. Lin Yuhe slowly raised her eyes, suppressed her sadness, smiled softly at Xie Shuhui, and handed him the pottery jar. This is the grilled fish I made. Take it back and eat it with mother and the others. Xie Shuhui looked at Lin Yuhe deeply, took the pottery jar, and it was still warm. There were obscure emotions in his dark eyes. Lin Yuhe withdrew her reluctant gaze from his face. Did my brother's affairs cause you any trouble or implicate you? Xie Shuhui's eyelashes trembled slightly, and his pupils shrank.
I'm fine.
That's good. The 2 fell silent again. Lin Yuhe no longer looked at Xie Shuhui and said in a low voice, Shuhui. Xie Shuhui also spoke at this time, Go home. Lin Yuhe was startled, thinking she had misheard. Xie Shuhui would say to her, Go home. She was in a trance, as if she had returned to the many times before when Xie Shuhui took her home. One of them was when she went back to her brother and sister-in-law's house in a huff, and Xie Shuhuai took the initiative to pick her up despite her bad temper. There was also a time when she and Yun Jie forgot to go home after running wildly in the mountains. Xie Shuhuai disregarded Chui's opposition and found her. A similar scene always made Lin Yuhe easily remember Xie Shuhuai's kindness to her in the past. Lin Yuhe knew that she should say no need, but she was determined to withdraw and draw a clear line with him. Unexpectedly, she opened her mouth and said, "Yeah." The sad mood just now suddenly became a lot lighter. The decision that was made with great difficulty before was once again easily changed because of Xie Shuhuai's words. She thought to herself that even if she stayed with him for a few months, it would be good. Because with Xie Shuhuai by her side, she could cure all her anxiety and confusion. She walked slowly in front, and Xie Shuhuai followed behind her. He didn't urge her and would stop and wait when he saw that she was tired. Lin Yuhe spoke more and more unconsciously. "Shuhuai, do you remember? The year we got married, we often went to the mountains to dig herbs. Once, I vaguely mistook a small snake for a branch, and when I caught it, I screamed in fear. I almost fell on you. Since then, I have been afraid of snakes. They are icy and slippery." Xie Shuhuai didn't respond to her, and was in a daze, as if he was lost in past memories. His slightly furrowed brows revealed the ripples in his heart. "That night, I went home and had a dream. I dreamed that a snake crawled on me. When I woke up, I realized it was your hand." It was Xie Shuhuai's hand around her waist. Recalling the intimacy of the two in the past, Lin Yuhe couldn't help but think of the first year of their marriage. At that time, she and Xie Shuhuai had not slept together. Her mother was concerned that Lin Yuhe and Xie Shuhuai were not old. She was afraid that the two would hurt each other if they slept together too early. They slept in each other's arms for a whole year. Xie Shuhuai suppressed his desire and waited for her for a year. At first, the two slept in separate rooms. But Lin Yuhe was afraid to sleep alone in the west room, so she shared a bed with her mother before she got married. Every night, she would sneak into Xie Shuhuai's room after Chui fell asleep. After a long time, Chui also discovered the clues. It was her son who deliberately left the door for Lin Yuhe. Later, she simply ignored it. When Lin Yuhe mentioned the past, Xie Shuhuai seemed to have a thick wall erected around him. It was dark and she couldn't see his expression, but Lin Yuhe felt his coldness that kept people away. The two fell silent again. Chui and Yun Jie were very happy to see Lin Yuhe come back. Yun Jie's eyes were bright. When she saw the basket in Xie Shuhuai's hand, she knew it was food, and she jumped for joy. Chui also began to ask questions. "Since there is fish, it is not appropriate to eat noodle soup." Chui went into the kitchen again and started steaming millet rice. Then they fried another plate of beans. The family had a sumptuous dinner. Chui was the one who was nagging at the table. She talked about the odd jobs she had done at home these days. Her words were full of memories of the busy and fulfilling days of selling snacks. After Yun Jie had eaten, she came to Lin Yuhe and said, "Aunt, please don't go to Sister Xing's house, okay? Yun'er missed you when you were not at home. No one accompanied me to play in the mountains, and no one taught me to write with branches. Yun'er wanted to find you. Grandmother stopped me and wouldn't let me." Fong taught Lin Yuhe to read when she was very young. Except for not being able to recite poems and compose essays, she was not afraid of writing letters and keeping accounts. At least there was Yun Jie at home who really cared about her. Lin Yuhe felt a warm current in her heart. She deliberately joked, "You miss me so much after my aunt left for only 2 days. Then your aunt Yunluo hasn't come for almost half a month. How much do you miss her?" Yun Jie was stunned and laughed. "I don't miss Aunt Yunluo. I just want her to bring me food. Now my aunt brings me food every time she comes back, so I don't miss Aunt Yunluo anymore." Lin Yuhe put down her chopsticks, rubbed Yun Jian's round face, and scolded, "What an ungrateful little." When Chui heard her mention Li Yunluo generously, she subconsciously glanced at her son and picked up a piece of fish for him. Xie Shuhuai didn't change at all and ate as usual. It seemed that Li Yunluo, whom they talked about, was just a stranger to him. Lin Yuhe was not idle after returning to the Xie family with a thick face. She planned to continue making food to sell. There were no other ingredients at home, so she and Yunjie went to the mountains to continue picking wild fruits and making fruit juice. It had been several days since I went to the mountain, and the wild fruits had been almost cleared out by other people. There was a first time, and there would be a second time. Lin Yuha was also a stubborn person. She carried a basket and took Yunjie by the tail to go to the mountain of Qingshui Bay again. The two found a sunny hillside with a lot of wild fruits, especially wild raspberries, which they could not pick up at all. The colors were bright, and the taste was sweet. Pick them and make fruit juice without adding icing sugar. Just when Lin Yuha and Yunjie were immersed in the joy of picking wild fruits. Suddenly, a small voice came from the woods. Lin Yuha always felt that she had heard this voice somewhere before, but she couldn't remember it for a while. Since it was an acquaintance, she also wanted to say hello and took Yunjie to go around the woods along the path. Following the sound, she saw a man and a woman hugging and kissing each other. Lin Yuha quickly covered Yunjie's eyes and turned away. She covered her eyes, but forgot to cover her mouth. Yunjie was unaware of the situation and immediately shouted, "Aunt, what are they doing hugging each other?" The man and woman were so scared that they quickly let go of each other. At this time, Lin Yuha was surprised to find that the woman was Daya from the carpenter's family. The man blushed with shame. Lin Yuha did not recognize this man. He looked much older than Daya. When the man saw that there was an outsider, he immediately prepared to run away. Lin Yuha hurriedly called him, "Stop! Who are you? How dare you bully Daya?" The man was frightened by Lin Yuha's voice and almost fell to the ground. Lin Yuha thought that the man was taking advantage of the fact that no one was around to force Daya. She strode over and stopped the man to ask for an explanation for Daya. Daya's face flushed and she stammered, "Sister Yuha, you misunderstood. He didn't bully me.
He is my
future man. My parents have agreed." Oh no, now she is the one who is embarrassed. Their parents had agreed, and a couple of lovers were secretly being intimate here, but she insisted on barging in, interrupting their good time and scolding them. Lin Yuha smiled awkwardly, "Sorry to bother you. Why don't you hide in the sorghum field next time, where no one will disturb you? It's not good to be seen here, especially for Daya." The man nodded innocently and said to Daya, "I'm leaving." Daya followed him with a reluctant gaze for a long time and only withdrew her gaze when the man disappeared.
Sister Yuha, what happened today? Don't worry, I didn't see anything.
Your fiancé is from Qingshui Bay, which is close. Daya corrected, "He's not from Qingshui Bay, he's from Wuqiao Village. He's been doing carpentry work in Qingshui Bay recently. He is my father's apprentice." Lin Yuha's mind suddenly popped up. Wuqiao Village is the place where Aunt Chu's family is from. Last time, Lin Yuha wanted to get the address of the medicine seller in Wuqiao Village from Chiaoer. But Chiaoer became alert and refused to talk anymore. Now, there is a person from Wuqiao Village around. Maybe asking him might be more effective. "Dia, next time your husband comes to your house, tell me." Daya looked puzzled. "Sister Yuha, do you have to do woodworking at home?" Lin Yuha was thinking about finding evidence and nodded randomly. The episode passed quickly, and when she returned home, Lin Yuha started to cook fruit juice. After selling the fruit juice at the academy, she asked Chui and Yunjie to go home first. She was going to the market to buy glutinous rice. No one bought glutinous rice from other vendors at the entrance of the academy. These vendors had other farm work to do, and they were not as meticulous as Lin Yuha, so the taste was lacking. And they sold it at a high price. Students would rather eat cold steamed buns than buy their glutinous rice. When they arrived at the gate of the academy today, the children were clamoring to eat the glutinous rice she made. At this rate, the children would not get tired of the glutinous rice if it was sold for half a month. Lin Yuha went to the market to buy glutinous rice and other ingredients. The shop assistant helped her carry them to the ox cart. She was not as agile as before and walked slowly. Before they reached the place where the ox cart was parked, they were blocked by a carriage on the way. After the gauze curtain was lifted, Li Yunluo's beautiful face appeared in front of her. "Sister Lin, come on up, I'll take you back to Hongya Village." If they went back at this time, Xia Shuhuai would be out of school soon. Lin Yuha didn't want to see the two of them being affectionate, and she didn't want Li Yunluo to go to Hongya village at this time. She was also afraid that Li Yunluo would hold a grudge against her for what happened last time, and was afraid that she would have bad intentions to hurt her children, and then no one would be able to save her on the way. No need. Miss Dongyue is too lazy to spread the mat. After the waiter helped her carry the glutinous rice on the ox cart, Li Yunluo not only did not leave, but followed her. Lin Yuha knew that she must have something to come to her, and pricked up her ears to listen to her inner monologue. She wanted to know what she was planning to do today. Li Yunluo saw that Lin Yuha was distracted in front of her, ignoring her, and did not answer her questions. She was very unhappy and raised her voice and said, "Sister Lin, on the day of the Qiqiao festival, you also came to the county town to sell snacks?" Li Yunluo did come to Lin Yuha for something today. This matter cannot be said openly, so she can only ask in a tactful way. Xie Shuhuai's departure, without saying goodbye on the night of the Qiqiao festival, made Li Yunluo feel uneasy. She started to think about this matter when she went back. At first, she didn't think about it carefully, but after thinking deeply, she felt that Xie Shuhuai was definitely not waiting for a friend that night. That friend made an appointment with a man on the day of the Qiqiao festival. Xie Shuhuai looked like he was looking for someone, not waiting for someone. Meeting friends is either in a tea house or a restaurant. There is no way to go to a crowded and noisy place. What's more, Xie Shuhuai said that he doesn't like crowded and noisy places. In order to verify this, she went to the academy the next day and asked all of Xie Shuhuai's friends in private. They were all confused, and only Zhu Jinwen stammered and responded. It was obvious that she was lying. For this reason, she concluded that Xie Shuhuai was waiting for someone that night. Apart from her, there was only Lin Yuha by Xie Shuhuai's side. Although she didn't believe it, she came here to verify it to make herself feel at ease. Lin Yuha's mind was quick enough to hear Li Yunluo's temptation. She thought that she wanted to show off her love with Xie Shuhuai that night again, and angered her to leave Xie Shuhuai quickly. The nameless fire in her heart suddenly rose. She had decided to leave Xie Shuhuai honestly after giving birth to the child. Unexpectedly, Li Yunluo was unwilling to let her go. First he asked Xiaoer to bring a letter, and now he came to show off in front of her in person. He just didn't want her to have an easy time. How could Lin Yuha let her have her wish? She pretended to be relaxed and said, "I can sell snacks on that day, but I need to take a good rest on the Qiqiao festival. I was at my brother's house that day, and my two nieces accompanied me to release blessing lanterns." "Are you satisfied with this answer, Miss Li?" Li Yunluo felt relieved, but she was worried about another thing. She guessed that Xie Shuhuai's true lover was someone else. Sister Lin misunderstood. "I don't have any other intentions. I just think that business will be better during festivals. If you really want to make money, selling things during festivals will definitely be much better than usual." Li Yunluo's explanation made it even more obvious. Lin Yuha was more convinced that she came here today just to irritate him. She secretly thought that she, Li Yunluo, was not the only one who could do such things that touched her heart. She could do it too. He sneered, "Miss Li, why do you have to beat around the bush? You never talk about money when you come to me. What you care about most is Xie Shuhuai. You obviously don't like me, but you have to get close to me. In fact, you can just tell Xie Shuhuai that you don't like me and the baby in my belly. With Xie Shuhuai's love for you, maybe he will change his mind for you. Let me abort the child, or let me leave the Xie family directly. Why do you have to pretend to be magnanimous when you obviously can't be magnanimous? It's too tiring to be a person like that." Lin Yuha saw that Li Yunluo was a little flustered and not as arrogant as before. It should be something that Xie Shuhuai was unwilling to compromise. This was the difficulty for her, Li Yunluo. She had to accept the existence of the baby in Lin Yuha's belly. No matter how good Xie Shuhuai was to someone, he had principles. Even if he liked Li Yunluo, he would not abandon his flesh and blood for her. Just like in the past, she and Xie Shuhuai were in love. When pulling Xie Shuhuai into the sorghum field, Xie Shuhuai would refuse, saying that they were a proper couple and did not need to do such a shameful thing. In Lin Yuha's view at that time, doing these boring things was just to enhance the interest between husband and wife. Xie Shuhuai was such a determined person. He would not be easily changed by others. Li Yunluo's face was livid, and she didn't want to be seen through by Lin Yuha again. She also mocked her. But she didn't want to show her anger and unwillingness in front of Lin Yuha. Sister Lin, you're joking. My marriage with Brother Shuhuai is settled. Why should I panic? Sister Lin should be the one who lies. Lin Yuha laughed, feeling very painful in her heart, but she was unwilling to forgive her. Why should I panic? I will go my own way when the time comes. I have prepared the gifts for your wedding with Xie Shuhuai. Li Yunluo guessed that it was not a good thing and gritted her teeth and said, What gifts can Sister Lin prepare? The child in my belly. Li Yunluo was so angry that her face turned pale, and she left in anger. Today, she wanted to take the opportunity to ridicule Lin Yuha again. However, she was humiliated by her. She was indeed panicked. She was panicked about Xie Shuhuai's attitude towards her, as if he didn't care about her as much as others said. Another thing that was urgent was that the second son of the prefect's family actually wanted to take her as a concubine. This time was different. If they could climb up the high branch of the prefect's family, no one in Xuyang and Guangling County would dare to provoke their Li family. Li's father is a businessman, and he only cares about profit. He will lean towards the side that has profit. On the day of Qiqiao Festival, Li Yunluo wanted to tell Xie Shuhuai about this matter. Let Xie Shuhuai propose to her father and finalize their marriage. She has been in a bad mood recently, and today she was angry with Lin Yuha. Back at Yuerong Garden, Li Yunluo smashed everything in the room. She said fiercely, Lin Yuha, you can't rob me. I will definitely make you have nothing. Yunxiang Academy in the morning, Zhu Jinwen waited for him outside the study hall. With a worried look on his face, he mysteriously pulled Xie Shuhuai to an empty corner. Shuhuai, who did you meet on the Qiqiao festival? Did you know that Miss Li asked me about it? Xie Shuhuai's eyes were not panicked at all, and his face was normal. His thin lips were tightly pursed, and his eyes were like a bottomless lake, making it difficult to guess his true thoughts. There was a trace of anger at the end of his eyes. He walked right past Zhu Jinwen and didn't say a word from beginning to end. Zhu Jinwen was stunned. After doing something wrong, the only person who could be so righteous was Xie Shuhuai. On this day, Lin Yuha had just returned home with Cui after selling 2 large buckets of glutinous rice. The village chief brought 2 people in brocade robes to their house. Judging from their appearance, the 2 should be mother and son. Lin Yuha didn't know Yunjier and looked confused. When Cui saw the people coming, her face suddenly changed. She didn't even care about the village chief's face and said directly to Momo, Momo bit that beast to death. The village chief was shocked and said angrily, Madam Cui, are you crazy? Cui didn't listen to the dissuasion. She rushed into the kitchen and took out a kitchen knife and yelled at the 2 people, Zheng Zian, you beast! How dare you come here? Cui's behavior was so abnormal that even Lin Yuha forgot to react. The village chief stood there, not daring to say a word for the 2. The mother and son followed Yunjier's eyes and saw Cui so excited. The woman said in a soft and soothing tone, Don't be excited, dear relative. We are here today to apologize. You want Yunner? Cui interrupted in a rough voice. Bah. Who cares about your apology? There is no good person in your Zheng family. Yunner is my life. Don't even think about her. Lin Yuha learned from their words that these 2 people were Yunner's father and grandmother. She had never met the Zheng family before. She only knew that they were the husband's family of Xie Shuhuai's sister. After marrying Xie Shuhuai, she privately asked Xie Shuhuai many times how his sister died. Xie Shuhuai was unwilling to mention it, perhaps that past was too sad for him. Later, she couldn't help her curiosity and still learned from her mother Fang the tragic experience of Xie Shuhuai's sister Xie Shui. After the incident in the Xie family, his brother-in-law also showed his true colors. Seeing that no one supported Xie Shui, he took his cousin back to the mansion and promoted her to be his concubine. Xie Shui died of dystocia due to the shock, and the second child in her belly was not saved. Cui and Xie Shuhuai were buried by the Zheng family before they even saw Xie Shui for the last time. After Xie Shuhuai paid tribute to his eldest sister, He took Yun Jie away without saying a word. Zheng Zian wanted to stop him, but Xie Shuhui cut off 2 of his fingers with a knife. The cause of Xie Shui's death was unknown, and the Zheng family did not dare to report to the police. They could only watch Xie Shuhui take away Yun Jie, who was more than 1 year old. The mother and son took Yun Jie and deliberately left the sad place, left the ancestral home in Xiangyi City, and came to Hongya village. After many years, I don't know what the mother and son are up to, but they came back. Zheng Zian's eyes were cold. He heard from the village that Xie Shuhui was studying in the academy. He saw that there were only a few women in the house. He no longer cared about Chui and wanted to take Yun Jie away directly. But he didn't expect Lin Yuhe to protect the child behind her immediately. Zheng Zian was furious and said with disdain, "Who are you? How dare you stop me?" Chui was afraid that Lin Yuhe would suffer, so she raised the kitchen knife and threatened, "Zheng Zian, get out of here immediately. Otherwise Shu Hui will come back." Zheng Zian snatched the kitchen knife from Chui's hand and threw it to the ground immediately. "What if he comes back? Am I afraid of him?" "Of course you are afraid of him. Otherwise you wouldn't choose this time to come to our house." Lin Yuhe replied coldly. Zheng Zian and his mother were both frozen. Zheng Zian didn't want people to see his timidity, so he laughed and said, "What can you do to me, a poor scholar? I am here to take my child away. It's natural. I'm not afraid even if I'm reported to the government." Lin Yuhe smiled calmly. "You are not afraid, so are we afraid? I don't know what ulterior motive you have for taking Yuner back. But it must not be compensation or kindness, because a dog can't change its nature of eating." Mother Zheng was so angry that her face turned pale.
You.
Zheng Zian wanted to strangle the woman in front of him. Chui was very happy to hear Lin Yuhe's ridicule. It was much better than her own method of boiling a toad in warm water. Why did the mother and son come today to take Yun Jie away? It was related to Zheng Zian's offspring. Less than 2 months after Xie Shui's death, Zheng Zian married her cousin as his legal wife. But things did not go as he wished. His cousin gave birth to 3 children for him in succession, and all of them died before the age of 1. Later, he took 2 concubines, but it was still the same. For this reason, the 2 elders of the Zheng family were worried all day long. One day, Mother Zheng met a monk begging for alms on the road. She was also desperate and asked the monk for help. Unexpectedly, after the monk heard her worries, he didn't even want to take the silver for the donation and turned around and left. Mother Zheng had a bad feeling and hurriedly caught up with the monk and said all the good things to ask him the reason. At this time, the monk told the truth. He said that Zheng Zian's horoscope was bad for him to have children. Fortunately, he married a kind-hearted wife who saved him from many bad lucks. She gave birth to a child in the first pregnancy, born at an auspicious time, and this child could protect his other children. But Zheng Zian didn't cherish his wife, and he couldn't keep his wife or the child who was blessed. Zheng Zian didn't believe his mother's words at first, but he tried all the methods, and nothing worked. For the time being, he believed what his mother said. That's why the mother and son came here today to take Yun Jie back. But when Zheng Zian arrived at Xie's house, he was scolded by a pregnant woman and was speechless. How could he bear this? He was so angry that he pushed Lin Yuhe away and said sternly, "Get out of my way." Lin Yuhe was caught off guard and was about to fall to the ground. Chui screamed in fear, but it was too late to help her. Unexpectedly, when Lin Yuhe landed, she fell into an embrace that made her feel at ease, just like last time. Xie Shuhui's movements were so fast that the few people couldn't even see his figure clearly. He appeared in front of them and held Lin Yuhe steadily. A crisis was resolved. Zheng Zian saw Xie Shuhui coming back. Fear appeared in his eyes, and he couldn't stop stepping back. When Xie Shu cut off his fingers a few years ago, the murderous intent on his face had become his nightmare for the past few years. At this moment, he ran into the coldness in Xie Shuhui's eyes again, and he subconsciously wanted to escape in fear. When Zheng's mother saw Xie Shuhui coming back, her tone softened a little. "Shuhui, let's take Yuner back. She is with us, and her life is much better than it is now." Yunjie has been afraid to see her uncle appear. She became much bolder and stopped hiding behind the adults. Instead, she loudly retorted, "I don't want to go back with you. I want to go with my grandmother, uncle, aunt, and little brother." Then she raised her hand and pointed at Zheng Zian. "You are a bad guy, pushing my aunt and little brother." Zheng's mother hurriedly explained, "Xu Huai, just now your sister."
Get out.
Xie Xu Huai interrupted harshly. At this time, the mother and son had no chance of winning. No matter how much they struggled, they would suffer. Zheng Zian was unwilling to give up, so he pulled Zheng's mother away. After seeing Xie Xu Huai's kung fu, the village chief was so scared that he had been stunned. Only then did he become afraid. He came to the Xie family today just for that little reward. Unexpectedly, he offended Xie Xu Huai, this hidden master. He shivered. I'll go back first." But Xie Xu Huai stopped him. "Village chief, no matter what happens in the future, don't try to avoid me. It's happened twice already, there won't be a third time." The village chief didn't dare to look at Xie Xu Huai and nodded repeatedly. When they were the only ones left in the house, Cui asked, "Huaier, fortunately you came back in time, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. How did you know something happened at home?" Lin Yuhe was also curious, and suddenly she thought of someone. Suddenly, she leaned close to Xie Xu Huai and whispered, "Did Dia tell you the news?" A warm and slightly moist breath hit Xie Xu Huai's ears, mixed with the unique smell of Lin Yuhe. Xie Xu Huai couldn't help but tense up and nodded slightly. "The Zheng family will never give up. I won't go to the academy for the time being. You don't have to sell snacks in front of the academy." Cui sighed. Is this the only way? Since she couldn't go out to sell food, Lin Yuhe made clothes for the baby in her belly at home. Cui saw her making clothes and thought of the cloth bought by Xie Xu Huai. She said, "Yuhe Huaier also bought cotton cloth to make clothes for my grandson. I haven't had time yet. If you don't have enough cloth, I'll get some more." Lin Yuhe was slightly stunned. She didn't expect Xie Xu Huai to be more concerned about the baby in her belly. If she takes the baby away in the future, will Xie Xu Huai agree? Then she thought again, no matter whether he agrees or not, the baby needs milk. He has no milk, and he can't stop her from taking her away. Seeing her in a daze, Cui went straight back to her room. At this moment, Lin Yuhe heard a shout from behind the house. "Sister Yuhe, are you in the room?" It was Daya's voice. She hurriedly put down the clothes in her hands. When she walked to the back of the house, she saw that Daya had really brought her fiancé. Now she was dumbfounded. Daya had taken what she had said casually that day seriously. Now that they were here, she couldn't just chase them away. Besides, she and her unborn child were safe yesterday, thanks to Daya's report to Xie Xu Huai. She welcomed them to the main hall of her house, and Lin Yuhe first asked Cui and Xie Xu Huai. Neither the mother nor the son had any wooden furniture to make, and there was no wood at home. Just when she was in a dilemma, she saw the doghouse under the eaves that was in tatters. An idea suddenly came to her mind, and she said, "I wanted to make a wardrobe, but I haven't bought the wood yet. Then let's make a new doghouse." The carpenter and Daya were both frozen. Lin Yuhe smiled awkwardly. Momo is also part of the family, and there is no distinction between big and small carpentry work. Daya and the carpenter laughed secretly. Cui took out a few pieces of wood that could be used in the firewood room. The carpenter started to work. Daya was about to leave, but was kept by Lin Yuhe. She was asked to help her husband. She would be free later and wanted to ask the carpenter about the drug dealer. Cui sure really didn't know what Lin Yuhe was up to. When she went to the kitchen to prepare food, she whispered, "Yuhe, Xu Huai can make this doghouse. Why did you ask the carpenter to do it? It's a waste of wages." "Mother, Daya saved my life and my child's life this time. That man is her fiancé. The wages are not unfair." After she said that, Cui sure agreed. She helped Lin Yuhe prepare lunch. She generously took out the marinated chicken and the jar of meat. Lin Yuhe went to the back of the house and picked a ground mushroom. She was going to stew the ground mushroom with the marinated chicken. This ground mushroom was a wild nest with several eggs. Then she picked a few cucumbers and prepared to mix them cold. The two began to make lunch. At this time, Cui remembered that the west room where Lin Yuhe lived had some leaks. "Yuhe, Wait until the carpenter finishes the doghouse, and ask him to repair the cracks in the wall of your room. Lin Yuha paused while cutting green beans, thinking that she would not be able to live in the West Room for long. Last time, Dongyue said that after Xie Shuhui and Li Yunluo got married, the family would not have to live here. Pain suddenly rose in her heart, and her eyes turned red unconsciously. She tried to suppress her sadness with laughter. Mom, there is no need to repair it. It is good to have leaks in the house in summer, and it is cool. I will not live here for long. If no one lives in that room in the future, don't waste your energy. Chui heard this suddenly, and she didn't know how to answer her for a while. The same words also reached the ears of Xie Shuhui in the East Room. The sheep hairbrush in her hand suddenly stopped, and a drop of thick ink dripped down without writing in time, smearing a large area and blurring other words on the book. Xie Shuhui's pair of calm and deep eyes were staring into the void for a long time without moving. After dinner, Lin Yuha asked the carpenter and Dia to rest before going back to work. Taking advantage of this time, she brought out some herbal tea and chatted with them. Mr. Bai, your craft is really good. You are worthy of being taught by Dia's father. Are there not many carpenters in your Wuqiao village? Carpenter Bai saw that Lin Yuha was gentle, sincere, and had a good relationship with Dia. He was no longer restrained. We have more land in Wuqiao village, and everyone is only concerned about their own farmland at home, so they have no time to learn this craft. If my family didn't have my eldest brother, I'm afraid my father would not want me to learn from my master. Lin Yuha smiled and said, Fortunately, your father let you learn from your master. Otherwise, where can you find such a good girl? She is beautiful and kind. Dia's cheeks flushed with praise, and Mr. Bai was silly and happy. Your village is close to the county town, so you must have a lot of business in Xi'an. I met a rat poison vendor before, and his rat poison worked, but I never saw him again in the market. Bai Langjun pondered for a long time. Mrs. Lin is talking about old man Qiu, so you naturally don't see him anymore. He died a year ago. Lin Yuha went through so much trouble, but this was the result. Bai Mujiang was also quick, and he finished Mo's new nest before dark. Lin Yuha paid the wages and sent the two away, feeling depressed. The little clues that were finally obtained were cut off here. Bai Mujiang said that old man Qiu died of illness. It was completely different from what Lin Yuha imagined, that Aunt Chu killed people to silence them. Even so, she was still determined that her mother was killed by Aunt Chu. But without evidence, how could she avenge her mother? Who would believe her guess alone? The only person around Aunt Chu that she knew was Qiu. Lin Yuha sat stupidly on the stone steps behind the house, until Xie Shuhui, who was passing by carrying water, stopped to rest. Seeing Lin Yuha looking at him like a goose, Xie Shuhui whispered, You asked Dia and the others to come to your house just to find out the news. Lin Yuha thought, as expected, nothing can escape his eyes. No sound. Xie Shuhui continued to ask, Where did this young man come from? Lin Yuha didn't know what he meant, and said blankly, Qinghebei. Her blank mind suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Didn't Aunt Chu live in Qinghebei? The women in the village would gather at the entrance of the village every day. If someone's family had something going on, they would know it on the same day. I heard from Mr. Bai that he would go to Qingshui Bay to collect wages tomorrow. The two were from the same village. If Aunt Chu asked unintentionally, she would know that Mr. Bai had come to her house. If she told what the two had said, she would know everything. After Xie Shuhui's advice, Lin Yuha suddenly realized it and secretly annoyed herself that she was too impatient and didn't think so much. After all this effort, not only did you not get the result you wanted, but you alerted the enemy and put yourself in danger. How foolish. Lin Yuha was already upset, and when he heard him say this about herself, she stood up. With red eyes, she shouted, My child and I are in danger. Isn't it just what you and Li Yunluo wished? In the study of the mansion, Qin Jinzhan finished marking the students' homework today and prepared to go back to his room to rest. When he turned around, he saw the painting tube on the antique shelf, which was placed crookedly again. He sighed and straightened the painting tube. He asked, Yaoer, have you rested? Fuan, who was standing by, replied, Master, The young master has already rested, but needless to say, Chun Jinjan knew that he just ignored everyone and even drove out the nanny, who was taking care of him. He was angry with Chun Jinjan. Since returning from Xie Shuwai's house that day, he insisted that Chun Jinjan go to bring that aunt back. Chun Jinjan explained many times that the aunt just looked like her mother. In the past few days, Yao Guo studied hard and observed his mother scroll carefully, like a madman. Chun Jinjan was really worried and walked slowly to Qin Xiao's bedroom. The wet nurse and 2 servants had been guarding outside the room. Chun Jinjan lifted the bed curtain and saw Yao Guo staring at the ceiling with his eyes open, not sleeping at all. Yaoer, it's time to rest. You still have to listen to the teacher's lecture tomorrow. Yao Guo turned away angrily and ignored Chun Jinjan. Chun Jinjan deliberately changed the subject and patiently advised, Yaoer, my brother will come back from the capital to see us in 2 days. You are so happy. Everyone said that Chun Jinjan retired and returned home because he didn't want to get involved in the intrigues in the officialdom. In fact, the real reason was his second son, Yao Guo. When his wife died, Yao Guo was only 3 years old. From then on, Yao Guo stopped talking to people, even his father, and immersed himself in his own world. At night, he could only fall asleep by holding the portrait of his wife. Many doctors were invited and tried all kinds of methods, but they all said that this lovesickness could not be cured. Chun Jinjan was already depressed because his wife left him. Looking at his son's condition again, he was depressed all day long. Thinking of his father-in-law's respect and care for him, he felt both self-blame and helpless. His father-in-law, Lord Meng, saw his changes. He made up his mind to let Chun Jinjan take his young son away from the capital. Perhaps changing a place would also be good for Yao Guo's condition. Although Chun Jinjan's mother-in-law, Wang, was the mistress of the mansion, it was a pity that Wang gave birth to 2 daughters in a row and failed to give birth to a male heir for him, Lord Meng. Later, the second girl in the family had an accident again. Wang was hit hard, and her body completely collapsed. She took the initiative to take 2 concubines for Meng Shangrong and gave birth to a concubine for Meng Shangrong. Unexpectedly, the illegitimate son had mediocre qualifications and failed the provincial examination twice. It was difficult for him to support the Meng family. Fortunately, there was such an excellent son-in-law as Chun Jinjan. Meng Shangrong treated Chun Jinjan as his own son. Little did he know that such a thing would happen. Wang's 2 daughters had accidents one after another. If Chun Jinjan hadn't left his eldest son with her, I'm afraid she wouldn't have survived. After leaving the capital, Yao Guo's condition did get better. At least he was willing to talk to him as a father. But recently, because of a woman who looked like his wife, the relationship between father and son has reached a freezing point again. Yao Guo yelled, I'm not happy, and I don't want my brother. I want that aunt. You just won't agree. Chun Jinjan patiently advised, Yaoer, she is not your mother. You've got the wrong person. Yao Guo got up from the bed with a gasp and cried, I didn't get the wrong person. She is my mother. She is carrying a baby in her belly. When the baby is born, she will be the same as my mother. After Yao Guo came back from Hongya village, he had been wondering why the aunt's belly was so fat. One person really couldn't think of the answer, and only after asking the wet nurse did he know the reason. I look at the scroll every day. She is really the same as my mother. Her eyes, the mouth, and the face are the same. It's hard for Yao Guo. Normally, he probably wouldn't say so many words in a month or 2. But because of this, he not only got angry with Chun Jinjan, but also was willing to say so many words to himself. Seeing that Yao Guo was disobedient, Chun Jinjan also lost his patience and shouted, Get up. Stand in the yard for an hour. Yao Guo didn't get up at all, and sobbed quietly in the cloud quilt. Daddy, I miss mommy so much. Normally, Yao Guo always called Chun Jinjan father in a proper manner, and only called him daddy when he was sad. Chun Jinjan knew what Yao Guo was worried about, and it was also his worry. But his wife was dead, so even if it looked like her, it wasn't. Hearing his son's cry was like a sharp knife stabbing Chun Jinjan's chest. Yao Guo fell asleep while crying. Fuan on the side said boldly, Master, just listen to the young master. From your perspective, Madame Lin is gentle and considerate. She is pregnant and still selling snacks at the gate of the academy. She doesn't look like a greedy person. Chun Jinjian naturally knew about this. After a moment, he said, "Tomorrow, I will go to Xu Huai's house in person. Because of the Zheng family these days, Xu Huai hasn't been to the academy for several days." Lin Yuha either stayed in her room to make clothes or took Yun Jie to the mountains to collect firewood or herbs. Recently, Yun Jie met Chun Posey's granddaughter Qianqian in the mountains. The two girls are of similar age. Qianqian loves to laugh and has a gentle personality. She can play with Yun Jie. When she got up in the morning, Yun Jie urged Lin Yuha to go to the mountains. Lin Yuha's belly was getting bigger and bigger. She couldn't walk fast with the basket on her back. The firewood she picked was either pine needles and leaves or some small branches. It was not heavy to carry, and sometimes Cui would come to pick her up because she was worried. Chun Posey raised a few sheep at home, and she went to the mountains to cut grass. The two adults and two children seemed to have made an appointment. Today, Lin Yuha also brought food for Qianqian and Chun Posey. After Chun Posey opened the banana leaves, she saw a few white flour buns wrapped inside, which were still warm. Her eyes immediately turned red. "Good girl. It's such a waste to bring such delicious food to us." Qianqian swallowed her saliva secretly. Chun Posey's family used to be well off, and they could eat white flour dumplings at home during the New Year. But last year, her son was beaten severely while moving goods for others at the dock in the city, and he couldn't even get out of bed. Thanks to Dr. G's treatment over the past year, he can not only walk around, but also do some light work. She weaves bamboo utensils to support her family. There is no important labor force on the family's land, and her son's medical treatment and medicine have also cost a lot of money. So she sold the fields at home and only kept 2 dry lands. She had to rely on Dr. G for help in farming. Because of this, the family was short of food, and she hadn't seen this white flour bun for almost 2 years. Lin Yuha smiled and said, "Don't waste it." After Chun Posey gave one to her granddaughter, she still couldn't bear to eat it. She wanted to take all of them back so that her son could have one more. She was efficient and quick at work. After cutting the grass, she helped Lin Yuha collect firewood. The two chatted from time to time. After watching the 2 children go away, Chun Posey whispered, "Good girl, I have seen Miss Li go to your house several times. You have to be more careful." Xu Huai's friends only recognized Li Yunluo as Xu Huai's fiancé. But the people in the village recognized Lin Yuha as the daughter-in-law of the Xie family. After all, she was pregnant with Xie's flesh and blood, and now she lived in the Xie family. And Chun Posey saw with her own eyes that on the day of Xu Huai and Li Yunluo's wedding, it was her who was brought back. Lin Yuha smiled bitterly. "Aunt Chun, it's useless for me to be worried. Xu Huai likes her, and their engagement has not been broken." Chun Pa didn't like to go to the village entrances crowded, and she doesn't like to gossip, so Lin Yuha is willing to tell her these things. "Then don't be sad. You are good looking. Even if you have a child, you can find a good one." Lin Yuha smiled and said, "No, I have my own hands and feet, and I can support my child and myself." Of course, Chun Posey didn't agree and wanted to persuade them again, but she heard Yun Jie calling behind them, "Uncle, you are here." Lin Yuha turned around and saw Xu Huai and was stunned. Chun Posey also looked a little embarrassed. It was rare for her to have the leisure to chat about other people's affairs, but she didn't want to be heard by the main person. Besides, she was an elder. She smiled awkwardly. "I'll go back first. Remember to come to my house to pick wild melons in the afternoon." Then, without waiting for Lin Yuha to reply, she carried Qing Chao and pulled Qianqian away. Yun Jie didn't understand the atmosphere between the adults and kept waving goodbye to Chun Posey and Yun Jie. Xu Huai seldom comes to the mountain, and today he seems to have chosen the right time to come. Seeing that he looked normal and not angry, Lin Yuha asked, "Why are you here?" This was the first time she asked him after Lin Yuha yelled at Xu Huai that night. Xu Huai saw that her backpack was full, and he easily lifted it and put it on his back. "My mother asked me to pick you up." Lin Yuha saw that the weather was cool today and wanted to pick up some more. You don't have to pick it up. You go back first. I want to pick up some more pine leaves. Unexpectedly, Xie Shuhui refused and even snatched the firewood rake from her hand and left. Lin Yuha was also annoyed and thought he was angry at her for gossiping about him just now and said dissatisfiedly, "We didn't say anything bad about Miss Li. Why are you so angry?" She was angry in her heart and didn't pay attention to her feet and almost tripped over a branch. Fortunately, Xie Shuhui grabbed her and pulled her into his arms. The two were so close that they could see the fluff on each other's faces. Lin Yuha has a pair of peach blossom eyes. When she smiles, the corners of her eyes slightly rise, charming and a little bit naive. When she is confused, her eyebrows are slightly frowned, and her eyes are full of light and mist. When she is frightened, her eyes open wide instantly, and the shape of her peach blossom eyes becomes more obvious, and all her emotions are in these eyes. Xie Shuhui is familiar with every little movement of hers. But he didn't notice that she didn't know when she looked at him, even if she was angry, there would be a touch of tenderness and sadness in her eyes. As if to find out the truth, Xie Shuhui forgot to let her go. He also took the initiative to explain, "I'm not angry, you are angry. The weather is hot, and it's easy to get heat stroke if you stay in the mountains for a long time." Lin Yuha was a little surprised, and after reacting, she took the initiative to push him away. She was still wearing the dark blue skirt she wore in the past, and her waist and abdomen were a little tight, which became more obvious when she turned around. Xie Shuhuai's eyes sank, and he pulled Yunjie tightly and followed her closely. Because the path on the mountain was rugged and winding, Lin Yuha walked slowly. Occasionally, she raised her hand to scratch the red spots on her face from mosquito bites. The west room where Lin Yuha lived had cracks on the wall and several holes in the mosquito net. She was often woken up by mosquito bites these nights. Her skin was fair and very obvious. Some of the scratches were bleeding. Seeing that she was having some difficulty walking, Xie Shuhui handed her a firewood rake and asked her to use it to walk. This way she could walk more steadily. The two did not talk, but Yunjie could not stay idle. She walked past Xie Shuhui, ran to Lin Yuha and asked, "Aunt, we haven't been to the county town for a long time. When are we going?" Lin Yuha didn't want to mention the Zheng family's affairs in front of her, for fear of scaring her. "The weather has been hot these 2 days. Let's go when it's cooler." "If we go when it's cooler, Yuner won't be able to wear her new skirt. And the silk flower that Aunt bought for me was only worn once. Yuner wants to go tomorrow. Qianqian said that her mother will go to sell piglets tomorrow and will take her with her. Then I can go with her." Lin Yuha knew what the child was thinking. When she saw what others were doing, she subconsciously wanted to follow. "If you really want to go, let your uncle accompany you." Yunjie looked at Xie Shuhui with her big eyes. Xie Shuhui withdrew his gaze from Lin Yuha and said, "Okay." Yunjie jumped up happily. "Aunt, are you going with us tomorrow?" Xie Shuhui went to the county town almost alone and came back after finishing his business. He rarely took his family to the county town. Seeing that he agreed so quickly today, it suddenly popped up in her mind that maybe he had made a special appointment with Li Yunluo. Thinking of this, the happiness she had just felt disappeared. She refused and said, "Aunt, I won't go. I'll wait for you at home." Unexpectedly, Xie Shuhui said, "Let's go." Lin Yuha knew what Xie Shuhui meant and was afraid that the Zheng family would come and harm her. But she didn't want to be seen by Li Yunluo, not because she was afraid of her, but because she didn't want to have any entanglement with her anymore. She would argue with her every time. She was unwilling to let her ridicule her, and her good mood was ruined. In order not to spoil Yunjie's fun, Lin Yuha planned to set off with them tomorrow and go to her brother's house. When she returned home, Chui's lunch was ready. Lin Yuha was sweating, so she went back to her room to change clothes. As soon as she entered the west room, she found something wrong. The leaky wall was repaired with mud. A new mosquito net was also replaced on the bed. Lin Yuha felt mixed emotions. She knew that Xie Shuhui did all this for the child in her belly, but she couldn't stop thinking about it. For lunch, Chui cooked millet porridge and cold cucumber. She fried luosu with meat. This was the first time to eat luosu at home this year. Xie Shuhuai watered it every few days, and it grew well, without lack of water. Yunjie said Xie Shuhuai would take them to the county town tomorrow. Chui said casually, Yuha, pick more su tomorrow and bring it with you for your brother and his family to taste. I'll go see your sister-in-law by the way. Lin Yuha thought that Xie Shuhuai would have a private appointment with Li Yunluo tomorrow, and he would definitely not want to go to her brother's house, but she was worried about leaving Chui behind. Just as she was about to refuse, she heard a familiar voice coming from the yard. Is Shuhuai at home? Xie Shuhuai recognized Chen Jinzhan's voice and hurried out of the kitchen. When he saw the child next to him, his eyes dimmed. Xie Shuhuai invited the father and son to sit in the main hall. Yao Ge stuck his head out and looked around. Yunjie, who was peeking at the door, bumped into him. Yunjie snorted coldly and ran away. Fuan stood on one side. Seeing that Lin Yuha hadn't appeared yet, Yao Ge took the initiative to ask, Where is that aunt? Xie Shuhuai continued to pour tea for the father and son and didn't reply. Chen Jinzhan hurriedly scolded, Yao, don't be rude. Xie Shuhuai asked politely, I wonder why the master came today? Chen Jinzhan said bluntly, Shuhuai, is Mrs. Lin who lives in your house here? I have something important to find her today. Xie Shuhuai nodded slightly, frowned slightly, and his eyes showed unpleasantness that was not easily detected. He was about to go out to call Lin Yuha. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuha and Chui had already entered the main hall. When Yao Ge saw Lin Yuha appear, he didn't care about his father's reminder and ran to Lin Yuha immediately. She naturally grabbed her hand and said happily, Aunt. Lin Yuha met the child's clear eyes and couldn't bear to withdraw her hand, and smiled. Young master, you are here. Chen Jinzhan didn't bother to be polite with them and stood up to tell them the purpose. Madam Lin, my son needs a maid who can take good care of him. I wonder if Madam Lin is willing. Lin Yuha was stunned on the spot. Who would ask her to be a maid? Chui's face was a little embarrassed. Only Xie Shuhuai looked calm, as if he had expected Chen Jinzhan's intention. Master Chen, it is Yuha's blessing to be able to take care of the young master, but she is now. Chui's hesitation was seen. Chen Jinzhan immediately confirmed, as long as Madam Lin is willing, her child can be brought to the mansion to be raised in the future. It can be seen that Chen Jinzhan came today with full preparations. Chui thought to herself, how could the head of the family indulge a maid like this? Lin Yuha is outstanding in appearance, and it is said that the young master likes her very much. This Master Chen is also a widower, so it is hard for her not to think about that. Seeing that Lin Yuha did not reply, Chen Jinzhan saw that Xie Shuhuai's expression turned cold, thinking that he would object. Shuhuai, do you have any objections? Xie Shuhuai replied, Student has no objection. This sentence made Lin Yuha completely sober. In addition to being shocked, she also wanted to see Xie Shuhuai's reaction. He didn't care about her after all, he still cared about his child. I didn't expect him to be so indifferent, and my heart ached. I guess that Xie Shuhuai must want to use this to get rid of her and her child. In this way, there will be no burden between him and Li Yunluo. Lin Yuha completely gave up, thinking that it would be good to have a salary. I am willing. But I also have a condition, that is, I will not go to the mansion but let the young master come here. Now it is Chen Jinzhan and Xie Shuhuai who should be shocked. The former has never heard of such a request. The latter was in disbelief. This was not the answer he imagined. Lin Yuha was not deliberately making things difficult. She did not want to enter Master Chen's mansion, not to mention the many inconveniences she had when giving birth. It would not be too late for her to go to Master Chen's mansion after she left Xie Shuhuai's house. Just give it a try first. If Master Chen does not agree, she can't be blamed. Chen Jinzhan did not reply, but Yao Ge excitedly said, Father, Yao likes it here. Seeing that his son had not been so happy for a long time, Chen Jinzhan smiled with relief. Okay, I agree. But your daily homework cannot be delayed, and your teacher can only come here with you. This move can be regarded as killing two birds with one stone, and no one objected. After they left, Chui took Yunjie to Chun Po's house to pick wild melons. Xie Shuhui took the initiative to break into the West Room. His face was cold. He grabbed Lin Yuha's wrist domineeringly and shouted, "What are you going to do? Didn't you plan all this in advance? To attract the attention of the father and son, this time it's finally what you wished for. Why did you bring him here instead of living the life you want in his mansion? What is your purpose?" Lin Yuha's heart ached, and she fought back. "I'm not so shameless as to other men while carrying your child. If I really had that idea, would I keep your child?" She felt more and more aggrieved, and she completely exploded, choking, "I know that no matter how much I do, it's useless. In your heart, I am such a vain woman. In that case, what does my business have to do with you? I'll leave automatically after I give birth to the baby. Take care of yourself and Li Yunluo, just don't bother me. The guards from Master Chen's house will be here tomorrow, so you don't have to bring us along with you, and go find your Li Yunluo directly." Lin Yuha pushed Xie Shuhui out with all her strength, slammed the door shut, and shouted through the door, "This is my room. You are not allowed to come in again without my permission. Get out." Xie Shuhui did not leave. He stood outside Lin Yuha's west room, listening to the crying inside the room. He leaned against the wooden door for a long time without leaving. Hearing the crying inside the room gradually subsided, he slowly loosened his clenched fists. Chui didn't know what happened to the two of them at home during the day. At night, neither of them had meals, and she felt something was wrong. She didn't ask much and heated their meals in the pot. After Lin Yuha woke up, her stomach was growling with hunger, and she went to the kitchen to find food in the moonlight. Entering the kitchen, the room was dark. She took out the fire starter and was about to light the oil lamp. At this moment, Xie Shuhui walked in with a lit oil lamp. In an instant, the whole kitchen was bright. Lin Yuha ignored him and took the bowl with more food and started to eat. Although it was millet rice porridge, it was fried with wild melons. This wild melon was picked by Chui when she went to Aunt Chun's house today. Xie Shuhui picked up the remaining bowl of rice in the pot. Compared with Lin Yuha's wolfing down, he was much more elegant. After a long silence, Xie Shuhui said, "I have something to do in the county tomorrow. Not to find someone else, as you said." Lin Yuha was dumbfounded. Xie Shuhui was explaining to her. Lin Yuha sneered and ignored Xie Shuhui. She washed the dishes and went back to the west room. The next day, Xie Shuhui left after Chen Jinzhan's family arrived. Fuan sent them. There were 2 guards, a wet nurse, and a teacher. Chui wanted to take Yao Gur away. Arranged in Xie Shuhui's room. After all, his room has all the pens, inks, papers, and inkstones. I heard from Yun Jie that Lin Yuha lives in the West Room. Yao Gur insisted on taking classes in the West Room. The West Room is simple and the table is very old. The teacher and the wet nurse were dumbfounded, but Yao Gur didn't care. Later, Chui felt bad and moved the decent desk in her room to the West Room. Yao Gur is not very old, so Chen Jinzhan asked the teacher to give him only 2 hours of lessons every day. 1 hour in the first half of the morning and 1 hour in the second half of the morning. He was obedient and was more serious in teaching than in the past at home. During this period, Lin Yuha helped the wet nurse in the kitchen to make cakes and tea for Yao Gur and the teacher. Yun Jie is very smart, and Lin Yuha only reminded her once. In front of Yao Gur and the others, she no longer called Lin Yuha aunt, but called her aunt. When she heard that she was going to make delicious food, Yun Jie's eyes never left the things in the wet nurse's hands. Xie Shuhui did have something to do when he went to the county town today. He first went to the North City and inquired about the Zheng family in the tea house. He learned from others the real reason why the mother and son of the Zheng family insisted on taking Yun Jie back. He knew that the Zheng family would not give up, so he dared not let his guard down. Fortunately, Lin Yuha asked the young master of Master Chen's family to come to his house at this critical juncture. With the guards of Master Chen's family, Zheng Ziyan dared not act rashly. He could also free his hands to do his own things. Suddenly, his mind quickly flashed, and even he himself did not want to believe the answer. This is why Lin Yuha kept the young master in his house at this time. If it was not for this, why would she make such a strange request? Xie Shuhuai's expression froze instantly, and his eyes stared at the void. His frozen heart trembled unconsciously. After leaving the North City, he came to Chongqing bookstore again. Liang Yozhen was very happy to hear that he wanted to keep the painting, and hurriedly asked Xie Shuhuai to move to the study. In Liang Yozhen's opinion, Xie Shuhuai's painting skills were much better than those of the scholars who came to his bookstore to sell paintings, and even he himself was inferior. For some reason, Xie Shuhuai just didn't want to paint more. The only landscape painting in his bookstore with the charm of a master was painted by Xie Shuhuai. It was painted in early February this year, when Xie Shuhuai needed money before going to the capital to take the imperial examination. Even if he didn't estimate the price, someone was willing to bid 1,000 taels. Liang Yozhen didn't want to sell it, and it was hung on the conspicuous wall of the bookstore. An hour later, Xie Shuhuai finished a pastoral landscape painting, which was simple and full of life, making people feel real. Liang Yozhen was a little surprised. He looked at it for a long time and smiled. "Shuhuai, it seems that your mood has changed recently." Xie Shuhuai didn't respond, but just smiled faintly. "But I like this painting. Tell me how much silver you want as soon as possible, and I'll go to the bank right away." "Don't bother, I only need 15 taels of silver." Xie Shuhuai returned home and happened to catch his family having dinner. Yao Guer's meals were personally delivered by the housekeeper, including the wet nurse. Therefore, in addition to making cakes for Yao Guer every day, Lin Yuhe would take him for a walk in the fields and forests. After dinner, Xie Shuhuai took out the things he bought today. There were rice, flour, meat, and clothes for everyone in the family. Chui was quite surprised, thinking that Xie Shuhuai shouldn't spend so much money. In the evening, after Yao Guer went back, Chui took the things to Lin Yuhe's room. "Yuhe, I see that your clothes are too small, and it is easy to strangle the child. Today, I specially asked Shuhuai to buy them for you." Lin Yuhe opened the bundle and saw 3 sets of clothes, 2 pairs of cloth shoes, and a porcelain bottle of rose, due to repel mosquitoes. After Chui put the things down, she went back to her room. Lin Yuhe's mood could not calm down for a long time. This rose dew is only used by rich people, and it costs 3 or 4 taels of silver. Chui was reluctant to buy such an expensive thing. Lin Yuhe knew exactly who bought it for her. The old house of the Lin family in Qingshui Bay. At the head of the village in Qingshui Bay, there is a courtyard with a large blue brick and tiled house. Compared with the surrounding mud-walled courtyards, it is particularly eye-catching. This is the home of Lin Yutang, the head of the village. It is also the place where Lin Yuhe grew up. It was built after Fong married Lin Yutang. Chu came back from the market and heard the sound of Lin Yutang and her cousin Wang flirting in the room from outside the house. The two of them were intimate, and they restrained themselves after hearing the footsteps in the yard. Wang hurried out to greet them. "Wan Mei, you are back, and the meal will be ready soon." She was wearing a gorgeous long skirt. She had not worked for many days, and her complexion was much whiter. She looked a little younger than Chu, and her eyes were smiling and charming. Seeing this, Chu's anger suddenly came out. Chu had a dark face and took the basket into the kitchen. She cast a glance at Lin Yutang, who was burning in the stove, and said bluntly, "Cousin, you've been out for so many days, it's time to go back to Wuqiao village. Don't you care about your cousin's husband at home?" Wang brought her son to study in a private school in the county town, and now she lives in Lin Yutang's house relying on Chioer's monthly salary. Her husband only farmed a little at home, and couldn't even support himself, and occasionally came to the county town. Wang heard her intention to drive him away, and said unhappily, "Who will take care of Fonger if I go back? Besides, we also gave you silver." Chu regretted her decision that day, glanced at Lin Yutang, and said coldly, "Give her the silver." Lin Yutang hurriedly advised, "Wanner, the house is spacious, they." Before he finished speaking, Chu slapped him. Lin Yutang was stunned for a moment, not expecting Chu to be so ruthless and turn against her. After reacting, she hit him back fiercely. "You fierce woman, don't forget who is the boss of this family." After saying that, she angrily left the kitchen. Wang snorted coldly and followed. "Get out." Chu was secretly annoyed about this matter. She shot herself in the foot. It was her fault for being careless. She spent the whole day thinking about Lin Yuping's 2 shops. She ignored the things at home. Since Wang moved into their house, Chu found that Lin Yudang took her words less and less seriously. She felt vaguely that her retribution had come. She successfully hooked up with Lin Yutang with such a recipe. That year, Fong saw that her life was pitiful. Because she couldn't get pregnant, she was often beaten and scolded by her husband's family and ex-husband. Fong thought that Chu had some relatives with her family in the past, so she kept her at home. Who knew that this day would keep her in Lin Yotang's bed? She became her husband's concubine. Chu was much smarter than Wang. She coaxed the whole family around. Fong could only bear the pain and let Lin Yudang take her in. At this moment, Chu's eyes were cruel, and she thought to herself, she was not Fonging Xue. If you want to steal her things, you have to see how tough that person is. Nanny is not only gentle, but also good at cooking. Not only does she make beautiful pastries, but also delicious dishes. Lin Yuha can learn a lot of cooking skills by helping her. After Yao Gur finished his lessons, Lin Yuha took Yun Jier and him to the mountains to play, picking wild fruits and collecting firewood, seeing some scenery and things that he had never seen before. It also broadened his horizons. Unlike in the past, he was either facing a study or a bedroom all day. After a period of time, Yao Gur not only loved to talk, but also paid more attention to his studies than before. At first, Chun Jinjian just wanted to give it a try, thinking that if it didn't work in half a month, he could also dispel Yao Gur's idea. After all, Yao Gur was used to a life of luxury, and he was afraid that he could not adapt to the environment of the Xie family. Surprisingly, more than a month later, Yao Gur not only became more cheerful, but also loved to talk. Autumn is coming. The vegetables in the vegetable garden behind the house are slowly out of season. Except for 2 large pieces of sweet potatoes in the field, it will take some time to harvest. Only the loquat and green beans are still growing, and the other vines have turned yellow. The field cannot be left empty. Cui has been talking about this for a long time. She is not good at doing these things, and Xie Shuhuai has always been the one turning the vegetable field. As soon as Yao Gur left that day, Cui and Lin Yuha entered the vegetable field. They had to clear the weeds and dead vines in the field before turning the field. Not long after the 2 of them worked, Xie Shuhuai came back. He took the from Cui's hand. Mom, you go back first, I will dig the field. Huaier, what are you planting in this field? Xie Shuhuai hadn't returned yet. Lin Yuha said first, plant cabbage and radish so they can be eaten until winter. Radish stew is delicious. Cabbage can be eaten for a long time and can be pickled in spring. Neither Cui nor Xie Shu liked radish, and they didn't plant it in previous years. She subconsciously said, we don't feed piglets, and we don't need to grow radishes. Change to lotus white, it's delicious when fried with bacon. Xie Shuhuai replied, it's okay, the land is wide, you can grow whatever you want. Cui's eyes moved back and forth between Lin Yuha and Xie Shuhuai, and the uneasiness in her heart became more and more serious. This uneasiness has never stopped since Xie Shuhuai bought clothes for Lin Yuha that day. In Cui's heart, Lin Yuha is already very good now. But she still likes Li Yunluo more, and the Li family can help Xie Shuhuai in his official career. And Li Yunluo is loyal to her son. She is also afraid. The last time Lin Yuha left with the divorce letter, Xie Shuhuai locked himself in the room and didn't eat or drink for a day or 2. Master Li in the study of the main courtyard of the Li mansion called his eldest son, Li Yunshen, into the study. Shinner, Luoer would never marry into the prefect's mansion. How can I explain this to the second young master? Li Yunshen is a modest gentleman, and at heart he is more rigid than his father. Dad, my second sister, and Shu Huai already had an engagement. It is not right for the second young master to do this. You can just refuse the second young master. If you don't want to go, I'll go and tell him. Father Li immediately stood up from his chair, intending to let him go and persuade Li Yunluo. Unexpectedly, he came to make things difficult for him. Why are you replying? How can you be as short-sighted as your sister? This is not the Zhou family, nor the Liang family, but the prefect's family. Since Yunluo can enter the prefect's mansion, our Li family can be regarded as being associated with an official family. Li Yunxin did not dare to agree and directly retorted, "Dad, the second son of the prefect's mansion did not enter the officialdom. He's doing business. It is his father and his eldest brother who have official positions. But Xu Huai is different. Yunluo is not only the legal wife, but our Li family can also use him to become famous." Father Li waved his hand. "Xie Xu Huai has failed once, and it is not certain that he will pass the exam next time." Li Yunxin said, "Dad, don't forget that Yunluo married into the prefect's mansion to prepare wedding clothes for others, and the second son will marry a legal wife in the future. He also values the second sister's business ability. With Xu Huai's ability, I believe he can achieve great things in the future." It has been a year since the wife of the second son of the prefectural governor passed away. Now that he has not met a suitable candidate, he wants to marry Li Yunluo first. Li Yunluo is the daughter of a merchant and also a concubine. It is her blessing to be the concubine of the second son. Helplessly, Li Yunluo refused to agree. She claimed that if her father forced her again, she would run away from home. After the father and son argued for a while, Li's father finally relented. Li Yunluo had been waiting outside the study. When she saw Li Yunxin coming out, she hurried forward to ask, "Brother, what's wrong?" "Dad, I persuaded him first, but in order to make the second son and father give up." Li Yunluo knew that this was indeed the best way. But Xie Shuhuai's attitude towards her had become much colder recently, which made her feel uncertain. In order to ensure Xie Shuhuai's feelings for her, she decided to try a way. After Yao Gur finished his lessons, Lin Yuha habitually put the 5-nut pastry he loved in front of him. After taking a bite, Yao Gur found something wrong. "Nanny, this pastry is a little different from the past." Lin Yuha and the nanny smiled mysteriously and said nothing. Yun Jie replied first, "Of course it's different. My aunt heard that you couldn't sleep well these 2 nights. So I replaced the almonds with lotus seeds." Grandpa Ji said that this can not only help sleep, but also reduce internal heat. Yesterday, the nanny said that Yao Gur would always wake up in the middle of the night recently and sleep unsteadily. Lin Yuha kept it in mind and went to Dr. Ji's house to ask about it. For this reason, the 5-nut pastry today has a different taste. Is it not delicious? Lin Yuha saw that Yao Gur didn't open his mouth for a long time, holding the pastry and looking at it. "Aunt, what do lotus seeds look like? I have only seen lotus flowers in the past. Can you take me to see them?" Yao Gur was very curious. After arriving in Hongya village, it seemed as if the door of his curiosity had been opened. He would ask about everything he ate. "Okay, but not now. Wait until you finish your cakes, lunch, and finish your lessons."
Yagea happily agreed.
Then he picked up another piece and handed it to Yun Jie. Chun Jinzhan taught Yao Gur very well. He knew that Yun Jie was not a servant of his family. He would leave a portion for Yunu every time he ate. In the afternoon, Yao Gu finished his lessons. Lin Yuha took the 2 children to the lotus pond of the village chief's house. While the 2 children were not paying attention, he quickly broke off a lotus pod and asked Yao Gur to go home and observe it carefully. After Xie Shuhuai came back at twilight hour, he carried A and went to the vegetable garden behind the house. When Lin Yuha delivered the vegetable seeds, she said to Xie Shuhuai, "The young master takes a nap in my room every day. He is not used to sleeping on my bed. The nurse said that he always sleeps on the couch during his nap at home. Can you go to the market to buy me a low couch tomorrow? It doesn't have to be too good, just enough for sleeping." Xie Shuhuai replied while turning the floor, "Yes." Seeing that she agreed, Lin Yuha took out her purse and stuffed it into Xie Shuhuai's hand. Unexpectedly, Xie Shuhuai didn't want it. "I have silver, you keep these. The things you bought for me last time cost you a lot of silver, these are." Xie Shuhuai replied, "Those things are not bought for you, but for the child." Lin Yuha felt a dull pain in her heart and hated herself for not being firm in her will. She knew that Xie Shuhuai did all this because of the child in her belly, but she still couldn't help but be greedy. Lin Yuha laughed at herself and accepted the purse. I know, I'll take the silver. Watching Lin Yuha leave, Xie Shuhuai did not move the in his hand, and his face showed some confusion and struggle. When resting at night, Lin Yuha wrote down all the cakes she had learned to make in the past few days in her notebook. The nanny said that except for the 5-nut pastry that Yao Gur loved to eat, the other cakes cannot be repeated every day. For this reason, she had to think about what cakes to make the next day the night before. Prepare the ingredients for the next day. The methods of making each cake are mostly different, and the process is cumbersome, but fortunately, there are cake molds. Now the nanny is taking care of her, and she will have to make it alone in the future. The nannies in wealthy families do not do anything, just look after the young masters. Was also willing to teach her. Learning how to make these cakes would be of great benefit to her. In the future, she would have a skill to support herself and her children, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. That day, Yao Gur was listening to the teacher's lecture in the West Room. The hens in the house had just laid eggs, and they kept clucking. Yuan Jie went to the chicken coop to pick up eggs, and she also walked to the chicken coop. It was intercepted by Yao Gur, who ran out from the West Room. The speed was so fast that Cui and Lin Yuha in the kitchen were dumbfounded. Yao Gur didn't like to eat eggs, but he liked to pick eggs. As long as he heard the sound of a hen calling, he would rush out at the first time. It has become a habit, which makes the teacher helpless. Before he came, this job was done by Yun Jie. As compensation, Yao Ge had to give Yun Jie an extra piece of cake. He was lucky enough to see a hen lay eggs with his own eyes. He immediately asked if Lin Yuha would give birth to babies in the same way in the future. Hearing this, Lin Yuha blushed. The others laughed out loud. In addition to picking eggs, he was also interested in picking vegetables in the vegetable garden. Several people couldn't stop him. Moreover, Chen Jinjian discovered that his youngest son had a habit of saying whether it was good or bad. He always liked to ask about something, and Chen Jinjian had a headache when he had something to ask. Even so, he was still happy. Yao Gur's changes gave him hope in his life. If a child wants to grow up happily, the sense of security and dependence given by the mother is irreplaceable. He has worked hard for so many years, but he is not as good as a woman who is similar to his wife. This may be inseparable from the open-minded character of Mrs. He Lin and the guidance of the little girl beside her. As soon as Xie Shuhuai came back in the evening, he was pulled into his room by his mother. Muttering softly, "Huaier, Yunluo brought a message today, saying that his father is looking for you urgently and asked you to go to the mansion." Xie Shuhuai refused without thinking. "I don't have time to go. Your safety is also very important." Cui saw that he had not paid attention to Li Yunluo's affairs recently and became anxious. "I left Tong Shiwei from Master Chen's family. You don't have to worry about the people of the Zheng family. Go quickly." Xie Shuhuai stood there still hesitating. Cui was so angry that she breathed quickly and coughed. "Don't you listen to your mother's words? Do and forget, your engagement with Yunluo has not been broken." Xie Shuhuai knew Cui's body and couldn't bear to be angry. He bit the bullet and rushed to Li's mansion. Donghui came out to greet Xie Shuhuai. Seeing that the route she was taking was not to the main hall, Xie Shuhuai stopped immediately. "I'll wait for your girl here." Donghui said truthfully, "Master Xie, the master and the eldest master are both in Yuerong Garden, and our girl caught a cold today." After hearing this, Xie Shuhuai followed Donghui into Yuerong Garden. The yard was quiet, and Xie Shuhuai looked around vigilantly. When he turned around again, Li Yunluo's soft body had gently pressed against his arms, and a pair of slender arms were wrapped around his waist like a vine. Before Xie Shuhuai could react from the shock, Li Yunluo had already tiptoed and kissed Xie Shuhuai's thin lips with fiery eyes. He suddenly felt cold all over, and he instinctively resisted by slightly tilting his head to avoid Li Yunluo's intimacy. He pushed away Li Yunluo's body that was pressed against him. He showed no mercy and made Li Yunluo stagger. Li Yunluo looked at Xie Shuhuai in astonishment, and she simply couldn't believe that Xie Shuhuai would push her away. In her time, she used beauty to capture many men around her, including her brother-in-law who was always indifferent and claimed to be affectionate only to her sister. It worked almost every time. She didn't understand why everything failed with Xie Shuhuai. Li Yunluo thought he was shy and was about to say a few words of comfort. She looked up again, and Xie Shuhuai's eyes were full of indifference, and he swallowed the words that came to his lips. He turned around and left without saying a word. Li Yunluo panicked and immediately hugged him tightly from behind. "Brother Shuhuai, don't be angry. Yunluo just missed you too much." Xie Shuhuai's face was livid, and he once again pried open Li Yunluo's hands and distanced himself from her. "Yunluo, there is a huge gap between our statuses, and our marriage is about to begin." "No, Brother Shuhuai, I was wrong today, and I won't do it again in the future." Then she choked up softly. Her tears still did not arouse Xie Shuhuai's desire to protect her. His eyes were cold. Hearing the footsteps coming from the small stone path outside the courtyard, Xie Shuhuai did not stay for long. With his toes lightly tapping the ground, he jumped out of the courtyard like a blue lightning. Li Yunluo was stunned. Chui had been waiting for news from Xie Shuhuai all night. Unexpectedly, the first thing he did when he came back was to take a bath. And he took a bath more than once, and the skin from his chest to his waist and abdomen was rubbed red, but he still refused to stop. Finally, he came out and threw the long gown he was wearing today into Momo's doghouse. Chui found her son's behavior a bit puzzling. Before she could ask him anything about his relationship with Li Yunluo, he started to behave abnormally. She immediately picked up his gown and scolded him. "You are crazy. This dress is still new." "Mom, this dress is dirty. I won't wear it anymore." Lin Yuha didn't know what happened. She was half asleep at night and heard Chui and Xie Shuhuai quarreling. She wanted to take a look, but she was too sleepy and fell asleep again. She woke up thirsty and lifted the mosquito net, groping in the dark to get the pottery cup. But someone held the pottery cup in front of her. She was so scared that she lost her sleepiness immediately. When she saw that it was Xie Shuhuai, she breathed a sigh of relief. Surprised, he asked, "Why are you in my room? You just had a nightmare," and screamed. "Mother was worried and asked me to come and see you." Lin Yuha was confused. She murmured, "I didn't." "You did." The two of them repeated it back and forth like children. In the end, Lin Yuha was not sure whether she was talking in her sleep. After drinking water, she closed the bed curtains. "Go back to sleep. You still have to go to the academy tomorrow. I won't have nightmares."
"Yeah."
Xie Shuhuai said it, but he didn't move for a long time. Lin Yuha was very sleepy and didn't bother to care about him. Listening to Lin Yuha's soft and even breathing on the bed and the faint fragrance on her body. Only then did Xie Shuhuai dispel the anger and disgust in his heart. He got up and left the west room. The Zheng family asked someone to keep an eye on the Xie family for a while, knowing that they could not do anything about the two guards in the Xie family. They had to give up taking Yun Jie back home. Zheng Zian also lost his patience and no longer believed his mother's tricks. He was ready to take another concubine. His cousin Lu was unwilling and quarreled with him. In the past, before Lu married Zheng Zian, he doted on her. Lu also relied on the support of Zheng Zian and her aunt to come to the mansion to bully and provoke Xie Shi. Xie Shi was weak in character, and later, because of the trouble in her natal family, she had no confidence to resist. Zheng's father also turned a blind eye, so that Xie Shi could not see any hope in this family. She was depressed and taciturn all day long, and had an attack prematurely, and both mother and son could not be saved. Zheng's mother then remembered the good things Xie Shi had done in the past, and then looked at her niece. She was originally a concubine, and was jealous. The quarrel made the Zheng family's backyard useless, and they regretted it. Yun Jie could not be brought back. Zheng's mother did not want her son to take another concubine. She advised Zheng Zian to find a new woman who could protect him from disasters and was born at an auspicious time as his wife. In this way, the family can be quiet and someone will take care of the affairs of the Zheng family's backyard. After hearing this, Zheng Zian felt that it made some sense and immediately agreed to Zheng's mother's request. Prepare to send his cousin Lu out of the Zheng family. Unexpectedly, the news of this matter leaked out and Lu knew about it in advance. She had another big fight with Zheng Zian that night. The little affection that Jung Zian had for her in the past had long been consumed by the annoying trivial matters. His affection for Lu was also very weak, and he slapped Lu's mouth and nose twice, causing her to bleed. Lu was completely chilled, and like crazy, she picked up the vase in the house and smashed at Jung Zian's head. Both sides were injured, and Jung Zian fainted immediately. Zheng's mother ordered Lu to be driven out of the Zheng family that night. The Zheng family had no intention of snatching Yunjie again, and Lin Yuhe and the others also had a peaceful life. She hadn't been to the county for a long time, and she was worried about her brother and sister-in-law. That day, after getting up early, she plunged into the kitchen to work. When Xie Shuhui and Cui got up, she had already steamed the first pot of hawthorn cake. Cui liked sweet and sour tastes, and after tasting it, she nodded repeatedly, delicious. Cui helped to grind the rice flour yesterday. The hawthorns were picked by her 2 children on the mountain 2 days ago. There were also ready-made cake molds, and the shapes were also beautiful. Xie Shuhui didn't like sweet things, so Lin Yuhe made vegetable porridge for him and boiled 2 eggs. When Xie Shuhui served the porridge, he glanced at Lin Yuhe's growing belly. The corners of his mouth moved slightly, and he wanted to say something, but in the end he said nothing. There was a little flicker in his calm eyes. Cui felt a little reluctant. Even the porridge is cooked. Yuhe, how early you have to get up. In the future, I'll make breakfast so I won't tire you out. Lin Yuhe just smiled. She had other plans for getting up to make cakes today. She wanted to make the cakes she learned for her brother and sister-in-law to try. She made the porridge without thinking much. Yesterday, Lin Yuhe asked her nanny to tell Master Chen that she had something to do in the county today. Master Chen agreed before she could go. At first, Yao Gooder barely managed to convince her, but when he saw Lin Yuhe taking Yunu away, he immediately became unhappy. He rushed out of the west room and grabbed Lin Yuhe's hand tightly, and I want to go too. Lin Yuhe was in a dilemma. In the end, Master Chen helped her out. Madam Lin, you take the young master with you. He has done well in his studies. I will report this to the master. Lin Yuhe wanted to cry, but had no tears. She wanted to have a good reunion with her brother, sister-in-law, and niece, but these 2 little tales followed her closely. With the Chen family's carriage, they soon arrived at the county. Wu's complexion was much better, and she was much rounder. She looked about the same as Lin Yuhe at 5 months pregnant. Seeing Lin Yuhe holding Yunjie in her left hand and a boy in her right hand, followed by a mother-in-law and guards, Lin Yuping's family was stunned. After Xing Jie had eaten the cakes, she took the children to play in the yard. Only then did Lin Yuhe have time to talk to Wu. Wu ate 3 hawthorn cakes in one breath. Seeing that she liked them, Lin Yuhe was of course happy. Sister-in-law, this is what I learned recently. I will bring you different flavors in 2 days. Wu wiped her mouth with a handkerchief and said embarrassedly, no matter how much I like it, I can't let you suffer. Then she thought of the business. Little sister, tomorrow, September 12th, is your birthday. Seeing that Lin Yuhe didn't take it seriously at all, Wu reminded her, you didn't forget it, did you? Your brother prepared many dishes that you like. Let Aunt Ju cook a good meal for you tomorrow. You haven't come for a long time. Our whole family misses you. Lin Yuhe was moved and had to tell Wu about her job as a maid. Sister-in-law, I can't come tomorrow. If you take someone's wages, you have to abide by their rules. Lin Yuping knew that his sister couldn't come tomorrow. He also wanted Lin Yuhe to take the meat and vegetables he bought back. Lin Yuhe refused. Lin Yuping wanted to keep them for a meal, but the young master couldn't eat outside casually. After leaving her brother and sister-in-law's house, Lin Yuhe took the 2 children to the market and bought some rice, flour, and meat. Walking in the market, she was looked down upon by many people. People pointed fingers at her and said that she let her son wear brocade and let her stepdaughter wear coarse cloth. Lin Yuhe and Shi held back their laughter and returned to the carriage. After looking at each other, they burst into laughter. The 2 children also laughed out loud. The next day was Lin Yuhe's birthday, but she didn't mention it to anyone. Yao Gooder and others were there during the day, and she didn't want others to spend money. Cui Shi was a little absent-minded these 2 days, so she probably didn't remember it. At the hour of Yu, after Yao Gooder and others left and Yunjie fell asleep, Lin Yuha took out the bones that had been pickled yesterday and asked Cui Shi to stew them. Then she took out the fish from the wooden barrel. Cui Shi saw that she took out 2 meat dishes at once and said dissatisfiedly, "Yuha, just stew the bones and cook the fish tomorrow." Lin Yuha didn't say anything but smiled. "Mom, cook them all. I want to eat fish today too." "You cook first, I have something to go out for." Cui Shi saw that she was holding a basket with a layer of old clothes on the basket. She thought she was going to the mountain to pick fruits and herbs, so she didn't stop her. When Xie Shuhui came back, he was holding pig offal in his hand. He saw Cui busy in the kitchen alone. Seeing that there was no one in the west room, he asked, "Mom, where did she go?" "She went to the mountain to pick wild fruits." Cui saw what he was holding and waved her hands repeatedly. "Why did you bring this thing back? It stinks. Besides, Yuha likes to eat it." Cui only said half of the words, looked at Xie Shuhui suspiciously, and the premonition in her heart became stronger and stronger. Her face changed. Xie Shuhui said nothing, rolled up his sleeves, and began to wash the pig intestines with wood ash. After washing, he cut it into small pieces along the grain. It was getting darker and darker, but Lin Yuha didn't come back. Xie Shuhui's eyes sank slightly, put down the kitchen knife, and left the kitchen. Cui was washing vegetables on the stone platform behind the kitchen. When she came back, there was no trace of Xie Shuhui in the kitchen. The women in the mountains returned home one after another, either carrying firewood or grass. When Chun Posey saw Xie Shuhui heading towards the mountain, she called him, "Shuhui, are you looking for someone? No one from your family came to the mountain today, so don't go looking for them." Xie Shuhui was stunned for a moment and replied, "Thank you." Instead of going home, he took another path in the mountain and went to the ridge. Chun Posey was confused. Xie Shuhui quickened his pace as he heard the sharp and shrill bird calls in the quiet mountain. He walked straight to the graveyard on the ridge and heard the familiar sound of sobbing. Xie Shuhui slowed down his pace. As he stepped onto the last step of the stone steps, Lin Yuha appeared in front of him. He clearly heard Lin Yuha's voice that could not hide her sadness. "Mother, is my daughter useless and can't do anything well?" "Mother, it would be great if you were still here. When I was confused and stupid, you could remind me." Xie Shuhui would not fall in love with someone else. Xie Shuhui's gentle step stopped, and his eyes suddenly became gloomy. When he saw Lin Yuha's red and swollen eyes from the side, his tense face relaxed again. "Mom, I forgot to tell you a good news. Your sister-in-law gave you a grandson. Don't worry this time, it's a boy." He kept chattering for a long time, regardless of the darkening sky. Xie Shuhui coughed lightly. Lin Yuha was so scared that she stopped chattering immediately, her eyes widened and her mouth slightly opened. Turning around and seeing that it was Xie Shuhui, Lin Yuha slowly stood up with the help of a wooden stake beside her. She said unhappily, "You didn't even tell me you were here." Xie Shuhui walked to her side, picked up the basket on the ground, and bowed in front of Fong's grave again. He said in a light voice, "You didn't even give me a chance to interrupt. Let's go. The pig intestines at home haven't been cooked yet." Lin Yuha swept away her sadness and said happily, "Did you buy it?" Brother Yuping bought it. Although Lin Yuha was a little disappointed, she was also very happy when she thought about having pig intestines to eat. When going down the mountain, the two chose a slightly smoother road. Lin Yuha searched in his mind how to cook this pig intestine. Inadvertently thinking of the dogwood powder at home, he sighed, "What a pity, the dogwood powder is gone, and it can't be cooked to taste good." At this time, the two happened to pass by a bunch of thorny vines. Xie Shuhui leaned over to block Lin Yuha. "Don't worry, I bought the dogwood powder too." "Really, my brother is thoughtful." Xie Shuhui's expression was slightly stiff, and he didn't reply to Lin Yuha's words. Except for Lin Yuha, who likes spicy food, the rest of the family eat light food. In order to accommodate their tastes, Lin Yuha has also been tasting spicy food for a long time. Occasionally, she would eat it, but Cui Shi would not let her, saying that it was not good for the baby in her belly. A touch of fragrance blew in the evening breeze, and Lin Yuha's mood became happy. Perhaps it was because she had sat on the ground for too long just now, when she walked to a puddle. Lin Yuha suddenly stopped and subconsciously supported her lower abdomen. Xie Shuhui noticed her abnormality. What's wrong? My stomach hurts a little. Why don't you go back first? I want to rest before going. After saying that, he sat down on the stone pier next to him. Before her buttocks touched the solid ground, she was picked up by Xie Shuhui sideways. She was afraid and put her hands around Xie Shuhui's neck. She also loved to do this when they were intimate in the past. Xie Shuhui's steps were steady, his arms were like solid iron hoops, his chest was like a broad barrier, and every inch of his skin contained endless strength. Protecting the baby in her belly also made Lin Yuha feel at ease. Unconsciously, she relaxed and leaned on Xie Shuhui's chest as she did in the past. He couldn't help but put his face against her neck, and the tears of sadness, regret, and reluctance instantly slid down his cheeks and dripped into Xie Shuhui's collar. The hot tears wet Xie Shuhui's skin, and he trembled. He looked down at the person in his arms and found that she had fallen asleep. Lin Yuha was awakened by Yun Jie. When she smelled the familiar fragrance, she became energetic again. Looking at the sumptuous meal on the table, her heart was warm. Ground sesame bone soup, steamed yellow croaker, roasted pork intestines. The four of them sat together. Yun Jie nibbled on the fragrant bones. Xie Shuhui was still busy at the stove. Lin Yuha's eyes never moved from the roasted pork intestines. Seeing that she was very greedy, Chui said, "Try it and see if Shuhui's cooking is delicious." Of course, Lin Yuha would not refuse. She picked up a piece and put it in her mouth. It tasted surprisingly delicious. I thought Xie Shuhui's cooking skills would be a little lacking, but I didn't expect it to taste so good. I couldn't help but pick up the second chopsticks. Mom, Shuhui's cooking is delicious. Seeing her excited look, Chui and Yun Jie couldn't help but want to try it. Before she reached out to pick it up, Xie Shuhui brought a bowl of longevity noodles and placed it in front of Lin Yuha. Lin Yuha suddenly looked up at Xie Shuhui, tears welling up in her eyes. It turned out that Xie Shuhui still remembered that today was her birthday. That was enough. She would be content to think that he was treating her well temporarily for the sake of the baby in her belly. Chui sure only remembered it now, and she felt a little guilty. Look at my memory. Today is September 12th, Yuha's birthday. Yun Jie said happily, no wonder. Only Annie has noodles to eat, and there are 3 meat dishes. It's great to celebrate birthdays. Yuno also wants to celebrate his birthday. And you have to celebrate it every day, so that you can have meat for every meal. At this time, Lin Yuha's mood also calmed down a lot. She gently tapped Yun Jie's nose and smiled. Little greedy cat. Seeing that the 3 of them were just laughing and joking, Xie Shuhui reminded them, "Eat it quickly. The noodles are clumping together." The tears that had just been wiped away came out of her eyes again, and Lin Yuha replied softly, "Yeah." That night, Lin Yuha slept particularly sweetly. Li Yunluo, on the other hand, had nightmares one after another. First, she dreamed of her own era, when her brother-in-law returned to the family and reconciled with her sister. He had forgotten her completely and had no attachment to her at all. Then the scene changed, and she dreamed of her previous life, the wedding day of the original owner and Xie Shuhui. At this time, Xie Shuhui was almost 30 years old and in power. His face was radiant, and his body exuded an aura of majesty without anger. Li Yunluo couldn't help but feel a little envious of the original owner. She married Xie Shuhui at his most glorious moment. However, the next moment, Li Yunluo couldn't envy him anymore. On the wedding night, Xie Shuhui didn't enter the bridal chamber. He sat in the study in a red robe, with a sad expression, looking down at the thing in his hand. In the dream, it was vague, and Li Yunluo couldn't see what he was holding at all. The vague outline seemed to be a woman's hair accessory. Xie Shuhui opened his thin lips slightly, tears vaguely appeared in his eyes, and he whispered softly, with a painful look on his face. Li Yunluo felt a dull pain in her heart. It turned out that Xie Shuhui could be so affectionate sometimes, but not for her. She was so sad that she started crying. Just when she wanted to get closer to listen to what Xie Shuhui said, she woke up at this moment. As she guessed, Xie Shuhui still had a woman in his heart. It wasn't her, let alone Lin Yuha. Who could it be? looking at Dong Yue, who was worried beside the bed. Li Yunluo was stunned for a moment before slowly getting up.
Girl, you have a nightmare again.
Dong Yue, who was keeping watch in the outer room, heard Li Yunluo's crying in the inner room, lit the palace lantern, and carefully came to the bedside. Li Yunluo didn't want anyone to see her embarrassment, not even Dong Yue. I'm fine, you go to sleep. After she lay down again, she was more certain in her heart. Xie Shuhui became more and more indifferent to her, which must be related to the woman in his heart. She had to find a way to get Xie Shuhui to come to her house and settle their marriage. After this period of contact, Li Yunluo also realized that Xie Shuhui was a very responsible person. He could be responsible for the child in Lin Yuhe's belly. He should not be bad to her as his fiancé. Besides, except for his humble background, Xie Shuhui met all the requirements for her husband. Even though the second son of the prefect's family was handsome, after meeting him, she could see the difference between him and Xie Shuhui at a glance. After she failed to Xie Shuhui that day by using the wrong method, she was afraid that if she mentioned it again, he would be annoyed. After thinking about it, she suddenly had an idea and came up with a reliable way. That day, Xie Shuhui had just left home, and Yao Guo and others had not arrived yet. Lin Yuhe was under the eaves of the corridor, using a small red clay stove to make tea for Yao Guo and the teacher. She had to prepare it for them in advance. Chui didn't even have time to eat breakfast, so she woke up Yunjie. The grandparents and grandchildren lingered in the main room for a long time before coming out. Both of them were wearing new clothes. Chui also took out a brocade jacket from the bottom of her box. This surprised Lin Yuhe a little. Chui must be going to see someone important for her to attach so much importance to. Mom, are you going to the county town today? Chui smiled and said, I forgot to tell you yesterday that I want to go back to my mother's house today. I heard that Huayer's uncle is sick. Since Xie Shuhui and his mother left the Xie family's ancestral house, they have almost cut off contact with their relatives. They don't want to implicate them. After all, the case committed by Xie's father is related to the royal family. And after the Xie family fell into trouble, there were very few people who really helped. Hearing Chui's sudden mention of this, Lin Yuhe was a little unresponsive. Yunjie was used to staying with Lin Yuhe and didn't want to accompany her grandmother out. Seeing Yao Guo coming, her idea became more determined. Grandma, Yuna wants to stay at home with his aunt. Chui had to persuade her to leave. When they reached the intersection, the grandparents and grandchildren boarded a carriage that came to pick them up. The people who came to pick up Chui were not her family members, as she said. Instead, they were sent by Li Yunluo. It was the first time for Chui and Yunjie to come to the Li mansion. Although the decoration of the mansion was luxurious, Chui was not too shocked. When the Xie family was prosperous in the past, it was no worse than the current Li family. It was just that Yunjie was a little curious and looked around. The one who led the way was Linger, a maid from Yueranjuan. When passing the main courtyard, they bumped into the mistress of the mansion, Shui, and the eldest daughter. Chui knew them and bowed generously before leaving. Watched Chui and the others walk away. The eldest daughter, Li Yuni, spoke up, Mother, what's so good about Xie Shuhui? My second sister doesn't even want to marry into an official family. Besides, the second son of the prefect's family is handsome. If, Shui interrupted angrily, you're at least a legitimate daughter, so you should have a long-term vision. Xie Shuhui is appreciated by her eldest brother, so he must not be a stupid and incompetent person. If Li Yunluo can become the concubine of the second son, it will be considered as removing a thorn in our eyes. It's a pity that your eldest brother doesn't stand on our side, and he is trying his best to match Xie Shuhui and Li Yunluo. Li Yunshen was born to Mr. Li's original wife. Shui was the stepwife, and she gave birth to a daughter and a son for Mr. Li. They were the legitimate daughter Li Yuni and the second legitimate son Li Yunrui. Mr. Li valued Li Yunshen, the eldest legitimate son, very much, and now most of the family business is handed over to him. Shui didn't have much real power in the Li mansion. Now that Li Yunluo and her daughter have stolen their limelight again, she is a little anxious in her heart. But her daughter does not have the same brain as Li Yunluo. So your marriage is very important next time. The second young master comes next time. You must not sneak up on him. Be careful of your father. He may try to offend you in order not to offend the second young master. No matter how good the prefect's family is, you are still a concubine. Once you enter his house, you have no say in anything. Ruer, and I still have to rely on your future husband's family to make us look good. Li Yuni is simple-minded. After being scolded by her mother, she was very frustrated and whispered, I know. Chui was taken to Yuerong Garden, and Li Yunluo personally went to the door to greet them. After taking the grandparents and grandchildren to the guest room, Dongwei and Linger set out many cakes and candies. Yunjia's mind is all on this. She asked cautiously, Sister Dongyue, can I bring some cakes and candies back for my little brother and aunt? She didn't notice that her grandmother followed her Aunt Yunluo into the inner room. When no one else was present, Li Yunluo revealed the real purpose of asking Chui to come. Aunt, Yunluo invited you here today because I want you to decide the marriage between me and brother Shuhui. Chui didn't know the details. When Li Yunluo mentioned this, she remembered Xie Shuhui's recent abnormality towards Lin Yuha. She thought that something had changed in their marriage, so she asked tentatively, Yunluo, hasn't your marriage with Shuhui always been fine? But what happened? Li Yunluo told Chui that the second son of the prefect wanted to marry her. She avoided the important point and didn't mention Xie Shuhui's change towards her at all, only mentioning these external factors. This would make Chui pay attention. After Li Yunluo told the whole story, Chui was sweating anxiously. She promised, Yunluo, don't worry, Aunt will let Shuhui come to propose marriage again in 2 days. Today, Lin Yuha made chestnut cake for Yao Ger. Chestnuts and glutinous rice are ground into powder and mixed with honey water and steamed. Yao Ger doesn't like too sweet and greasy. After a few times, Lin Yuha has grasped his taste. Most of the cakes in the past few days were made by her alone, and the nanny only reminded him a little. In the West Room, Lin Yuha specially cleared out an empty cabinet, which was filled with ingredients for making cakes for Brother Yao, which were sent by the housekeeper in advance. Although the owner didn't care about these things. But Lin Yuha still remembered her status, and she didn't want to take these small advantages. She clearly separated the food at home and the ingredients sent by the housekeeper of the Qin mansion. Xie Shuhui also strongly agreed with Lin Yuha's approach in this matter. He moved a large cabinet from his room to the West Room. Had to taste everything that Brother Yao ate first. This chestnut cake was the first time Lin Yuha made it, so she was inevitably a little nervous that she didn't do it well. After tasting it, praised, you haven't learned it for a long time, and it's rare to be able to make such a good taste. The sweetness is moderate. Brother will definitely like it. Lin Yuha was of course happy to get the affirmation of the master. She was motivated all day. It seemed that she couldn't stop as if she was tireless, and she even made white flour dumplings before Brother Yao left. Make something that the wet nurse likes to thank her. Meng Sun, the new magistrate of Xuyang County, was handling official business in the yamen when the servant beside him came in to report, Sir, Master Chen is here, waiting for you in the guest room. Meng Sun immediately put down the official documents in his hand, quickly left the yamen, and walked quickly to the backyard. Seeing Chen Jinzhan standing in front of the window, Meng Sun bowed and said, My nephew is late. Please punish me, uncle. Jihui, please don't be so polite. There is no need for you and me to be so polite. Meng Sun refilled hot tea for Chen Jinzhan, and after sending away the attendants, he said seriously, Uncle, the case of Xiejianting that you asked my nephew to investigate has made some progress. Meng Sun is the heir of the Meng family's side branch. Chen Jinzhan's father-in-law, Meng Shangrong, also values this nephew very much. In the past, Chen Jinzhan also took good care of Meng Sun in his studies. As a result, he and Chen Jinzhan had a relatively close relationship. After Meng Sun passed the imperial examination and became a jinshi, he realized that he would not have much advantage staying in the capital, so he took the initiative to work in another county. Meng Shangrong asked him to come to Xiyang. This place is not only close to the capital but also easy to achieve political achievements. The most important point is that Chen Jinzhan is in Xiyang. With Chen Jinzhan's guidance, Meng Sun, A new Jinshi who has just entered the officialdom and has no experience will take fewer detours. Meng Sun has been in Xiyang for 2 months, and now he can handle official affairs with ease. Chen Jinzhan's private guidance is indispensable in this. After listening to Meng Sun's narration of the case of Xie Shuhuai's father, Chen Jinzhan's heart could not calm down for a long time. It seemed that he also understood Xie Shuhuai's ambition, which had never been hidden. Where did it come from? Chen Jinzhan looked solemn. Don't investigate this matter any further. We can't touch the people above for the time being, and it's not the right time. Remember, put this file back to the warehouse intact, and don't alarm anyone.
So as not to alert the enemy.
Meng Sun said firmly, Uncle, don't worry, this matter was investigated by my nephew personally, and it didn't go through anyone else's hands. Xie's family in Hongya village. Lin Yuha made a lot of dumplings stuffed with fennel, and before Yao Gur left, she also served him a bowl. Yao Gur seldom ate these meals, and they tasted good. He ate several in a row. If the nanny hadn't stopped him for fear that he wouldn't be able to eat at night, I'm afraid he could have eaten another bowl. During this delay, someone unexpectedly came to the Xie family. Seeing the person coming, Yao Gur happily trotted over. Father, are you here to pick up Yaoer? Chen Jinzhan wiped the sweat off his face with a handkerchief. Yes. Yao Gur took the dumplings cooked by Lin Yuha and picked one up and stuffed it into Chen Jinzhan's mouth. Father, try it. Annie cooks it very deliciously. Yao Gur is now much more cheerful and has a closer relationship with his father. For example, he will act like a spoiled child like now. Yun Jie would come to her family several times a day, and Yao Gur also learned to do so imperceptibly. Chen Jinzhan was a little restrained. He was coming back from the government office to the academy and happened to pass by Hongya village. He wanted to pick up his son and take him back to the mansion. After saying goodbye to Lin Yuha, Yao Gur took Chen Jinzhan away. When Lin Yuha saw the sachet dropped on the ground, she hurriedly called out, Brother, wait a minute, your sachet fell. The father and son turned around together, and Chen Jinzhan reached out to take it. The moment Lin Yuha raised her eyes, she saw that Xie Shuhuai had returned home, with a cold look in his eyes. Chen Jinzhan was also a little surprised. Shuhuai, have you finished the homework for class Jiazi today? Chen Jinzhan left homework for them before leaving. After finishing it, he asked Xie Shuhuai to collect it and put it in his study. When Chen Jinzhan was out for something, Xie Shuhuai was almost always in charge of the homework in the study. Teacher, all the homework has been completed. Teacher, please go. I won't keep you here. His cold tone made Chen Jinzhan freeze in place, and the others around him were also quite surprised. Chen Jinzhan was even more confused. He hadn't figured it out all the way. Where did Xie Shuhuai's hostility towards him come from? Lin Yuha was also a little puzzled to see him suddenly being so rude to his teacher. She couldn't help but remind him, What's wrong with you today? That's your teacher. How can you? Xie Shuhuai put the heavily on the ground and said coldly, Why do I need you to teach me how to do things? So you don't want to go to his house. It's just a part of your playing hard to get. Then, without waiting for Lin Yuha to answer, he picked up and went to the back of the house. Lin Yuha became more and more angry. He didn't know how he had offended him again. When Shui came back, Lin Yuha was already cooking dumplings. Yuner had eaten too many snacks in Li's house today and couldn't eat it all. He was tired after playing all day and went to bed as soon as he came back. Lin Yuha and Shui were both worried and seldom used it. After taking a bath, Xie Shuhuai went straight back to his east room. Shui urged him to eat several times. Xie Shuhuai simply turned off the oil lamp in the room. After seeing Lin Yuha rest, Shui pushed open the door of the east room and walked to the bed in the dark. Huaier, mother knows you are not asleep. Today I have been to the Li residence. Tomorrow you will go to the Li family to propose marriage. Don't let Yunluo down. Did you hear me? Xie Shuhuai, who was lying on his side on the bed, finally turned around and said in a low voice, I heard you. I will obey you. After hearing Xie Shuhuai's promise so readily, Shui was ready to go back to her room to sleep. At this moment, Xie Shuhuai took the initiative to ask, Mother, when you and Yuner went out today, did she ask when you would be back? Chui said without thinking. She didn't ask. Yuha thought it was a bit far and asked me to leave Yunar at home. Xie Shuhuai was completely hidden in the dark night, and Chui couldn't see his face. But she knew that her son was in a bad mood at this time. Thinking that he didn't want to eat dumplings tonight, she knew that he had quarreled with Lin Yuha again. Huai'er, after all, Yuha is just an outsider. Don't get angry with her. In the future, the person you are going to marry is Yunluo anyway, you and Yunluo. Mother, go back to your room to rest. The child is tired. Xie Shuhuai suddenly lay back on the bed and turned his back. His sudden action interrupted Chui. The dumplings are still warm in the pot. You don't want to eat them. Xie Shuhuai didn't respond. Chui knew his temper and didn't persuade him anymore. The next day, Chui got up early in the morning to cook vegetable porridge and boiled eggs. When Lin Yuha got up and walked to the kitchen, she happened to meet Xie Shuhuai, who came out of the east room. He was wearing a green long gown, with an upright figure, a clear and cold face, a pair of eyes as cold as a cold pond, and thin lips tightly pursed. Lin Yuha was distracted by the sight and thought to herself that it would be better if he smiled. After Chui came out of the kitchen, she smiled and became more and more satisfied. Huai'er, have your meal. The child is not hungry. Xie Shuhuai didn't even look at Lin Yuha and strode away after saying a word. Lin Yuha thought he was going to the academy, so she followed him out with 2 eggs. Wait a minute, take the eggs and eat them. Xie Shuhuai ignored him and walked faster. Lin Yuha caught up with him at the edge of the vegetable field, grabbed his hand, and stuffed the eggs into Xie Shuhuai's hand. Unexpectedly, Xie Shuhuai threw the 2 eggs and they instantly fell to the ground. Both of them were stunned. Lin Yuha's eyes suddenly misted, and she looked hurt. Without saying a word, she turned around and walked back to the house slowly. Xie Shuhuai looked at the eggs on the ground with a cold look in his eyes and left quickly. When they arrived at the main road of Hongya village, the ox cart was full of people and Xie Shuhuai squeezed at the edge. Before the ox cart had gone a few steps, he heard shouts from behind, "Wait." Xie Shuhuai looked up and saw that it was a student from the academy, and he was carrying another person on his back. When Xie Shuhuai saw that the person on his back was Zhu Jinwen, his face suddenly changed and he shouted, "Fourth uncle, stop the car." Then he jumped off the ox cart swiftly and helped Zhu Jinwen sit on it. At this time, Zhu Jinwen had fainted. Seeing that there was a patient, the people sitting on the horse squeezed each other again. The classmate who carried Zhu Jinwen didn't say anything polite to him when he saw that it was Xie Shuhuai. "Shuhuai, you take Jinwen to the clinic first. I'll go back to the Zhu family to report the news." Xie Shuhuai nodded in response without asking more questions. Seeing the situation was critical, the fourth uncle drove the ox cart very fast. The ox cart stopped at the door of the clinic. Xie Shuhuai didn't even bother to pay the fare, and he carried Zhu Jinwen on his back and ran to the clinic. When the doctor saw Zhu Jinwen was unconscious and his lips were black and blue, he immediately drove Xie Shuhuai out and didn't want to take this patient. Xie Shuhuai had to carry Zhu Jinwen on his back and continue looking for a clinic. In fact, just now, Xie Shuhuai was going to carry Zhu Jinwen directly to Dr. Ji's house, but he was afraid that Dr. Ji would go to the mountains to collect herbs and would not be at home. If the disease was delayed, he couldn't bear the responsibility. After looking at 2 clinics in succession, finally one called Ningontong was willing to accept Zhu Jinwen. After the doctor concentrated on taking Zhu Jinwen's pulse, he first fed Zhu Jinwen a pill. Then he asked, "Who are you to him?" Xie Shuhuai's worry flashed across his face, and he replied, "A good friend." The doctor then said with certainty, "He has been poisoned for more than 2 or 3 months. This poison is dangerous. It will gradually deteriorate people's memory and eventually become completely stupid." Xie Shuhuai thought of Zhu Jinwen's increasingly poor academic performance and had to believe the doctor's words. The dosage has increased recently, and his body obviously can't stand it. Fortunately, you brought him here early and saved his life. Xie Shuhuai thought of Zhu Jinwen's lofty ambitions and asked, "Doctor, can he recover in the future?" "It's difficult to recover. Remember that you must not use your intelligence, otherwise you will inevitably end up with stupidity. When Zhu's father and mother arrived, Zhu Jinwen drank the medicine boiled by the doctor in the clinic and woke up slowly. After seeing his parents coming, the doctor did not mention the cause of Zhu Jinwen's illness again, but only asked, "Do you two want to report to the police?" The couple did not know the reason yet. Xie Shuhui called the two outside and repeated the doctor's words. The two heard that their sons had no chance to take the imperial examination and burst into tears. They couldn't believe that their son would encounter such a thing. After venting their anger, the couple calmed down a lot. Fearing that the family business would be affected, they wanted to conceal the matter and not pursue it. Although his mind could not recover, fortunately his life was saved. Zhu's mother wiped her tears, went into the inner room, and wiped the sweat off the weak Zhu Jinwen with a handkerchief. Zhu's father looked sad and whispered, "Shuhui, thank you for bringing Jinwen to the clinic today. We will take him back first. We will keep it secret from Jinwen first. As for the academy, I will go to the teacher and the headmaster to explain the reason." Xie Shuhui nodded in agreement. This was someone else's family matter. Even if he and Zhu Jinwen had a strong friendship in the past, it was not convenient to interfere. In recent years, the Zhu family has made a lot of money from selling aquatic products and opened many new shops in Xiong County. I'm afraid he has offended many people, and personal grudges are inevitable. Seeing his servants carrying Zhu Jinwen on the mule cart, Xie Shuhui hesitated for a moment, feeling sorry for his friend, and changed his mind, saying, "Uncle, you don't want to report to the police, but have you thought about the consequences? You want to settle the matter peacefully, but that person is hiding in the dark, and I'm afraid he won't stop. Unless you know who he is, I'm afraid Jinwen, or other people in the family, will still not escape his clutches." Father Xie was silent. He has been in the business world for many years, so how could he not know what Xie Shuhui said? "Good boy. Uncle also wants to avenge my son, but I have to consider the family business too. We are in business, and we can't afford to offend customers. When people hear that your family has a lawsuit, that customer is still willing to come to your house to buy fish and shrimp, and that fisherman is still willing to sell seafood to you." Seeing that Father Zhu insisted, Xie Shuhui didn't say much and said goodbye and left. Zhu Jinwen, who was on the mule cart, saw Xie Shuhui was about to leave, and hurriedly called him to stop, saying in a soft and weak voice, "Shuhui, tell Master Chun that I will be back to the academy in 2 days. And these 2 days I saw you were distracted in class. Is there something going on at home?" After hearing this, Zhu's mother cried secretly. Her son was still so kind-hearted, but those people wanted to attack him. Xie Shuhui had a complicated look on his face. He walked up to Zhu Jinwen, patted his shoulder, and comforted him. "Don't worry about recuperating at home, and don't worry about other things." When passing by Zhu's father, he couldn't help but whispered a reminder, "Uncle, business has ups and downs, and no matter how much money you make, it is more important than the safety of your family. When you lose both your money and your life, it will be too late for you to regret. In fact, you can find the man without reporting to the police. Think about it carefully. It's inconvenient to talk here. If you trust your nephew, come to the academy to find me. Remember, except for you and your aunt, don't let anyone know the real condition of Jinwen." Seeing off Zhu Jinwen and his family, Xie Shuhui had no intention of going to the Li mansion. He went directly to the academy. When he returned home in the evening, Cui asked him, "Huire, when will you and Yunluo get married? I can also prepare in advance." Yunluo said that we can move to the villa she bought by then. Xie Shuhui replied in a calm voice, "Mother, Uncle Li is not at home today, and the marriage will be discussed another day." Cui saw that Xie Shuhui looked a little tired, guessed that he was tired, and went back to the kitchen to continue cooking. Lin Yuho was in her room, writing down the cakes to be made tomorrow and the ingredients to be prepared. Gave her a book food diagnosis record, which contained various cakes and recipes. There were also some delicious delicacies that she didn't know in the past. Yuan Jie only recognized a few words and lost interest after reading for a long time. She ran back to the kitchen to light the fire for her grandmother. Cui asked, "Yuner, what is your aunt writing?" Chui had just been to Lin Yuha's west room and saw that Lin Yuha had not stopped writing since the young master left. Yunjie used tongs to put firewood into the stove and replied, "It's about food, so densely packed that Yun'er can't understand it." Aunt said it's her treasure. Chui laughed and said, "What a silly child. Your aunt is fooling you. She doesn't run a restaurant, so how can she treasure the recipes? Your aunt should learn more and do the work of serving tea and water. When she is not in our house in the future, she will have a way to make a living. Now that the young master is in our house, naturally there are not so many rules. I'm afraid that when he arrives at the nobleman's house, he will have to follow other people's rules." Chui saw that Xie Shuhui followed her advice this time and did not refute her. She was happy and couldn't help but nagging a few words. Yun Jie remembered the casual words of the adults. She was panicked for no reason and asked, "Grandma, where will my aunt go when she is not in our house in the future? She has no home, and Sister Xing's house is not her home either. And the grandfather in Qingshui Bay beats my aunt, and that is not her home either." The grandfather Yun Jie mentioned was Lin Yutang, the father of Lin Yuha. Once, Lin Yuha took Yun Jie back to her mother's house to get something. At that time, Fong had passed away. In front of everyone, Lin Yutang did not show any mercy to Lin Yuha and slapped him. This incident left a shadow in Yun Jie's heart. Since then, Lin Yuha rarely returned to the old house in Qingshui Bay. Yuan Jie was angry. "Is my uncle going to drive my aunt away again? No wonder I saw my aunt secretly wiping tears today." Xie Shuhui, who was preparing to enter the kitchen outside the house, paused. His originally deep eyes became stagnant, and his sight unconsciously looked towards the west room opposite. Chui realized belatedly that she had made a mistake and shouldn't have said that in front of the child. "Don't be angry, Yun'er. Grandmother said something wrong. Your aunt is not going anywhere. No one is chasing your aunt away." At dawn, it started to rain heavily, with occasional thunder. Xie Shuhui suddenly woke up and pushed open the door to see. Lin Yuha was clumsily moving things out. He trotted over and saw that her room was leaking so badly that the bedding on the bed was soaked. He didn't care about that and stopped letting Lin Yuha in the room. He quickly moved the bedding and clothes out of the room. Chui was also awakened by the noise. She lit the oil lamp and said in surprise, "Oh my God, why is it raining so hard? My room is leaking too. I can just use a basin to catch the water, but how can Yuha sleep in this room? Go to my room for one night." After the new year, Xie Shuhui asked someone to renovate the house. At that time, Chui felt sorry for the money. No one lived in the west room, so the craftsmen were not asked to build it. Lin Yuha sat under the eaves of the corridor, thinking that the bed in Chui's room was not big. There was no room for 3 people, so she replied, "Mom, I'll just sit here for a while. It's almost on. You go to sleep." Unexpectedly, Xie Shuhui said, "Go to my room." Lin Yuha refused, without hesitation.
No.
Chui objected immediately, no. Seeing Chui's fierce attitude, Lin Yuha felt very uncomfortable. At this time, Xie Shuhui explained, "There is a couch in my room." Chui was silent after hearing this. Lin Yuha still insisted, "I won't go. You go and rest, don't worry about me." Chui regretted that her words just now hurt Lin Yuha and didn't know what to say for a while, so she went back to her room. Seeing that Lin Yuha didn't want to go to his room, Xie Shuhui didn't leave. Accompanying Lin Yuha, he took advantage of the dim light to clean up his things. Suddenly, Lin Yuha looked panicked and rushed to the west room. Xie Shuhui grabbed her and said, "It's raining so hard. What are you doing in there?" Lin Yuha said in panic, "My notebook and the nanny's recipe book." "Wait, I'll find it for you." When she saw that Xie Shuhui had only found a piece of waste paper, Lin Yuha was very sad. This notebook recorded everything she had learned in the past month. Most of them were pastry recipes. There were also some dishes that she had practiced herself. Her eyes were filled with tears and she choked up and said, "They are all gone, all gone. Recipes can be bought." Xie Shuhui advised, "Recipes can be bought, but the things written in my notebook cannot be bought. I spent so much time, and it was all in vain."
It was just like what she did to Xie Shuhui.
No matter how much she did, it was useless. He was always distant and sometimes good and sometimes bad to her. Her emotions were finally out of control at this moment. She couldn't hide the pain in her heart, and she burst into tears. Her crying was drowned in the sound of rain, and no one could hear it. Only Xie Shuhuai in front of her could truly feel her sadness. She cried and trembled, like a dead leaf that was ruthlessly washed away in the heavy rain, and tears flowed freely on her pale cheeks. There was no more agility in her eyes, only dead silence. Sobs squeezed out from the depths of her throat, and each sob was like a thread pulled out from the most painful part of her heart. Her body leaned forward, as if all the support was taken away by this huge grievance. She was in a mess, with wet hair sticking to her cheeks and scattered, and her eyes were chaotic and broken. She only repeated one sentence in her mouth. "It's all gone. It's all gone. Everything is gone." Xie Shuhuai had never seen her so sad before, and regardless of his own wetness, he went back to the house to look for it again. All the remaining papers turned into water in the house. Lin Yuha held a pile of waste paper, stopped crying, and was in a daze. Xie Shuhuai slowly approached her and whispered, "Tomorrow I will buy you a cookbook and a notebook, and you can recopy it when you are free." Lin Yuha raised her tear-stained face, looked at Xie Shuhuai stupidly, and whispered softly, "It's different. Everything is not the same as before." Maybe she was too excited, or maybe she was too tired just now. She fell down before she finished speaking. Xie Shuhuai caught her, his eyes full of anxiety, and said loudly, "Hee hee." Lin Yuha woke up at noon the next day. When she opened her eyes, she found herself lying on Xie Shuhuai's bed. She slowly got up and pushed open the door. The rain outside had stopped long ago. The house was quiet, with only the sound of the hen laying eggs. Yun Jie quickly rushed out of the kitchen and reached out to pick up eggs from the chicken coop. It seemed that Yao Gur did not come today. Lin Yuha guessed that he must have gone back, and it was impossible to stay in the west room. "Aunt, you are awake. Are you hungry? I'll get you some cakes." Yun Jie ran to the kitchen. Lin Yuha walked slowly to the west room, thinking that the house would be a mess. But when she looked at the door, the house was clean. The wet bedding and clothes had been hung in the yard to dry. Just as Lin Yuha was stunned, Yun Jie brought the slightly hot oil cakes. "Aunt, the fried cakes are delicious. Please have some." "Grandmother, I've also cooked rice porridge." Lin Yuha took it and asked, "Where's your grandmother?" "Grandmother is washing clothes." At home, people wash clothes on the stone slab behind the kitchen. In summer, clothes are thin, so they are mostly washed at home. In winter, they are carried to the pond at the entrance of the village behind the house to wash. Now Lin Yuha is more certain that it was Chui who washed her clothes and bedding, and she is grateful. She thought that there were so many things to do today, and Chui was busy alone. Aunt has become lazy today, and Yuner didn't wake her up early. "Your grandmother washed so much by herself. I'm afraid she was exhausted." Yuner blinked her clear eyes and said innocently, "I wanted to call her, but my uncle wouldn't let me." "Grandmother is not tired, but uncle is tired. He cleaned your room and washed everything in your room." Lin Yuha's head buzzed, and she looked at the things in the yard in surprise. She had mixed feelings, happy for a while, disappointed for a while. She stared blankly at the things drying in the yard. After a long time, Lin Yuha came back to her senses. "Where is your uncle now?" "He went to the academy." Chui came out after washing her clothes and saw Lin Yuha sitting on a stool in the corridor in a daze. Thinking of her staying in Xie Shuhuai's room last night, she was angry. Chui's face was a little gloomy, and her tone was slightly cold. "I warmed up the oil cakes in the pot for you. Remember to eat them when you are hungry." "I know, mother." Lin Yuha got up and went to the kitchen. When she passed the threshold, she asked again, "Mother, did the young master not come today, or did you send someone to bring a message?" Chui shook her clothes and hung them on the clothesline and replied, "Shuhuai sent someone to bring a message early in the morning." Hearing Chui's displeasure, Lin Yuha didn't ask any more questions and went into the kitchen to eat. Before he finished his bowl of porridge, he heard Li Yunluo's voice in the courtyard, "Aunt." Chui immediately put down her clothes and said happily, "Yunluo is here, come in." Xie Shuhuai went to Qin Jinzhan's mansion early this morning to inform him of the situation after the heavy rain last night. When he returned home, he first cleaned up the west room and asked the craftsman to repair the roof. Last night, Xie Shuhuai's family was not the only one in Hongya village who had a leak, and the craftsmen were simply too busy. They promised to go to Xie Shuhuai's house tomorrow. Xie Shuhuai originally planned to take a day off, but the craftsmen were busy. He didn't want to delay his studies, so after lunch, he went to the academy again. As soon as he walked to the gate of the academy, he was stopped by Zhu's father. He should have been waiting for him here on purpose. The two moved to a remote corner. Shuhuai, Uncle thinks you are right. I want to find that person. Can you help, Uncle? Just ask what you want Uncle to do. Xie Shuhuai nodded in agreement. Uncle, the first thing we need to determine is what kind of poison is in Jinwen. If we know the source of the poison, we can then identify the murderer and eliminate all the suspicious people around you. The scope is small, so it will be easier to find this person. Seeing that Xie Shuhuai was young, clear-headed and measured, Zhu's father's eyes lit up and he said solemnly, Uncle believes in you. Then how do we contact each other? Starting tomorrow, you and I are just acquaintances in business. I'll go to your house to find you. Xie Shuhuai has always been sensible in doing things. He will not put himself and his family in danger in order to help others. Li Yunluo came today because of Xie Shuhuai. He did not come to the house to propose marriage in the past 2 days. Cui was shocked when she heard this. She couldn't believe that her son had lied to her, and the uneasiness in her heart became stronger. Li Yunluo looked a little lonely, but she still forced herself to chat with Cui. Subconsciously, she mentioned the heavy rain last night. My mother said that last night, the usually remote courtyards in our house were leaking. Aunt, was there a leak in your house last night? Cui felt a little guilty when she mentioned the heavy rain last night. She was afraid that Li Yunluo would know that Lin Yu had stayed in Xie Shuhuai's room last night. She wanted to cover it up and say that there was no leak. Unexpectedly, Yun Jie, who was eating candy next to her, said, It's leaking. My aunt's room can't be lived in. Li Yunluo didn't say anything when she heard this, and glanced at Cui. Cui was afraid that Yun Jie would tell the truth, so she hurriedly sent her away. Yunluo, don't think too much, Yuha lives in my room. Aunt has asked Shuhuai to go to your house to propose marriage, so she won't let them have anything to do with each other. And my Huaier only has you in her heart. Li Yunluo also saw clearly Xie Shuhuai's attitude towards Lin Yuha, but she didn't doubt it at all. What she wanted to know most now was who was the woman in Xie Shuhuai's heart. Even though she was certain that Xie Shuhuai would eventually marry her, she couldn't help but be curious. She thought of asking Cui first. Aunt, do you usually have other guests besides us? Your old relatives, or old friends of the Xie family? When Cui suddenly heard her mention this, she couldn't help but shake her head with some sadness. Judging from Cui's expression, Li Yunluo knew that the woman should not be someone close to Xie Shuhuai. She sighed secretly, thinking that it was really difficult to chase Xie Shuhuai. If she didn't know that he would be successful and capable in the future, she might really choose the second son of the prefect's family. At least he is still a warm man. Therefore, the second son can neither let him get her nor let him forget her. As a spare tire, the second son is perfect. Lin Yuha looked at the two of them, and they didn't say anything after talking for a long time in the main room. It was already evening, and the clothes and bedding in the yard were dried. When Lin Yuha returned to the west room with clothes in her arms, the content of the two people's conversation was still intentionally or unintentionally drilling into Lin Yuha's ears. It was not until she finished collecting the bedding for the third time that Li Yunluo came out of Cui's room and left the Xie family. As soon as she left, Cui came to Lin Yuha's west room. Xie Shuhuai had never lied to Cui since he was a child. This time it was because of his marriage with Li Yunluo. The changes in her son these days were all because of Lin Yuha. Cui saw it all and secretly made up her mind to think of a way to make Lin Yuha leave their home early. In the past, she drove Li Yunluo away for the sake of her unborn grandson. But now it's a different time. Compared with the grandson in her belly, Xie Shuhuai's marriage and future career are also big things. Cui sat next to Lin Yuha and helped her pack up the things on the bed. Yuha, The West Room has not been renovated yet. You can't always delay the work of Master Chen's family. How about you move to his house? Lin Yuha's expression darkened. She shook her head. Seeing that Lin Yuha was unmoved, Chui said, Huayer and Yunluo's wedding date has been set. Please don't make things difficult for me, okay? If Yunluo knew that you lived in Shu Huayer's room yesterday, what would she think? Lin Yuha's face turned pale and her heart ached. After a long time, she seemed to have finally made a decision. Mother, I can't agree to you, and I won't go to Master Chen's house. Chui was startled when she heard this. She knew that Lin Yuha cared about Xie Shuhuai and thought that after telling her the news, she would be sad and leave the Xie family. Unexpectedly, she was determined and still unwilling to go to Master Chen's house. Chui did not give up and continued to persuade. Yuha, Shuhuai, and Yunluo's marriage is a foregone conclusion. Didn't you say before that you returned to the Xie family just for the baby in your belly? Only when they are well, the baby in your belly will be well. Lin Yuha smiled. Whether they are well or not has nothing to do with me. Even if no one loves my child, I can love him myself. Mother, if you want me to leave your Xie family, then let Xie Shuhuai tell me in person. If he thinks the same as you, I will leave immediately, but this child can only be mine in the future. Chui saw that Lin Yuha was determined not to leave, and there was nothing she could do. She sighed and said sullenly, Then you can't sleep in Huayer's East Room anymore. You should keep some distance from Huayer. Mother, I know. Chui got up and left. Before she stepped out of the door of the West Room, she saw Xie Shuhuai standing under the eaves of the West Room. She didn't know how long he had been back. I'm afraid he heard everything she and Lin Yuha said. Chui was angry with him and complained. Come with me. The mother and son entered the East Room and closed the door. Chui said angrily, Why did you lie to me? You obviously didn't go to Li's house that day. What were you thinking? Yuha, the West Room happened to be unrenovated. You asked her to go. Mother, let the child handle her own affairs. Chui was so angry that she was about to explode, but Xie Shuhuai said lightly. Then he sat back at the desk like an old monk in meditation, took out the pen, ink, paper, and inkstone from the bookcase, and began to review his books. He ignored Chui's scolding. I don't want to care about your future. Lin Yuha thought that the mother and son would discuss for a long time how to drive her out of the Xie family. Unexpectedly, she saw Chui came out of the East Room angrily in a moment. Lin Yuha was not shocked to hear the news that they had married again from Chui. It was just that her extravagant hopes were shattered once again. After hearing it so many times, it didn't hurt anymore. If it were in the past, I'm afraid she would have packed up and left. But when she passed by Chui's main room just now, she heard Li Yunluo's voice again. It turned out that Li Yunluo's feelings for Xie Shuhuai were not as pure as Lin Yuha imagined. She was still connected with other men. In addition to shocking and angering Lin Yuha, she also understood that Li Yunluo valued Xie Shuhuai's future. She felt sorry for Xie Shuhuai in her heart. She didn't want Xie Shuhuai to be hurt again and be a sucker. Just think of it as compensation for her past injuries to him. If this matter was made clear, Xie Shuhuai would definitely not believe it. She couldn't stay with Li Yunluo for long and catch something against them. For now, she could only protect Xie Shuhuai in her own way. He was occupying the position of his ex-wife and would not leave. Let's see how long Li Yunluo could hold on and reveal her true colors. After Yao Gur stayed at home for 2 days, he ignored the housekeeper's obstruction and dragged his wet nurse to find Lin Yuha. The craftsmen had promised to come to renovate the roof yesterday, but were delayed by another family and came today. The craftsman who renovated the West Room today also came. Lin Yuha gritted her teeth and took Yao Gur to Xie Shuhuai's East Room. The craftsman in the West Room flipped the roof, making crackling sounds, and Yao Gur couldn't calm down. The teacher simply stopped Yao Gur's lessons. This made him very happy, and he dragged Lin Yuha and Yun Jier to the mountains. Lin Yuha and the wet nurse followed behind them. Autumn is here, and nature has given us many gifts, not only chestnuts to pick, but also persimmons to pick. After a heavy rain, the mountains were full of mushrooms. This time, Lin Yuha brought them to the forests of Qingshui Bay. The mountains here are big and not many villagers go up the mountain, so no one fights for the chestnuts. The four of them were busy. The two children picked chestnuts, which did not require distinguishing whether they were poisonous or not. The wet nurse picked mushrooms. Lin Yuha did not dare to squat for long, so she only picked the persimmons that she could reach with her hand. None of them wanted to admit defeat, and they all picked a full basket. Yun Jie imitated her grandmother and prepared to bite the chestnuts open with her teeth. Yao Gur also followed suit, and Lin Yuha hurriedly stopped him. You can't bite it like this. Not only will you not be able to eat the flesh, but it will also hurt your teeth. Aunt, how do you eat this chestnut? I'm going to take it back, for father to try too. The wet nurse wiped the sweat off Yao Gur's face and said with a smile, Brother, wet nurse knows this, you can. Yao Gur interrupted hurriedly. Nanny, you don't know. This is something from the mountain where Aunt and her friends live. Only Aunt knows it. Children are so innocent that Lin Yuha and the wet nurse couldn't help laughing. Haha, laughing non-stop. Then Yun Jie pointed at the mushrooms picked by the wet nurse. I know how to eat this. I can stew chicken soup with this, or I can stir-fry bacon. Yao Gur was full of admiration. He pointed curiously at the persimmons in Lin Yuha's basket and asked, Aunt, how do we eat this fruit? Lin Yuha patiently said, There are many names for this fruit. We call it wild persimmon. Because it tastes bitter, we usually don't eat it directly. Instead, we peel it and string it with rope to make dried persimmon cakes. Seeing Yao Gur's confused face, his eyes were full of curiosity. Lin Yuha couldn't bear to let him down. He took the two children to a clean stone dam, drew them with soil, and strung them one by one with ropes. Yao Gur had a picture in his mind and said happily, I know, that Dr. Ji has it at home. It looks really good hanging on the wall. After a long silence, he slowly chanted, The persimmons are piled up on the wall, and the autumn harvest is coming out. Several people applauded and praised Yao Gur for his good study. It was not until noon that they went home. Everyone returned with a full load. While Yao Gur was having lunch, the nanny also helped Lin Yuha clean up the West Room. Seeing the recipe book placed on her bedside, she felt that something was different, so she picked it up and flipped through it. Mrs. Lin, did you buy another one? Well, I'm really sorry, Auntie. The one you gave me leaked that night and got all wet. I hope Annie won't blame me. It's not your fault, how can I blame you? Flipped through it and asked in surprise, Where did you buy this one? I dare not accept it. It not only contains recipes for various pastries, but also recipes for meals for your village households, and it is also illustrated. It's much more valuable than the one I gave you. Lin Yuha took it and flipped through it, and it was true. These dishes seemed to have been cooked by her. This was strange. The illustrations were lifelike, as if they were real. She thought that the author of the book must be a hidden master. He knew how to make pastries for the rich and powerful, as well as snacks for the common people. She was delighted, thinking that Xie Shuhuai was lucky enough to buy her a good book. But she looked at it carefully and felt something was wrong. The handwriting was so familiar. It was Xie Shuhuai's handwriting. Lin Yuha was completely dumbfounded. Could it be that this book was written by Xie Shuhuai? That doesn't make sense. How did he manage to complete the writing and drawing in just 2 days? He is not a god. In the evening, when Xie Shuhuai came back, Lin Yuha was cooking in the kitchen. She planned to stir-fry the wild mushrooms left by her wet nurse with some dogwood powder. There is still some meat soup left over from lunch at home, and if we add one more dish, it will be enough for the whole family. Chui was sewing clothes in her room and called Lin Yuha several times, but she didn't respond. Finally, it was Chui who came to ask her in person, Yuha, where did you put the child's clothes? I couldn't find it on the bed frame. Lin Yuha was not good at needlework. After cutting out the clothes, the collar and lapels were sewn very roughly. This can easily the child. Chui couldn't bear it and wanted to sew it again for her, but she didn't know where to put it. After asking Lin Yuha for a long time, she was still in the kitchen and didn't respond. I've been absent-minded all day because of that cookbook. In the closet. Chui was stunned. This closet was bought when Xie Shuhuai bought the low couch for the young master. In the past, Lin Yuha had no place to hang her clothes, so they were all piled on the bed. Now that all her clothes were put into the closet, Chui felt a little uncomfortable and at the same time a little unhappy. Her own son spent money on her again. At night, Lin Yuha got up to go to the toilet, and Chui and Yun Jie were both asleep. Only the oil lamp in Xie Shuhuai's room was still on. She had been keeping the recipe in mind and couldn't help being curious, so she walked to the wooden window of Xie Shuhuai's east room and asked, "Did you buy that recipe, or did you?" "Bought it." Xie Shuhuai interrupted her without waiting for her to speak. He had heard her footsteps a long time ago and thought she was looking for him for something important again, but what he didn't want to ask was about the recipe book. Lin Yuha's doubts were not dispelled, and she continued to ask, "But the handwriting above is clearly yours. You must have seen it wrong, go back to sleep." Xie Shuhuai was firm in his attitude, and Lin Yuha thought she was dazzled and had seen it wrong, decided not to pursue this matter any further. Seeing Xie Shuhuai working so hard, Lin Yuha felt a little distressed and subconsciously reminded him, "Shuhuai, it's late, go and have a rest." Xie Shuhuai's eyes flickered, his gaze paused, and he responded to her, "Okay." The next day, after Yao Gur finished his homework, out of habit, after washing my hands, I picked up the pastry and started eating. After taking a bite, he exclaimed in surprise, "Aunt, this square cake is a little different today. Did you add something to it?" "I like it." Yun Jie ate with gusto and said quickly, "Sweet potatoes are added." Lin Yuha especially added sweet potato puree to the glutinous rice flour and japonica rice flour. At first she was worried that Yao Gur would not be able to get used to the taste of the coarse grains, but she didn't expect that he actually liked them. He would have eaten several of them if his wet nurse, Mrs., hadn't stopped him. I'm afraid that except for Yun Jie, who ate 2 of the cakes, the rest would all go into his stomach. These days are the time to harvest sweet potatoes at home. Lin Yuha always adds a little when steaming millet. In addition to Xie Shuhuai, Chui and Yun also like to eat it. It can also save some millet. After waking up from his lunch break, Yao Gur ran to the vegetable garden in the backyard to watch Chui digging sweet potatoes. This was the first time he saw sweet potatoes, and he thought they were treasures. "Mother-in-law, I want to bring one back for my father, can I?" Chui liked this little boy from the bottom of her heart. He was not only polite but also respectful to his family. He smiled and said, "Young master, if you like, just take more. There are still plenty in the fields." Yao Gur was not greedy and always remembered his father's instructions not to take anything from his aunt's house. Only took 2. Then he picked up 2 long sweet potato leaves and dragged them home. Several people were a little puzzled. Yun Jie asked, "Are you going to feed the chickens?" Yao Gur said, "I'm going to take it back for my father to eat. He loves eating green leaves the most." Everyone present burst into laughter. Yun Jie laughed so hard that she couldn't stand up. "Our Momo doesn't eat these leaves. They're used to feed chickens." After Yao Gur realized what was happening, his face turned red, and he put down the vine in his hand. In the evening, after finishing school at the academy, Xie Shuhuai did not go home directly, but went to Chongqing bookstore first. After coming out of the bookstore, he was already dressed like a nobleman. He went straight to the Zhu family with a servant by his side. After reporting his identity as a merchant, the doorman took Xie Shuhuai directly to the main courtyard. He asked the servant accompanying him to stay outside the courtyard, and he went in with his attendants. Zhu Huaishan also dismissed the servants in his household. "Shuhuai, how is your investigation going?" "Uncle, this man is more cunning than we thought. He is in your house." Zhu Huaishan's eyes widened. Obviously things were beyond his imagination, and his hands were tightly gripping the armrests of the chair. The veins on his hands bulged, and the coldness in his eyes deepened. "Shuhuai, are you sure?" Xie Shuhuai's expression was indifferent. His tone was firm. "I am sure. Yesterday, I told an elder with great medical skills in detail about Jinwen's poisoning. After listening, he told the younger generation that the poison in Jinwen was called Cordyceps sinensis. This person poisoned through tea. Dr. Ji told Xie Shuhuai that this poison is colorless and tasteless only in water. If it is used in food or cakes, it will have a fishy smell. Not to mention that it took so long. I'm afraid that after just one bite of the chopsticks, Zhu Jinwen would be able to find out the clues. I know a thing or two about Jinwen's habits. The tea he drank in the academy was bought from different places. This rules out the possibility that someone poisoned him outside. The tea was also prepared at home. Based on this, we can infer that this person is in your house. Zhu Jinwen had a servant 2 years ago, who later died of a serious illness. Zhu Jinwen was sad for a long time, and since then he no longer had servants around him. His daily life is taken care of by his mother. The doctor said that Zhu Jinwen had been poisoned for 2 or 3 months and ruled out his former servant. Hearing the word tea, Zhu Huaishan could no longer sit still. He stood up from the armchair, his face pale, and murmured, "Then this person is probably next to Jiner's mother." Xie Shuhui sat below, his eyes calm, and replied, "Yes and no. These 3 cordyceps are expensive, not something a servant can afford. Maybe there are other people behind her." Zhu Huaishan's face turned pale and blue, and he didn't calm down for a long time. If it weren't for Xie Shuhui's repeated persuasion, he would have given up the investigation long ago, and he didn't dare to think about the consequences. The first one is his son Zhu Jinwen, and then the next one are his 2 daughters also. After figuring it all out, Zhu Huaishan bowed to Xie Shuhui. "Shuhui, you are my family's benefactor." Xie Shuhui hurriedly stood up to stop him. "Senior, please don't do that. Jinwen has done me a favor, and I should do all this. We haven't found the person yet, and the crisis hasn't been resolved. We can't take it lightly. Shuhui, don't worry, I will handle the rest." Zhu Huaishan knew that Xie Shuhui had done him a great favor by helping him find this. He couldn't stay in his house all the time, so he had to do the rest by himself. After all, this concerns the safety of the whole family, so Xie Shuhui had to remind him again, then uncle had better have a safe method. Once we alert the enemy, she will replace the evidence and all our efforts will be wasted. Zhu Huaishan didn't have any safe recipe. All he had was to observe and search slowly one by one. He prided himself on being a shrewd businessman, but when it came to matters concerning the lives of his family members, he was no better than a young man. He said ashamedly, "Does Shu Hui have any good plan?" Lure the snake out of its hole and defeat the enemy in one move. In the evening, Zhu Huaishan said to his wife, "The doctor said today that Jiner's illness is not serious, and she can go to the academy tomorrow. Prepare her book bag tonight." Although the couple talked in the house, the servants in the yard heard it clearly. Zhu's mother was confused, but she didn't dare to say anything because she knew the villain was next to her, and she cooperated silently. Late at night, when everyone in the mansion had gone to bed, a dark figure limped into Zhu Jinshan's room. She touched the place where Zhu Jinwen put his book bag with ease. She took out the tea can that Zhu's mother had put there and put another can of tea in it. She thought she had done it perfectly, but before she left, the palace lanterns in the room suddenly lit up, and the servants outside the house also lit torches. In an instant, the lights in Zhu Jinwen's yard were as bright as day. When Zhu Huaishan saw the murderer, the lame old woman Yuan from the mansion, he cried out in pain, "How could it be you? My Jiner not only saved your life, but was also kind to you. How could you, such a heartless person, harm him?" Zhu Huaishan had suspected everyone in the mansion, except for this old woman Yuan. She was rescued from outside the mansion by Zhu Jinwen. Zhu Jinwen usually took good care of her and specially arranged an easy job for her, cleaning Zhu's mother's room. At this point, old woman Yuan also realized that this was a trick they had set up to deceive her. She only blamed them for being too impatient. She was no longer as timid as usual. She laughed and said, "The eldest son is good, but it's a pity that he was born in the wrong body. He deserves to die as the son of you, Zhu Huaishan. You all deserve to die. You killed my son, and I will make your son die a miserable death." Zhu Huaishan was extremely angry and ordered the servants, "Tie her up and send her to the government tomorrow." The matter was exposed, and Yuan Posey was desperate. She rushed to the wall as soon as she finished speaking. Fortunately, the servants stopped her quickly. Such a big thing happened in the family, and it was impossible to hide it from Zhu Jinwen. After repeated questioning, his eldest sister told the truth. Zhu Jinwen was not very sad after knowing his illness. Instead, he felt relieved. He was diligent in his studies. He might need a whole day to complete the homework that Xie Shuhuai could complete in 1 hour. Especially in the past few months, the homework assigned by Chen Jinzhan has become more difficult. He simply can't do it, and his mind is a mess. He couldn't remember anything he had learned from the 4 books and 5 classics. He was so angry that he could only beat his head. His parents had high hopes for him. He was anxious but helpless. Xie Shuhuai explained it to him many times, but it still didn't work. Unexpectedly, someone poisoned him. That person was Yuan Pozi, whom he treated with care, and she let the wolf into the house. It was his defenseless kindness that harmed him. His classmates and Chen Jinzhan went to the mansion to see Zhu Jinwen, and he also let it go. That day, he asked his parents to move the books from his academy back. Yuan Pozi is now imprisoned in the county jail, and she insisted that she was the only one who did it. Not only did she refuse to repent, she also claimed that the Zhu family was still alive and well, and she would not close her eyes in her death. According to Yuan Pozi, the son who was killed by Zhu Huaishan was also a merchant who collected fish and shrimps and sold them in the past. Later, the surrounding fishermen saw that the price offered by Zhu Huaishan was high, and they all sold them to the Zhu family. Mrs. Yuan's son lost his business, and he kept raising the price. As time went by, his business could not continue. He closed his shop. As time went by, he became decadent, and the woman in the family ran away with someone else. His son couldn't bear it anymore, so he hanged himself at home. Mrs. Yuan took this grudge against the Zhu family. After Zhu Jinwen knew the whole story, he didn't hate anyone. He cooperated with the doctor to take good care of himself at home. It was just that he didn't see Xie Shuhuai coming to visit him, and he was a little worried. It's not that Xie Shuhuai didn't come, but he was harvesting sweet potatoes at home. During this period of time, while the weather was good, not only Xie Shuhuai's family but also farmers were busy digging sweet potatoes. Many families didn't have much surplus food, and sweet potatoes became their staple food. Once the frost came, the sweet potatoes would easily rot and could not be stored for the next year. After Xie Shuhuai went to the academy, Cui collected them home little by little. When Lin Yuhe was free, she would also help carry some home. After the 2 children got over the novelty, they stopped running to the fields behind the house. Yesterday, Chen Jinzhan asked the nanny to take a message to Lin Yuhe, saying that after Yao Gur finished his homework, she should take Yao Gur out for a walk more often. He said that he was becoming more and more lively now, which was also inseparable from Lin Yuhe's patient care. He claimed that he would also increase her salary from the original 2 taels of silver to 4 taels. Lin Yuhe was of course happy. Yao Gur has recently become obsessed with picking red thorn berries to feed chickens at home. He is no longer satisfied with feeding chickens and picking eggs at Xie Shuhuai's house. He asked the housekeeper to buy several chicks for his own yard. Other young masters raised dogs and cats. But Yao Gur insisted on raising chickens. In order to prevent the yard from smelling, Guan Shuyan asked the servants in the mansion to sweep the chicken manure every day. Red thornberries are sour and astringent, and no one eats them, and no one competes with the 2 children. Lin Yuhe took this opportunity to pick some wild persimmons. They can be dried into persimmon cakes and sold at the market. It would be good to earn more money, but I definitely can't take care of Yao Gur during the month of confinement. Seeing that Yao Gur has changed a lot now, I'm afraid that she won't need to take care of him in a short time. Lin Yuhe hit the wild persimmons on the tree with a stick. Yun Jia helped Lin Yuhe pick them into the basket. The wet nurse caught a cold today, and she didn't come to the Xie family for fear of infecting Yao Gur. The 2 children also listened to him, and Lin Yuhe didn't feel tired taking care of them. Seeing that Yao Gur had picked half a basket of fruits, Lin Yuhe put down the stick in his hand and advised, "Brother, that's enough. Take a break. Your chicks can't eat much. They will get tired of eating only these wild fruits. And I'm not tired. Yao wants the chicks to grow up quickly. I want to hear them crowing and laying eggs." Lin Yuhe took the handkerchief from Yao Gur's body, wiped the stains on his face, and said with a smile, It will take more than a day or two for the chicks to grow up. You can't rush it. Drink some water first. After Lin Yuha took out Yao Ge's water bag and handed it to him, she took out 2 pieces of cake from the basket and gave one to each of the 2 children. Yunjie took a bite and asked, "Aunt, what kind of cake is this?"
Jag ger confidently replied, honeysugar cake.
Aunt's cake is a little different from the one made by the wet nurse. The one made by the wet nurse has no fragrance, while Aunt's cake has a floral fragrance. Lin Yuha's mood improved a lot with the 2 children together. Then is Aunt's cake delicious? The 2 answered in unison, delicious. At this time, several half-grown children rushed out from the path. The leader was extremely domineering. "What's delicious? Go grab it and let me taste it." After they approached, Lin Yuha saw clearly that the child leading the way was her half-brother Lin Yuxiang. When Yunjie saw Lin Yuxiang, she hid behind Lin Yuha immediately. She was a little afraid of him. Although Yao Ge didn't know them, he was a little timid when he saw their vicious looks. Lin Yuha pulled the 2 children to her side. Mo immediately stood in front of the 3 people, baring his teeth at the children, his ears, and a low roar came out of his throat. The children were still a little afraid of the tall black dog and didn't dare to rush forward. Lin Yuxiang was not afraid of Mo. He had touched Momo's head in the past. He was still as arrogant as before. What kind of cakes did they just eat? Take it out and let me have a taste. Lin Yuha was almost patient with Lin Yuxiang because she was afraid of her father before. Now that he had fallen out with his parents, he would not indulge them anymore. He said with disgust, "The cakes are gone. If you want to eat, ask your mother to buy them yourself." Lin Yuxiang was very greedy. How could he find any food? His nose was sharper than a dog's. "I don't believe it. I saw that there was still some in the basket." Lin Yuha took the basket in her hand, covered it with a coarse cloth, and said in a tough manner, "Yes, but it's not for you to eat. If you dare not give me food, aren't you afraid that I will go back and complain to my father and let him beat you to death?" Then he said to the people behind him, "Go and grab it for me." The guards protecting Yao Ge were at the intersection. Lin Yuha only needed to shout. They didn't care who you were. The swords on their waists would not spare you. Xiang Ge's life and death had nothing to do with her. The other children were also people from Qingshui Bay, so she had to be cautious. And it hadn't come to that point yet. Even though she was pregnant at this time, she thought she could still handle these children. She immediately shouted, "Who dares?" The children were stunned by her shout. Lin Yuha didn't wait for the children to react, raised her hand and slapped Lin Yuxiang in the face, and said angrily, "Get out." Lin Yuxiang usually relied on the adult's love, and today he was shocked to see Lin Yuha dare to hit him. It was a paper tiger that broke with a poke, and she covered her face and went back to find her parents. To catch a thief, you must first catch the leader and deal with the leader. After looking at each other, they looked at Momo and ran away immediately. Yao Ge and Yunjie held Lin Yuha tightly, their faces tense. Wait until those children disappeared. Lin Yuha then soothed her softly. "Don't be afraid." Ennis chased them away. But Yunjie's eyes were red and she murmured, "Aunt, that little uncle went to call that grandfather, and that grandfather will beat you." Lin Yuha was very sad. Even Yunjie knew that she had such a father. "Don't be afraid. Aunt won't let him beat me again. Let's go back." When they returned home, the groom of the Qin mansion was already waiting at home. After sending Yao Ge away, Lin Yuha went to the field behind the house to help Cui tie up sweet potato vines. "Yuha, it seems that Master Chen is very satisfied with you. In the future, I won't worry about you having nowhere to go." Lin Yu paused and replied after a while, "Don't worry, mother. Whether I have a place to go in the future or not, I will not bother Xu Huai." Cui had never deliberately talked about these sensitive topics in front of Lin Yuha before, especially not mentioning her future whereabouts. It's so obvious today, he's still competing with her. That day, Lin Yuha didn't want to go to Chen's house, and she was upset about leaving her home. In addition, Xu Huai has been reluctant to go to Li's house to propose marriage for a long time. Cui was also anxious, and she took her anger out on Lin Yuha. Hearing her heartfelt words, Cui no longer hid her thoughts. "Then what's the difference between you going to Chen's house now and going to Chen's house after giving birth. If nothing else, just think about it for your child. Lin Yuha was also annoyed by the questions. When she was in Xie's house and didn't touch on Li Yunluo and Xie Shuhuai's marriage, Cui still had some sincerity towards her. But once her past was in jeopardy and their marriage was in jeopardy, Cui's heart unconsciously leaned towards Li Yunluo. Lin Yuha retorted in dissatisfaction, "Mother, you always protect Miss Li like this. Then how can I dare to leave my child behind in the future? Before, I thought that if a boy stayed in your Xie family, you would definitely treat him well. But now it seems that it is not necessarily the case. If my child's father does not love him, my mother does not have him, and my grandmother does not love him either. Then I will take him away by myself, and no one will give him to me, not even a boy." After saying this, she threw the sweet potato vine in her hand to the ground and was too lazy to care about Cui. Cui was choked and speechless. Seeing that her aunt was angry and wanted to leave, Yun Jieter followed Lin Yuha unconsciously. When Cui heard that she was going to take the boy away, she panicked and apologized. "Yuha, it's my fault. Don't take it to heart. Mother will not say these things again in the future. You go back and rest. I will come back to cook later." Lin Yuha nodded slightly. She just walked to the corner with Yun Jie when she heard Chu's voice. "Sister Cui, you are busy." Lin Yuha turned around in shock and saw Chu with Xiang Gur, followed by Chio's mother and finally Lin Yudang. Cui hated Chu the most. She also indirectly killed her cousin Fong. In the past, she also instigated Lin Yuha and Xie Shuhuai to divorce, causing her son to be depressed for a long time and even fall seriously ill. He said in a cold voice, "What are you doing here? My temple is too small to accommodate you." Lin Yutang didn't care whether Cui was welcome or not, and walked directly in front of her with an arrogant look. "I'm not here to see you. Don't say anything." Then he waved to Lin Yuha, who was not far away, and said, "Come here." Yun Jie grabbed Lin Yuha's sleeve tightly and shook her head at her. "Aunt, don't go. He will beat you." Lin Yuha rubbed Yun Jie's head and smiled. "Aunt is not afraid. You go home first." She walked towards Lin Yudang, stopped at a distance, and looked at the few people with cold eyes. Xiang Gur pointed at Lin Yuha. "Dad, she beat me today." Chu Shi forced a hypocritical smile on her face. "Yuha, he is your brother. How can you beat him?" Lin Yuha was too lazy to pretend, because he deserves to be beaten. The faces of the few people became more and more ugly. Wang sneered. "What's there to be proud of? You're just staying at Xie Shuhuai's house. You can't catch up with Miss Li in anything." Lin Yuha replied loudly, "I don't need to catch up with her. She just needs to give me face. Otherwise, how can your Chioer enter her house?" Wang froze and dared not speak again. She would not be so foolish as to stand up for others and let her daughter lose the job in the Li mansion. Seeing that Lin Yuha did not take his majesty seriously at all, Lin Yutang shouted, "You are getting more and more powerful. You even dare to hit your brother. You really don't take me seriously anymore. Do you still have me as your father in your heart?" Lin Yuha thought of her mother, and her heart ached. She shouted no, because you don't deserve it. Lin Yudang had never seen Lin Yuha like this, like a little leopard with its fur standing on end. She was still the little girl who would shiver in the corner when he yelled at her and beat her in the past. Last time at Lin Yuping's house, his authority was challenged by Lin Yuha.
His son stopped him at that time.
At this moment, he was furious, and without thinking, he slapped Lin Yuha in the face. "You evil girl!" Cui Shi reacted and shouted, "Lin Yudang, you beast! You still beat Yuha. Are you worthy of my cousin's spirit in heaven?" Lin Yudang pushed Cui Shi away. "Get out of here. I must beat this evil girl to death today." Thinking of the fact that he had not found evidence for his mother as revenge, and the enemy was getting more and more arrogant and coming to his door. The grievances and resentment accumulated in Lin Yuha's heart completely erupted, and he had to hide. Instead, he picked up a stone on the ground, walked a few steps closer, and smashed it on Lin Yotong's head. She asked hysterically, "I am a wicked girl. What are you?" "You are a beast worse than pigs and dogs, a heartless man. You have betrayed my mother all your life. Why didn't you die?" Lin Yutang was so angry that his heart was pounding, and he touched the big bump on his forehead. Slapping could no longer vent his anger, so he raised his foot and kicked Lin Yuha in the abdomen. However, before his foot could kick Lin Yuha, his body flew out first. After a wailing, Lin Yutang hit the big tree next to him heavily. Seeing that it was Xie Shuhuai who kicked Lin Yutang away, everyone was so shocked that they forgot to react. Lin Yutang screamed in pain. It was Wang who reacted first and pulled Lin Yutang up. Before Lin Yutang could stand firm, Xie Shuhuai approached Lin Yutang again like a gust of wind. He pushed him to the edge of the field. In a voice that only the two of them could hear, he said coldly, "If you dare to hit her or touch my child again in the future, I will crush your bones." Xie Shuhuai's eyes were as cold as a cold pond, like a sharp blade flashing a chilling light. Wherever his eyes looked, there seemed to be frost condensing, which made people feel cold, as if someone was pinching their throats. They could only let him do whatever he wanted. Chu, who was always shrewd, was so scared that she dared not say a word. Lin Yotang's usual arrogance was also extinguished completely. How rampant they were when they came, how frustrated they were when they left. Seeing her son being so unrestrained today, Cui immediately got angry. "Huire, what did your mother tell you in the past? How can you avenge your father if you are so impatient? You disappoint me so much." After that, she left in a huff. Xie Shuhuai's eyes dimmed, and he slowly came to Lin Yuha's side. Seeing that half of her face was swollen, he whispered, "Let's go. Go back and apply some medicine." Xie Shuhuai walked in front. Lin Yuha followed behind and whispered, "Shuhuai, don't be nice to me. I can't tell whether you are doing this for the child or..."
For the child.
Lin Yuha heard her heart-breaking voice again. Cui returned home, and once again ignored the two of them in anger and went into her room. After Xie Shuhuai took out the medicine, he asked Yun Jie to apply it on Lin Yuha. It was still early, and he went to the vegetable garden behind the house to dig sweet potatoes. When cutting the vines, he actually brought up a red sachet from the ground, which was embroidered with square patterns. Xie Shuhuai immediately remembered that this was the sachet that Lin Yuha gave to Qin Jinzhan that day. His face turned livid, and the veins on the hand holding the sachet were throbbing violently. During dinner in the evening, Yun Jie came to Xie Shuhuai's room to call him. She saw the sachet on his desk at a glance. "Hey, why is Uncle Yao Ger's sachet here with you?" Xie Shuhuai's expression froze instantly. "Oh, I know. It must have been picked up by my uncle. Yao loves to drop sachets the most. My aunt has helped him pick them up many times." In the flash of lightning, Xie Shuhuai thought of Qin Jinzhan's sudden appearance that day and asked softly, "Did the young master's father come to our house to pick him up?" That day, Yunjie followed Cui to Li's house. She thought about it seriously, shook her head, and replied, "No." Xie Shuhuai's slightly frowned brows slowly relaxed, closed the book, and said softly, "Let's go and have dinner." Yuranjuan hadn't seen Xie Shuhuai come to propose marriage again for a long time. Li Yunluo was more and more sure that Xie Shuhuai refused to marry her because of the woman in his heart. After she asked someone to follow Xie Shuhuai for a while, she still didn't find Xie Shuhuai's sweetheart. She guessed that the woman might not be in Xuyang, or she had already married, and was the one Xie Shuhuai loved but couldn't get. The crisis in her heart was also reduced a little, but she was still worried. Since all methods have been exhausted, Xie Shuhuai is unwilling to come to propose marriage. She has a new plan in her mind. It doesn't matter if Xie Shuhuai doesn't come to propose marriage. She wants Xie Shuhuai to admit his relationship with her. She has been low-key in business for a while recently. It's time to find another way. This matter is closely related to Xie Shuhuai, killing two birds with one stone. After getting her brother's consent, Li Yunluo came to Yunxiang Academy in person. This time she didn't come to see Xie Shuhuai, but went directly to the academy's principal. After hearing her intention, the principal thought he had heard it wrong. "Confirm again, Miss Li. You said to give each of our poor students in the academy a set of winter cotton padded clothes?" "Yes, principal. Winter is coming soon. Many poor students can't come to the academy to attend classes because they can't stand the severe cold without cotton-padded clothes. Dajin has not had wars for many years, and it can be considered a peaceful country. But there are still many people who can't do a cotton-padded coat for each family in winter to keep warm. Li Yunluo heard that these students could only stay at home during the cold winter months. For this reason, the academy lost a large part of the tuition. And these students could not come to the academy, and the lack of schoolwork would certainly affect their future imperial examinations. The headmaster was very excited after hearing this. Everyone in Xiong County is saying that the Li family has a genius in business. I didn't expect that he is also a living bodhisattva who is compassionate and kind. Li Yunluo didn't take these polite words to heart. She was not a real philanthropist. It was a marketing method of her time. After getting Li Yunshin's consent, a few days later, they opened a paper and ink shop next to their cotton-padded clothes shop. Students cannot wear cotton-padded clothes, but they can't not buy pens, ink, paper, and inkstones. And this is a long-tail effect, just like people's 3 meals a day. A cotton-padded coat won the hearts of the students. Even other academies, when they heard that the Li family had the reputation of a great philanthropist, they would go to buy Li's paper and ink one after another. This is the human heart. But principal, I also have a condition. Our Li family has limited resources and can only send cotton-padded clothes to the poor students in your academy. For this, we need to find someone to be a witness. The principal agreed very much. This request was reasonable. Who does Miss Li want to be a witness? I want Xie Shuhuai, who is about 60 years old, to be a witness. There are more than 100 students in the academy, and not many people can be remembered by the principal. But Xie Shuhuai is excellent in both character and learning, and he left a deep impression in the principal's heart. The principal asked curiously, I wonder what is the relationship between Miss Li and him? Li Yunluo smiled shyly. He is my daughter's fiancé. Li Yunluo left the academy. The dean told Xie Shuhuai about the matter. Since the dean came forward, Xie Shuhuai certainly could not refuse. His identity as the future son-in-law of the Li family had spread throughout the academy. The dean specifically told Xie Shuhuai to take the poor students of Yunxiang Academy to the Li family shop to get cotton-padded clothes in the afternoon. Xie Shuhuai didn't know how many cotton-padded clothes the Li family's clothing shop gave away that day. He didn't pay attention. However, the paper and ink shop next to the cotton-padded clothes shop was doing very good business. People who wanted to go in and buy some paper and ink were crowded, but they couldn't squeeze in. Xie Shuhuai took others to get cotton-padded clothes, and after completing the task, he didn't take any. The shop assistants also looked embarrassed. Their girl didn't give anything to the person she wanted to give the most. After saying goodbye to his classmates, Xie Shuhuai went to the medicine store. The weather has been getting cooler in recent days, and Chui's cough and asthma have recurred. Back home, Lin Yuha was boiling medicine for Chui. She was wearing a dark red short jacket, and her pale face was hidden in the swirling smoke, as if she was covered by a layer of gauze. It quietly outlined her increasingly rounded figure, making her look more gentle and graceful than usual. She served the soup and took it to Chui's room. Xie Shuhuai reached out to take it. Give it to me, you take a rest. Lin Yuha did not rest. She did not like to be idle when she was not tired. After cleaning the pots and stoves, she prepared to cook. She had been cooking for the past 2 days. Chui was sick and Yun Jier had to take care of her.
Aunt, I'm hungry.
Okay, Aunt, cook for you. It took some time to make soup for Chui, so Yun Jier ran to the kitchen to urge her. She blinked her big watery eyes, watched Lin Yuha prepare to knead the dough again, and pouted dissatisfiedly. Aunt, I don't want to eat noodle soup. I want to eat meatballs. When Chui's cough and asthma attack, she can't eat too greasy food. Lin Yuha has mostly made vegetarian dishes with little oil and water these days. Yun Jier is a little greedy for meat. Then, Andy, can you steam the rice and make meatball soup for Yunner? Yes, Annie, you are so kind. When Lin Yuha finished washing the rice, Xie Shuhuai just came back with a medicine bowl. He took over the work in Lin Yuha's hands. You go and take a rest, I'll do it. Lin Yuha didn't say anything, but Yun Jier was unhappy. No, uncle, you don't know how to make meatball soup. Xie Shuhuai was stunned. Lin Yuhe smiled and said, "You come to steam the rice, and I'll make the meatball soup." Xie Shuhuai moved quickly, and after steaming the rice, he didn't leave. Seeing Lin Yuhe chopping the meat, he took the kitchen knife and said in a deep voice, "You just watch and teach me." Lin Yuhe was slightly stunned. From chopping the meat to mixing the seasonings, Lin Yuhe taught every step carefully. Xie Shuhuai also listened carefully. When making the meatballs, Lin Yuhe saw the meat particles that were accidentally stained on Xie Shuhuai's face. She subconsciously reached out and wiped it off for Xie Shuhuai with her fingertips. When she realized it, the person in front of her was Xie Shuhuai, not Yunjier. Lin Yuhe looked a little nervous. She thought Xie Shuhuai was going to scold her again, so she whispered, "I didn't mean it." Unexpectedly, Xie Shuhuai not only did not dodge this time, but asked, "Anything else?" Yunjier didn't understand the undercurrent between the adults. She raised her finger and said, "Uncle, there's still some on your nose." Xie Shuhuai was serious and put his face in front of Lin Yuhe again. He signaled her with his eyes to help wipe it off. Lin Yuhe remembered Chui's warning and was about to refuse. But when she came into contact with Xie Shuhuai's deep and beautiful eyes, she seemed to be bewitched and raised her hand again to wipe the meat off Xie Shuhuai's face again and again. She wiped it very seriously. Her eyes were focused, her movements were gentle, and she was a little cautious. It seemed that she was afraid of hurting him with a little force. The two were very close. Xie Shuhuai's eyes were locked in Lin Yuhe's peach blossom eyes. His figure was clearly reflected in her eyes. Xie Shuhuai's mouth corners slightly raised, and a soft color appeared in his eyes. On this day, Xie Shuhuai had just returned from the academy, put down the cloth bag, and prepared to fetch water. At this time, Zhu Jinwen came to his house. Xie Shuhuai welcomed him to the east room and sat down. Lin Yuhe had also heard about the Zhu family. Seeing that the two were chatting, she asked Yun'er to bring them cakes and hot tea. This surprised Zhu Jinwen. When did this lazy woman know how to treat guests with courtesy? When Zhu Jinwen was wandering, Xie Shuhuai introduced generously, "Try it. This is the chestnut and sweet potato cake she just made today." Seeing that Zhu Jinwen was confused and had never heard of it, he took the initiative to explain. She created it herself, made with chestnuts and sweet potatoes. After speaking, without waiting for Zhu Jinwen to taste it, he took a piece and ate it first. His expression was not the disgust of the past, but a pampering that he himself did not even notice. These subtle changes did not escape Zhu Jinwen's eyes. "Shuhuai, you seem to treat her differently. Don't forget that your fiancée is Miss Li. I heard that she has given up her cotton-padded clothes for you recently. Jinwen, let's not discuss my private affairs today. Let's talk about you. How is your recovery?" Hearing Xie Shuhuai mention his own body, Zhu Jinwen's eyes were filled with sadness, and he shook his head and sighed. "The doctor said that my body is seriously damaged, and I am afraid it will be difficult to recover to the previous state. Today, I came here to tell you another thing.
Yuan.
Zi committed suicide in prison yesterday when the jailer changed shifts." Xie Shuhuai's hand trembled as he poured tea for him, and the tea spilled along the teapot. With the death of Yuan Zi, it is really difficult to find out the real murderer behind it. Zhu Jinwen came here today to talk to Xie Shuhuai. These days, he was like a bird with broken wings. Although he figured it out, he still felt unwilling in his heart. After all, years of hard work ended up like this. My father said that even if he couldn't find out, he knew who the real murderer was. He wanted to withdraw the case. "Let me ask you what you mean." Xie Shuhuai heard his intention to give up and asked, "Then what will you do?" "What can I do? I won't be able to recover even if I find the murderer. Fortunately, I still have a life." Zhu Huaishan knew in his heart that he had accidentally robbed a lot of people's business, and the manipulators behind the scenes were mostly his business rivals. After Zhu Jinwen's accident, Zhu Huaishan's mind on doing business became less interested, and he closed several shops. But he didn't think that withdrawing the case at this time would only put him in a dilemma. Xie Shuhuai reminded, "Jinwen, what you have to do now is to cheer up. You still have a burden on your shoulders. Your case has been registered and cannot be withdrawn. The decadent thoughts of the father and son made them a little confused. The prisoner committed suicide in prison, and the government also had an unshirkable responsibility. Withdrawing the case at this time will not do you any good. The real murderer behind the scenes thinks you are showing weakness, and they will not only not restrain themselves but will become more and more aggressive. The magistrate will suspect that the cause of death of the prisoner in prison is related to you. You chose to withdraw the case in order to cover up and protect yourself. They closed the case at this critical moment, and the magistrate of the Yamen could also shift the responsibility cleanly. In this way, a second case will be extended to the real cause of death of Mrs. Yuan. You have also changed from victims to suspects. Seeing Zhu Jinwen still ignorant, Xie Shuhuai sighed in his heart. His friend was indeed much slower than before. Before, Zhu Jinwen would know the stakes as long as he reminded her. He explained it so clearly, but it still didn't make it clear. He had to patiently explain again once Mrs. Yuan died. The clues stopped here. It became an unsolved case. If the government office can't solve the case for a long time, they will always find some reasons. They will start investigating the people around your Zhu family. Then your family's troubles will follow. At this time, you should cooperate with the government office. Remember, don't go to the government office to withdraw the case. After listening to Xie Shuhuai's persuasive explanation, Zhu Jinwen's face turned pale, and he realized that although it was just one case, it involved a lot. Because they, father and son, made a fool of themselves, they might get into big trouble. Thank you, Shuhuai. I will go back now and tell my father to be careful with his words and actions. After Zhu Jinwen left, the sky gradually darkened. Seeing his impetuous appearance, Lin Yuhe couldn't help but ask worriedly, Shuhuai, is there really no hope for him to take the imperial examination again? Xie Shuhuai replied softly, yes. His memory is seriously damaged. Studying is a matter of brain power, and learning well depends on memory accumulation. Lin Yuhe couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity that Zhu Longjuan's years of hard work have resulted in such a result. Xie Shuhuai was a little surprised. He treated you like that in the past, don't you blame him? Lin Yuhe was cutting pickled vegetables in her hand, and she added, no, he really does it for your own good. Xie Shuhuai's action of washing rice stopped abruptly, and his hand stopped in midair. It seemed that the heart was gently brushed by the warm wind, and an indescribable ripple appeared. The sight also moved from the stove to Lin Yuhe. What are you going to cook tonight? Stir-fried pickled vegetables with bacon. This pickled vegetable is pickled with the tender leaves of radish. I made it a few days ago, the first jar of this year. It is delicious whether it is used to make rice, soup, or boiled fish. Stir-fried pickled vegetables with meat and rice soup are very delicious. Xie Shuhuai took the only piece of bacon on the wooden stake, washed it, and said, I can do this, leave it to me. Lin Yuhe was also tired, so she didn't try to be brave anymore. She thought of the rice and flour at home that were almost gone. I have to go to the market tomorrow. I'm afraid I can't deliver your lunch. You don't have to deliver lunch in the future. I'll come back and eat by myself. I'll go buy rice and flour after school tomorrow. These days, Yao Gur went to the capital with his father to celebrate his grandmother's birthday. Lin Yuhe can also be free, although Xie Shuhuai will go to the market to buy rice and flour. But today, she has other things to do and has to go to the market. She wanted to buy another copy of the recipe book for her wet nurse. As usual, she went to her brother's house first. Wu had been bedridden for so long, and now she could get out of bed and do some light housework. She insisted on keeping Lin Yuhe for lunch before going back. Lin Yuhe was worried about Yunjie and Cui at home, so after chatting with Wu for a while, she was about to say goodbye and leave. Before she left the backyard, she ran into Lin Yuping, who had returned from delivering grain. Don't leave yet, I have something to tell you. Later, let Azu take you home in a bullock cart. Lin Yuhe knew that her brother asked Azu to take her home specially, most likely to make rice noodles for her again. She left immediately, without waiting for her brother to finish his words. Mrs. Wu immediately grabbed Lin Yuhe and said with a smile, "Little sister, your brother really has something to say." Lin Yuping was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Why are you running away? You are pregnant, you have to be careful. It is only right for me as your brother to give you some rice and grain. Before mother left, you were the one she was most worried about, and she asked me to take good care of you. If she hadn't seen through Aunt Chu's intentions at that time, you should have had the shop. Lin Yuha thought of her mother and became sad again. Brother, you deserve the shop. I have a salary to support myself now, you just need to take care of my sister-in-law and the others. Just tell me what's the matter. I still have to go to the market to buy meat. Yunluo will be very greedy if he doesn't eat for a day. Mrs. Wu felt sorry for her when she heard that she cared so much about Xie Shuhuai's family. You'll be if you want to leave Xie's house. Don't spend all your money. Lin Yuping drank a cup of hot tea, looking a little unhappy. Since Xie Shuhuai has made up his mind to marry Li Yunluo, we should make plans early. You don't have to be stubborn and wait for him to come back. Even if you have wronged him in the past, you have repaid him in the past few months. Lin Yuha's face darkened, and he didn't want to continue this topic. Brother, I don't have any plans. Let's talk about it after the baby is born. You have to have no plans. Xie Shuhuai doesn't want to keep you. Now everyone in Xiang County knows that the future son-in-law of the Li family is studying at Ruxiang Academy. That day, he took the students of the academy to the Li family to collect cotton clothes. Didn't he acknowledge his identity? Lin Yuha finally understood why her brother had mentioned her future arrangements today. It turned out that their relationship had been confirmed. She felt a dull pain in her heart. She had to admit that she was only deceiving herself by pretending to be generous. Whenever someone mentioned the matter of Li Yunluo and Xie Shuhuai, she still couldn't accept it. But she didn't expect that Li Yunluo's methods were so clever and Xie Shuhuai was willing to cooperate. It really had nothing to do with her. If it were in the past, she wouldn't have dragged it on for so long. Ever since she knew that Li Yunluo didn't really like Xie Shuhuai, she changed her mind again. She wanted Xie Shuhuai to know that Li Yunluo had a lover. What Xie Shuhuai couldn't accept the most was betrayal. If he knew the truth, he would not marry Li Yunluo even if he liked her. This matter also made her depressed. She couldn't contact Li Yunluo and the people around her. How could she let Xie Shuhuai know? Did you hear me? Lin Yuping saw that she was distracted again and patted her on the shoulder. Lin Yuha came back to her senses from her thoughts. Brother, I know. I have my own arrangements for this matter. I'll go to the market first. After thinking everything through, Lin Yuha was full of strength again, sweeping away the loss just now. There was no way for the time being and it was getting late, so she went to the bookstore to buy books. She found a slightly larger bookstore, but she couldn't help her curiosity and took out the recipe book that Xie Shuhuai bought for her. Shopkeeper, do you have such a recipe book at home? The shopkeeper took the book from Lin Yuha's hand and opened it. He said truthfully, Don't say that I don't have this book here. I'm afraid you can't find it even if you search the entire Xiang County. Lin Yuha was puzzled. Why? The shopkeeper turned to the content at the back and became more and more certain. The first 30 pages of your book are indeed bound with the bookstore's cowhide glue. The back pages are glued together by yourself with the glue at home. You wrote it yourself. The sides, whose recipe book will include rural food. I can't tell that the girl is still an expert. Lin Yuha took it back and took a closer look. It was indeed true. He had not paid attention to it before, but when someone mentioned it today, his mind suddenly clicked, and he understood the reason. When the shopkeeper saw the content above, he thought it was written by Lin Yuha and praised. The handwriting and illustrations are probably from the young lady's hand. I didn't expect the young lady to be a talented woman. Such handwriting and painting skills can really be mistaken for the real thing. Lin Yuha knew very well that these were just trivial matters for Xie Shuhuai. He was not only outstanding in talent and learning, but also emotionally stable and strong in heart, and could soothe people. In the past, whenever Lin Yuha was worried, she would always find Xie Shuhuai as soon as possible. When the two of them were in love, just a hug from him could make her feel at ease. So in her previous life, after she was suffocated to death by Min Jiyuan, she couldn't believe that she died like that. When she was afraid and helpless, she subconsciously hid back to Xie Shuhuai. After leaving the bookstore, Lin Yuha still went to the market to buy meat. She returned home with mixed feelings and prepared to make lunch. When she walked to the back of the house, She saw smoke rising from the house. When she returned home, she saw Xie Shuhui busy cooking in the kitchen. Yun Jie jumped up with joy when she saw Lin Yuha coming back. "Aunt, you're back. Did you buy food for Yuner?" Lin Yuha put the backpack under the eaves and said with a smile, "Yes, come and see for yourself." Yuner looked down and said with a smile, "Aunt, you are so nice. You know I want to eat hubing. Yuner, be good. Save this hubing for later. Uncle's meal will be ready soon."
Yes.
Lin Yuha brought the meat back to the kitchen. Seeing that she was struggling to hold it, Xie Shuhui took it over immediately. "You take a rest, I'll pickle it later." Lin Yuha immediately asked, "How can you have time?" "I have to go to the academy in the afternoon." "It doesn't matter to go later." Lin Yuha saw the full chopping board again and was surprised. "When did you go to the market?" "You bought all the rice and flour." "These are not bought by me, they are given by Azu." Lin Yuha felt warm in her heart, stroked her belly, and smiled. "Your uncle must be afraid that my little dumpling is hungry." Xie Shuhui turned around from the stove and murmured, "Little dumpling? Little dumpling is the name I gave to the child. Does it sound nice? I think she must be a girl. She is very well behaved and never kicks me after I fall asleep. She will be a good child who loves her parents in the future." Xie Shuhui's eyes stayed on Lin Yuha's belly with a gentle expression. The eyes that were originally as calm as water gradually brightened up, and the pupils reflected twinkling stars. It was not until the dishes in the pot were burnt that the two came to their senses. Seeing that Xie Shuhui was about to throw away the dishes, Lin Yuha hurriedly stopped him. "It's still edible." But Xie Shuhui said seriously, "You can eat it, but I'm afraid the little dumpling can't." Lin Yuha reacted and realized that Xie Shuhui was joking with her. She was happy in her heart, smiled sweetly, and whispered softly, "Shuhui, do you like this name too?"
Yeah.
Lin Yuha's eyebrows were curved. At this moment, she was satisfied and wanted time to stop at this moment. While Xie Shuhui was cooking again, Lin Yuha sent soup medicine to Chui. "Yuha, I heard that your brother asked the waiter to send a lot of rice and flour to the family today. I'm afraid it's worth a lot of silver." Chui was a life of worry. Even if she was sick in bed, she still had to worry about family matters. "Mom, don't worry about these things. Just focus on recuperating. Dr. Ji said that you should worry less about your illness." Chui drank the medicine in one breath and handed the empty bowl to Lin Yuha. She didn't listen at all and continued to nag. "The weather is getting colder and colder, and the firewood at home hasn't been bought yet. How can the young master bear this suffering when he comes?" Lin Yuha pushed open the wooden window to disperse the smell of medicine and expressed her thoughts. Maybe the young master can't stand such an environment and may not come. Yao Ge's temperament has also become much more cheerful. Perhaps during this period of time, Yao Ge has gotten used to not having her around, and she, a maid, is dispensable. After all, he is used to a life of luxury, and once the novelty of more than 3 months in Hongya village is over, he will get tired of it. Chui was unwilling to give up and kept saying, "Even if the young master doesn't come, we still need to warm ourselves by the fire." Lin Yuha knew that if she couldn't settle down about the firewood issue today, she was afraid that she would keep asking about it until tomorrow. She sighed, "Don't worry, mother. You won't be cold then. There are people selling firewood at the intersection every day. I'll ask them to bring back a few loads." When Chui heard that she had a plan, she really stopped asking. Seeing Lin Yuha going out with the medicine bowl, Chui suddenly remembered another thing. "Yuha, wait a minute. Bring me the cotton cloth and cotton for my cabinet. Anyway, I'm free lying in bed. I want to make cotton clothes for Yuner and my little grandson." "Mother, just make it for Yuner. Your granddaughter can wear her sister's clothes. My sister-in-law prepared it for me a long time ago. The last time she made a single coat for inner wear. It's October now, and she'll have to wear cotton clothes in another month or 2. Yun Jie is growing up year by year, and indeed she can no longer wear last year's clothes. But the baby in her belly can wear Xing Jie, Yun Jie, or Yun Jie's clothes." When Xing Jie was born, her mother Fong was still alive and made a lot of clothes for the child. There are clothes for all 4 seasons. Wu was reluctant to take them out to wear, and some of them were still brand new. Her child couldn't wear them all, so she brought them back to Lin Yuhe last time. Cui sure insisted. The one in your belly is my grandson, and I love both of them.
Don't worry about this.
Lin Yuhe couldn't get rid of her, so she agreed. These days, Cui Shi has been angry with Lin Yuhe because of Li Yunluo and Xie Shuhuai. These days, Lin Yuhe took good care of her. She was either serving Cui Shi meals or medicine with a big belly. She was never allowed to get out of bed. Cui Shi was still very touched, and she also regretted that she took her anger out on her. Her attitude towards Lin Yuhe was also contradictory. If she hadn't been worried about her son getting hurt again and Xie Shuhuai's future career, she was willing in her heart to let Lin Yuhe and Xie Shuhuai reconcile. Cui sighed and began to cut the cloth. In the afternoon, after Lin Yuhe finished the work in the kitchen, she took Yun Jie to the mountain to pick wild persimmons. When passing by a wasteland, she was almost tripped by the gray and weird-looking lumps of earth in the field. "Aunt, come here quickly. This is poison." Yun Jie was frightened and supported Lin Yuhe. Since ancient times, land has been very precious to farmers. A large piece of land like this that no one has planted is really special. This piece of wasteland belongs to a big landlord in the city. Many years ago, he rented this land to a Hu merchant to grow medicinal herbs. Later, I heard that this medicinal herb is itchy when touched. Everyone claimed that it was a poison and drove the Hu merchant out of Hongya village. The landlord believed what people said and left the land here without taking care of it. The clods of earth grew freely and became more and more every year. Lin Yuhe was stunned for a moment, but she was thinking, if this thing is really poisonous, then when the Hu merchant planted this thing in the field, he would have been in contact with it countless times. Wouldn't he have died long ago? Why is he still alive and well? She was sure in her heart that this thing must be useful and can be sold for money. Otherwise, why did the Hu merchant spend so much rent to plant it? If it was dug out directly like this, no one would dare to buy it intact. An idea flashed in her mind, and she thought of someone. She must know what this thing is used for. Looking at the strangely shaped round things on the ground, Lin Yuhe instantly became interested. She didn't want to pick the wild persimmons anymore. She hurriedly took Yunjie home. You stay at home to take care of your grandmother. Your aunt is going to the county town for something. Be good, your aunt will buy you delicious food when she comes back. Yunjie was very considerate. Seeing that Lin Yuhe was busy, she didn't make a fuss. She just told her to come back quickly. Lin Yuhe took a bull cart to find the Li mansion. After explaining her purpose to the doorman at the door, Li Yunluo appeared at the door with Dong Yue not long after. She looked indifferent. "Sister Lin, how come you have time to come to my house?" Lin Yuhe smiled and said, "You have to make some time even if you don't have time. Your aunt is sick and has been talking about you all day long. Why, you haven't even entered the Xie family yet, and your mother-in-law doesn't want to pay attention to you." Li Yunluo didn't want to pay attention to her. But Xie Shuhuai has been very cold to her recently. She tried every way, but Xie Shuhuai was unwilling to accept it. Li Yunluo has been worrying about this matter these past 2 days. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuhe came to her house. No matter how unwilling she was in her heart, she still had to save face. "Sister Lin, what are you talking about? Please help me take a message to my aunt. I will take time to visit her in 2 days." Lin Yuhe knew that Li Yunluo looked gentle and kind, but she was actually very arrogant and looked down on them, the women of the farm. If she didn't guide her, she would not go with her. Today, she had something to ask her, so she had to reduce her threat to her and give her some sweetness. Let her be willing to do things for herself. No need to wait for 2 days. It's better to do it today than to wait for a day.
Come with me today.
I see that you haven't come to Hongya village for a long time. Xie Shuhuai is either in the academy or at home all day. Did you two have a quarrel? Li Yunluo was about to deny it when Lin Yuhe hit the nail on the head. Suddenly, she had an idea in her mind. Maybe she could ask Yuhe about Xie Shuhuai's sweetheart. She immediately agreed to go to Hongya village with Lin Yuhe to see Cui. Fortunately, Lin Yuhe could ride in her carriage again. Sister Lin, brother Shuhuai, is very stubborn. That day, he brought others to my house to get cotton clothes, but he didn't take any. I prepared them for you all, but He didn't take any. Lin Yuha remembered this, and her brother also said it. Thinking that now is not the time to dwell on this matter, it seemed that there was something wrong between the two of them, and she had to give some advice appropriately. Miss Li, you are so smart. How can you not understand it? Xie Shuhuai doesn't want these. Even if he is so poor that he has no rice to eat, he will not ask for your rice. Let alone you haven't got married yet. Now everyone in the academy knows that Xie Shuhuai has a rich father-in-law. They all think that he relies on your family. Xie Shuhuai is a man of integrity. Do you think he likes to hear this? Li Yunluo did not expect this. In her era, who didn't want to find a rich and powerful father-in-law? To be fair, after the lessons learned from the previous few times and Dong Yue's reminder, she didn't buy things for Xie Shuhuai anymore. I didn't want to make a name for him this time, force him to admit his identity, and take the initiative to propose marriage. Unexpectedly, he still didn't want to. She was not convinced in her heart, but she had to admit that Lin Yuha's words made some sense. As a result, she became more and more determined that Lin Yuha must know something about Xie Shuhuai's sweetheart. She thought to herself, maybe she could ask Lin Yuha about Xie Shuhuai's sweetheart. After Lin Yuha heard Li Yunluo's thoughts again, she was stunned for a long time, not believing that Xie Shuhuai would like someone else. As far as she knew, Xie Shuhuai's sweetheart was only Li Yunluo. Sister Lin, according to what you said, the more Shuhuai likes someone, the more he cares about them. Then in the past, besides you, has he cared about other women? Lin Yuha sneered, I don't have the blessing to be favored by Xie Shuhuai. He cares about no one else except you. Miss Li, don't listen to outsiders' nonsense. He goes home all day, and apart from the academy, he talks about family matters or about the two of you. Li Yunluo couldn't find this person, and Lin Yuha married Xie Shuhuai at a very young age, so there was no need to lie to herself. In the past, she guessed that Xie Shuhuai's sweetheart was someone she couldn't get. Now she couldn't help but wonder if he died a long time ago. Even Lin Yuha had never seen him. After a long chat with Lin Yuha today, Li Yunluo also saw that Lin Yuha didn't seem to be lying. Then his sweetheart was not an obstacle to them, but they pushed him too hard. Lin Yuha heard Li Yunluo's inner thoughts clearly. Knowing that she was less guarded against herself, she could find a way to find out about Li Yunluo and the second son of the governor's family. But this matter could not be rushed, so she could only slowly find an opportunity. After returning to Hongya village, Li Yunluo first chatted with Cui. Lin Yuha pretended that she was injured by poison and took Li Yunluo to the abandoned land. Li Yunluo took a look and laughed. This is not poison. It's a delicacy. It's not called a lump of earth, but konjac. It should be called here. Li Yunluo searched in her mind for a long time and said, it's called konjac. Today, Lin Yuha smoothed the thorn in Li Yunluo's heart. She no longer had any scruples, so she told Lin Yuha the method of making konjac tofu. Seeing the hesitation of the people around her, Li Yunluo deliberately scraped off the skin. Seeing that the inside was white and tender, Lin Yu took it again. Li Yunluo explained very carefully and dawdled for a long time just to wait for Xie Shuhuai to come back from school. Unfortunately, she waited for a long time on purpose. After teaching Lin Yuha how to make konjac tofu, Xie Shuhuai did not come back. Seeing that it was getting dark, Lin Yuha asked her to stay at Xie's house tonight. Li Yunluo thought about sleeping in a mud-walled house, and she got goosebumps all over her body. In addition, Dong Yue was urging her, so Li Yunluo had to leave first. That night, Lin Yuha fried this konjac tofu, and the whole family said it was delicious. Xie Shuhuai came home very late, and when she heard him coming back, Lin Yuha did not want to get up. Anyway, there was food left for him in the pot. She fell asleep again. After an unknown amount of time, she turned over, and her arm was blocked by something. She opened her eyes in a daze and saw that it was Xie Shuhuai. Surprised. When did you enter the room? Just now. Seeing that she had difficulty getting up, Xie Shuhuai reached out and pulled her up and then put a pillow behind her back. The dish we cooked today is konjac, from the wasteland. Lin Yuha was shocked. How did you know? Miss Li told you. Seeing that she woke up, Xie Shuhuai simply lit the oil lamp again. No one told me, but it is recorded in this book that it is a medicine for reducing swelling and detoxification. Because when making medicine, it always itches unbearably, so other medicinal materials are used instead. Lin Yuho was very excited. So, you know everything. Xie Shuhuai replied. Well, I just didn't think it could be eaten like this, and it's delicious. Lin Yuha's face dimmed, and she didn't want to hide it from him anymore. This is also what Miss Li told me. She is really smart. She thought to herself, no wonder Xie Shuhuai likes her. Xie Shuhuai didn't want to see her eyes dim. Softly said, You are also very smart. No worse than anyone else. Xie Shuhuai rarely praised her, and Lin Yuho was happy, as if she was encouraged. Since it is so delicious, I want to make konjac tofu and sell it in the market, okay? At least 5 cents apiece. Her eyes were shining, and her face was excited. Xie Shuhuai knew that she could not sit still, and if he did not agree, she would not give up. He replied casually, okay. Just buy the konjac in the field first, otherwise there will be endless troubles. Besides, you can't bear it alone, so let me do it, and you can teach me by the side. Xie Shuhuai never said empty words. When he came back at noon the next day, he claimed that he had negotiated with the landlord. The landlord did not want money, but only asked Xie Shuhuai to dig up all the konjac in the field. After lunch, Xie Shuhuai went to the wasteland to collect konjac. He was quick and skillful, and he was helped by Dr. Ji's apprentice Ashen. It only took half a day to dig up all the konjac in the field. Lin Yuha couldn't sit still, and she and Yun Jie used a stone slab to grind konjac at home. In the evening, she taught Xie Shuhuai to make konjac tofu, with a try-it attitude. The next day, Xie Shuhuai took Lin Yuha to the market to sell konjac tofu. At first, no one was interested, but after someone tasted the konjac tofu they fried, they praised it for being delicious. Gradually, this novel food spread. Some people even asked what it was. Lin Yuha kept it a secret, but didn't dare to tell them the true face of this thing. After 10 consecutive days, the two finally sold all the konjac in that field. With Xie Shuhuai as the main labor force, Lin Yuha was not tired. After counting the copper coins, they earned a total of 3 taels of silver. Lin Yuha only kept 1 tael, and gave the other 2 taels to Xie Shuhuai. But he didn't want to take the material. You keep it. I have money on me. Seeing his insistence, Lin Yuha did not refuse. The next day, she went to the clothing shop in the county town and bought 2 sets of cotton clothes and 2 pairs of cotton shoes for Xie Shuhuai, including the firewood that Chui mentioned. Xie Shuhuai's feet always get frostbite in winter. He is used to the cold and wears a pair of thin cloth shoes in winter. When Xie Shuhuai came back, he saw 2 new cotton robes, cotton pants, and cotton shoes on the bed. His feet seemed to have taken root, and his lips trembled slightly, without saying a word. After a while, he reached out to touch them. Both the cotton robe and the cotton pants were very thick. He would not be cold this winter. In the evening, after dinner, Yun Jie returned to the house. When he and Lin Yuha were the only ones left in the kitchen, Xie Shuhuai asked, You bought all the cotton clothes for me. What about your own? According to the thickness of Xie Shuhuai's 2 sets of cotton clothes, 3 taels of silver would not be enough. Lin Yuha also paid a few dozen coins out of her own pocket. In Hongya village, it was considered good if one person in a family could wear a cotton-padded jacket. Most people stuffed reed catkins and rami cloth into their jackets. They couldn't keep out the cold at all. Especially when it snowed, farmers rarely went out. I can still wear last year's jacket. Xie Shuhuai was relentless. I'll return a cotton-padded jacket tomorrow and buy you one. Lin Yuha shook her head and said no. Shuhuai, you used to buy these for me, so let me buy one for you this year. By this time next year, I won't be by your side anymore. The person who bought you the cotton-padded jacket will have become Miss Li. You would have forgotten me by then, and maybe you would remember me only when you see this cotton-padded jacket. After saying this, Lin Yuha felt a little regretful. She raised her hand to wipe the tears from her eyes and forced a smile. Look at me. Why am I telling you all this? I'm going to sleep, and you should rest early too. After saying this, she quickly walked out of the kitchen. afraid to see embarrassment and pity in Xie Shuhuai's eyes. But at this moment, Xie Shuhuai's eyes did not have the emotions that Lin Yuhe imagined. Instead, his eyes unconsciously revealed a bit of sadness and struggle. There was an indescribable bitterness and fragility at the corner of his mouth. The indifference and determination of the past were gone. Lin Yutang's home in Qingshui Bay. Since returning from Hongye village last time, Lin Yudang has been lying at home for almost half a month. When others came to see him and asked the reason, he lied that he accidentally fell. Chu Shi would not hire a doctor for him. It was Wang Shi who took out the little money she had on her. Wang Shi took care of Lin Yutang's food and drink, and Chu Shi didn't care. This day, Lin Yutang really couldn't swallow this breath. He smashed the bowl and chopsticks and cursed at Chu Shi in the yard. "You evil woman, I gave you a lot of money in the past, but you are reluctant to use it to hire a doctor for me. Do you want to drag me to death and find another place to live?" Chu did not say anything back and said confidently, "You asked me what money I want. Isn't there a baba rushing to get close to you? Let her give it to you. Anyway, you are her man now. Why can't you give it to me?" Lin Yutang was choked and couldn't say a word. Wang lived in Lin Yutang's house for half a year. Wang often took advantage of Chu's absence to flirt with Lin Yudang. Lin Yudang had that idea about Wang for a long time because Chu was not easy to mess with. Lin Yudang had the intention but not the courage to do it, and he never dared to touch Wang. After returning from Hongye village that day, Lin Yutang's injuries were not as serious as they are now. He could walk, but he only suffered some minor skin injuries. Chu went to call a doctor for him. Wang took care of him at home, and Wang felt sorry for him and cried. Lin Yutang couldn't hold back. He was caught by Chu. Chu was angry, and she punched and kicked Wang. Then she dragged Lin Yudang off the bed, and it was this drag that aggravated Lin Yutang's injuries. The doctor who was called in was originally here to treat the patient, but he ran away immediately after seeing this scene. He ran faster than a rabbit. From then on, Chu Shi neither cooked for Lin Yutang nor called a doctor for him. Wang Shi thought about Lin Yudang as a person and his blue brick and tile house, so she put her own money into it to find a doctor for Lin Yudang. She just wanted to stay in this family. Although Lin Yutang was not a popular man, he was much better than her cowardly man. When Fang Shi was still around, she liked Lin Yudang in her heart. But her cousin got there first. This time, she would not let go easily. Wang retorted, "Cousin, how dare you say that to me? You are not his legal wife. How did you come to this family? Don't you have any idea? You don't feel sorry for him, but I do. Chio's salary for this month will be paid soon. I will hire a doctor for him." Lin Yudang was moved by Wang's affection and loyalty to him and said, "Sister Fang, how can I use the child's salary to treat the disease? Go and call my pinger and the people from my clan." Chu was not afraid of Lin Yutang's threat. "Go ahead and call them. If they know about the dirty things you have done, I wonder who will come to help you." All the money Lin Yudang had earned in the past was in Chu's hands. Seeing that Chu was unmoved, he panicked. "What do you want? Kick them and their child out of this house. I will pay her back for the money she has paid for you." Wang's face turned pale, and she looked at Lin Yudang. Lin Yudang was a little afraid to look at Wang, and whispered, "Fang Mei, can you go back first?" "Okay." Wang agreed straightforwardly, which stunned Chu and Lin Yudang. They thought she would cry and make a fuss, but she was so straightforward. Chu returned the money Wang had paid in full. Wang packed up her bag and left with her son Feng Ge. When passing by Chu, she whispered, "Cousin, you are also robbing others. None of us is more noble than the other. I will not give Lin Yutang to him for nothing. I will come back." On October 20th, Yao Ge came back from the capital. The first thing he did was to look for Lin Yuhe. After not seeing each other for more than 10 days, when Yao Ge saw Lin Yuhe, he ran to her and hugged her arm tightly. The tears that had been pent up in his eyes burst out. He whispered, "Aunt, Yao Ge misses you very much." The wet nurse sighed. "Madam Lin, you don't know that Ge misses you every day when he arrived in the capital, and he doesn't eat well. He always asks his father when he will come back before going to bed at night. The good thing is that he also started talking to his grandfather grandmother, and brother. He has become much more lively, and half of every sentence he says is about you. The grand tutor and the madam are very happy. They said that they will definitely take you with them when they go to the capital during the next New Year's Day. Without waiting for Lin Yuha to speak, huffed and placed a large bag in front of Lin Yuha. These are all prepared for you by my brother's grandmother, Madame Taifu, saying that they are to thank you for raising my brother so well. Lin Yuha looked down and saw that they were all supplements and daily necessities for women. Among them, 4 pieces of fabric were the most eye-catching, 2 of which were cotton, and the other 2 were silk and brocade. Even 2 brocade robes were prepared for her unborn child and Yunjie. These were things that ordinary families would not even dare to think about. Yunjie and Chui were dumbfounded. Lin Yuha was so shocked that she waved her hands repeatedly. No, wet nurse, please help me take these back. Master Chen has already paid me for my work. I can't accept these. Yao Gur kept holding Lin Yuha's hand, as if she was afraid that she would run away. Seeing that Lin Yuha was unwilling to take them, he asked, Aunt, don't you like these? Then what do you like? Tell Yaoer. Yaoer will ask Grandma to change them for you. Lin Yuha gently stroked Yaoer's cheek and explained, Aunt likes them all, but you can't take these things. Didn't the teacher just teach you that day that, if it is not mine, you should not take even a penny? If Aunt wants these things, I will feel guilty and uneasy. Yaoer pondered for a while and nodded. Nanny, let us not embarrass Aunt, okay? The nurse smiled with relief. Okay, I will promise you. The teacher stood on one side, nodded and smiled. Madam Lin, the young master will only get better and better with your words and deeds. Yunjie looked at her eagerly, feeling a little resentful towards her aunt. After Yaoer entered the room for class, Lin Yuha took out a candy wrapped in oil paper like a magic trick. This candy is enough for Yunjie to eat for a long time. She jumped up with joy. I knew that my aunt loves me the most. These are all Lin Yuha asked the wet nurse to bring for Yunjie. The wet nurse was thoughtful and brought back some thirst-quenching biscuits for Chui. When making cakes, Lin Yuha wanted to give the wet nurse money. This time, the wet nurse said she didn't want anything, claiming that she would get angry if Lin Yuha insisted. Madam Lin, you don't know, as long as my brother is well, I, an old woman, will have nothing to worry about. I have been in your family for so long, these things, just consider them as my little thoughts. The wet nurse is not only a servant of the Qin family, but also a relative of Yao Gur. She will rely on Yao Gur when she gets old. She cares about her little master and is loyal to him. In her heart, Yao Gur is both her little master and her child. Lin Yuha thought that after returning this time, Yao Gur should get used to the days without her. Unexpectedly, the result was a little beyond her expectations. At night at Chen's house, after Yao Gur fell asleep, brought the things that were not sent out today to Chen Jinzhan's room. Chen Jinzhan knew the reason at a glance. Master, Madam Lin still knows her identity and is really good to me. Yao Gur's teacher often praised Lin Yuha in front of him, and today even the wet nurse helped Lin Yuha speak. Even so, Chen Jinzhan remained unmoved and still insisted on his own ideas. Mrs. Meng prepared these gifts, first to test Lin Yuha's character, and secondly to express her sincere gratitude. The night before leaving the capital, Chen Jinzhan and his father-in-law were discussing court affairs. Unexpectedly, his mother-in-law Wang came to the study. She heard from the wet nurse that the aunt mentioned by Yao Gur had divorced her ex-husband. Wang took the initiative to let Chen Jinzhan marry the woman. This time, she saw that Yao Gur's condition had improved a lot. In addition to being happy, she felt more guilty. Their daughter left, and they didn't take good care of the children left behind. However, it was a strange woman who had no blood relationship with them who made Yao Gur open his long-closed heart and changed Yao Gur. Children are like this. He will stick to whoever treats him well and accompanies him. Madame Meng is no longer obsessed with whether her son-in-law will forget her daughter. She has let it go and believes that living people are important. Chen Jinzhan has deep feelings for his wife, and it is not just talk. His wife passed away 3 years ago, and Chen Jinzhan did not even have a maid by his side. He was able to remain calm even with such a vacancy for so long. Chen Jinjian has no feelings for Lin Yuha, and he does not want to drag her down. Besides, he is not very clear about Lin Yuha's affairs and does not understand this woman at all. Of course, he will not rashly agree to his mother-in-law's request. The wet nurse did not retreat and kept waiting for Chen Jinjian's instructions. She dare not forget the instructions of Madame Taifu. Seeing that Chen Jinjian had not expressed his opinion for a long time, she boldly said, "Master, Madame Lin is also smart. She is good-looking and literate. She is also smart in learning things. If she wants to find a husband again, it will be a very easy thing. But I don't think she has that intention. In addition to taking care of my brother, she spends the rest of her energy on cakes and food. She is honest and not a greedy person, is introverted and will not gossip. She has always answered whatever Chen Jinjian asked her. Today, she took the initiative to talk about Lin Yuha for the first time. It seems that she also agrees with Madame Lin in her heart. This surprised Chen Jinjian. He thought for a while and said, "I know that my mother-in-law will definitely ask you to make this happen as soon as possible. But I don't have this intention, nor do I have the intention of taking a concubine, so you don't have to make it difficult for me. Yaoer is doing well now, so don't mention this matter again in the future." After Yao Gur came back, his desire for the scenery on the mountain was much stronger than Lin Yuha's new pastry. After lunch, he didn't take a nap. He took Lin Yuha and went to the mountain to pick wild fruits. "Aunt, there are wild persimmons, wild raspberries, pyracantha fruits, and wild hawthorns in my album. Can we go find a kind of fruit I haven't seen today?" Lin Yuha held Yun Jie with one hand and Yao Gur with the other, and her movements were a little slow in climbing the. When she reached a flat ground, she slowly said yes. Yao Gur said excitedly, "What fruit?" Lin Yuha pointed to the yellow fruit on the tree and said gently, "Roxburch." Yun Jie looked up and smiled. "I know this one, it's also called wood pear. It doesn't taste good, but it looks good. When they are strung together, they look like candied haws with thorns, but they your mouth. It also your hands when you pick them, it hurts a lot."
I don't like it.
Yao Gur didn't recognize it, walked under the tree and looked at it for a long time and asked, "Aunt, how can we pick it without pricking our hands?" Lin Yuha had also rested at this time. She knew that the child was very curious. If she didn't let him see it with his own eyes today, she was afraid that his little head would think about it for a long time when he returned. She pulled the two children to her side and asked, "Have you thought of any solution?" The two children actually thought seriously. Yun Jie said first, "Use a knife to cut off the small thorns on it." Yao Gur retorted, "No, it will your hand when you pick it up. You can use the thick gloves of Xiao to wipe off the burrs on it with a light touch." Yao Gur has more experience and a wider range of ideas. His method is comprehensive and elegant, and it will not hurt the flesh. It's just not practical. The method used by Yun Jie is the method they usually use. It's rough but labor-saving and easy to use. Each has its own advantages, and the most important point is that they have thought about it seriously. They all dare to express their opinions. It is a kind of growth for children. After the two finished speaking, they looked at Lin Yuha expectantly. The two children were still waiting for her evaluation of the questions she asked. "Both of you have a point. Then, do you want to know what Aunt will do?" The two children said in unison, "Yes." Lin Yuha found a slightly thinner, prickly pear tree. Most of the prickly pears were ripe at this time. She shook it gently. The prickly pears rolled down automatically and landed on the hard and flat stone slab. Because of the rolling and collision, the small thorns on it were rubbed off. Even if there are still thorns that have not been wiped off, they are no longer sharp and do not hurt at all in the hands. Yuan Jie immediately picked up one and easily peeled the fruit. She smiled and said, "Uncle, Aunt's method is the best." With Lin Yuha's encouragement, Yun Jie took the lead. Yao Gur also peeled one by hand and tasted it. He was surprised, and it turns out that not all wild fruits are sweet, there are also astringent ones. Yao Gur tasted one that was not yet ripe, so it was naturally sour. Lin Yuha paused and understood. The food that people around Yao Gur took in front of him was safe and delicious. Unlike the children of ordinary families, they eat whatever they have. Today, Yao Gur has broadened his horizons and remembered another taste. Lin Yuha wiped the fruit stains from the corners of his mouth with her sleeve. Yes, the food we eat is not only sweet, but also sour, bitter, and the astringent taste you tasted. Yao Gur suddenly understood. Aunt, I have tasted bitterness when I drank the medicine. So there are 5 mixed tastes, right? Brother is really smart. Yuan Jie was not convinced and snorted coldly. Lin Yuha pulled her and praised. Yun'er is also smart. Yunxiang Academy. Chun Jinzhan left Xiang for half a month, and Xie Shuhuai had been supervising the homework of Jiazi and Ichou classes. The homework he assigned to the 2 classes every day was placed on Qin Jinzhan's desk, piled high. As soon as Qin Jinzhan entered the study, he looked through it carefully. The more he read, the more satisfied he looked. He was in a good mood and said with a smile, "You are worthy of being the one who dares to recommend yourself to me. You have been in the academy for only 3 months, and you are fully capable of replacing me as the teacher." After speaking, he laughed and said, "Fuan, go and invite Shuhuai to my study." "Yes, sir." Seeing their master happy, Fuan's steps became much more relaxed. After a while, Fuan led Xie Shuhuai in. "Shuhuai, please sit down. You have worked hard for the past half-month." Xie Shuhuai raised his hand and replied, "This is what students should do. I dare not say it is hard work. What I dare not say it is hard work. But it is worth it." Then he raised his eyes and glanced at Fuan on the side. Fuan nodded and left the study. He closed the door for the 2 of them. When there were only 2 people left in the study, Qin Jinzhan continued, "I have brought you good news when I return to Beijing this time. The Grand Tutor has promised to protect you during the imperial examination." In other words, the Grand Tutor's test of Xie Shuhuai was over. Xie Shuhuai was qualified to become a member of the Grand Tutor's team. Xie Shuhuai's eyes suddenly showed a fiery light, his pupils slightly dilated, and a hint of imperceptible surprise flashed across his eyes. He then lowered his eyes slightly, his expression calm, but his slightly trembling fingertips still revealed the waves deep in his heart. Xie Shuhuai bowed deeply to Qin Jinzhan. "Thank you, Master and Lord Meng." Qin Jinzhan walked around the desk, helped Xie Shuhuai up, and said with a smile, "No need to thank me. You have gained all these with your own ability. When you enter the court in the future, assist the prince well, and it will be worth my introduction of you." Xie Shuhuai was moved and said, "I dare not forget. I just feel guilty that my enemy is too powerful, and I am afraid that it will implicate Lord Taifu." Hearing Xie Shuhuai's concerns, Qin Jinzhan said with certainty, "Your enemy is the prince's opponent. There is no such thing as implicating, only a common goal." Hearing Qin Jinzhan mention the court, Xie Shuhuai asked, "Master, what is the current situation in the court?" If it were in the past, Xie Shuhuai would never mention this matter. Now that they are on the same side, there is nothing to be on guard against. The emperor is not feeling well, and the crown prince has begun to supervise the country. But the emperor is still unwilling to hand over important government affairs to the crown prince easily. Xie Shuhuai said casually. Then next, the emperor should find ways to invite the 6th prince to return to the court. Qin Jinzhan showed a satisfied expression and nodded. He has this idea, but it is not easy to show it too clearly. The uncle of the king proposed that each prince should come back to take care of it for a period of time. Of course the crown prince, and some ministers do not agree. Speaking of the disputes in the court, Qin Jinzhan subconsciously narrowed his eyes. It was a bit of a headache. Xie Shuhuai also noticed it, so he stopped asking. "And your father's case, I have also asked someone to investigate it. Don't be impatient. Now is not the time. You just need to wait for the right time. Settle down and study hard for the next 2 years." Xie Shuhuai looked shocked. He did not expect Qin Jinzhan to have investigated his father's case in detail. With a warm heart, he said gratefully, "I will remember your teachings." When Xie Shuhuai returned home, he saw only Yun Jie playing alone in the yard with Mo Chui's cough came from the main room. The coughing symptoms were obviously much better. There was no movement in the west room, and the kitchen was cold and deserted. Yunjie saw that it was Xie Shuhui who came back, and a flash of disappointment flashed across her face. She said sullenly, "Uncle, you're back." Xie Shuhui leaned over and patted the dirt on her waistcoat and asked gently, "Where is your aunt?" Yunjie pouted and said sadly, "Aunt, we went to Xinger's house. I wanted to go too, but my grandmother wouldn't let me." "Uncle, Yun'er is hungry. Can I have one more candy?" Aunt said, "I can only eat 2 a day. If you eat too much, your teeth will hurt." Yunjie is very well behaved, and she will listen to what the adults say. Xie Shuhui rubbed her head. "No, Aunt is right. You have to listen to her. Uncle will go cook now." After a pause, Xie Shuhui asked again, "Did Aunt say when she would be back?" Yunjie shook her head. Xie Shuhui went to the main room and took a look. Chui was still making clothes in the dim light. He took the needle and thread from Chui's hand without saying anything. "Mother, this will hurt your eyes. It won't be too late to do it tomorrow." Chui was happy that her son was filial and said with a smile, "It won't hurt your eyes. Mother is used to it. I have felt much better in the past few days. The bibeloo that Yuha asked someone to bring back is really effective. It's a pity that I can't get rid of this old problem." Xie Shuhui put away the needle and thread while listening to Chui's nagging. As he was about to leave the house, he stopped again and asked, "Mother, did she say whether she'll come back tonight?"
She didn't say.
"I guess she won't come back. It's so cold. Her brother and sister-in-law are worried. Today is the anniversary of Yuha's grandfather's death. I heard that her uncle and his family are all back. Her uncle rarely went back to Xuyang in the past. I don't know why he brought his family back to the old house this year. Pinger has always doted on Yuha. She must have taken her back to make things lively. You don't have to leave any food for her tonight." After dinner, Chui and Yunjie also went to bed. Xie Shuhui began to review his lessons again. From time to time, he looked at the yard through the half-open wooden window. Not long after, he heard footsteps in the yard, and then torches were lit. Xie Shuhui suddenly stood up, picked up the oil lamp on the desk, opened the door, and strode over the threshold. He saw Zhu holding a torch in the yard, sending Lin Yuha back. Seeing the figure under the eaves, Zhu said, "Thank you, my dear. I have brought the girl back." He called him my dear, not son-in-law. This subtle change made Xie Shuhui frown slightly. He didn't pay much attention to it, and his eyes were all on Lin Yuha. Lin Yuha held the pottery jar in her hand and reminded Zhu, "Zhu, drive slowly when you go back." Zhu's people had already left the yard, and the answer was a little unclear. Xie Shuhui took the pottery jar from Lin Yuha's hand, accidentally touched Lin Yuha's cold fingers, and said, "Let's go back to the house." "Okay." The two entered the kitchen, and Lin Yuha saw that there was still hot water in the pot. Surprised, "Is this hot water left for me? How did you know I was coming back?" Xie Shuhui put down the pottery jar and whispered, "The hot water is left for myself, and I didn't know you were coming back." Lin Yuha's face darkened, and she sighed in her heart. There is nothing to be disappointed about. It was good enough that he came out to pick her up. Don't expect too much. Lin Yuha took out the foot basin and prepared to scoop hot water to soak her feet and warm her body. Before she reached the stove, Xie Shuhui took the foot basin. Lin Yuha was stunned. It was not until Xie Shuhui brought the hot water to her that she believed the real scene in front of her. A warm current flashed through her heart, and the loss just now was swept away. "Shuhui, I brought you mutton, try it." Today her brother and sister-in-law asked her to go back just to eat mutton. This mutton was sent by their uncle, who had not visited them for many years. Otherwise, how could they afford it? Xie Shuhui stood aside and did not avoid it. He watched her sit on the bench and clumsily take off her cloth shoes and coarse cloth foot clothes. The pair of white and small feet in the past were now slightly swollen. The round and cute toes before seemed to have become a lot thicker after soaking in hot water. Xie Shuhui frowned, with a layer of faint sadness on his face. He approached Lin Yuha and asked, "Your feet are so swollen. Why don't you tell me? Are you feeling any discomfort? I'll take you to the clinic tomorrow." Lin Yuha looked at Xie Shuhui, his eyes also fixed on his feet, his tone worried. With a sweet feeling in her heart, she explained softly, "No need to go to the clinic. These are normal reactions. When my sister-in-law Huayun was a child, her feet were so swollen that she couldn't even wear shoes. Don't worry about me, go try the mutton, it's still hot. Don't you want to try it when I bring it back to you late at night? Lin Yuha came back overnight, not only because he didn't want to agree to his brother's suggestion tonight and left in anger. There was another reason, which was to let Xie Shuhuai and his family taste the mutton. Cui often mentioned that Xie Shuhuai loved to eat mutton. They couldn't afford it and finally happened to eat it once, so she wanted to bring it back for them to try. Mutton was very scarce in Dajin, and only the rich and powerful could eat it often. Even merchants may not be able to buy it. For example, even though Chun Posi's family raised goats, they were reluctant to eat them and sold them to vendors. In the market of Shuyang County, only Dongcheng sold mutton. I'll taste it later. You go to bed first. It's too late. Xie Shuhuai saw that she was struggling to wipe her feet. He didn't care about those empty formalities. He took the foot towel from Lin Yuha's hand and wiped the water stains on Lin Yuha's feet, and put on cloth shoes for her. Lin Yuha was so shocked that she didn't react for a long time. It wasn't until Xie Shuhuai left the house to pour the foot washing water that she came back to her senses. Xie Shuhuai didn't use the mutton soup. When he came back the next night, Lin Yuha heated up the bowl of mutton soup, and the whole family tasted it. After Cui's body got better, she didn't want to lie in bed. But she couldn't catch a cold. Like in previous years, Xie Shuhuai cleared a corner in the firewood room and built a fire basket with a few stones. The wet nurse said last time that Master Chen would send charcoal to the Xie family in winter. Lin Yuha refused immediately. She had a clear sense of boundaries in her heart and knew that she was just a maid. She had bought firewood for this winter, enough for Cui to roast at home every day. The charcoal was also for Yao Gur to roast. Farmers like to roast such firewood, and Cui is used to it. When winter comes, every household has to pickle bacon. Xie Shuhuai asked Master Chen for 2 days of leave and stayed at home to take care of this matter. He went to the county town before dawn and asked his fourth uncle to bring it back in an ox cart. This year, Xie Shuhuai bought half more pork and pork bones than in previous years and a few chickens. Cui pulled Xie Shuhuai into her room and complained, "Why do you buy so much meat? How much silver will it cost? And salt is expensive. Besides, Yunluo will get married next year. Mother, I have my own arrangements, you go and have a rest." Xie Shuhuai was busy marinating meat and interrupted unhappily. The chopping board in the kitchen was full of pork. There was no room, so Lin Yuha had to take out the clay stove brought by the wet nurse and go to the wood room to make cakes for Yao Gur. She came back late last night and didn't have time to prepare the ingredients for the cakes. She flipped through the recipe book given to her by Xie Shuhuai, and then she had an idea. Half an hour later, Lin Yuha served a bowl of steaming oil tea to Yao Gur and the teacher. The two had never seen such snacks before, so they were a little hesitant. But the fragrance was so fragrant that they couldn't help but taste it. After taking a bite, the two of them didn't stop eating. After Yao Gur finished a bowl, he praised it for being delicious. The teacher also looked satisfied. After the people in the west room had finished eating, Lin Yuha served a bowl to Cui and Xie Shuhuai, mother and son. She bought the ingredients herself, so she didn't have to worry about it. When she brought the oil tea to the kitchen, Xie Shuhuai had also finished marinating the meat on the chopping board. He was washing his hands on the stone table behind the kitchen. "Take a break and have a bowl of oil tea." "I made it according to the method you taught me," Xie Shuhuai asked in confusion. "When did I teach you to make oil tea?" Lin Yuha joked. "I don't know either. I only know that you personally added half of the recipe book, which has everything. It's much easier to make snacks for the young master every day. Do you think this counts as teaching?" Xie Shuhuai did not deny it. He raised his lips slightly and took the oil tea from Lin Yuha's hand and ate it slowly. No matter how busy or embarrassed he was, Xie Shuhuai's movements when eating were always so elegant and nonchalant. He peeked again and was bumped into by Xie Shuhuai again. The two looked at each other. There was still love in Lin Yuha's eyes that he couldn't take back in time. Xie Shuhuai's calm eyes gradually showed a soft color and stared at Lin Yuha. Lin Yuha turned away her eyes at this time and smiled unnaturally, I didn't look at you. I was just waiting for your reply. Is it delicious? It's delicious. Xie Shuhuai's eyes flashed with doting, but he was also defeated by Lin Yuha's silly and cute persistence. Li Yunluo made a lot of money for the newly opened pen and ink shops of the Li family by giving away cotton clothes. Other merchants also began to imitate. On this day, when she came back from inspecting the shops and passed by Yulo, she still married the Jade Crown. After coming out of Yulo, before getting on the carriage, she was stopped by someone. The person who stopped her was the second son, Pei Xiaoba, who had not been seen for many days. He was dressed in brocade robes and was suave. There was a little melancholy in the starry eyes, which made Li Yunluo feel depressed. Yunluo, you always reject me. I can only see you with this recipe. Would you like to accompany me to the tea house? Li Yunluo refused immediately. Second young master, it is not reasonable for you to do this. Pei Xiaoba said with a hint of sadness, I know this is indeed beyond the rules, Yunluo. Just treat it as fulfilling my infatuation, how about it? Li Yunluo knew that she should refuse, but when she saw the affection for herself in Pei Xiaoba's eyes, she thought that she would have to trouble this person for many things in the future. Regardless of Dong Yue's reminder, she went to the private room of the tea house with Pei Xiaoba. When there were only 2 people in the private room, Pei Xiaoba asked again, Yunluo, do you really not want to come to my backyard? In the ambiguous atmosphere, Li Yunluo became a little more sober. She decisively replied, Thank you for your care in the past, second young master, but Yunluo has been with. Before she finished speaking, Pei Xiaoba suddenly stood up and lowered his head to kiss her red lips. Li Yunluo's mind was blank, and she forgot to react. Pei Xiaoba took the opportunity to hold her in his arms and deepen the kiss. Li Yunluo was weak-willed and kissed Pei Xiaoba back. She hadn't felt such a caring kiss for a long time. The face that appeared in her mind was Xie Shuhuai. She thought she wanted to marry Xie Shuhuai just because of his future power and fame. Unexpectedly, she really fell in love with Xie Shuhuai without realizing it. Whether it was his looks, talent, and ability, or the calmness that only people of his age had.
She was fascinated by it.
After a while, Pei Xiaoba called in a low voice, Yunluo, I like you. Li Yunluo closed her eyes and couldn't help but whispered softly, Shuhuai. Pei Xiaoba suddenly woke up and pushed Li Yunluo away. He asked disappointedly, Who are you calling? Li Yunluo reacted very quickly, and she was thinking that keeping this person as a backup would have many benefits. She punched him shyly. I didn't call anyone to say you were bad. Pei Xiaoba laughed happily after hearing this, hugged him tighter, and asked, Yunluo, will you promise me? Li Yunluo looked at Pei Xiaoba with affection and said as if it was difficult, I have you in my heart. Don't force me. If I break off the engagement now, everyone will say that I, Li Yunluo, want to climb up the social ladder. In the future, if you miss me or have difficulties in business, come to see me privately, okay? Pei Xiaoba understood Li Yunluo's meaning and maintained a secret relationship with him. There was no loss for him as a man, so Pei Xiaoba agreed immediately. After a warm and affectionate moment, the 2 walked out of the tea house one after another. When the 2 carriages left, Zhu Jinwen, who was walking on the side of the road, never retracted his gaze. To confirm, he turned around and asked the servant beside him. The carriage that just left was from the Li family. The servant didn't see clearly and was afraid that his master would blame him, so he whispered, Young master, I can't read or recognize it. Zhu Jinwen shook his head, then I must have seen it wrong. There are always guests coming to Lin Yuping's house these days. In fact, they are all his uncle Fong Yinghua's family. Since Lin Yuping's grandfather passed away, his uncle moved his business to Yuling County. The family's previous cloth business has also been replaced by jade. Now he is also considered a wealthy businessman in the area. When he came back to worship Lin Yuping's grandfather this time, he took the initiative to find Lin Yuping's family. Lin Yuping's uncle thought of his sister's friendship when she was alive and wanted to help Lin Yuping expand his business. When he came to the door that day, he sent mutton and other expensive gifts. Lin Yuping took Lin Yuha back as well. He wanted his sister to meet his uncle. Unexpectedly, when her aunt heard that Lin Yuha had divorced her ex-husband, she immediately set her sights on Lin Yuha. She wanted her to continue her relationship with her eldest son, and she didn't even care about the baby in her belly. His eldest daughter-in-law had been dead for more than 2 years, and he hadn't found a suitable person yet. His uncle was also interested, saying that this would make the two families closer. They couldn't tell Lin Yuha in person, so they told Lin Yuping about it. Lin Yuping was also willing in his heart, because his eldest cousin was outstanding in character and ability. He was just afraid that his eldest cousin would not like his sister. Fong Wenhong, the eldest son of the Fong family, did not like Lin Yuha. He didn't know why his parents, especially his mother, insisted on letting him marry this cousin. He immediately objected. But he said, "Silly child, you will understand in the future that you have found a treasure by marrying He." That night, Lin Yuha left in anger after hearing what her brother said. Lin Yuping's aunt and uncle lived in the old house for the past 2 days and came to ask every day. I wanted to take advantage of their return to Yiling County to settle the matter. Wu probably understood Lin Yuha's feelings for Xie Shuhuai and advised Lin Yuping to tell their uncle's family and put the matter aside for the time being. He heard the refusal of Lin Yuping and his wife and felt unwilling. She privately asked someone about Lin Yuha, but the person she asked was the family of Lin Yuping's business rival. The shopkeeper of that family told he about the dispute between Lin Yuha and her ex-husband. He was unwilling to give up and took the initiative to find Xie Shuhuai's family. Seeing her aunt coming to her house in person, Lin Yuha was stunned. He saw Lin Yuha's embarrassment and did not say the purpose of her visit. She only said that she came to see Lin Yuha as her aunt. Cui was of course happy to hear his voice. They were also her family. Since Fa Ninghua's family moved to Yiling County, they had almost no contact with her sister's family. He didn't know that her niece was marrying the Xie family. They were also cousins of the Fong family. It was only when she saw Cui today that she understood that the two families were cousins. "Cousin, I heard that He and Shu Huai got divorced, didn't they? Why are they getting married again?" He didn't know about Xie Shu Huai's emotional entanglement, so she asked truthfully. Cui had no idea why her cousin came. She hesitated for a moment and said, "Cousin, Yuha is not married to my Huaier. My son is already engaged to a girl from the Li family. After Yuha gives birth to the baby, she will leave my house." He was so happy to hear the news, so that's the case, good. Cui thought she was laughing at Lin Yuha and said unhappily, "What's good about that? Since He is not the daughter-in-law of your Xie family, everything is easy to talk about. When she gives birth to the baby, I will come to take him to our Fong family." Cui and the wet nurse outside were petrified. They were a little surprised that the Fong family would also join in the fun. Xie Shuhuai, who had just come back from fetching water, also heard this. His expression changed, and he looked at Lin Yuha coldly. He stood there carrying water. Just at this moment he came out of the room. She didn't notice Xie Shuhuai in the yard. She immediately walked up to Lin Yuha and said with a smile, "He and is leaving first. I'll pick you up after you give birth and finish your confinement. Go to our Fong family to enjoy life. Your cousin is the best." He hadn't finished her words yet. Xie Shuhuai threw the load of water on his shoulders violently, and it fell to the ground with a loud splash, splashing water everywhere. Not only did it wet him, but it also splashed water all over the people at the door. At this time, the veins on his forehead bulged. Several people were stunned, especially he, who shrank in place, not knowing where she had said the wrong thing. It took a long time to find her voice. "Cousin, I'm leaving first," thought to herself. Fortunately, their master didn't have that kind of mind for this Lin lady. Lin Yuha was just a relative of his Xie Langjun, and he could protect her like this. In the evening, after Yao Guer and his men left, Cui pulled Xie Shuhuai into her room and scolded him. "Huaier, what's wrong with you today? You are so rude to your relatives. Besides, it's your own decision. After Yuha gives birth to the child, she will leave our Xie family. Who she wants to marry, and where she goes in the future has nothing to do with you and me. Don't forget that you and Yunluo are still engaged. You disappoint me so much." Cough, cough, cough. Cui became angry and coughed so hard that she couldn't breathe, and her face turned pale. Xie Shuhuai hurriedly reached out and patted Cui's back to relieve her breath. After a while, Chui recovered. Huire, tomorrow I will accompany you to the Li mansion. No matter what, this time, your marriage with Yunluo will be settled. Xie Shuhui lowered his head, his eyes full of confusion and entanglement. Sometimes he looked ahead with empty eyes, as if his vision was blocked by endless thick fog. Sometimes his eyes flickered, as if different thoughts were fighting fiercely in his heart. His eyelids trembled slightly, and his bright eyes became dim at this moment. Seeing that Xie Shuhui didn't reply, Chui urged again. Huire, don't you listen to your mother's words? Xie Shuhui didn't answer, but just said, Mother, you take a good rest, I'll go to boil medicine for you. When he arrived at the kitchen, Lin Yuha had boiled Chui's medicine. Xie Shuhui's face was livid, and he asked bluntly, So that night, going to your brother's house was to meet your cousin, right? Zhu sent Lin Yuha back that night and changed his way of addressing him, and he noticed it in his heart. And the mutton also came strangely. Lin Yuping could only be considered to be a small rich and comfortable, and he was reluctant to buy expensive mutton to eat. Xie Shuhui has always been very careful, and he had doubts in his heart. When he came today, he knew the reason. You just can't live without a man. You have to meet another man while pregnant with my child. Lin Yuha knew that no matter what she said, he would not believe her. Sad and disappointed, she did not explain and immediately left the kitchen and returned to her west room. She had thought about getting along well with him for the remaining months, but she didn't expect him to think of her like this because of a few words from others. The next morning, Chui and Xie Shuhui went to the Li family to propose marriage again. She thought it would take a lot of effort. Unexpectedly, Xie Shuhui agreed. Lin Yuha guessed that the mother and son must go to the Li family, and she didn't ask much. She knew that Xie Shuhui had decided, and she couldn't persuade him. As long as Xie Shuhui liked it, it didn't matter to her whether Li Yunluo was sincere to him or not. She would never be self-indulgent to remind him again. Yun Jie stayed at home. The mother and son took the ox cart to the Li family as usual. Along the way, Xie Shuhui was worried and didn't show any joy. What he thought of was the way Lin Yuha turned away sadly last night. In the past, she would argue with me, but last night, she didn't say a word to defend herself. The carriage suddenly stopped, and a couple came on the way. The young woman was pregnant, and her husband carefully helped her into the carriage with gentle movements. He took care of her so carefully, as if she were a treasure in his heart. The woman looked happy and satisfied. Lin Yuha rarely had such a smile on her face. Occasionally, there were 2 times when he approached her calmly and took care of her, and he could see such a smile on her face. Xie Shuhui felt a pain in his heart. After arriving in the county, he jumped off the carriage directly and said to Chui, Mom, wait for me here first, I will come later. After that, he ignored Chui's shouting and walked briskly to Wenqing Street. Xie Shuhui hadn't been to Lin Yuping's shop for a long time. He appeared so suddenly that Lin Yuping's family was a little unprepared. The family was having breakfast. It was Xing Jie who first called him uncle. Wu Shi reacted and invited Xie Shuhui to sit in the main hall. Has Shuhui eaten yet? Xie Shuhui didn't bother to be polite with her and said bluntly, Sister Mingxiu, I want to ask you something today. Did he want to marry the Fong family, or did she?
She wanted to.
Lin Yuping replied without thinking. He always knew what his sister was thinking and wanted to reconcile with Xie Shuhui. Before, Lin Yuping had been enduring Xie Shuhui's indifference to Lin Yuha. He didn't ask about his younger sister's contribution to the Xie family. When he saw Xie Shuhui at the Li shop that day, taking people to collect cotton clothes, he no longer had hope for Xie Shuhui. So this time, when his uncle's family mentioned it, Lin Yuping agreed immediately. A trace of pain flashed in Xie Shuhui's eyes, and he stood up to leave. Wu said loudly, My younger sister doesn't want to. She only has you in her heart. These are the ideas of me and her brother. Don't blame us, since you're going to marry Miss Li. We can't just ignore it. Lin Yuping also echoed. Shu Hui. He was confused in the past. She has changed a lot for you. Since you have always refused to forgive her, I can't let her stay in your house forever. If she gives birth to a boy, she will keep it. If it's a girl. Xie Shu Huai interrupted coldly. Whether it's a boy or a girl, they are my children. Don't let others covet them. Night, Chu got up to go to the bathroom. She found that Lin Yutang, who was beside her, had disappeared. She touched the place where he had slept, and it was cold. She quietly found the backyard under the weak moonlight. Then she heard ambiguous noises coming from the cellar, and a voice that made her feel sick. Fong Mei. Cousin Yu, what you promised me. Chu's face was cold, and she clenched her hands tightly. She didn't feel any pain even when her nails dug into her palms. This time, she didn't rush up to catch the adultery like she did last time, but quietly retreated. Wang didn't return to Wuqiao village after leaving her house. Instead, she rented 2 houses in Qingshui Bay. As soon as Lin Yotang's injuries healed, the 2 of them got together again. The place where they met secretly was either in Wang's rented house, or when Chu went out, Lin Yutang would bring people back to the house, or in her cellar. She had encountered this several times in the past half-month. In addition to being sad, Chu also lost interest in Lin Yutang. In the past, Lin Yutang had separated from his original wife Fong for her. He gave her all his belongings. In order to vent his anger on her, he beat her ex-husband black and blue. At that time, she thought that she had everything for the rest of her life with this man. Unexpectedly, everything changed after Wang came to her home. Lin Yutang no longer gave her money, and now he didn't even want to sleep in the same bed with her. He secretly bought things for Wang and her son every few days. Even Xianger, his own son, was not loved by Lin Yutang.
Que l'oged miserably.
Sure enough, when a man's heart changes, he has nothing. Knowing his old habit of being she was afraid that he would never change it until his death. It was also her fault. She wanted to let Showa Lin Yuping because she was thinking about Lin Yuping's 2 shops. It is easy to invite gods, but difficult to send them away. Chu wiped the tears from her face and went back to sleep. But she did not sleep well, and she began to have nightmares in the second half of the night. In the dream, it was still this courtyard, but she did not expect that the main door would open. She saw Fong walking out with a sick face. Chu knew clearly in her heart that Fong was dead, so why did she appear again? Fong smiled grimly and spurted out a mouthful of black blood. She walked towards Chu with trembling steps, stretched out her hands to her, and her face became hideous and terrifying. She shouted, "Chu Huan Huan, you have such a cruel heart. Give me back my life. I took you in with good intentions, but you took everything from me and killed me." The next moment, Fong strangled Chu's neck tightly, and she shouted with blood on her face, "You evil woman, give me back my life. Give me back my life." Chu begged for mercy again and again. "Sister Fong, please forgive me. Please forgive me. I was wrong, I was wrong." After Lin Yutang came back, he saw Chu on the bed, struggling with her hands and feet. She called out, "Waner, Waner." Chu suddenly opened her eyes and saw Lin Yutang. She covered her chest and gasped. Lin Yutang sat on the round stool next to her, looking a little dazed, and asked indifferently, "Did you dream about her just now?" Chu lay down again and turned around, denying it flatly. "I didn't dream about anyone." Lin Yutang snorted coldly. "I heard everything." Chu sat up from the bed with a wheeze and said in panic, "What did you hear?" Lin Yutang did not argue with her, but pushed the door open and went back to the main room. He walked into the room in the dark, lowered his head, and sat quietly. This room used to be where Fong lived. Since Fong's death, he rarely returned to this main room. The bed and couch were covered with a layer of dust. Lin Yutang looked at the deserted room, lost in thought. Unknowingly, winter came. When I got up in the morning, there was a layer of frost on the road and the water surface. Although it was winter, the weather warmed up at noon, and Lin Yuha still took her 2 children for a walk in the fields and forests. The 2 children held her hands carefully. When they crossed the ridge, they couldn't help but remind her. It was more like the 2 children were leading her. At this time, the farmers had much less farm work. After the warm sun came out at noon, the women gathered at the entrance of the village, sewing shoe soles and chatting about family matters. Seeing Lin Yuha and her 2 children, they also came to the entrance of the village to bask in the sun. Not only did they not let them, they also deliberately squeezed 3 people away. The content of the women's conversation also shifted to Lin Yuha, muttering in a low voice. Have you seen the young man in brocade robes beside her? He comes to Xia's house every day, and there are guards guarding the house. The father of this young man must be a person you can't afford to offend, and this seduced him back. No wonder the village chief has been avoiding Xia Shuhuai recently. How can this be so lucky? We can't sell more business than her, and good things always come to her. Several women gathered together, and one of them was the strongest woman, and everyone called her sister Ling Hua. She was the most gossipy in the village, and she said contemptuously, "If you had a face like her, maybe you would have better luck than her." Several women understood and laughed. The laughter became more and more harsh. Lin Yuha and her 2 children had not walked far away, and she listened to every word of the few people. Yunjie knew it was not a good thing and said angrily, "Aunt, let's go. They're calling you again." Lin Yuha stopped and said with a smile, "Why do we have to go? Just because they said bad things about me?" Yunjie and Yao Guda nodded. Lin Yuha smiled and said, "Then we can't go. They are the ones who said bad things, and they should go." Yunjie said dissatisfiedly, "Aunt, but they are talking about you." Lin Yuha covered Yunjie's cold little hand in her own hand and smiled. "It doesn't matter, because Aunt also heard yesterday that Sister Ling Hua said bad things about Aunt Wen's daughter and Sister A Lian's husband. It's much worse than what I said. They don't care. Why should I care?" Her voice was neither loud nor soft, and the people on the stone steps heard it clearly. Sister Ling Hua's face froze, and the 2 women next to her stood up angrily. She turned her face towards the fat woman, said "Pooh," and left immediately. Several women beside her also walked away one after another with disgust. After a while, only Sister Ling Hua was left on the stone steps. She stood up with an embarrassed look on her face and accidentally fell on her face with mud, which made the 2 children laugh. After the few people left, the wide stone steps became empty, and the warm sunshine at the entrance of the village belonged to the 3 of them. Lin Yuha had learned it a long time ago: ignore the hostility and bad words of others. In her previous life, she was too concerned about the eyes of others and compared herself with others, not knowing how to cherish those around her. That's why such a tragedy happened. The thicker the skin, the happier we will get. Remember? Remember. Although the 2 children did not understand the deep meaning, they understood that Lin Yuha was teaching them how to fight back against others. The bacon at home has been pickled for a few days, and it's time to smoke it. Xia Shuhuai took another half-day leave. Move the bacon to the corner of the fire cage and hang it. Chui put cypress branches in the fire cage so that the bacon smoked out of this way not only has a special fragrance, but also helps to preserve the bacon. Looking at the bacon and pork bones hanging on the wooden pole, Chui suddenly realized why her son bought so much bacon this year. She pointed to the bacon on the wooden stake. "So you prepared it for Yuha's confinement." Xia Shuhuai didn't respond. Chui knew her son had acquiesced to this by looking at his expression. "Huire, I'm not saying anything bad about you. Even if Yuha is in confinement after childbirth, she shouldn't spend so much money. The women in the village can only eat 1 egg a day during confinement after childbirth. Or dishes fried with lard are already good. Don't forget, she is leaving our house." The last time Chui asked Xia Shuhuai to go to the Li family to propose marriage and failed, she was angry for a while, but then she figured it out. Her son had a big idea in his mind. Maybe he saw that Lin Yuha was about to give birth. He didn't want to mention this matter in front of her and waited until Lin Yuha finished her confinement before making plans. Chui nagging for a long time, but Xia Shuhuai didn't reply to her. Chui was bored and didn't continue the topic. Yao Guer was still taking classes in the West Room, and the wet nurse was preparing tea and cakes with Lin Yuha in the kitchen. Now that Lin Yuha's belly is getting bigger and bigger, the wet nurse took the initiative to take on the job of making cakes. Lin Yuha only needs to prepare the ingredients. In the woodroom, Xia Shuhuai called Yunjie from the yard over. "Yun'er, go to the cellar to get some sweet potatoes to bake." Yunjie smiled softly. Uncle is so nice, my aunt and I both love to eat baked sweet potatoes. The entrance to the cellar was narrow, so she was almost always the one who took things out of the house. After the pastries were made, the sweet potatoes were also baked. Yunjie took two and handed them to Lin Yuha. They were sweet and soft. When Jaeger saw them, he said, "Aunt, I want to eat them too." Lin Yuha looked at the wet nurse with some embarrassment. It was still Yunjie, who generously gave half of them to Jaeger. The wet nurse was helpless, and it was too late to stop her. As long as Jaeger was there would be a charcoal fire in the west room. When Jaeger was resting, Yunjie also liked to come to this room. The teacher looked at the two children eating with relish and smiled. This sweet potato is not only a coarse grain, but it is also recorded in the pharmacopoeia that it has the effect of strengthening the spleen and stomach. It's okay for the little master to eat it occasionally. Under the influence of the adults, Yunjie subconsciously knew that Jaeger was precious and was a little different from them. She said to, "Don't be afraid, wet nurse. Nothing we can eat is poisonous." The nurse's heart softened, and she pulled Yunjie to her side, praising her. Of course the nurse knows that our Yun'er is the best. In the evening, after Xie Shuhui finished his work, he stewed a pot of radish and pork bone soup. Lin Yuha likes to eat the layer of meat attached to the bones the most. After a meal, there are the most bones in front of her. Now, Mo also has a good meal. Xie Shuhui stayed at home for the past 2 days. Yao Goer is still a little afraid of this cold man. Whenever he wants to go somewhere to play, he always pulls Lin Yuha aside to ask, "Aunt, Yun'er said that Qianqian's family is slaughtering the New Year pig today. I want to go and see, okay?" Lin Yuha was a little hesitant, but she and Yun'er were used to it. Yao Goer is kind-hearted and usually takes care of the livestock at home, let alone slaughtering pigs. "Brother, their dog is very powerful, and even Auntie dare not go. And they especially like to bite fair and tender children like you. Or, Annie, can you take you to Qingshui Bay to watch fishing today?" Yao Goer touched his face and nodded in agreement. Yun Jie covered her mouth and laughed. In winter, there were several fishing boats coming and going in the big river of Qingshui Bay. Some returned with full loads. Some only caught a few scattered fish. The three of them were watching from afar on the distant hillside. Yao Goer and Yun Jie were not satisfied at all. Lin Yuha took them to the mudflats by the river. In fact, Lin Yuha was reluctant to come to Qingshui Bay, especially to appear by the river. When the whole village was out, Lin Yudang had to come to check. He didn't have to go fishing himself, and naturally many villagers sent fish and shrimp to his house. He came to mediate some villagers who were attracted by fishing. The dispute arose. In fact, Hongya village should have also owned a part of this river, but later, under the Force Division of the Inspection Office, it was all allocated to Qingshui Bay. Lin Yudang had a good relationship with the people in the Inspection Office of the County Yamen. He would send some of the good-looking fish and shrimp to the inspector's home. Lin Yudang, the clerk of the village head, was bought for him by Fong with 20 taels of silver. Many villagers greeted Lin Yuha when they saw her coming. Some of them who had a good harvest generously gave Lin Yuha 1 or 2 fat black carps. Lin Yuha repeatedly refused, but could not resist their enthusiasm. Unable to refuse, Lin Yuha only accepted 2. Unfortunately, at this moment, Lin Yotong's cold voice came from behind. "What are you doing here? Why don't you go back quickly? It's embarrassing to stand here." When the villagers saw Lin Yutang appear, they left one after another, and did not dare to say anything more to Lin Yuha. Lin Yuha ignored him, picked up the fish, and left with the 2 children. Lin Yutang said loudly, "Leave the fish." Lin Yuha refused to listen and ignored him. She walked straight past Lin Yutang and strode forward. Before she had taken a few steps, she was stopped by Lin Yudang. He was frustrated by his daughter several times and was so angry that he had no place to vent his anger. But she rushed to him. There was no one around to protect her today. How could Lin Yutang give up? "This fish belongs to our Qingshui Bay. You are no longer from Qingshui Bay. How dare you ask for the fish?" Lin Yuha said coldly with hatred on her face. "Why should I be ashamed? I didn't steal the fish, let alone rob it. They caught it and gave it to me. Because when their family was in trouble in the past, my mother and I gave them rice and flour. They remember the little kindness they showed me in the past. They are much better than those ungrateful dogs. Why can't I accept their kindness? Get out of here. Lin Yuha had long had enough of Lin Yotong's hypocritical face. She didn't want to show him any mercy and pushed him away. That posture didn't look like a pregnant woman who was about to give birth, but more like a man who was ready to fight at any time. She took the two children and left. She looked fearless, but still a little scared in her heart. Lin Yutang was enraged again and raised his hand, angrily said, "You evil girl, look at me today." Hearing Lin Yotong's scolding behind her, Lin Yuha walked faster. She was afraid that Lin Yudang would catch up and beat her. Until she walked out of the river beach, she didn't wait for Lin Yotong's slap. She was wondering if Lin Yutang was scared away by her fierce appearance. When she was feeling proud, she heard Yunjier say, "My uncle is here," brought Lin Yuha back to reality. Not far away, Xie Shuhuai, who came at some point. He stood tall, with a cold face, staring at Lin Yutang on the riverbank. Lin Yuha sighed in frustration. It was not she who scared Lin Yutang away, but Xie Shuhuai. His hands were empty, and two plump bluefish were taken by Xie Shuhuai. Yao Gur saw the quarrel between the father and daughter just now, and he still hasn't recovered. He also saw Xie Shuhuai with a cold face. He held Lin Yuha tightly. Lin Yuha held his hand back and comforted him. "Don't be afraid. He has an ice face. Ignore him." Yao Gur's tense face finally showed a trace of joy. He let go of Lin Yuha's hand and went to chase Yunjier. The two children walked in front, and then Lin Yuha said dissatisfiedly, "Don't always have a stern face in front of the young master. His father is your teacher, after all." Xie Shuhuai walked behind Lin Yuha and said in a light voice, "So, what if you're a teacher? No one can force you to smile when you don't want to." 18th day of the winter month, the academy finally had its winter vacation. Yao Gur was also going to go back to his hometown in Guangling County with Chen Jinzhan. He wanted to take Lin Yuha and Yun Jie with him. Chen Jinzhan was so angry that he punished him to face the wall again. He was unwilling to compromise. In the end, Lin Yuha patiently persuaded him and promised to write him a letter in 2 days. Yao Gur was not easy to fool. He actually calculated seriously, and Guangling County is a day's journey from Xi'an. "So you have to write me a letter every 3 days, right?" Lin Yuha was amused and confused. She just said a casual sentence to coax him, but Yao Gur took it seriously. She had no choice but to agree yes. Yao Gur was happy. "That's great. I will also write back to Aunt." Lin Yuha took out the blessing purse embroidered for him and hung it around Yao Gur's waist. It was a bit rough, but she had tried her best. Yao Gur didn't dislike it and touched it again and again, and this embroidery is really special, different from the flowers and plants of the wet nurse, and it looks a bit like bait for fishing by the river. As soon as she said this, and Yun Jie couldn't help laughing. Lin Yuha blushed and joked, "Brother, don't you like chickens? Chickens love to eat insects, don't they?" Yao Gur realized that Lin Yuha was teasing him. He laughed non-stop. The sadness of parting on his face just now disappeared. His lost mood suddenly improved a lot. He hooked up with Lin Yuha, "Aunt, do Aunt lie? You must write to me." "I know, Aunt will do it." The wet nurse had mentioned this to her a long time ago, and Lin Yuha could only think of ways to coax him. After laughing and joking, Yao Gur was willing to leave with the wet nurse. Once Yao Gur left, Lin Yuha had no job. He could relax and have a good rest. Li Mansion. This day was the birthday of Li Yunluo's stepmother, Shui. As a courtesy, Shui had someone send birthday invitations to the Xie family. But on this day, neither mother nor son came. Li Yunluo could understand that Shui was not in good health in winter. But Xie Shuhuai said he was busy, but Li Yunluo didn't believe it. What could Xie Shuhuai do when the academy was on winter vacation? Dongyue saw Li Yunluo's frustrated face and comforted her. "Miss, Madam Lin is about to give birth. Maybe Mr. Xie is afraid that no one is at home and dare not leave." After hearing this, Li Yunluo remembered that Lin Yuha said her child was born in the 12th month of winter. She felt a little relieved and comforted herself. You are right. Most of the male guests in the mansion are from my mother's family. He would not be familiar with them if he came. Except for my eldest brother, my father treats him sometimes well and sometimes badly. It doesn't matter if he doesn't come. Seeing that she had thought it through, Donghua brought the bird's nest to Li Yunluo. Pei Xiaobo had someone send this bird's nest to her privately. In the Jin dynasty, this thing was very precious. Most of them were given to noble families as rewards from the palace. Li Yunluo didn't take it seriously in the past. She was tired of eating it in modern times, and it didn't have much effect. Unexpectedly, after eating it for 2 or 3 days in ancient times, her complexion really improved a lot. Before she finished a bowl, Li Yuni rushed in. Li Yunluo didn't have time to cover herself, and was seen by Li Yuni. Li Yuni was envious. Sister is so lucky to be able to eat such a good thing. The Li family has many friends in the business world. If we talk about noble status, it can only be the second son of Pei. She probably knew who sent it. Li Yunluo immediately smiled. Don't worry, sister. I am always willing to share good things with you. Donghua, go and get a bowl for the eldest lady. Yes. Donghua went to the small kitchen and brought the portion reserved for her concubine when to Li Yuni. After taking 2 sips, Li Yuni took Li Yunluo's hand and shook it. Second sister is so nice. You are still the same as when you were little. You will never forget me when you have good things. After Li Yuni finished the bird's nest and put down the bowl, she hesitated for a moment and continued. Actually, sister came here today to ask sister for something. Li Yunluo's expression froze instantly, and her eyes moved to Li Yuni. Li Yuni glanced at the maids in the room, hesitating to speak. Li Yunluo understood and asked Donghua to take the people in the room out. When only the 2 sisters were left in the room, Li Yuni was unwilling to hide, and her eyes suddenly became red. She choked and said, Sister, you have to save sister. My mother wants to marry me to my cousin. He is tall and strong, not as tall as A. Li Yuni stopped talking in time, but Li Yunluo still knew who she was talking about. She said in a fake tone, the family background of the man of elder sister is not something we can marry. I know, but doesn't my sister want to marry him? Can you just give him to me? At this point, Li Yuni didn't care about her daughter's manners. She was innocent if her mother hadn't stopped her. I'm afraid that Li Yunluo would be able to get all her secrets in 2 sentences. He likes you. As long as my sister talks to him, I will always have a chance. We are sisters. You don't want someone else, so you can't let others get it. Li Yunluo's eyes flashed a calculating light. Sister, don't you really care about being his concubine? I don't care. It's better than marrying my cousin. Li Yunluo knew that the original owner's sister admired Pei Xiaobo and didn't want to fall in love to such an extent. She thought to herself that it was just right that she wanted to expand her business in Guangling County, and Pei Xiaobo's help was indispensable. Just the benefits of hugging and kissing him, I'm afraid he wouldn't try his best. Or marrying his stupid sister to him would be his father's wish, and the Li family and the prefectural government would be related from then on. She showed her strength in Guangling County, and no one dared to cause trouble. Li Yuni came to the backyard of the Pei family, except that it was not good for her. For Li Yunluo, it was all good. Why not do it? And she could be a good person. She was very proud in her heart, but she looked embarrassed on the face. Big sister, even if daddy agrees to this, my stepmother will not agree. Li Yuni begged. So you have to help me, sister. Li Yunluo had a way in her mind. But her face showed that she was willing to give it all for her sister. Since sister has said this, don't worry, sister will definitely help you. The weather was getting colder and colder, and Lin Yuha's hands and feet were cold after sleeping all night. No matter how thick the bedding was, it was the same. The nanny specially left her a foot warmer, which was born for noble ladies. Someone had to watch over it, otherwise, if she wasn't careful, she wouldn't even know the quilt caught fire. She didn't dare use it when she went to bed at night. After a few days, she wasn't in a good mood. She seemed to have not woken up all day. That night, after Yun Jie washed her face and feet, she took the initiative to come and sleep with her, saying that she was warming her feet. Lin Yuha didn't believe it, because Cui couldn't bear to part with Yun Jie, this little heater. Yun Earth be good. Your aunt doesn't need you to warm her feet. You should go back to your grandmother's room to sleep. She can't leave you. Seeing that Lin Yuha didn't believe it, Yunjie leaned close to Lin Yuha's ear and whispered, "My grandmother asked me to come. My uncle wanted you to sleep in his room, saying that the east room was warmer, but my grandmother didn't agree. That's why she asked me to come and accompany you." Lin Yuha's heart sank and she was silent for a moment. It turned out that her changes could not escape Xie Shuhuai's eyes. She remembered that when they were good together, she would sleep all night in winter with Xie Shuhuai, a natural stove, hugging her. She comforted herself again not to be sentimental. He was doing it for the children. In the past, she had to take care of Yao Gur, and the day passed quickly. Now that she is free, she feels bored. Dr. G came to check Lin Yuha's pulse 2 days ago and said that she was about to give birth, so she should not eat too well. Especially eat less meat and eat more light vegetarian dishes. When the time comes, she and the baby in her belly will suffer less. Xie Shuhuai was also very cooperative, and the meals he made were mainly light, except for sometimes frying meat for Yunjie and Chui. Yunjie loves meat, and 1 or 2 days without meat at home is not enough for her to satisfy her craving. She looked at the bacon hanging in the kitchen and drooled. Lin Yuha's heart softened when she saw Yunjie and Chui eating meat that day. Yunjie said she was pitiful for her greedy look. So for 2 days in a row, Xie Shuhuai did not fry meat again. Every day, when Xie Shuhuai entered the kitchen, Yunjie would always ask, "Uncle, are you cooking me today?" Lin Yuha felt guilty. Yun'er is growing up and cannot lack meat. At most, I can take it to my room to eat later when we have dinner.
Xie Shuhuai replied, "Okay."
Who knew that when it was time to eat, Xie Shuhuai also brought his share. He ate with Lin Yuha in the West Room. He saw that there were vegetarian dishes in his bowl again. Lin Yuha laughed and said, "Dr. G told me to eat less meat, but he didn't tell you to eat less." Xie Shuhuai said, "Seriously, I have been giving up meat recently." Lin Yuha spit all the millet in her mouth on Xie Shuhuai's face with a chuckle. After reacting, she hurriedly wiped his face. Xie Shuhuai didn't say anything, raised his face and let Lin Yuha wipe it for her. While wiping, when she saw the faint mark between Xie Shuhuai's eyebrows, Lin Yuha felt a pain in her heart for no reason. Her eyes turned slightly red, and the tears in her eyes rolled down her eyes uncontrollably, and she said softly, "I'm sorry, Shuhuai. I didn't mean to hurt you. At that moment, you must have been very painful." This happened when Lin Yuha insisted on divorcing Xie Shuhuai. Xie Shuhuai didn't want to write a divorce letter, so she took off the hairpin on her head and threatened Xie Shuhuai with herself. Xie Shuhuai was afraid that Lin Yuha would hurt him, so he tried to grab it. During the struggle, Xie Shuhuai was scratched between his eyebrows. This was also a thorn in Xie Shuhuai's heart, and the wound remained in his heart even though it pierced his eyebrows. When the pain that he didn't want to touch was mentioned again, Xie Shuhuai's face changed immediately. He became the Xie Shuhuai who kept people at a distance again. With a cold face, he picked up the bowl and left the West Room. And for several days in a row, Xie Shuhuai ignored Lin Yuha. Apart from cooking for Lin Yuha on time, he no longer said a word to Lin Yuha. This person in the family ignored her. When Lin Yuha was bored, she took Yunjie to the village entrance or strolled in the mountains. This would also help her give birth. When only the mother and son were left at home, Chui walked into the East Room and expressed her worries. "Huai'er, I see you ignored Yuha again these past 2 days. She's about to give birth. Don't get angry with her. Giving birth is a life or death struggle for women. These days, I didn't even mention you and Yunluo, for fear that she would be sad. Your sister is." Xie Shuhuai stood up suddenly. His face turned pale, and he interrupted immediately. "Mother, don't say these unlucky words anymore in the future." Chui was stunned, wondering when he would believe in these things. Didn't he never believe in them in the past? When Lin Yuha was basking in the sun at the entrance of the village, the women next to her didn't dare to catch her and gossip about her anymore. The target changed to the East or West family. Even Lin Yuha was dragged in. If they couldn't argue with Lin Yuha, they would drag her in. Lin Yuha was forced to join, and after listening for a while, they found that they were all trivial matters. They had no interest at all. She sighed secretly, thinking that it would be better to stay away from them. If she came here for several days in a row, she would be assimilated by them and become the next sister Linghua. Then she found an excuse and left. She took Yunjie to the main road. Before Lin Yuhe reached the fork in the road, a carriage stopped in front of her. Seeing the person coming, it was her Aunt He again. This time, she also brought her cousin. Lin Yuhe thought to herself, didn't their family return to Yiling County? Why did they come back again? He got off the carriage with the help of her eldest son and saw Lin Yuhe here. She pushed away her son's support and walked quickly to Lin Yuhe's side. Hee, let's go to the tea house in the county town with your aunt. He was still a little afraid of Xie Shuhuai in her heart. It would be better to meet Lin Yuhe here. Aunt, we won't go to the tea house. If you are here for the last incident, your niece can only disappoint you. So far, Lin Yuhe has been confused by her aunt's obsession. Their family was well off, and they could find any daughter-in-law, but they had to find her. As a peasant woman, she had nothing and didn't believe that pie would fall from the sky. Such things were usually not good things. It might be a trap, so it was better to be careful. Seeing that Lin Yuhe was unmoved, he pushed her cousin in front of Lin Yuhe and said, "Look how handsome your cousin is." "Not as handsome as my husband." Lin Yuhe interrupted immediately. The mother and son froze. Fong Wenhong said angrily, "Mother, what are you doing?"
He has no interest in me. I don't want to.
"Shut up." He was angry and yelled at her son. He wanted to say more, but Lin Yuhe refused decisively. "Aunt, no matter how good your family is or how handsome your cousin is, I don't want to marry again. Go back. Don't hold on to this matter anymore." He remembered the last time Xie Shuhuai got angry. At this moment, Lin Yuhe still called Xie Shuhuai her husband, thinking that her niece was still thinking about her ex-husband, and she advised earnestly, it's useless for a man to be good-looking. Then Xie Shuhuai is no longer your husband. I heard that he is going to marry a girl from the Li family.
Why are you still thinking about him?
Go back with your aunt. When you are in confinement, the child will be taken care of by a wet nurse, and you will not be at a disadvantage in terms of food and clothing. He originally planned to wait until Lin Yuhe gave birth to the child before discussing the marriage. The more she thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. Seeing Xie Shuhuai's fierce attitude that day, she was afraid that the Xie family would regret it. That's why they hid it from her husband and forced her son to come. Lin Yuhe also saw that her aunt had found out her details. She was afraid that no matter how much she said, she would not listen. Turning his eyes to the eldest son of the Fong family, "Cousin, you are the one who is going to marry your bedmate, so you should let her make the decision. When you were a child, you wet your pants and had no change, and you even wore my skirt. We have been sisters for a long time. There is no love between men and women." Fong Wenhong was so angry that his face turned red. He didn't want his cousin to be so rude. He couldn't get over it, and he couldn't persuade his mother, so he turned away and went back to the carriage. Lin Yuhe heard from her brother that her eldest cousin was good in everything. The only bad thing was that everything was decided by his mother. Over time, he lost his own opinion. When he heard Lin Yuhe mention her childhood, she became more excited. I can make the decision about your cousin. A few years ago, if your mother hadn't married you to the Xie family, I would have let your cousin marry you back. It's my fault that I was a step late. This time, I will never let others marry you no matter what. He was unmoved. Lin Yuhe had a headache and said bluntly, "Aunt, don't waste your time. I only have Xie Shuhuai in my heart, and I won't marry anyone else." He smiled and said, don't say this too early, people have a long life. Hearts will change. You marry your cousin, and slowly you will like him. Lin Yuhe saw for the first time how much her aunt was trying to make people like her. She finally believed what her mother said before, that her uncle just couldn't get enough of her, so he married her who was plain-looking. Lin Yuhe didn't want to consider this favor, she just wanted to end the topic quickly. "I'll cut it off now, and I won't marry your son." After saying that, she impatiently pulled Yunjie away. How could he be willing to do that, and continued to stop Lin Yuhe? Suddenly, a cold voice behind her interrupted he. "She has already rejected you. Why do you have to force her? Lin Yuha saw the person coming, and her face was happy. Yun Jie trotted over as usual. Uncle, when did you come? I've been following you for a long time. When Mrs. He saw that it was Xie Shuhuai again, her face froze, and she subconsciously took a few steps back. Lin Yuha lowered her head in shame and did not dare to look at Xie Shuhuai. She had kept those explicit words in her heart and never told anyone. She yelled because she was so angry. Her original intention was to persuade her aunt to leave, but Xie Shuhuai heard it. Xie Shuhuai took Yun Jie and walked straight to Lin Yuha. After glancing at her, his eyes swept to Mrs. He. Madam Fong, you have said everything you should say. If there is a next time, don't blame a junior like Xie for not giving you face. Ms. He stood there shuddering, her mouth slightly open but unable to utter a word. After hearing this, Master Fong got out of the car with an embarrassed look on his face and helped Ms. He away. A warm feeling flashed through Lin Yuha's heart. She raised her head and slowly followed Xie Shuhuai home. When passing by a field, Lin Yuha stopped again. Her eyes were fixed on the black fruit in the tenant's hand. This large field was not owned by the people of Hongya village, but by the large landlords in the county. When Xie Shuhuai heard that she didn't catch up, he turned his head and glanced sideways. Lin Yuha's people had already walked to the ridge of the field. The black fruit in the tenant's hand was edible, called water chestnut fruit. When she was a child, her mother used it to stew soup, and she still remembered the taste. Uncle, can you buy me this water chestnut fruit on the ridge? How about I give you 10 cents? The tenant was a middle-aged man in his 40s. At this moment, he was barefoot, pulling fruits in the field with his trouser legs rolled up, and his calves were red from the cold. When he heard that Lin Yuha wanted to buy the wild fruits in his hand, he shook his head and said, "No, these fruits are for my granddaughter. If you want to eat, go to the field and pick them yourself." How dare Lin Yuha go down to the field? It would be strange if she didn't catch a cold because of stuttering. Just as she was about to leave, she saw Xie Shuhuai and Yun Jie coming over. "Aunt, what are you doing?" "Nothing, let us go back." Unexpectedly, Xie Shuhuai walked past her and went to the ridge of the field. Lin Yuha grabbed him. "Shuhuai, I don't want to eat anymore, let's go back." "If you don't want to eat, why bargain with others?" This time, Xie Shuhuai did not push her hand away, but shook it back. His warm palm made Lin Yuha reluctant to let go. "But the family doesn't want to sell it, saying that they want to keep it for their granddaughter. I have to go to the field to pull it myself. Let's go back." Xie Shuhuai did not agree with her. He let go of her hand and continued to go to the ridge of the field. Lin Yuha thought that Xie Shuhuai was going to go to the field to pull it himself, so she hugged him from behind. "Is it not okay if I don't eat it? I will feel bad if you go to the field in such a cold day." Xie Shuhuai turned around slowly, held her heavy waist, and laughed. "Who said I want to go to the field? Then what are you going to do on the ridge of the field?" Xie Shuhuai did not say anything, but shook her hand. "Take Yun'er to the intersection first. It's very cold next to the field." Then he let go of Lin Yuha and strode towards the tenant. I don't know what method Xie Shuhuai used. After a moment, he easily took back all the water chestnuts from the tenant. Yun Jie immediately took a bite of the fruit, so sweet. This time Lin Yuha's curiosity was not on the water chestnuts at all. Instead, she wanted to know what recipe Xie Shuhuai used to get this fruit. "Shuhuai, why did the uncle sell it to you?" "I didn't buy it, I exchanged it." Then, Xie Shuhuai took out a remaining candy from his. Yun Jie happily took it, and the water chestnut in her hand suddenly lost its fragrance. Lin Yuha smiled and immediately understood why the tenant had exchanged with Xie Shuhuai. In the evening, Lin Yuha got what she wanted and ate water chestnut stewed with pork bones. After eating and writing a letter to Yao Gur, she began to think about how to eat the remaining water chestnuts. The weather was too cold, and she couldn't eat too much raw. Suddenly, she thought of making cakes. It happened that tomorrow was the winter solstice. Li Yunluo was coming, and she didn't want to stay here to see her brother and sister-in-law and make some water chestnut cakes by the way. She always had a plan in her mind and would put it into action vigorously. The next day, Lin Yuha got up at 5 o'clock in the morning and was busy in the kitchen.
There was also sporadic snow in the sky.
The snow was not heavy and melted as soon as it hit the ground. The climate was colder than the previous few days. Lin Yuha was wearing a long coat with dark patterns. Her movements were very light, but she still woke up Xie Shuhuai. Seeing that she had not put the water chestnut cakes in the pot yet, Xie Shuhuai subconsciously asked, "Are you going to your brother's house again?" Lin Yuha did not hide it. "Today is the winter solstice. I'm going to see my brother and sister-in-law. I heard from the person who sent a letter from the Li family last time that Miss Li would come to our house today, and it would not be convenient for me to stay." Xie Shuhuai opened the lid of the pot and helped Lin Yuha put the cakes in the pot. Hearing her mention Li Yunluo, his eyes sank slightly and his tone turned cold. "What's inconvenient?" Lin Yuha did not argue with him and silently did the work in his hands. After the cakes came out of the pot, Chui and Yunjie also got up. Lin Yuha left one pot and said to Chui, "Mom, I will send this pot to my brother and sister-in-law. The other pot will be out of the oven soon. Leave it for you to eat." Chui replied, "Well, you go. Be careful on the road. Come back to eat dumplings in the evening. Farmers eat dumplings today and during the New Year." Chui knew that Li Yunluo was coming. She thought that it was better for Lin Yuha not to be there, so that neither of them would be annoying each other. Yunjie saw Lin Yuha go out and followed closely behind her, but was called back by Chui. This was called back. The next moment, Xie Shuhuai followed her again and picked up the basket in Lin Yuha's hand. Lin Yuha was stunned. Chui was anxious. "Huaier, what are you going to do?" Xie Shuhuai replied, "I'm going to see her off." Chui secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then reminded, "Then come back quickly after you send Yuho off." The weather was cold, and it was snowing, so not many people in the village went to the county town. There were not many people on the ox cart. Except Xie Shuhuai and Lin Yuha, there were two younger men. The ox cart was not open, and the two men were crowded together. Lin Yuha was so cold that she huddled up and wrapped the headscarf tightly on her face. She sat separately from Xie Shuhuai. Just when she was shivering with cold, the next moment, she was embraced by Xie Shuhuai. Lin Yuha was quite surprised, raised her eyes and met Xie Shuhuai's deep eyes, then hurriedly moved away and whispered, "I'm not cold. You sit a little closer. It would be bad if you meet Miss Li on the road." Xie Shuhuai not only did not move, but hugged Lin Yuha tighter with one hand and said in a light voice, "What do I want to do if to do with her?"
"Don't mention her all the time."
Seeing Xie Shuhuai's insistence, Lin Yuha no longer refused. She was still somewhat happy in her heart. With Xie Shuhuai as a warm stove, she was shielded from the wind and snow. Lin Yuha's body was no longer stiff. Her hands were held in Xie Shuhuai's palms. She felt much better and whispered to Xie Shuhuai's ear, "Shuhuai, I want to eat dumplings stuffed with cabbage tonight, okay? Please add some dogwood powder. I haven't eaten spicy food for a long time." Xie Shuhuai covered her bulging belly with the hem of his cotton-padded jacket, lowered his head and replied, "Okay." The two of them were very close, and their ears were rubbing against each other, which seemed very affectionate to others. The two young men opposite were envious. When they arrived at the county town, Lin Yuha went to Wensheng Street. She was clumsy and walked very slowly, and Xie Shuhuai stood in place, his eyes following her closely. Lin Yuha looked back every 3 steps, and she would stop for a moment every time she looked back. There was expectation and sadness in her eyes, and she wanted to say something but couldn't. She was completely different from the cheerful look on the ox cart just now. Seeing that Xie Shuhuai was just watching from a distance and was unwilling to take the initiative to get closer to her. She was also getting farther and farther away from Xie Shuhuai. It was like the insurmountable gap between the two of them. Lin Yuha retracted her lost gaze and never looked back. Finally, her figure became smaller and smaller until it disappeared from Xie Shuhuai's sight. Xie Shuhuai was like a wooden stake, not moving for a long time. The snow fell heavier and heavier, and it didn't take long before he was wrapped up like a snowman. His eyes were always looking at the place where Lin Yuha left, at the Xie family, not long after Xie Shuhuai and the others left. Li Yunluo brought Donghua to the house, brought a lot of delicious food. Yunjie was of course happy. Seeing that there were only Chui and Yunjie at home, Li Yunluo's mood suddenly fell to the bottom. Aunt, is Brother Shuhuai avoiding me on purpose? Chui explained hurriedly, Child, why would Shuhuai avoid you? He will be back later. He knew you were coming today, so he sent Yuha back to her brother and sister-in-law's home. Li Yunluo was in high spirits and said excitedly, Brother Shuhuai took the initiative to send her away. While pouring tea for Li Yunluo, Chui replied, Of course, you are much more important in his heart than Yuha. Shuhuai just doesn't like to talk much. He knows very well in his heart who is the most important person to him. Li Yunluo heard Chui speak so highly of her son, but she still didn't believe it when she thought of their situation. Questioned, Since Brother Shuhuai has me in his heart, why hasn't he come to my house to propose marriage yet? Aunt, has he changed his mind and doesn't want to marry me? After Chui sent Yunjie away, she said, Don't worry, Yunluo. This will never happen. Shuhuai said that after Yuha gives birth to the child, he will go to your house to propose marriage. He doesn't want to embarrass you either. If Yuha gives birth to a boy, he will definitely stay at home. He is afraid that your family will object. If it is a girl, it will be easy. Yuha can take her away if she wants. The implication is that if it is a boy, Lin Yuha will not be allowed to take him away. In the Jin dynasty, boys are considered to have settled down as soon as they are born, and they will stay with their father's family. If Yunjie was a boy that day, they could not take him away. They went to the government to file a complaint, and it was the same reason. If it was a girl, it meant that Lin Yuha took her away, and it would also save the burden for their Xie family. Xie Shuhuai and Li Yunluo were no longer burdened. Chui's self-justifying argument convinced Li Yunluo. Lin Yuha's ability to give birth to a daughter was a win-win situation for her. She didn't have to be a stepmother, which saved her a lot of trouble. There was no light bulb between her and Xie Shuhuai, and it would be easier to cultivate feelings after marriage. She pretended to be generous and said, I listened to Brother Shuhuai. If he wants to stay, he can stay. I just like children. Chui pulled Li Yunluo and praised her again. She lit the charcoal fire left by Yao Gur to entertain Li Yunluo. She also took out the cakes made by Lin Yuha. Li Yunluo didn't want to stay in this house for a moment longer. She came here to find Xie Shuhuai. When Xie Shuhuai was not there, she felt very uncomfortable. She disliked everything in this house. She couldn't drink tea and didn't want to eat cakes. Even when Yunjie, who had returned to the room, sat next to her, Li Yunluo was a little repulsive. She pushed Yunjie away subconsciously. Yunjie smelled herself, left the house disappointedly, and went to play with Momo. Xie Shuhuai was not there. Li Yunluo would not force herself to make Yunjie happy. Chui sure also saw it, and was a little dissatisfied in her heart, but she did not show it on her face. She continued to accompany Li Yunluo enthusiastically. She waited until noon but did not see Xie Shuhuai come back. When it was almost time for lunch, Li Yunluo left the Xie family on the grounds that she had something to do at home. The backyard of Lin Yuping's house. He deliberately closed the shop today, let Azu rest for a day, and asked him to go back to celebrate the winter solstice. The family sat together to cook and make dumplings. Lin Yuha was not in a good mood, and Wu Shi thought she was cold. A lot of charcoal was added to the brazier. Little sister, if you are sleepy, go to the west room to rest. The bedding is thick. Don't go back tonight. Let Xingjie sleep in the same room with you. Seeing that Lin Yuha was restless and did not respond, Lin Yuping thought she was unwilling. Just listen to your sister-in-law. It's very cold to go back. Lin Yuping's cooking skills were not good, but he was very fast at making dumplings. In a short while, several people had made a pot. Lin Yuha was still thinking about the scene of Xie Shuhuai standing in the snow when she left just now. She wanted to ask him to accompany her to her brother and sister-in-law's house several times. But she thought of Xie Shuhuai's importance to Li Yunluo. When the words came to her lips, she still didn't have the courage to speak. Lin Yuping and Wu were cooking in the kitchen. The two children were playing in the house. Lin Yuha neither went to the west room to rest nor stayed in the house to bake. Instead, she left the yard, crossed Wenqing Street, and went to the South City. I don't know how long I walked, but I came to the overpass where she and Xie Shuhuai used to put lanterns. It was snowing today, so no one went out, and there was no one by the river. There were no vendors selling lanterns. She still remembered that at the beginning of the new year, she wrote on the lantern that she hoped her husband would pass the imperial examination. Her wish was not fulfilled. Now, her wish to stay with Xie Shuhuai forever is also doomed to be in vain. She can't stay in the Xie family for much longer. Seeing that the day of leaving Xie Shuhuai is getting closer, she still can't accept it in her heart. She slowly came to the river and looked at the dense wishes written by people on the stone slab. Lin Yuhe pulled out the silver hairpin on her head for some reason. She wrote on the stone wall unwillingly, "I hope to be with you forever." The two words stay together at the end can't be written. It's like a cold blade, piercing her chest. Her heart aches, and she cries. She vents her sadness. There is no way to release the pain in her heart, so she can only find a place where no one is and cry. Occasionally, one or two passers-by would look at her curiously. The crying sounded particularly desolate by the quiet river. After an unknown amount of time, her cold body was embraced by someone. It was a familiar breath to Lin Yuhe, and she thought she was hallucinating. Regardless, she hugged the person back and choked, "My husband, I don't want to leave you, and I don't want to let go and make you and anyone else happy. I can't bear to leave you. I don't want to leave you." Xie Shuhuai didn't respond. His dark eyes stared deeply at the person in his arms, and he hugged the person closer. At this moment, Lin Yuhe felt a pain in her abdomen, and her legs became wet. She let go of Xie Shuhuai, staggered, and her face turned pale. Xie Shuhuai hurriedly supported her body, looking a little anxious. "Hee, what's wrong with you?" Hearing the voice, Lin Yuhe realized that it was not her hallucination. Xie Shuhuai actually appeared. She smiled softly. "I think I'm about to give birth." Xie Shuhuai's usually calm face finally showed a trace of urgency. He picked up Lin Yuhe and went to the nearest clinic. Women gave birth at home and asked midwives to deliver babies. This was the first time someone sent his wife to a clinic. The doctor in the clinic didn't know how to deliver babies and wanted to kick them out immediately. This time, Xie Shuhuai was not so easy to talk to. He quickly picked up the scissors on the doctor's table and put them on the doctor's neck. He said coldly, "I want them and their child to be safe." The doctor would not disobey the knife on his neck. He immediately asked his wife to call the midwife. Xie Shuhuai was waiting outside the house, listening to Lin Yuhe's painful moans inside, and he lost his usual calmness. He clenched his hands, stared at the door, and his whole body was tense. Seeing the doctor's wife carrying a basin of blood, he walked to her side. "What's going on inside?" The doctor's wife, remembering how he threatened her husband just now, was afraid and trembling, and said, "No, not good." Xie Shuhuai rushed into the room when he heard that it was not good. As soon as he entered the room, a strong smell of blood hit his nose. Thinking of the blood that the wife brought out, his heart ached. He was stopped by the midwife as soon as he reached the door. "My dear, don't rush in. Coming in at this time will only cause trouble for us." Xie Shuhuai asked in a low voice, "How is she?" "Don't worry. Your wife's fetal position is normal. She won't suffer too much. Get out quickly." The midwife was strong and pushed Xie Shuhuai out. The door closed with a. Xie Shuhuai stood at the door and heard a painful roar from Lin Yuhe in the room. His heart was also tightened. Then the anxious voice of the midwife was heard. "Madam, don't sleep, push hard. The baby is coming out soon." The doctor outside the room had been paying attention to the movement in the room. Xie Shuhuai leaned against the door and shouted, "Don't be afraid. Hee, I'm at the door." When the pain made Lin Yuhe lose all her strength, she heard Xie Shuhuai's cry and tried to hold on to her spirits. It seemed that she had regained her strength. She held the edge of the bed tightly with both hands and gathered all her strength. A moment later, a loud cry came from the room. The doctor outside the room finally felt relieved and breathed a long sigh of relief. "It's born." The two midwives in the room were also happy. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the midwife who was guarding Lin Yuhe shouted, "Not good. This lady is bleeding." "What should I do?" Xie Shuhui heard it clearly outside the room. He had heard Chui mention the matter of women giving birth. He knew what the seeing blood in the mouth of the midwife meant. He panicked, grabbed the doctor, and yelled, "Quick, tell them how to stop the bleeding." The doctor heard the unclear description of the midwife inside and saw Xie Shuhui's eyes that wanted to kill him. He asked his wife to call his female apprentice. Lin Yuha in the room was like a broken doll at this time, with half-open eyes and a distracted look. She called weakly, "Shu Hui, Shu Hui." Xie Shuhui has always had good hearing, and he no longer cares about the two women in the room and broke in. Seeing Lin Yuha lying on the bed covered in blood, her face was pale, and her dry lips trembled slightly, as if she would leave him at any time. Fear filled Xie Shuhui's heart, and his eyes reddened, with tears in his eyes. He held Lin Yuha's hands tightly and raised his hand to the messy hair and sweat on her face. She said softly, "I'm waiting for you here. Don't be afraid. You will be fine." Lin Yuha didn't have the extra energy to speak. She gently shook hands with Xie Shuhui. When the female apprentice came, the two midwives worked together to drive Xie Shuhui out again. He stood guard at the door and didn't dare to leave. He put his ears close to the door and listened to the movement inside. Hearing that the female apprentice had learned some skills, she guided the two midwives in a calm tone. Xie Shu's clenched fists slowly loosened. He didn't even bother to take a look at the child in the doctor's wife's hands. He didn't even ask whether it was a boy or a girl. The doctor's wife didn't dare to tell her, and she carried the child into the house stiffly. It was not until dark that the female apprentice and the two midwives stopped Lin Yuha's bleeding. They washed her body and changed her into the doctor's wife's clothes. Several people looked tired and slowly came out of the house. "My dear, your wife's life is saved. Let's go in and take a look." The next morning, Lin Yuping and his wife found her. Not long after, Chui came with Yunjie and the child's clothes. Only then could the little girl wear her own cotton-padded clothes. When Chui saw that the little girl was a girl, she looked a little disappointed. But when she saw her wrinkled little face, which looked a bit like Xie Shuhui, her heart softened. A smile gradually appeared on her face, and she was also very careful when dressing her. She whispered to her, "Little girl, I am your grandmother." Yunjie kept holding the little girl's hand, a little dissatisfied. "Grandmother, why can't your aunt give birth to a little brother? This sister is so ugly." Chui explained patiently, "Sister is not ugly. When she grows up, she may be a little beauty." Lin Yuha woke up at noon. Xie Shuhui had been guarding by the bed. Wu stewed chicken soup for her. After Xie Shuhui fed her twice, Lin Yuha shook her head. "Shuhui, I want to see the baby. Is it a boy or a girl?" Xie Shuhui wiped the soup stains on the corners of her mouth with a handkerchief. "A girl." Chui came to her side and said, "Yuha, as you wish." Lin Yuha sat up and raised her hand to hold her, but Xie Shuhui stopped her. "Just take a look. Wait until you feel better before holding her." Chui saw the chicken and chicken soup in the bowl, and Lin Yuha didn't eat much, so she reminded her, "Yuha, you have to drink more soup. Your milk is not enough, and little Tuanzi doesn't want to drink more goat milk, and she's hungry." Lin Yuha didn't wake up last night, and little Tuanzi was crying with hunger. The doctor's wife squeezed out the goat milk at home, boiled it, and fed it to little Tuanzi. Maybe it didn't taste good, so little Tuanzi didn't drink much. Lin Yuha blamed herself and finished the whole bowl of chicken soup. After noon, little Tuanzi finally had her mother's first mouthful of milk. After drinking enough, she fell asleep peacefully. After staying at the doctor's house for a few days, it was time for Lin Yuha to go home. Lin Yuping and Wu had discussed that since little Tuanzi was a girl, she didn't need to be included in the Xie family tree. Anyway, Lin Yuha would leave the Xie family sooner or later. It was just the right time to take her away. The couple didn't care about others, saying that the sister-in-law couldn't stay in her parents' house for confinement. Lin Yuping was afraid that his sister would be cold, so he specially loaded his own ox cart into the carport. He took the initiative to say to Xie Shuhui and his son, "Shuhui, we will take Hehe back. If you and your cousin miss the child in the future, just come and see. I'll let Asa get Hehe's things later." Chui agreed, of course. Lin Yuha's eyes dimmed, and she tacitly agreed. with Lin Yuping's approach. Xie Shuhui decisively refused. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Yuping. My children should return to my home. That includes he.
Several people were surprised.
This was what Xie Shuhui said in the past. Chui was dissatisfied and scolded loudly. Huaier, isn't this all agreed in advance? Xie Shuhui did not explain much. He wrapped Lin Yuhe tightly. Regardless of Lin Yuhe's struggle and Chui's obstruction, he carried Lin Yuhe out of the clinic and put her on the ox cart. Then he turned around and urged Chui, Mom, hold Xiao Tuan or let's go. Xie Shuhui took the mother and daughter back to his home. It was not until the shadow of the ox cart could no longer be seen that Lin Yuping came back to her senses and said blankly, Shuhui, what does he mean? Wu smiled and said, what he means, only he knows. I think he has changed a lot towards my little sister. After returning home, Xie Shuhui carried Lin Yuhe to the east room again. Chui was so angry that her face turned blue. She coughed for a long time without catching her breath. Lin Yuhe didn't want to see the mother and son arguing for her. Shuhui, I want to live in the west room, and I'm used to living there. Xie Shuhui nodded and agreed, and carried her back to the west room. During the confinement period, Xie Shuhui took good care of Lin Yuhe, stewing soup every day. Wu also brought a lot of food every now and then. The only thing that was not satisfactory was that Lin Yuhe's milk was insufficient, and the little girl was often woken up by hunger. Chui cooked some rice porridge for the child, but the little girl was too young to eat it often. Lin Yuhe was anxious and forced herself to drink a lot of soup, but it still didn't work. That day, Xie Shuhui went to Chongqing bookstore again. This time, he didn't come to hand in calligraphy or leave paintings. After seeing Liang Yozhen, he said bluntly, help me find a healthy wet nurse. It would be best if you can find one today. Liang Yozhen was surprised and said, what do you want a wet nurse for? Xie Shuhui ignored his strange look and said lightly, feed my daughter. When mentioning the little dumpling, Xie Shuhui's eyebrows curved softly. I'll leave you a painting when I'm free. Liang Yozhen waved his hands repeatedly. No need to leave it. The pastoral painting you painted last time was snatched away by my cousin. He was stingy and only left me 200 taels of silver. Even if we split it equally, you still have 100 taels. This time Xie Shuhui did not refuse. As for the wet nurse, there is no need to find one. I have already made one in my house. At this point, Liang Yozhen's face darkened, and some sadness welled up in his eyes. A few days ago, Liang Yozhen's eldest sister-in-law gave birth to a second son, who was stillborn. The wet nurse had been hired long ago, and it was not easy to return it. When returning home, Xie Shuhui brought rice and flour in his hands and brought back a fat woman behind him. Chui sure understood as soon as she saw her figure. Huaier, you found a wet nurse for Xiao Tuaner. Xie Shuhui replied, yes. Chui sure was reluctant in her heart, but it was not easy to blame in front of others. She had to take the person to the west room. Xiao Tuaner had enough milk, and her appearance changed in a day or two. Since Xie Shuhui brought Lin Yuhe back from the clinic, Cui Shi's worry became more and more serious. When she asked Xie Shuhui how he planned to arrange Lin Yuhe, he always said, don't worry about it. I will make my own arrangements. The wet nurse's salary was paid by the Liang family, and she ate and lived in Xie Shuhui's house. Fortunately, there was a couch in the west room for the wet nurse to sleep on. Xiao Tuaner had milk, and Lin Yuhe felt at ease. The wet nurse had enough milk, but her appetite was also big. Lin Yuhe deliberately saved the good things for her to eat. That night, when Xie Shuhui brought chicken soup, Lin Yuhe saw the chicken leg in the bowl and whispered, Shuhui, from now on, you should leave the chicken leg for Sister Yang. Xie Shuhui replied, it's not a big deal. Your health is also important. In just a few days, the little ball grew a lot and became more and more like Lin Yuhe, white and tender. At first, his eyebrows and eyes were somewhat similar to Xie Shuhui, but after a few days, he didn't look like Xie Shuhui at all. Every time Cui held him in her arms, she sighed for a long time. She felt uncomfortable. On this day, Xie Shuhui finished all the affairs at home and prepared to review his studies. Cui walked in with the little ball and vented all the dissatisfaction in her heart. Where did you get so much money to pay for the family's expenses recently? Did you go to sell paintings? Have you forgotten what your father told you before? I told you not to touch paintings and concentrate on the imperial examinations. At that time, the Xie family was well off, and his mind was not on the imperial examinations, but on painting. He especially loved landscape painting. Because of this, he was often scolded and forced by Xie's father, which led to his little fame. In order to paint a good painting, he would often go around with his friends to collect folk songs. A few days before Xie's father's accident, the father and son had another big quarrel about this matter. Xie Shuhuai left home in a huff, and when he returned home a few days later, he learned that his father had an accident. He repented and blamed himself, and destroyed all his paintings. This is also the reason why he rarely touched paintings later. Chui's tone was a little harsher than usual, and the little girl in her arms was scared and burst into tears. Xie Shuhuai's face was full of heartache, and he took the child in his arms and coaxed him. After a long time, the child stopped crying and fell asleep in his arms. Mother, I dare not forget, and will not forget father's instructions. Not only will I not forget father's instructions, I will also never forget father's enemies. Chui sighed and complained again. I don't know what you are thinking. You want to bring them back. It's a burden to you. You can neither study hard nor. Xie Shuhuai looked unhappy and interrupted immediately. Mother, don't mention this matter again. I don't like to hear you say this. This was the first time that Xie Shuhuai opposed Chui so bluntly. Chui was stunned when she heard it. When she reacted, Xie Shuhuai had already gone to the west room with the child. During the confinement period, Chun Pa brought Qianqian to see Lin Yuha. She also brought eggs and bacon. In addition to the eggs that Chui gave away in the past, the bacon was given by Chun Pa herself. She liked Lin Yuha from the bottom of her heart. Dia also secretly brought 2 fish to Lin Yuha. Seeing her hands red from the pain, Lin Yuha was unwilling to accept her fish. Dia smiled and said, "These fish were caught by my brother Erling. If I take back 2 less, my mother wouldn't know." Seeing her sincerity, Lin Yuha felt warm in her heart and asked the nanny to help carry it to the kitchen. Dia looked at the soft and sticky little dumpling and liked it very much. She was unwilling to let go of it. Sister Yuha, the little dumpling will be as beautiful as you when she grows up. You and her father are both good-looking. Lin Yuha joked, you and Mr. Bai are not bad either. Your child will be good-looking in the future. Dia blushed and put down the child and left when she heard her mother calling from the back of the house. When she reached the door, she turned around and whispered, "The girl from the Li family asked at the entrance of the village yesterday whether you gave birth to a boy or a girl. She didn't come to the house, but asked others. Sister Yuha, be careful. Don't let her cheat." This surprised Lin Yuha. Logically, she gave birth to a daughter. Li Yunluo should be happier. Why didn't she come directly to the house? Didn't she come every now and then in the past? If Li Yunluo was cheating, it shouldn't be the case. Because she never took Lin Yuha seriously. She never felt that Lin Yuha was an obstacle to her. At most, it was just a way for her, Li Yunluo, to understand Xie Shuhuai. No different from a tool. What Lin Yuha didn't know was that Dia's words were not unreasonable. When Li Yunluo arrived at the intersection that day, she heard the village women talking about Lin Yuha giving birth. Only then did she know that Lin Yuha had given birth. After hearing the news, she didn't continue to go to the Xie family. On the way back to the mansion, she asked Dong Yue to buy some clothes for the child. Knowing that Lin Yuha gave birth to a girl, her heart finally settled down, and she felt much better. In order for her to be a good prime minister's wife in the future, Li Yunluo had to bring up the plan. In the future, when Xie Shuhuai reaches the highest position in the government, his eldest son will surely be of noble status. Fortunately, Lin Yuha did not give birth to a son. So Xie Shuhuai's eldest son in the future can only be her child. A mother's status will be enhanced by her son, which will add another layer of dazzling halo to her future noble status. Since it's a girl, in order to get rid of Lin Yuha and her daughter as soon as possible, she has to do it as soon as possible. Otherwise, When Xie Shuhui can't bear to part with the child, he will have concerns. In the future, Xie Shuhui and Lin Yuhe will definitely have ties. She will never be able to get rid of the burden of Lin Yuhe. This is what she figured out after she returned home that day after listening to Chui's advice. Seeing that Li Yunluo was about to leave the house again, Dong Yue subconsciously asked, "Miss, are you going to Xie's house? I'll go get the things I bought yesterday." Unexpectedly, Li Yunluo said with a face, "No need to get the things. We are not going to Xie's house today, but to Brother Lin Yuhe's house. At night, Xia Chuanzi only needs to be fed once. After drinking enough milk, sleeping beside Lin Yuhe, not crying or making a fuss, sleeping until dawn." The wet nurse Yang has been in the Xie family for many days and has adapted to the strange relationship between Xie Shuhui and Lin Yuhe at home. She didn't ask too much. After all, she was selected by the Liang family, so there are still some rules. This night, after feeding the child, Yang heard Lin Yuhe tossing and turning in bed and couldn't sleep. She got up and asked, "Madam, are you feeling unwell?" Lin Yuhe propped herself up and said with a painful face, "Sister Yang, my chest hurts a lot." After having a wet nurse, Xia Chuanzi rarely drank Lin Yuhe's milk. In this case, the milk will generally decrease slowly, and later it will simply stop. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuhe's situation was different from others. She thought she could just bear it. It was so painful that she asked Xia Chuanzi to it out. She was weak and couldn't it out at all. The nurse knew what was going on as soon as she heard it. "Madam, you are blocked. You can't delay it for long. You have to let someone it out." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Yuhe's cheeks became hot. If they were not close friends who would be willing to do such a thing, Lin Yuhe would not let others help her, except for the man in her heart. She smiled awkwardly. "Forget it, I'll just bear it a little longer." She couldn't bear the discomfort at all. Yang saw that she was holding her chest and couldn't fall asleep because of the pain. She didn't know what to do. When she got up to go to the toilet, she saw that the oil lamp in Xie Shuhui's room opposite was still on. She strode over. Before Yang approached, Xie Shuhui asked, "What's the matter?" Xie Shuhui was always indifferent to people and didn't like to talk, so Yang was a little afraid of him. "Thank you, my dear. Madam Lin is not feeling well." Xie Shuhui immediately stood up, opened the door, and walked out. He strode to the west room. Lin Yuhe thought that Yang had come back and covered her chest and said, "Sister Yang, I am in great pain. Is there anything else I can do?" Xie Shuhui walked to the bedside in a few steps and asked, "Where does it hurt?" Suddenly hearing Xie Shuhui's voice, Lin Yuhe's ears became hot, and she pushed Xie Shuhui away. "Don't worry about it, go back." Xie Shuhui saw that she was holding her chest tightly and guessed it, and his mind went blank. He stood there in a daze, his face flushed instantly. Thinking of Yang's hesitation just now, he immediately left the room. Seeing Xie Shuhui walking so fast, Lin Yuhe thought that Xie Shuhui was disgusted with the smell on her body. An indescribable sourness and pain surged in her heart, like a blunt knife slowly pulling at her heart. Unconsciously, tears filled her eyes. Just when she wanted to get up and walk to relieve the pain, Xie Shuhui quickly came back. His eyes were full of pity, his face was a little unnatural, and he whispered, "Don't cry, I know what to do." Yang was waiting at the door, and seeing that Xie Shuhui had not come out for a long time, she had to go to the main room to wait. Inside the house, after the pain in Lin Yuhe's chest disappeared, she took the hot tea that Xie Shuhui poured for her. When the two looked at each other, they were a little afraid to look into each other's eyes. Especially Xie Shuhui, his forehead was sweating. Lin Yuhe's heart softened, and she reached out to wipe the sweat for him with her sleeve. Xie Shuhui's eyes were locked on Lin Yuhe's face, and he did not push away Lin Yuhe's outstretched hand. Instead, he grabbed Lin Yuhe's hand in his own hand. He asked softly, "Are you feeling better?" Lin Yuhe looked at Xie Shuhui with greed and was reluctant to look away. Only in dreams would Xie Shuhui treat her so well. At this moment, she just thought it was a dream that she didn't want to wake up from. Then her eyes dimmed and she asked carefully, "Shuhui, do I smell bad?" Xie Shuhui felt a slight pain in his heart, and without thinking, he replied, "No." After that, he came closer again, and the two of them were close. Xie Shuhui leaned forward slightly, and their foreheads touched each other lightly. His eyes were soft, and he said in a hoarse voice, "You smell good." Lin Yuha felt a little warm in her heart. Thinking of the women in the village who always said that she was she was bold and raised her hand to touch Xie Shuhui's cheek. This was also Lin Yuha's favorite action when they were intimate in the past. The two people's breath blended, and each other's outlines were reflected in their eyes close to each other. Xie Shuhui bowed his head again for some reason, and his thin lips approached Lin Yuha's red lips. Lin Yuha also slowly closed her eyes.
Wow.
While the expected kiss did not come, but the crying of the little dumpling came. At the critical moment, the little cotton jacket next to him began to leak, interrupting the two. Chen's house in Guangling County. It has been a while since Yao Gear returned to the old house. He received 5 letters from Lin Yuha, including some crooked words written by Yun Jiao. Yao Gear grinned and muttered to himself, "Yuner is so stupid. I have taught her so many times. I still wrote my name wrong." At this time, he thought of his aunt who had not written to him for several days and said unhappily, "And doesn't keep her word. We even made a promise." Nanny was sitting on the couch, packing her bag to return to the capital in a few days. Hearing Yao Gear talking to himself, she guessed that Lin Yangzi was about to give birth, and asked, "Brother, did your aunt say that she was okay in the letter?" Yao Gear read the 5 letters from beginning to end, and did not see Lin Yuha say a word about her. Most of the letters talked about some daily trivial matters between her and Yunu, as well as the climate of Hongya village and some changes in the scenery on the mountain. Almost every letter would ask Yao Gear to eat well and listen to his family. What Yao Gear looked forward to the most was that after he returned, his aunt would take him to the mountains to dig wild vegetables. The only thing that Lin Yuha didn't mention was whether she was okay. Logically, she should have written the day before. Mrs. thought that Mrs. Lin was due to give birth in these few days, and her heart sank. A bad premonition also arose. Subconsciously, she said, "Not good, could it be?" Yao Gear became uneasy when he heard the word "not good." No matter how Mrs. explained, he just wouldn't listen, and he burst into tears after a while. He ran to the study, found his father, and claimed that he wanted to go back to see his aunt. Chun Jinjian coaxed Yao Gear for a long time before he calmed down, and then heard the wet nurse express her worries. After a moment of silence, he agreed to let Yao Gear go back to Shuyang to see Lin Yuha. Later, the news that Lin Yuha had given birth to a child also spread in Qingshui Bay. Those in the village who had a good relationship with Fong in the past also planned to go to Hongya village to see her. The leaders were Lin Yuha's 2 aunts and her younger sister-in-law. After Chu became the housekeeper, the 2 brothers of Lin Yutang became more estranged from their family. The main reason was that Chu was good at calculating and others had no chance of getting any benefit from her. Unlike Fong, she didn't like to argue with others about trivial matters. The 2 sisters-in-law of the Lin family were honest and always fell into Chu's hands. After a long time, the 2 sisters-in-law were unwilling to deal with Chu. Several people met at the entrance of the village. Although the wife of the village chief came, she couldn't help but back out. "I think it's better to forget it. I heard that someone gave Hehe's fish to the beach last time. Lin Lijing wanted to take them back, but we either had eggs or rice and flour. If your sister-in-law sees us, I'm afraid we will all be scolded." When Lin Yuha's aunt heard this, she sighed for a long time. "My eldest brother will regret it sooner or later. He treated the children left to him by my eldest sister-in-law like this. I won't force you. Let's all go back." He might slap Hehe again. "My poor niece, I heard that she has divorced the Xie family." Lin Yuha's aunt married in Qingshui Bay. She also hated Chu, and thus began to hate her eldest brother. Lin Yuha's second aunt also echoed, "Little sister, don't be angry. There is no one who can control that evil woman. I heard that my eldest brother is now involved with her cousin every day. I wonder how long she can be so arrogant. How long can I be so arrogant? Don't worry about me, my younger sister-in-law." Several people just gathered together to laugh at Chu's joke, but unexpectedly, they were caught by her. Everyone looked at each other, picked up their baskets, and left in silence. But Mrs. Chu stopped them. "It looks like you're going to visit our hee-hee. How come you are all aunts and uncles, but you are reluctant to give up such a small thing in your hands? Although Sister Fong is gone, as a stepmother, I still have to go and see her." Lin Yuha's sister-in-law rolled her eyes and said dissatisfiedly, "We will go to see hee-hee by ourselves. If you really want to go, just go and do your part." Mrs. Chu snorted coldly, "Little sister, you don't believe me. Don't forget that I gave gifts to your daughter-in-law during her confinement. And the second and third brothers' wives, including you. Which family did I miss? Everyone is carrying a basket, but it turns out they are just pretending. I didn't think about it at all. I really want to give gifts to our hee-hee. The eggs in the farmers' homes are precious. These are the ones that the women usually save. If it weren't for the gratitude for Mrs. Fong's kindness to them before, who would be willing to give away eggs that can be exchanged for silver." Lin Yuha's sister-in-law was so angry that her face turned pale. She angrily stuffed the basket in her hand into Chu's hand and gritted her teeth and said, "Take it. I've returned the gift from your family. You'd better give it to hee-hee, otherwise you won't feel good after eating it." Then several people also put eggs into the basket in Chu's hand with dark faces. Seeing that they were reluctant to leave, Chu muttered softly, "Finally, I found a chance to take back the eggs." When she got home, she put the full basket of eggs in the wheat bran pile, and she didn't plan to give it to Lin Yuha at all. At this time, Xianggur ran in and asked, "Mom, when are we going to my eldest brother's house? He might have steamed white flour buns again." Her son's unintentional words made Chu think of something else. Recently, the brother and sister have become more and more distant from her. Now Lin Yudang and her cousin are having an affair again. No one can speak for her. Why not take these eggs and go to Lin Yuping's house to pretend? Then let Lin Yuping go and persuade Lin Yudang. Lin Yudang usually looks fierce to his eldest son, but in fact he is still a little afraid of Lin Yuping. Maybe he also thinks that he will have more support when he is old. Chu sure has already figured out Lin Yotang's thoughts. She did it right away. She kept half of the eggs in the basket and said to Xianggur, "Let's go to your eldest brother's house." Xie's house. After breakfast, Lin Yuha changed the diaper for the little Tuanzi. It happened that she woke up at this time. With a pair of pure and black eyes, she stared at Lin Yuha. Lin Yuha's heart melted. The little Tuanzi cried softly and rarely cried. It's strange that the wet nurse feeds her every day. But when she cries, as long as she hears Lin Yuha's voice, she will always calm down. Every time after eating, Lin Yuha would hold her and talk for a while. Just as Lin Yuha was teasing the little Tuan, the voices of her brother and sister-in-law came from behind the house. Not only Yuping's family came, but also Aunt Chu and her son. Lin Yuping and Wu had never intended to bring Aunt Chu here. She insisted on coming with her, carrying half a basket of eggs. As soon as they arrived at the gate of the courtyard, Xie Shuhui stopped Aunt Chu and her son. No one expected that Xie Shuhui would be so ruthless. Aunt Chu talked a lot about how worried she was about Lin Yuha, and how Lin Yutang missed his granddaughter. Xie Shuhui didn't listen to a word, and just said coldly, "It's inconvenient to keep you two at home. Take your things and leave quickly." Even if Aunt Chu wanted to curse in her heart, she didn't dare to scold Xie Shuhui. Xianggur was also afraid of Xie Shuhui and huddled beside Aunt Chu and whispered, "Mom, let us go." The mother and son still remembered the scene of Lin Yudang being kicked away by him that day. No one here really welcomed her, and no one was willing to speak for her. Lin Yuping treated her worse than Lin Yuha now. Chu's wishful thinking failed. When she arrived at the Xie family, she was met with a setback from Xie Shuhui. She gritted her teeth and swore that she would make these people suffer the same fate as Fong. However, she now had another enemy, Wang. After driving away Chu's mother and son, the family felt much happier. Lin Yuping came today, for another matter. While Wu took the two children to the west room, Lin Yuping followed Xie Shuhui to the firewood room to warm themselves. Cui saw that the two had something to say, and was about to leave. Lin Yuping stopped her. "Aunt, don't go. It's better if you're here." Seeing that Lin Yuping's expression had turned colder, Xie Shuhui said, "If Brother Yuping is talking about the last incident, let's not talk about it." Lin Yuping was not angry and said seriously, Xu Huai, don't be anxious, listen to me. Last time you insisted on bringing He and Xiao Tuaner back to your CF family, I didn't object. I know you are a responsible person. But you also said before that He would leave your CF family after giving birth. Since your marriage with Miss Li has been settled, in order not to affect your own bloodline in the future, I want to register Xiao Tuaner under my name. She is a girl, so it doesn't matter. Xie Shuhuai's eyes became colder and deeper. Whose idea is this? Before Lin Yuping could reply to him, he heard a crisp voice in the yard. Aunt, Yaoer is back to see you. When Xie Shuhuai went outside, he saw that it was not only Yao Guer. Chun Jinzhan also followed. Xie Shuhuai's face was a little gloomy, but he still welcomed the people to the main hall out of courtesy. Yao Guer went into the west room by himself. Chun Jinzhan said bluntly, Shuhuai, is Madame Lin okay? Xie Shuhuai replied indifferently. Thank you for your concern. She is fine. Master, didn't you leave for the capital? Why did you return to Xi'an? Chun Jinzhan then said another important reason for his return, Shuhuai, there is something I need you to do tonight. This matter is also related to your father's case. In the west room, Yao Guer looked at the little ball in his arms. It was a little unbelievable that the baby born by her aunt looked like this. Curiously touched her hand and poked her face. He even wanted to take it and hug it. Yun Jie stood aside cautiously. Seeing Yao Guer's eagerness to try, she stopped Yao Guer and reminded him, she is my sister. You are not allowed to her or hold her. Yao Guer argued, the nanny can hold her. Why can't I? Yun Jie blinked her big watery eyes and was at a loss for words, because took over the topic and answered for Yun Jie, because the nanny is an adult, she can hold her steadily and walk steadily. The little girl won't fall, unlike Guer and Yuna, who are both children and will fall if they walk fast. The two children thought of each other's embarrassing looks and laughed. The whole room was also amused. After laughing, the two children also resolved the estrangement after not seeing each other for a few days. Yao Guer took out a few milk candies wrapped in bright candy paper from the sachet and handed them to Yun Jie. After looking at Xing Jie and Yun Jie, he generously took out 2 more and gave one to each of the 2 sisters. Then, like a little adult, he called Yun Jie aside and told her seriously, Yuna, we are going back to the capital. The journey is long this time, so you have to write longer letters. You can't make any more spelling mistakes, otherwise I won't bring you nougat next time I come back. This kind of candy is rare. Yunjie loves it the most, and she also likes the candy wrappers. She nodded happily and agreed. Well, then remember to bring me more next time you come back. I want to give some to Xingjie, Yunmei, Qianqian, and our little Tuaner too. Xingjie corrected hurriedly. Little Tuanzi hasn't grown any teeth yet, so he can't eat candy. She was just waiting for Yao Guer to say that he wanted to share some with the 2 sisters. Yao Guer said in a doting tone, Yuno has worked hard to write letters, so give them all to her. Listening to the children's tender voices, Lin Yuha smiled and said, Then Aunt has written so many letters. Isn't it hard? Is there a share for me? Yao Guer turned around and saw Lin Yuha holding 2 unsent letters in her hand and jumped up happily. I said that Aunt would not forget me. Aunt is the best. After that, he moved closer to Lin Yuha and whispered, Aunt, if you want anything else, just tell Yao. Yao will bring it back to you. Lin Yuha touched his little head and doesn't want anything, as long as brother is happy. If you miss Aunt and Yuner, just read the letter. Do and be angry and ignore people. Can you do it?
Yage promised loudly, yes.
A passerby came back, thinking that Lin Yuha encountered a dangerous situation when giving birth. Unexpectedly, it was snowing during this period and the road conditions were bad, so the caravan stopped. After seeing that Lin Yuha's family was fine, Yao Guer was willing to leave with his father and go to his grandmother's house in the capital. After seeing off a few people, Xie Shuhuai thought of tonight's mission, and his expression couldn't help but become solemn. As night fell, in a quiet courtyard in the south of Xiang County. The courtyard is not big, but there are many guards. If someone who doesn't know the situation, they will definitely think that a master of noble status lives in this courtyard. But there is only a beautiful lady in this courtyard. The decorations and items in the courtyard are extremely luxurious. It can be seen that the husband of this lady must value her. Not only is the main courtyard heavily guarded, but so is the guest courtyard next to it. However, this lady does not seem to be happy, and it is time for dinner. I don't know who provoked her, and she immediately threw the food on the table. Go tell Wei Hisai that he has been promoted back to the capital. Why hasn't he come to pick me up yet? Do you want to lock me up here for the rest of my life and keep me here for him? Xie Shuhuai and Fuan, who were hiding in the trees outside the courtyard, heard it clearly. This is also the important thing that Chen Jinzhan wants them to do tonight, to go to this courtyard to exchange for the real account book.
This woman is just a concubine.
The real owner of this courtyard is Wei Hisai, the former magistrate of Shuyang County. He is also the county magistrate who tried the case of Xie Shuhuai's father. This person is not simple. He is the brother-in-law of the uncle of the emperor, Lu Guanyan. His ability is limited, mainly because the backers behind him are powerful. During his tenure in Shuyang, he did not know how many unjust, false, and wrong cases were made for his own benefit. Not only is he stupid, but also greedy. This courtyard looks like a golden house to hide a beauty, but in fact it hides the real account book of Wei Hisai's corruption and bribery in Shuyang. He sent people to guard it day and night. Even with such caution, Chen Jinzhan's people still discovered his secret. Found this place. Fuan and the Chen family secret guards have been observing here for many days. They guessed that the account book should be in the east room of the guest house. The specific location of the east room can only be known when they are in the room. They also found out the guards' shift change time. Before coming here, Xie Shuhuai, Fuan and the secret guards had already discussed countermeasures. Taking advantage of the guards' lax defense during the shift change at midnight, they first used a trick to lure them out of the yard. Then use another trick to alert the enemy. Alarm Wei Hisai's people and let them automatically expose the target. Therefore, the person who goes in to change the account book must not only have strong martial arts, but also have the ability to respond quickly. There is no way to neglect this matter. If the other party discovers their whereabouts, not only will the account book be moved, but there will be no chance to attack again. Finally, when it was midnight and there were only 2 guards in the guest house, Xie Shuhuai and Fuan sneaked into the yard first. Fuan was dressed as a maid at this time. He first went to the guest house and shouted, "There is a thief." Then the figure of the secret guard flashed past the guards. The 2 guards who stayed behind saw the maid shouting and followed her out without thinking much. At this time, Xie Shuhuai quickly jumped into the guest house. He did not enter the east room immediately. Instead, he hung upside down on the beam. According to his guess, such a place must have mechanisms and hidden weapons. If he rushed in rashly, he would only touch the mechanism and expose himself. Sure enough, not long after, a hurried voice came from the gate of the courtyard. "Did you see how many people there are? What did they steal?" Following the voice, Xie Shuhuai saw a guard and a fat middle-aged man appear at the gate of Gongyue. The guard replied respectfully, "Manager Qi, I didn't see it clearly. Go and call the person back first. Don't chase him. The yard can't be left alone."
Yes.
As soon as the guard left, the middle-aged man moved swiftly to the east end room. He didn't lock the door first, but pressed several complicated switches on the wall. Finally, he opened the door. Xie Shuhuai followed in like a ghost. Continued to hide in the dark. After the steward lit the palace lantern, he pushed open the bookcase and opened the door of the secret room. Xie Shuhuai followed closely behind. I thought the secret room was the end, but I didn't expect the secret room to be just an aisle. The end turned out to be a cemetery. The account book was actually hidden in the fake grave. When the steward checked it and left, it would be much easier for Xie Shuhuai to put the fake account book in. After the matter was done, the 3 met at the agreed place. At this time, Fuan had changed into his tight clothes, and Xie Shuhuai was much more pleasing to the eye. The 3 returned to the inn, and Chen Jinzhan had been waiting in the study. After knowing that the matter was successful, the corners of his tense mouth finally relaxed, and a smile appeared in his eyes. In order not to arouse Wei Hisai's suspicion, Chen Jinzhan was also extremely careful and never returned to his Shuyang mansion. Instead, he lived in the inn. These account books clearly recorded the evidence of Wei Hisai's corruption. There were bribes for personal gain, and there was also ironclad evidence of his audacity to covet public funds. Now is the time for transfers and promotions in the Ministry of Personnel. If I didn't have these account books in my hands, Wei Hisai could easily be transferred from the Taichung Temple to the Ministry of Works. And now that we have these account books, I'm afraid Wei Hisai's career is over. According to the laws of the Great Jin Dynasty, the conditions in the account books are all capital crimes. But he is the queen and the king's uncle behind him, and Qin Jinzhan can only predict that his career will be damaged. Xie Shuhuai's eyes were filled with anger. His father was forced to death by this man and the backers behind him. His eyes suddenly showed sharp edges, like a lone wolf trapped in the dark night. The unwillingness in his eyes made him look like a hard bow stretched to the limit, and the hatred intertwined in his eyes made people shudder. Qin Jinzhan felt his hatred, patted him on the shoulder, and comforted him. Shuhuai, believe me, the day when you will get your revenge will come soon. Fearing that this plan would be in vain, Xie Shuhuai confirmed, Master, are you sure this time? Don't worry, if there is no absolute chance of winning, I will not let you take such a risk. Qin Jinzhan said confidently, Don't worry, if there is no absolute chance of winning, I will not let you take such a risk. Qin Jinzhan was not making a fuss. Luck also played a big part in Xie Shuhuai and his team's success in getting the account book. According to Fuan and his team's observations over the past few days, the guards in the second half of the night are all highly skilled in martial arts, and they are simply not capable of dealing with them. The account book was just in time for Qin Jinzhan to return to Beijing. Master Taifu, of course, will find a way to present it to the emperor. When he returned home, it was already dawn. After Xie Shuhuai went home for breakfast, he went to bed. When Xie Shuhuai was not there, Cui and Yang made the meals. Yang was also very discerning. After feeding Tuan Jie, she would not idle. She would also help Cui or Xie Shuhuai with some chores around the house. Lin Yuhe knew that Xie Shuhuai had not returned all night and thought that he had gone out to meet Li Yunluo again. After the only close contact between the two of them that night, she just thought it was a dream. There is always a day when dreams will wake up, and you have to accept it no matter how sad you are. Today, for some reason, little Tuanzi kept crying, and she would not eat even if the wet nurse fed her. Yang and Lin Yuhe coaxed her for a long time, but it didn't work. Cui was angry with Lin Yuhe, but she still felt sorry for the child who was not even a month old. She held him for a long time, but he still didn't get better. Lin Yuhe said anxiously, Mom, go call Dr. Ji to come and see. Little Tuaner is usually very well behaved. No matter how I coax her today, she won't get better. She must be unwell. Cui didn't dare to be careless, and immediately agreed. Just as she was about to go out, she saw the door of the east room opened. While putting on her cotton robe, Xie Shuhuai said to Cui, Mom, I'll go. She must have just woken up. He walked very quickly and walked out of the yard as soon as he finished speaking. Dr. Ji came very quickly. He touched the little girl's abdomen gently and confirmed, she has indigestion. Cui was anxious, then troubled Dr. Ji, please prescribe a prescription for my granddaughter. It's heartbreaking to hear her crying like this. Dr. Ji smiled and said, no need to prescribe a prescription, just give me the child. Dr. Ji carefully held the little girl and put her on the quilt. He gently lifted her legs up and then slowly rubbed the right side of the little girl's abdomen. At first, no one believed it, but Dr. Ji hadn't done this for a few times. Little girl really stopped crying. Then Dr. Ji put her on the bed with her stomach lying on the bed. She actually fell asleep quietly. The people in the room were relieved. Dr. Ji reminded, after feeding the child every time, don't rush to put her down. Let her lie on the adult for a while longer. Lin Yuhe felt relieved. Thank you, Dr. Ji. We will remember it. Cui went to see Dr. Ji off, and Yang went to wash the diaper for the child. Suddenly, only Xie Shuhuai and Lin Yuhe were left in the room. Xie Shuhuai looked indifferent and no longer approached the bed. He stood far away and watched the little girl sleep soundly before turning and leaving. Lin Yuha saw that he had become the same as before after meeting Li Yunluo last night. It felt like a stone was pressing on her chest, and she was a little breathless. But to be fair, apart from the fact that Xie Shuhui had no feelings for her, he took good care of herself and the child, and did not ignore the little girl just because she was a girl.
He was a responsible man.
She was just not lucky enough to have him. Thinking that Li Yunluo was not sincere to Xie Shuhui, his feelings were betrayed, and she was afraid that he could not bear this. Lin Yuha plucked up the courage to ask, Shuhui, you like Miss Li very much, don't you? Do you really understand her? I'm not trying to alienate the relationship between you two. Don't worry, I won't drag you down. After the confinement, Xie Shuhui suddenly turned around and interrupted in a cold voice. After the confinement, you'll go to the Chen mansion. Just because the letter didn't arrive for a few days, Chen Jinzhan brought his family and took the trouble to come all the way from Guangling County to see you. Isn't this favor what you want? Afraid that I would hesitate, you registered the little girl under your brother's name and even wanted to sever the relationship between us father and daughter. The anger in his eyes seemed to devour Lin Yuha, and his scorching gaze was fixed on her face. Thinking of this, Xie Shuhui felt as if ice was piercing his heart, making his breathing disordered and losing his usual calmness. The surging hatred seemed to be able to burst through his eyes in the next breath and burn Lin Yuha to ashes. Yuan Jie was so scared that she took a look at the door and didn't dare to enter the house again. Xie Shuhui did not miss any expression on Lin Yuha's face. He walked to Lin Yuha and asked the question that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time. Are those letters of yours written to the young master or to his father? Lin Yuha could not make any extra expressions and looked at Xie Shuhui with grievance and confusion. Yun Jie was playing in the yard. When she heard Xie Shuhui's angry voice, she went to the door and took a look. Thinking that Xie Shuhui was going to attack Lin Yuha, she ran into the house with red eyes and shouted, "Uncle, you are not allowed to hit your aunt, otherwise you'll be as bad as that grandfather." Xie Shuhui didn't ask any more questions until he heard Yun Jie mention Lin Yudang. Instead of getting the answer she wanted, Lin Yuha was scolded and accused by Xie Shuhui. She felt bad and wiped the tears from her face. She made up her mind to leave Xie Shuhui after the confinement. She didn't care about him being deceived and betrayed. He not only had a bad temper but also had bad eyesight. He deserved it. A few days passed and the two of them didn't say a word. Xie Shuhui didn't enter the west room either. The sun was warm at noon that day, and Lin Yuha wanted to take the child out to bask in the sun. She was tired of sitting on the bed all day. Just after wrapping the little girl up, she heard Chui's cheerful voice outside the room. "Yunluo, you're here." Li Yunluo brought a lot of supplements and small clothes for the children, including 2 sets of brocade robes. Lin Yuha looked indifferent and asked Li Yunluo to take a seat. Li Yunluo stood by the bed, far away from the mother and daughter. She just smelled a faint smell of milk on the little girl. Who doesn't like such a baby, with the fragrance of milk? But she was disgusted, with a faint smile on her face, but her body was tense. That day, she took advantage of Lin Yuping's kindness and easy talk, and told her all her grievances and bitterness. She just wanted Lin Yuping to persuade her sister to leave Xie Shuhui as soon as possible. Today she came to see the result. She couldn't ask Xie Shuhui directly. So, she took the opportunity to go to Lin Yuha to test the waters. "Sister Lin, you eat these things first, and I will send them to you after the confinement period is over. I just don't know if Sister Lin is still here." Lin Yuha saw that she had a good face and said all kinds of stabbing words. However, Li Yunluo's words could not hurt her. She smiled lightly and said, "Whether I stay here or not depends on my mood. If I'm in a good mood, I'll leave after the confinement. If I'm in a bad mood, I might stay in the Xie family for a year or 2. I'm thick-skinned and can't read your face. When you and Xie Shuhui get married, you can let the little dumpling roll in your new bed. You have your own children, so you don't need to trouble others for help." This answer was ambiguous, and Li Yunluo clenched her hands in anger, wishing she could tear Lin Yuha's beautiful face apart. In the blink of an eye, Li Yunluo regained her gentle and peaceful look. She glanced at the sleeping child on the bed and her heart was slightly stabbed. She smiled and said, "Sister Lin, the child looks like you, and doesn't look like her father at all." At all. Lin Yuha sneered in her heart, seeing her hypocritical face clearly. She replied, "It doesn't matter if they don't look alike as long as they are. If Miss Li has a child with Xie Shuhuai in the future, I'm afraid it will be hard to describe." Li Yunluo sensed some sarcasm in her voice, and her heart skipped a beat, wondering what she meant. Was she saying that she would cheat on Xie Shuhuai and cheat on him? A panic flashed across her face. She had seen Lin Yuha, the fortune teller, and she had accurately guessed her thoughts. She wondered if she had guessed what happened between her and Pei Xiaoba. Lin Yuha wanted to provoke Li Yunluo today and make her reveal her true colors. Sure enough, she also heard a little clue from her provocation. Only then did she know that Li Yunluo's lover was called Pei Xiaoba. Lin Yuha didn't want to care whether Li Yunluo was really sincere to Xie Shuhuai. She was only angry at Li Yunluo and the look of disdain on her and her daughter. It was as if they were the mud in the pool. She looked so superior, and she really couldn't stand it. She felt uncomfortable if she didn't say a few words to stab her. Once they left Xie's house, the two of them would have fewer opportunities to meet. If she could catch her once and make her lose face, she would feel better. Li Yunluo's expression changed immediately. Yunluo doesn't understand what Sister Lin said. Brother Shuhuai and I are in love with each other, so there won't be the things Sister Lin said. Lin Yuha was tired of sitting and leaned on the bed frame. Whether it is mutual love, or mutual love, or mutual love, only Miss Li knows. The word mutual love refers to two people who are loyal to each other. If there are more words, it is called promiscuity. Miss Li is good in everything, but Xie Shuhuai is not bad either. He won't tolerate any betrayal. It was so explicit that she almost mentioned the name. How could Li Yunluo not hear Lin Yuha's hint? She didn't dare to stay any longer and turned to leave the West Room. Lin Yuha called her, "Miss Li, the things you gave my daughter are too valuable. I can't afford them. It's too rude to ask you to take them back. Otherwise, I'll trouble you to put these things in Xie Shuhuai's room for your children to use in the future."
I don't think he would object.
Li Yunluo was so angry that her teeth itched and her face turned red. She said, "You don't know what's good for you." She snorted and walked out of the West Room. Yang stuffed the things into Dongyue's arms. After coming out of the West Room, Li Yunluo looked at the East Room again. Seeing that the wooden window of the East Room was half open, Li Yunluo was instantly full of fighting spirit. She was secretly happy, thinking that Lin Yuha was jealous of her. She loved Xie Shuhuai, but couldn't get him. Then she would let her see that Xie Shuhuai treated her differently. She slowly moved to the door of Xie Shuhuai. "Brother Shuhuai, open the door, I have something to tell you." Chui also echoed, "Huaier, come out, Yunluo is here." A moment later, the door opened. Li Yunluo rushed over, but Xie Shuhuai did not show any pity and pushed Li Yunluo away. He hit her hard against the wall, causing Li Yunluo's eyes to dazzle. Her affectionate eyes were instantly filled with grievances and red eyes. Chui scolded dissatisfiedly, "Huaier, why don't you help Yunluo?" Xie Shuhuai's eyes turned cold, and he said unhappily, "Mother, I have something to do in the bookstore. You should treat Yunluo well." Li Yunluo was like a slap in the face. This was the second time she failed to throw herself into Xie Shuhuai's arms. She did not make Lin Yuha angry, but made herself a joke. Once again, she tasted the taste of frustration in front of Xie Shuhuai. This time when Xie Shuhuai came to Chongqing bookstore, he just sat quietly. He didn't talk about calligraphy and painting with Liang Yozhen, as usual. He didn't ask him any questions. He sat beside the tea table and looked ahead with empty eyes. Xie Shuhuai sat silently as soon as he arrived, which made Liang Yozhen wonder. After a few cups of tea, Liang Yozhen asked, "Shuhuai, just tell me if you have anything to say." "I was a little panicked when you didn't say anything." Xie Shuhuai picked up the teacup and drank the tea, still without answering him. Liang Yozhen guessed, "But what about the wet nurse? Or you are in urgent need of money, or you want to inquire about something. As long as I can do it, I will do my best to help you. Have you ever had someone you like?" Liang Yozhen suddenly heard him ask this question out of the blue and looked at him in disbelief. After a moment, he said sadly, "Yes, but she married someone else." Xie Shuhuai's gaze moved from the void to Liang Yozhen. "So, this is the reason why you have always been reluctant to get married." Liang Yozhen looked lonely and laughed. "Maybe. My mother has arranged many marriages for me, but when she saw those girls, she still thought of her." "You regret it now. Why didn't you take the initiative then? Maybe you wouldn't have missed it." Xie Shuhuai's eyes moved slightly and asked, "What if you lose her and find her again, and find that you can't figure out her mind? You don't know if she cares about you as a person or something else. What will you do?" Liang Yozhen was completely dumbfounded and confused by the question. When he heard that he had lost and found his wife, he answered truthfully according to his thoughts. "Don't say that I can't figure out her mind. Even if she has someone else's child, I will still marry her. It's better this way. Let's live in memories. But God won't give me such an opportunity, and she won't come back to me." This was the first time Liang Yozhen mentioned the feelings in his heart. It was still painful to think about it after so long. So he lost interest in the tea in his hand and suggested, "Shuhuai, would you like to accompany me to Zuaxian Pavilion for a few drinks?" Xie Shuhuai nodded in agreement. Zuaxian Pavilion in Xiyang County is famous far and wide, and the private rooms upstairs and downstairs are full every day. The Liang family is very familiar with the shopkeeper here, and Liang Yozhen only reported his father's name. The shopkeeper warmly invited the two to sit in the private room by the window on the second floor. Liang Yozhen didn't want to look at the names of the dishes, and just said to the waiter, "Bring up all the good dishes you have here. Bring up a pot of good wine first." "Okay, wait a moment, distinguished guest." The charcoal fire in the private room was burning vigorously in winter, and Xie Shuhuai felt a little bored, so he half opened the window. He lowered his head slightly and could see the bustling crowd on the street. Before he could look away, he saw Li Yunluo's carriage flashing past him. Just as he was wondering why Li Yunluo came to South City, a more gorgeous and spacious carriage passed by him from behind, and the pay on the door was very eye-catching. Xie Shuhuai's eyes suddenly became as sharp as an eagle, and his originally calm pupils seemed to be burning with a deep dark fire. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, and the lost look just now disappeared. A gleam of light flashed quickly in his eyes. His mood suddenly improved, with a smile in his eyes, and the jade cup was lightly raised. Liang Yozhen was affected, and he immediately felt a little happy in his heart and raised his cup at the same time. "Don't mind later, I'll take an extra cake to go." Liang Yozhen laughed and said, "Shuhuai, you are becoming more and more like a person." Li Yunluo was greatly stimulated in front of Xie Shuhuai and took the initiative to contact Pei Xiaoba, who was in Xi'an. She wanted to find some comfort in this person. The two met in the tea house as usual. No one disturbed them in the private room, and the two were in love. Li Yunluo opened her red lips slightly and whispered, "Kiss me." Pei Xiaoba also cooperated quite well. But she was still thinking about Xie Shuhuai, so she came to the last step. Li Yunluo's mind suddenly cleared up and stopped. Pei Xiaoba was very angry. Thinking of her next plan, Li Yunluo pretended to hug Pei Xiaoba affectionately. "Pei Lang, don't be angry. My heart is yours, and I will be yours sooner or later." Pei Xiaoba hugged him in his arms. "You are like this, feeling like a cloud in the sky. Just when you are about to touch your hand, it floats away again. Only you can make me worry about you." The two of them were in love with each other, immersed in these sweet words. Li Yunluo thought of her plan in Guangling County. She asked, "Pei Lang, has there been any progress in the peach garden you promised me?" The peach garden is an open space, and it is also a beautiful scenic spot. Peach trees grow everywhere. Every spring, many literati and poets will drive there to enjoy the flowers and scenery. The only regret is that you can't build a hotel around. You can only go with excitement and come back with regret. Li Yunluo took a fancy to this piece of land. She plans to build a guest house and a restaurant here. After the development is good, she is also planning to build a natural landscape and artificial park. There will be scenery in spring and summer, and a playground in winter. It will definitely make her a lot of money. By then, she will have enough wealth. Xie Shuhuai doesn't like her at present, but with this wealth, how can he not be tempted? Only if she helps Xie Shuhuai a lot, he will cherish and love her more. The more indifferent Xie Shuhuai is to her, the more she wants Xie Shuhuai to surrender to her. She doesn't believe that there is no man in the world that she can't chase. Pei Xiaobo knows her talent for business, and after listening to her general plan, he also agrees very much. It's just that the initial investment requires a large sum of money, and he is a little hesitant. And Father Li will not let her take this risk, and should not support it. Li Yunluo also thought of this, and had other plans in her mind. Don't worry, Yunluo, I will come forward to buy this land. It's not difficult. The most lacking thing at present is money. Pei Xiaobo is not a drunkard, and he will not invest his own money just because of Li Yunluo's little sweetness. Besides, his elder brother had just been promoted and had a lot of money to spend. Li Yunluo didn't have the money, but her elder sister Li Yuni did. Her stepmother, Shui, had a rich dowry, and her family was considered wealthy in Xiyang. She had thought of this plan when she promised Li Yuni to help her get Pei Xiaobo last time. And Li Yunshin should also support her to some extent. The two of them had been hanging out for a long time, and it was getting late. Before leaving, Li Yunluo looked at him tenderly and whispered, Pei Lang, 5 days later is my elder brother's birthday. Then you must not delay. That night, whatever you want I will give you. Her tone was ambiguous, her plump red lips slightly opened, and a moist and hot fragrance almost made Pei Xiaobo unable to control himself. After Li Yunluo left, Pei Xiaobo was still dizzy. The attendants around him, seeing that he and Li Yunluo were getting along very well recently, boldly reminded him, Second Master, you have to be careful. I see. Miss Li is not completely in love with you. Pei Xiaobo picked up the teacup, drank it in one gulp, and smiled with a little more innocence in his eyes. Put it down. I am not as devoted to her as it seems. Xie Shuhuai returned home smelling of alcohol, and everyone had already eaten. He went straight back to his east room, and then called Yunjie and said, Send this cake to my aunt. When Yunjie heard about the cake, she was of course not happy without her share. She snorted coldly, I won't send it, and I won't eat it. Xie Shuhuai explained seriously, It's not that my uncle doesn't give it to you, but there is malt vinegar in this cake. Are you still going to eat it? Yunjie hated vinegar the most, and shook her head like a wave drum, with a very resistant look on her face.
No, no.
Lin Yuha was holding the little girl and talking to her, when Yunjie rushed in. She held the oil paper bag in front of Lin Yuha. Aunt, here's some cake for you. Lin Yuha took it and touched it. It was still warm. Where did it come from? My uncle bought it. After that, she pinched her nose and ran away. Lin Yuha was puzzled. She was angry and didn't want to eat it, but the fragrance was so tempting that she took it up and tasted it. It was sweet and crispy with a layer of milk in the middle. It turned out to be butter cake. She was stunned and remembered that Xie Shuhuai bought her one at Zuaxian Pavilion when he passed the imperial examination. It tasted the same. She knew it was very expensive, so she took it back to her parents' home and showed it off in front of her cousins. She never ate it again until the first year of her marriage, when Xie Shuhuai took her to Xiyang County. She stood in front of the restaurant called Zuaxian Pavilion and told Xie Shuhuai that if Xie Shuhuai passed the imperial examination, he would take her to buy some butter cakes. Thinking about it now, Xie Shuhuai was really good to her at that time, whether he liked her or not. It was a pity that she did not cherish him and lost that Xie Shuhuai. Now when she buys butter cakes again, her mood is different. The 12th lunar month is coming in a blink of an eye, and farmers are rarely seen working in the fields during the day. There is a charcoal fire in Lin Yuha's west room, so it is no longer cold. Lin Yuping specially asked Azid to deliver it. There was a lot of charcoal, so Chui's room was also burned. But Xie Shuhuai didn't want to burn it in the east room. Maybe he was used to it. In previous years, when it was cold, Chui, Lin Yuha, and Yunjie would sit by the fire basket in the firewood room. Xie Shuhuai was not seen coming to the fire basket. He seemed not to be afraid of the cold, except that his feet were frostbitten. Today, his winter clothes are thick, so he is even less afraid of the cold. From that night on, the heavy snow never stopped. The next day, there was a thick layer of snow in the courtyard. Yang was now used to the life of the Xie family, and she was the one who made breakfast. The pig's trotter soup from yesterday was finished, and there was no time to stew it. For breakfast, Lin Yuha and Yang had eggs and soup noodles. Lin Yuha subconsciously asked, "Sister Yang, what did they eat?" "Rice porridge and pickled vegetables." Lin Yuha had 2 eggs in the bowl. She called Yunjie over and gave her the other egg. Yunjie's appetite has become more picky recently, and she is a little tired of eggs. She shook her head and said, "And I don't want to eat eggs anymore." Lin Yuha said casually, "Then you can pick one for your uncle."